Chapter 2994 Karma. Are you testing me? Asked Long Chen darkly. The middle-aged woman smiled slightly. Don't be angry. As my son's boss, you can count as my junior. I'm just joking with you. Bai Shaola's mother was truly terrifying. It was unknown what method she had used, but she had actually provoked the power of the primal chaos bead. If she was an enemy, he would be truly doomed. That was his greatest secret. However, he was still angry. Even though he didn't sense any malice from her, his expression was ugly. Haha, the 9-star line does have explosive tempers. I already said it was just a joke. Why do you need to look like that? After all, if my foolish son wishes to be with you, I naturally must test you to see who you are. But I didn't think you were such a dangerous person, said the woman. Long Chen felt profoundly powerless. This person had also seen through his identity. Then it wouldn't be too long before he was exposed. Don't worry, I was able to see through your status because our line has a certain connection with the 9-star line. Furthermore, I used my innate ability just now. There are not many inheritances in this world that my divine ability cannot see through. For it to be repelled in such a domineering fashion from just a look, even forcing karma onto me, then it could only be a handful of techniques. That still wasn't enough to confirm that you were a 9-star heir though, so I tested you with my words just now, and well, everything is confirmed now, said Bai Shaola's mother with a smile. Long Chen bitterly smiled. I really am still too young. I should have been able to tell you were a 9-star heir from the start. However, your character is different from other 9-star heirs, so I had to test you. The 9-star heirs I know of are all lone wolves. They are so domineering and cold that no one can be near them. They are wild and dangerous. However, you are different from those 9-star heirs. You can actually get along very well with others. I cannot comprehend such a thing, said Bai Shaola's mother. Get along very well with others. Long Chen shook his head. He hadn't been in the academy for long, but he already had enemies everywhere. Did that count as someone who got along well with others? 9-star heirs are solitary existences with no family or friends. They have nothing tying them down, nothing that they care about. They are the bane of others' existence, madmen no one dares to provoke, because as soon as a 9-star heir is provoked, they will fight recklessly without even caring about their own lives, all to protect the dignity of 9-star heirs. Due to this character, 9-star heirs rarely manage to grow up. They don't know how to endure and will jump into obvious traps without hesitation. It's a distressing level of stupidity, but no one can change their character. You, however, are different from them. You have a slight softness to you. That slight softness might let you live longer. If you were the same as other 9-star heirs, even if I had to break my son's legs, I wouldn't let him go with you, said Bai Shaola's mother. Senior, you've seen other 9-star heirs? Probed Long Chen. You will also see them in the future. Bai Shaola's mother didn't directly answer him. Instead, she gave him a square jade plate. If you encounter some danger that you cannot handle, you can crush this. It will save your life. I leave Shaola to you. After saying that, Bai Shaola's mother vanished. As for Long Chen, he appeared in the ruined headquarters of the Luo Gate with the jade plate in his hand. Boss, did my mom say anything to you? Did she threaten you to drive me away? Asked Bai Shaola worriedly. No, not at all. Your mom has given permission for you to follow me. Long Chen shook his head and probed Bai Shaola's injuries. He was injured all over, with even his bones broken and his internal organs damaged. That father of his had not been light-handed. However, Long Chen found that these wounds were healing on their own without any medical aid. Furthermore, there was some kind of special energy within those wounds. Long Chen was startled and suddenly understood. Bai Shaola's father definitely had his own reason for beating Bai Shaola. He was infusing his own energy into Bai Shaola's body. That would be his foundation for cultivating. To send his own life's core into someone else's body, that was not so simple. It came at an immense price, like shortening a person's lifespan. It was no wonder Bai Shaola's cultivation base progressed so quickly even with such low intelligence. So it was all thanks to Bai Shaola's father. Long Chen also realized what his father and mother were thinking. In order to keep their energy locked within Bai Shaola's body longer, they needed to leave a deeper impression. To leave a deep impression on Bai Shaola, it needed to either be a happy memory or a painful memory. Painful memories were always remembered more deeply. Thus, every few months, the palace master would viciously beat Bai Shaola. But every time he did, his own heart was pained. He couldn't say it, but neither of them had any other solutions. Realizing this, Long Chen was moved inside. He couldn't help thinking of his own parents. If he could see them, he would be willing to be beaten every day. Xiaola, take this jade. This is my peerless killing divine talisman. If your life is in danger, crush it and boss will descend from the heavens to save you. Long Chen handed the jade plate to Bai Xiaola. Long Chen didn't say that it was given by Bai Xiaola's mother. He knew that in Bai Xiaola's mind, his father and mother weren't worthy of trust. Since Bai Xiaola treated Long Chen's words as true, he excitedly took it. He was very careful, as if afraid he might accidentally break it. Within the void, with layers of space folded around them so no one could see them, Bai Xiaola's father and mother quietly watched as Long Chen handed the jade plate to Bai Xiaola. Bai Xiaola's mother sighed. 9-star heirs really are arrogant. They disdain accepting other people's favors. That little fellow's not bad. He's worthy of being my son's boss. TCH, fine, I won't quibble with him over that punch, said his father. Zontang, do you think that this is the will of the heavens? If it wasn't to save that 9-star heir back then, I wouldn't have been injured, and Xiaola wouldn't be like this. Now Xiaola has encountered Long Chen, and he has changed. Is this the workings of destiny? Bai Xiaola's mother looked at Long Chen and Bai Xiaola. HMPH, who cares if it's destiny? If it weren't for my father not permitting it, I'd have long since dragged out that bastard and gotten our vengeance. Who cares about a disciple of Brahma? If they didn't have numbers, and it was instead 1 against 1, I'd have definitely been able to kill him, said the palace master irritably. The dean's wisdom is unfathomable. He understands the workings of the heavens, so he naturally has his own reasons for not letting us get revenge. Our vision is too short-sighted. We should listen to him, advised Bai Xiaola's mother. Fine, I won't bother with those things. Since my father can accept a 9-star heir into the academy, I feel like sooner or later, we'll have another chance to fight against Jia Luo. If that chance comes, I'll definitely kill him for you and Xiaola. Alright, let's go. However, I feel like your chances for revenge aren't high. What, are you looking down on me? Fool, I just mean that you won't have that chance. Within the cycle of karma, the one to settle things might not be you. Jia Luo injured me, but he has also slain an unknown number of 9-star heirs. Bai Xiaola's mother looked at Long Chen with a profound smile. Her actual combat power was not as high as the palace master's, but she had a special innate divine ability to see through a person's potential. Bai Xiaola had also inherited a bit of that ability. He might not even be aware of it, but this was why he was determined to follow Long Chen. As for herself, she was even clearer than him on just how terrifying Long Chen was. This was something that even the palace master was unaware of. I have a feeling that rivers of blood will flow this time in the Jalan Immortal Land, said Bai Xiaola's mother. Chapter 2995 Starting a Slaughter. The day finally arrived to move out. Of the almost 5 million disciples of the Inner Academy, over 1 million had registered to participate. Seeing those excited faces full of anticipation, as if they would be finding all sorts of treasures inside, Long Chen sighed inside. The Academy's attitude was truly one of letting nature take its course. A portion of these disciples only possessed very average power. Once they went in, if a battle occurred, the chances of them surviving were far too low. Long Chen couldn't see any toughness in them. They were not true warriors at all. When the threat of death came, under that pressure, just how much of their power would they be able to unleash? The Academy had explained the danger to them. But clearly, many people didn't care about the Academy's words. Long Chen thought of what the sweeping elder said. A person's fate was very difficult to change. You could help them once, but you couldn't help them for a lifetime. If they were fated to grow up, then suffering earlier would be best, so the Academy didn't meddle with disciples too much. This attitude looked a bit cold, but this kind of attitude had its own wisdom behind it. Before this, Long Chen hadn't been able to understand, but he gradually figured it out. The Academy's attitude was in accordance with the laws of the heavenly Taos. Although he didn't entirely approve, he had to admit that those who followed the heavenly Taos always lived a bit longer. He felt that the sweeping elder's words were correct, and he had even questioned himself. But he quickly found that his own attitude wasn't wrong either. That was because what everyone was pursuing was different. The Academy's attitude was one for long survival, while Long Chen's attitude was one willing to be a brilliant firework. As long as the firework was bright enough, as long as all his power was unleashed at that moment, once the firework was over, once everything was over, he would have no regrets. At this moment, With some light encouragement from the deputy dean, millions of inner academy disciples set foot onto the transportation formation. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that the one leading the way was Chu Weiren. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. What was the academy thinking to let that clown lead the way? Was that to make things hard on him? However, he didn't say anything. Chu Weiren was the one arranging the order for people to enter, and Long Chen saw a sinister glint in his eyes. Long Chen then quickly understood the meaning behind that smile. The academy's disciples were going through the transportation formation in batches and then taking flying boats to the Jalan Immortal Land. However, Long Chen was in the same batch as the Luo Gate, Heaven Melting Valley, and Chu Alliance. Other than the Heaven Melting Valley and the Chu Alliance, the other guilds in that batch were all their allies who were hostile to the Luo Gate. As for the Unfettered Alliance, they were sent through a different batch. Chu Weiren was intentionally separating them. Long Chen, how can the academy do this? Shouldn't we? Luo Bing was enraged. The academy was being crazy. What was the meaning behind this? She wanted to demand her rights. This was practically a death trap. No need. I understand what the academy is thinking. Long Chen shook his head, smiling. Their group then entered the transportation formation and vanished. Heaven Master Yun Yong and Heaven Master Dong Ming were standing together. Watching Long Chen vanish, Heaven Master Dong Ming shook his head. I really can't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. Are they not afraid of letting Long Chen down and giving up hope on the academy? Heaven Master Yun Yong smiled. Letting him down? No, Long Chen won't feel that way. He'll be grateful. Long Chen and the others appeared on top of a large mountain surrounded by mist. It was as if this was the end of the world. It was filled with a desolate and ancient feeling. At the end of the mist, he saw a star slowly rising and getting closer and closer. Its light gradually infected this entire space. This was the Jalan Immortal Land, a lost world, a star whose inheritance had been severed suddenly, a place filled with unknowns. When that star appeared, the first batch led by Bai Shishi flew toward the star. Then it was the second batch, the third batch. Long Chen was part of the fourth batch. When he got close to the star, space began to twist. The star had its own force field. Long Chen felt that the flow of time here was different from the immortal world, but he was unable to grasp whether it was faster or slower. Long Chen suddenly thought of when he had entered the immortal world. His age was somehow different from when he was on the martial heaven continent. Perhaps that was related to the flow of time. The martial heaven continent's laws were incomplete, and the Jalan Immortal Land was the same. This was a remnant star. The High Firmament Academy's disciples quickly flew into the Jalan Immortal Land in flying boats. But suddenly, Long Chen's flying boat shook intensely. An explosive sound came from the tail. The tail of their flying boat had been struck by another flying boat, causing their speed to drop. Luo Ning was enraged. The flying boat that struck them belonged to the third-ranking guild, the Heaven Melting Valley. Sorry, we slipped up with the controls. Long Yanzong's lazy voice rang out. His voice didn't contain the slightest apologetic tone, and it was extremely provoking instead. They damaged our flying boat to lower our speed so we can't escape. They are truly planning on tearing off any face and fighting with us, said Luo Bing. The Luo Gate's flying boat quickly fell to the rear. The ones at the front were already charging into the Jalan Immortal Land, but they didn't immediately scatter. Instead, they formed an encirclement. The ones in the batches ahead of them had rushed off in search of treasures. Only Long Yanzong, Chu Yong, and the others slowed down. Bastards, you dare to be so openly brazen. Luo Bing clenched her teeth furiously. Chu Yong and the others had to have obtained the tacit approval of the academy to act like this to them. Clearly, the higher-ups have been bought by the Chu family. We can only fight to the death. Luo Bing took a deep breath, and her blood qi began to slowly circulate. However, they were facing so many experts. Despite having a cool expression, she was full of nervousness inside. She couldn't help looking at Long Chen. She saw that Long Chen was smiling. His mood was particularly good. You should have more confidence in the academy. The higher-ups of the academy cannot be bought by those idiots from the Chu family. It's the opposite. We should thank the academy for giving us such a good opportunity. Luo Ning, detonate the speed talisman and crash into the Heaven Melting Valley's flying boat. Let's get off to a good, red start. Long Chen was already walking to the front of the flying boat. Following his orders, the rear of the flying boat exploded. The slow flying boat suddenly shot toward the Heaven Melting Valley's flying boat like a bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you wish to die together? Keep dreaming. Long Yanzong's mocking voice rang out. After that, formation runes appeared on top of their flying boat. The flying boats crashed into each other but were separated by the formation runes. The two flying boats were kept 300 meters apart. Die together, you think you're qualified? Long Chen sneered. A 3,000-meter sword containing endless flame energy suddenly slashed toward Long Yanzong's boat. The Heaven-Melting Valley's flying boat was able to block a flying boat but not a divine flame sword composed of 10,000 heaven-shaking swords. Hence, the flying boat was cut in two, and the disciples inside didn't even have a chance to scream before being turned to ash. I really have to thank the High Firmament Academy. Thank you for this chance to start a slaughter. Icy killing intent filled Long Chen's face. It was as if a slumbering dragon was waking with anger. Only one person fled from the broken flying boat. That was Long Yanzong, a mix of shock and anger on his face. Before he could say anything, Long Chen stamped down on the air and shot toward him. Didn't you want to fight me? Then let's fight. Chapter 2996 Vicious Killing. Long Chen's flying boat had originally been surrounded and forced into a passive position. However, Long Chen struck against the Heaven-Melting Valley first. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others didn't even have a chance to react before Long Chen attacked. He had given them no warning. And by the time they reacted, they saw Long Chen already covered in flames and surrounded by runes. 10,000 flame swords bloomed like a lotus and slashed at Long Yanzong. Long Chen, today is the day of your death. Long Yanzong was furious. Just now, if it wasn't for his divine flame protection, he would have died. Long Chen was too vicious. In the face of Long Chen's attack, Long Yanzong formed hand seals, and sacred chanting rang out. His flames soared. As his flames rose, a giant flame beast appeared inside, and it made the world shudder. It then opened its mouth wide and swallowed Long Chen. Even space shuddered as if it was being devoured. This was a terrifying magical art. That flame beast's head suddenly exploded and 10,000 flame swords shot out. This flame beast was unable to endure a single blow from Long Chen's heaven-shaking swords. When his flame beast exploded, Long Yanzong coughed up a mouthful of blood. That was his life spirit beast. Although he hadn't fully raised it, its power was still astonishing. It was one of his strongest killing moves. However, Long Chen's flame swords were incomparably sharp, not only piercing through his flame runes but also his beast. His spirit beast's soul was suppressed. It had to be said that Long Yanzong was very unlucky. His flame spirit beast was a merger between the spirit of fire and a devil beast spirit. It was something almost indestructible, capable of freely changing form. As long as the main body didn't die, the flame spirit beast wouldn't die either. However, coincidentally, Long Chen's heaven-shaking swords were made from the devil crystal of the explosive flame devil crocodile. It contained the spiritual pressure of that devil crocodile, which happened to suppress Long Yanzong's spirit beast. That was why his flame spirit beast was unable to bear a single blow. The destruction of his flame spirit beast caused Long Yanzong to feel like his head was being split open. He vaguely sensed Long Chen rushing over at him, and he hastily summoned a flame shield. But that flame shield had just formed when Long Chen's fist blasted it apart. Continuing onward, Long Chen's fist struck Long Yanzong in the chest. Long Yanzong's body exploded and turned into a blood mist. This explosion of red was the final brilliance of Long Yanzong's life. Long Yanzong died. Luo Bing and Luo Ning couldn't believe their eyes. The third-rank expert had been killed just like that. It was too fast, so fast that it ended before it even started. Just as Long Chen struck Long Yanzong, he was surrounded by over 10 figures. Those were the top experts of the various guilds. 5 of them were even the heads of their guilds. Originally, they had come to help Long Yanzong prevent Long Chen from running. In their eyes, Long Chen would definitely die against Long Yanzong without their interference. Hence, they had never expected that the terrifying Long Yanzong would be killed with a single punch without even having a chance to unleash his true power. Using the Nirvana scripture in front of me, Long Chen sneered. If Long Yanzong had used a different technique, it would have been more difficult to kill him. However, the Nirvana scripture was something etched deep in Long Chen's bones, so the flame energy that Long Yanzong had summoned with the Nirvana scripture could be easily controlled by Long Chen. That flame beast was not made purely of the power of the Nirvana scripture, so it required some effort to destroy. However, The flame shield that Long Yanzong had summoned at the end was entirely composed of flame energy from the Nirvana scripture, so Long Chen's punch blasted through it without any resistance. Long Yanzong's flames had even ended up assisting Long Chen's punch. Long Yanzong didn't even understand how he died. He probably still had many powerful techniques up his sleeve, but regretfully, he would never have a chance to use them in the future. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly reached out and clawed the space behind him, his voice like thunder. "Get out here!" A flame claw appeared in the air, tearing the space and revealing a figure. This figure was originally hidden within the void but was exposed by Long Chen's claw. Everyone was shocked. None of them realized there was someone hidden there. This figure's concealing arts were truly terrifying. Just at this moment, an arrow silently appeared, shooting straight for Long Chen's head. The arrow truly did pierce through a head, which then exploded. But that head wasn't Long Chen's. It was a human shield he had dragged out of space. The dogs of the Bloodkill Hall are getting worse and worse. With such little ability, you still dare to try to kill people. Long Chen sneered and tossed away the headless corpse in his hand. He sneered toward a distant location. In the distance, behind a large tree, a pair of sharp eagle-like eyes could be seen through the green leaves. The sharp eyes looked completely shocked. His sneak attack arrow had been the preparation for Shadow to kill Long Chen, but unexpectedly, Shadow, whose concealing arts had never failed, was exposed by Long Chen and then killed by his arrow. This person was one of Chu Yang's 4 great killers, Eagle Eye. The one that had died to his arrow was another one of his killers, Shadow. Long Chen had used Shadow to block Eagle Eye's arrow. Hence, Eagle Eye suddenly felt a chill on his back. He immediately realized that something was wrong, and he hastily retreated. However, he was one step too late. Space exploded and a dragon claw reached out, wiping Eagle Eye and the tree he hid in out of existence. Lei Long had silently appeared, killing Eagle Eye. This terrifying assassin who had spent his life hiding in the dark and had taken the lives of countless experts was dead the moment his position was exposed. A group of fools with no respect. Since you wish to be Chu Yang's dogs, you can accompany Chu Yang to hell. Violet lightning runes and red flame runes wove together in the air. 2 dragons spun around each other. Lei Long and Huo Long's powers mixed, forming a whirlpool of death that suddenly compressed and exploded, devouring all the surrounding space. Even Chu Yang, who was standing on the edge of the battlefield, was devoured by it. Chapter 2997. Once more seeing the Day-Night Furnace. Long Chen's attack was earth-shattering. The countless disciples of the academy who had gone ahead and in the rear stared in shock as those 2 dragons caused massive destruction. They didn't even know what was happening. Flames and lightning devoured the heavens, stunning Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others. Long Chen was going too fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed Long Yanzong, Shadow, and Eagle Eye. Luo Bing and the others had been thinking of how to help Long Chen when he suddenly unleashed such a large move. Even they were drawn into it. Normally, experts had to accumulate power and cause a manifestation of the heavenly Daos to unleash such a huge move. But Long Chen's technique came from Lei Long and Huo Long, so it could be unleashed far quicker. This was one of their most terrifying aspects. They could unleash terrifying power without any warning. Is this bastard trying to kill us? Luo Ning was pale with fright. This terrifying power covered them as well, and they didn't have time to defend themselves. The lightning and flames would wipe them out of existence. Hee, don't worry, I'm here. Boss has long since told me to be prepared. Bai Shala snickered and had already formed hand seals. As a result, space shook and mirrors appeared, forming a spatial defense around them. Bai Shala's spatial defense was struck by the lightning and flame energies, which crashed upon like a raging tsunami. The furious sound shook people's ears. Cracks covered Bai Shala's spatial mirror, causing him to jump in alarm. This lightning and flame energy wasn't even targeting him, but his spatial divine art was already on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, his barrier held. When the lightning and flame energy faded, Luo Bing and the others were shocked to see that the original space they were in was now a giant hole. A disgusting stench came from the scorched earth. As for those experts surrounding Long Chen, they were all gone without a trace. Suddenly, Long Chen shot out like a bolt of lightning, smashing the earth. Cracks instantly covered the land. In the distance, the ground exploded and 3 figures flew out. One of those 3 people was Chu Yang, while the other 2 were unfamiliar faces. They were short like dwarves, and they both had a rune flickering on their foreheads. Those runes contained heavy earth energy, but they were now very dim. Both of them were filled with horror. These two should be the other two members of Chu Yang's 4 killers. They seem to be earth element experts specialized in hiding underground, said Luo Bing. Even Chu Yang hadn't expected Long Chen to unleash such a terrifying move. It came without any warning. If it weren't for those two pulling him underground at the last minute to avoid Long Chen's double dragon destruction, then he would definitely be heavily injured. Just as the 3 of them popped out of the earth, a giant flame sword appeared. The terrifying heat caused heaven and earth to twist. It slashed down mercilessly. In just a few blinks of an eye, Long Chen unleashed multiple terrifying moves. They came one after another with no pause to store up energy, giving his opponents no chance to breathe. Chu Yang was shocked by these continuous attacks. Long Chen didn't give him any chance to store up energy. Furthermore, Long Chen's previous punch that forced them out of the ground had caused Chu Yang's blood chi to flip inside of him, not even giving him a chance to activate his bloodline power. With his blood chi fluctuating so much, activating his bloodline power could very likely cause a huge injury. At this moment, Chu Yang roared and a golden furnace appeared above his head. It actually had the exact same shape, size, and runes as the Day-Night Furnace. Long Chen's sword slashed on the Day-Night Furnace. As a result, the huge flame sword exploded, transforming into smaller flame swords as they could no longer maintain the merger. On the other hand, the Day-Night Furnace sank, and an immense power passed down through it. Chu Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood. As for the 2 earth cultivators, without making a sound, they were blasted to bits by the power that passed through the Day-Night Furnace. Dust to dust, earth to earth. They once more became one with the earth. Long Chen was not surprised to see the Day-Night Furnace appear at all. Lord Brahma and Fallen Day-Night were 2 jackals of the same tribe, and their believers were connected. For Lord Brahma's dogs to have fallen Day-Nights, things were very normal. However, this Day-Night Furnace was different from the Martial Heaven Continent's Day-Night Furnace that was in Pill Valley's possession. This Day-Night Furnace was a true spirit item of the immortal world. Not only was it an inheritance item, but it also contained a supreme divine might. Having summoned it so hastily, Chu Yang was unable to use any of the Day-Night Furnace's true power. But the fact that it was still able to block Long Chen's combined 10,000 swords proved just how tough it was. When Long Chen formed hand seals once more, the 10,000 swords merged into one and slashed toward Chu Yang, not giving the latter a chance to rest. Just like before, the giant sword fell and Chu Yang used the Day-Night Furnace to block. As a result, the giant sword split apart once again, while the Day-Night Furnace was sent flying. Chu Yang then coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his aura became chaotic. That attack had clearly given him a serious injury. Even with all his trump cards, Long Chen didn't give him a chance to use them, so he finally felt a trace of fear. With Long Chen's immense combat experience and refined control over the tempo, he didn't give Chu Yang any time to activate his bloodline power, faith energy, or inheritance power. Moreover, all of Chu Yang's helpers were now dead, and no one could give him time to breathe. He would definitely die if this continued. The 10,000 swords once more gathered. However, this time, they were clearly dimmer than before. The Day-Night Furnace possessed immense divine power, so when the swords landed on it, it resulted in an immense backlash. Hence, after 2 clashes, the heaven-shaking swords had reached their limit. They were on the verge of collapse. If they struck the Day-Night Furnace against, they would shatter and be impossible to repair. But Long Chen didn't care. All he knew was that with one more attack, he could definitely give Chu Yang a grave wound. He didn't want to give him any chance to recover. Even if he lost these heaven-shaking swords, it didn't matter. He could always raise another batch. Seeing the heaven-shaking swords gather once more, Chu Yang clenched his teeth and suddenly crushed a jade plate. Just as the heaven-shaking swords prepared to fall once more, a giant hand appeared. Long Chen's heaven-shaking swords were swatted away by the hand. Long Chen, you little ingrate, die. Space twisted and a sinister-faced elder appeared, his hand reaching toward Long Chen's throat. Chu Weiren, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others cried out in shock. Chapter 2998 Old Man offered to the heavens. This jade talisman that Chu Yang had just crushed was a transportation talisman. Since Chu Weiren had led people here and was on the outer edge of the Jalan Immortal Land, he was just barely able to be transported to this location. This was one of the reasons that Chu Yang had chosen to make his move here. Once they were deeper within the Jalan Immortal Land, they would be well beyond the laws of the immortal world, and Chu Huairan would be unable to enter. With the threat of death hanging over him, Chu Yang had no choice but to use this transportation talisman. It could be said that he had marked himself with a seal of shame for the rest of his life by doing this. After working together with so many experts just to kill Long Chen, they ended up being slaughtered instead, and Chu Yang was forced to ask for aid from others. That was the greatest humiliation. However, when the other option was losing his life, Chu Yang naturally chose to be humiliated. Chu Huairan appeared, and the entire world seemed to freeze. This was the pressure of a supreme expert, something no one could resist. In front of Chu Huairan, they were like ants. The difference in realms was too great. Chu Huairan's appearance caused Luo Bing and the others to despair. However, Long Chen only looked at him contemptuously. Even with death at hand, you still dare to sneer at me. Have a taste of this old man's methods today. Chu Huairan glared at Long Chen viciously. His hatred of Long Chen was bone deep. Hence, he didn't want to kill Long Chen so quickly. He wanted him to suffer. Just as Chu Huairan's hand approached Long Chen's throat, a jade plate appeared in Long Chen's hand. This jade plate was inscribed with the characters, High Firmament. When Chu Huairan saw that jade plate, his expression completely changed. Before he could react at all, the High Firmament characters glowed. After that, a wave of energy shot out, and Chu Huairan's overwhelming pressure instantly vanished. A mysterious energy was restricting his cultivation base, causing his aura to plummet to the divine flame realm. In that instant, Chu Huairan's soul almost fled in terror. He looked at Long Chen like the latter was a nightmare. He then tried to stabilize his body and retreat, but with his cultivation base suppressed to the divine flame realm, he couldn't stop. He continued flying toward Long Chen in panic. Long Chen then grabbed Chu Huairan's throat. With his cultivation base suppressed, he was even weaker than an ordinary divine flame disciple. Now, he was like a chicken before Long Chen. How can you have the Deputy Dean's High Firmament sacred tablet? Chu Huairan was so terrified that his head was blank. There were 10 High Firmament sacred tablets in the academy, and they were jointly used to activate the most important mysterious land of the academy. In his thousands of years at the academy, Chu Huairan had only seen the Deputy Dean use it once. That was why he recognized it. The tablet had a terrifying ability to suppress an opponent's cultivation base to the same level as the user. As Chu Huairan had advanced out of the Divine Flame Realm for countless years and long since forgotten how to use the power of the Divine Flame Realm, suppressing his cultivation base to this level was no different than crippling his cultivation base. Do you not know? The Academy sent you this time for a great purpose. Today is a good day. I will kill an old man as an offering to the heavens. Long Chen then clenched his hand, crushing Chu Huairan's neck, removing his head from his body. A terrifying expert was killed just like that. With his cultivation base suppressed, he was unable to bring out any of his power and ended up dying to a Divine Flame Realm novice. Long Chen then tossed Chu Huairan's head aside and shot after Chu Yang. Chu Yang was in the midst of recovering, and his blood chi fluctuations gradually rose in preparation for activating his bloodline power. However, Long Chen didn't give him the chance. The reason he didn't waste words with Chu Huairan was to prevent Chu Yang from fully recovering. In this situation, he could easily kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang's expression was gloomy. Suddenly, the day-night furnace above his head unleashed divine light that enveloped him. As a result, Long Chen's sword fell and ended up only striking an afterimage. Chu Yang and the day-night furnace had vanished with some unknown method. In the distance, countless disciples of the academy stared in horror at Long Chen. The experts from the first and second batches had gone deep into the Jalan Immortal Land, but the remaining disciples were treated to a shocking sight. Long Chen was like a devil king from hell. He had killed almost everyone in the fourth batch. Hence, those who had offended the Unfettered Alliance or the Luo Gate were now green with terror, afraid that Long Chen would settle that debt with them now. Boss, you're so strong. Bai Shala cried out excitedly, his eyes full of worship. Ultimately, Long Chen failed to eliminate Chu Yang. He sighed inside. It truly was a bit unrealistic to kill an expert like Chu Yang with no effort. Looking at those terrified disciples, Long Chen clasped his hands behind him and coldly said, I, Long Chen, never bully the weak. Quite a few of you have provoked the Unfettered Alliance, the Luo Gate, and myself. But as long as you don't test my bottom line, I won't bother quibbling with you. You don't need to worry about me settling matters later. Hearing his words, those disciples sighed with relief. They previously didn't know Long Chen's power because he had never displayed it in the inner academy, but after slaying so many experts this time, he shook them to the core. In an instant, their respect for him rose. Up ahead is the Jalan Immortal Land. You should all listen well. Other than the Academy's people, everyone from the other 5 powers is an enemy. If you want to live, don't be stupid. In the past openings of the Jalan Immortal Land, our Academy's people were always robbed and suffering. This time, with Boss Long San present, such a thing will not be permitted. It has always been the Golden Bell Tigers, the Clear River Wolves, and the High Firmament Sheep. Today, I'll show them that there's a new boss in the High Firmament Academy. Bai Shishi followed her own path and won't be joining us, so don't hope for them to help you. But I am different. I'm not good at searching for treasures, but I'm good at fighting. I won't quibble about the past. Now that Boss Long San has set foot on this land, then this place is now under my name. As members of the same sect, if you encounter someone you can't beat, send out a distress signal, and I will definitely rush over as long as I receive it. Boss Long San didn't come here to search for treasures, he came to fight for treasures. Conveniently, I can wipe away the humiliation left behind by the cowards before me. Good luck everyone, time is precious. Go search for your own treasures, but take care of yourselves. Hearing this, all these disciples were excited. In the past, all their experts only looked out for themselves, but Long Chen was willing to stand up for them. They were extremely moved, especially after having personally seen how powerful he was. Their confidence instantly rose. Countless disciples charged into the Jalan Immortal Land following his words. Mu Qingyan then brought the Unfettered Alliance's people over. Mu Qingyan asked, "Brother San, are you really planning on helping them? You're not going to search for treasures with us?" Long Chen smiled. "Your brother San's luck is extremely lacking. But when it comes to plundering treasures, my success rate is quite high. Helping them is helping myself. What if you encounter their supreme experts? The 5 major powers all have powerful existences sent here this time," said Luo Bing. "Who cares about them? We still have Bai Shishi, don't we? If things don't work out, we might as well turn everything into chaos." Long Chen laughed. That laughter was definitely sinister, leaving Luo Bing and the others speechless. Luo Bing then left with Mu Qingyan's flying boat, and they randomly picked a direction. As for Long Chen, he chose to be a nomad, flying off in a different direction. Chapter 2999. The situation is off. Within a mountain valley inside of the Jalan Immortal Land, 2 opposing forces were fighting. One of those forces belonged to the High Firmament Academy. They had over 500 people and were surrounded. On the other hand, their opponents didn't have more numbers, but the High Firmament Academy's side was at a clear disadvantage. There were over 10 corpses on the ground already. This was a guild ranked in the 50s of the High Firmament Academy. Theoretically, their power wasn't bad, but the other side was too strong. They couldn't even break out of their encirclement. "Little sheep of the High Firmament Academy, give up and hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, all of you will be killed," sneered a large man from the opposing side. His arms were just as thick as an ordinary person's leg. "Bastards, we're too unlucky. We just found an immortal cave and were discovered." One of the Academy's disciples clenched his teeth furiously. This was just the outer region, and it was unknown just how many times people had searched through it. There shouldn't be any treasures left, but their luck was good. They ended up finding a mountain that had collapsed, exposing a natural cave. They then found several treasures and bone books inside. The weapons were so old that the item spirits had long since been extinguished. As for the bone books, they were written in characters no one recognized. Only once these disciples brought them back to the academy and their scholars translated them would they know their value. However, in any case, any ancient tome, whether it was simply history or some ancient technique, would be traded for a large sum by the academy. Sometimes the value of a single book could cause a person to reach the peak of their life in an instant. Although the academy's rules might be a bit shady, when it came to gathering such treasures, they always paid a higher price than the outside world, and they definitely wouldn't take advantage of anyone. Their public opinion in this regard was very good. Thus, these few bone books were extremely precious to the disciples. But before they could even celebrate, they were discovered by this group of experts and surrounded. A fight then broke out without a word, and in the chaos, over 10 of them were slain. Only then did these people say what they wanted. "We have to persevere. I already sent the distress signal. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen will definitely come to help if he receives it," shouted a spear-wielding expert. He was doing his best to block the attacks coming from the front. Will he really come? We have no relationship with him. We can only do our utmost for these treasures. If he doesn't come, we'll have to hand over the bone books. Despite the Academy's disciples doing their best, the power disparity between the two sides was too great. In just a short moment, another dozen of their members were killed. The Academy's disciples were finally afraid. In the past, their battlefields only contained devil creatures. They were able to be brave in front of devil creatures, but against true experts, they were shocked to find that the techniques and tricks they had learned were rarely useful. However, they were a team, and as long as their guild leader didn't give the word, no one dared to surrender. That would cause their comrades to collapse. Hence, they could only grit their teeth and continue fighting. What a group of fools! Since you all want to die, kill them all, shouted the large man, who was the leader of the opposing forces. As you wish, a lazy voice rang out from the sky. Who's there? The large man was startled. Looking up, he saw that a giant silver eagle had appeared in the sky. On its head stood a lean, handsome man chewing on a stalk of grass, his arms crossed in front of his chest. He had just shouted when Long Chen pointed his finger. A thin lightning arrow then shot out and blew apart the large man's head. He was the leader of the group but was killed with a single finger from Long Chen. Hence, the others were shocked, and their entire group fell into chaos. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Academy's disciples concentrated their attacks and charged out of their encirclement. They had just charged out when the ground swelled. A fist-sized lotus flower exploded amongst the opposing forces. Those experts didn't even know what was going on before they were turned to ash. Of over 500 experts, only 70 to 80 remained, and quite a few were injured. The silver eagle beneath Long Chen's feet spread its wings, carrying him away like a silver shooting star. His voice rang out from a distance. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. If you can't even do that, then buy a block of tofu and kill yourself with it as an apology for your fallen comrades. Long Chen was already gone by the time his final words reached them. He left behind a group of the Academy's disciples who still felt like they were dreaming. Kill them. Avenge our fallen brothers. The leader of this guild finally reacted, and with a furious howl, led the charge against the horrified opponents. Their butcher's blades were mercilessly raised. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you came just in time. Otherwise, we would have all died here. The ranked 17 guild's leader bowed deeply to Long Chen, his eyes full of gratitude. Just now, they had encountered experts from the Clear River Palace. They were extremely tough, and without a word, had started killing. They made no mention of handing over treasures. It was as if they were only interested in killing, as if they had some deep enmity with the High Firmament Academy. The High Firmament's side had over 700 people, and in the first clash, the other side killed over 100 of them. They were too strong. If Long Chen hadn't arrived, the disciples probably wouldn't be able to last an incense stick's worth of time before being completely wiped out. Long Chen shook his head. It's not that the other side is too strong, but you are too weak. Truthfully, you're so weak that I want to curse you. Those disciples lowered their heads in shame. Despite being in the same realm, they were far weaker than the other side. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what should we do now? Asked the guild leader, his face completely red. Long Chen thought about it. You have two choices. You can search for treasures in the outer region. Your chances of finding anything are low, but you'll also have lower chances of encountering enemies. Your second choice would be to join forces with other guilds. With more numbers, you can slowly progress deeper. The good thing is that it will be safer, but your efficiency will drop. You'll also have to split the soup between more people. It's up to you to make the choice. That person thought about it. The chances of finding any treasures in the outer region are too low. Missing this chance is something we would regret for a lifetime. I accept senior apprentice brother's second option. We will join forces with other guilds before going deeper. Remember, if you encounter people from the other powers, as long as you can beat them, make sure to kill them all. You are the 17th group of people I've saved. I've seen members of all 5 powers, and their attitude toward the High Firmament Academy is not snatching treasures, but killing us all. Don't show any compassion, urged Long Chen. Long Chen smelled the scent of a scheme within the Jalan Immortal land. It seemed that the 5 powers were collectively targeting the High Firmament Academy, wanting to wipe them all out. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed slightly. He received a distress signal from Luo Bing. After that, he immediately set off on his silver eagle, quickly arriving where Luo Bing was. But he found that they weren't in any danger. Brother San, we've noticed some powerful experts from the Clear River Palace. They seem to be carrying out some large movement. We're worried we won't be able to handle it ourselves, so we asked you to take a look, said Mu Qingyan. Chapter 3000 Clear River Palace. Clear River Palace. That was one of the 6 powers that had entered the Jalan Immortal Land. This sect was founded 13,000 years ago. Compared to an ancient power like the High Firmament Academy, it was nothing more than an up-and-coming youngster. However, the Clear River Palace developed very quickly. In the last 2,000 years in particular, they reached an unprecedented golden age. The number of disciples beneath their flag was not lower than the High Firmament Academy, and they were extremely powerful. Amongst the 6 powers, their power was second only to the Golden Bell Gate. They were the 2 strongest forces amongst the 6 powers, while the Firmament Academy was dead last. Thus came the saying of the Golden Bell Tigers, Clear River Wolves, and High Firmament Sheep. Despite the High Firmament Academy's long-lasting history and inheritance, its institution was rotten. Hence, its talented people slowly left, with each generation of disciples being worse than the last. It could already be said to be declining. The High Firmament Academy didn't restrict its disciples' freedom, as they were nothing more than a place of learning. They accepted tuition fees to raise disciples. If the disciples wanted to stay, they could stay. If they wanted to leave, they could leave. However, other sects were mostly lifelong commitments. Once you joined a sect, you had to be loyal to that sect for a lifetime. Leaving would be considered a falling out, and you would be chased down. Contrary to the norm, many disciples cultivating in the High Firmament Academy ultimately ended up returning to their families. Some talented disciples were even picked up by other sects. All of this combined with the higher-ups' attitude of indifference resulted in the High Firmament Academy's power slowly dropping. However, no matter how rotten it was, its foundation was still there. It was still the Martial Heaven Prefecture's strongest academy. In the past, when the academy's disciples entered the Jalan Immortal world, being bullied was natural, but the other 5 powers didn't dare to go too far. As long as the disciples handed over their treasures, then, at most they would humiliate the disciples a bit before letting them off. However, this time was different. Long Chen had saved so many of the academy's disciples, and he found that the 5 powers' disciples were trying to wipe them out this time. That enraged Long Chen. Although he didn't feel that much sense of belonging toward the High Firmament Academy, the 5 powers were going too far with their bullying. They weren't just taking treasures but also killing. Furthermore, Long Chen felt that things weren't so simple. Before leaving, Heaven Master Yun Yang had told him how to use the High Firmament Sacred Tablet. At the same time, he had told Long Chen that the Jalan Immortal Land was not the academy. He didn't need to be restricted by the academy's rules. Originally, he had thought that the Heaven Master was referring to Chu Yong and Chu Weiren. However, now when he thought back to it, it seemed that there had been another layer to his words. Now, he thought that Heaven Master Yun Yang might be referring to this. After arriving where Luo Bing was, Long Chen heard that her group had seen the Clear River Palace's experts stealthily doing something here. Brother San, around 200 miles from here, there is a mountain valley covered in mist. It's impossible to see the situation inside, but when we noticed it, the Clear River Palace's people had already arrived. That squad of experts stayed for a while, and then 2 more groups of experts arrived. One of them contained a terrifying expert covered in mist. It's as if they were merged into heaven and earth. They clearly received a message to go there. I feel like there must be something important inside, whispered Mu Qingyan. As a sword cultivator, she had a sharp sense of how strong or weak others were. It was precisely due to sensing how powerful that person was that she didn't dare to make any rash moves. That's a good thing. Let's go take a look. Long Chen wasn't that interested in searching for treasures because he could never find them. But snatching treasures was something he excelled at. Long Chen led them into the valley. When they got close to it, Long Chen raised his hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Long Chen then called over the archers. He pointed to over 10 patrolling disciples of the Clear River Palace. After that, he pointed to his head and drew an arc with his hand. Those archers instantly understood. They took out their bows and aimed. After that, Long Chen waved his hand. Over 10 light sounds rang out. Those patrolling disciples instantly had an arrow sprout out of their heads. Without making a sound, they fell limply to the ground. Not bad, your curved arrows are starting to have the right flavor. Long Chen nodded and had a slight smile. He then gave the archers a thumbs up. They had progressed very quickly, having even grasped the fundamentals of the curved arrow. Such an arrow could kill people easily. Due to not aiming right at them, it was more difficult to sense. By the time the enemies reacted, they would already be struck. Those archers were delighted by Long Chen's praise. Originally, they were not valued by others. In fact, others even looked down on them, thinking that they were cowards who didn't dare to use blades. However, Long Chen attached great importance to them, even transmitting powerful archery arts to them. As a result, they had made such rapid improvements during this time that even they themselves didn't dare to believe it. It was as if they were in a dream. After killing the scouts, they slipped deeper into the mist. Long Chen's senses were sharp, and they ran into another wave of exposed scouts, as well as 2 waves of hidden scouts. Long Chen himself didn't take action, instead letting the archers handle them all. The archers displayed an amazing level of skill. Their silent arrows seemed to chase down their enemies' souls. Within the mist, those Clear River Palace's disciples didn't even know how they died. Back when Long Chen had said that archers and healers were the most important existences in a group, some people were unconvinced. But now they bore witness to the terror of archers and could no longer look down on them. They advanced a dozen miles within the mist before it slowly started to dissipate. At this point, they felt the ground shaking occasionally. They're underground. Long Chen looked around and didn't find any cave entrance. Luo Bing was about to send some people to investigate the surroundings when Long Chen gestured to them to be quiet. He then pointed to a distant stone covered in moss. Luo Bing saw that the moss was on the side leaning against the mountain. As the color was very different from the rest of the mountain, it had clearly been moved. Li Kai then pushed aside the large stone, revealing a cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was another group of over 10 experts from the Clear River Palace. They clearly hadn't expected anyone to arrive here, but before they could shout, another wave of arrows killed them. This was a cave entrance dozens of meters wide. They heard rumbling sounds coming from within as if people were fighting. "We should quicken the pace, or the treasure will be taken by others first," said Luo Ning nervously, as well as excitedly. Killing people to take their treasures. This was the first time for her. "No need. Even if they get the treasure, we can just take it. Our goal isn't to snatch treasures but to kill people." Long Chen smiled somewhat sinisterly and led them down the cave. They didn't encounter any more sentries. After one more turn, they saw a giant space. Then a terrifying bestial roar shook their ears. Chapter 3001 Gold Crystal Soaring Serpent. Long Chen saw a giant cave easily hundreds of miles wide. He hadn't expected there to be such a giant space underground. At this moment, a group of people were fighting a golden horned python. It was 300 meters tall and covered in strange runes. When the scales moved, water vapor would burst out, leaving layers and layers of ripples. Hundreds of experts surrounded the golden horned python, but they were the ones being killed miserably. There were bloodstains everywhere, as well as some broken corpses. In the distance, there were dozens of people lying on the ground powerlessly. "What is that?" Luo Bing jumped in shock when she sensed the aura of the golden horned python. Its aura was chilling. An ancient species, the gold crystal soaring serpent. When it's mature, it's a rank 5 immortal beast. At rank 3, it gives rise to gold. At rank 4, it grows wings. At rank 5, it condenses its crystal. Seeing how its scales have turned golden, but it only has water chi wings, not true wings, it should be at the peak of rank 3, said Long Chen. Having read through so many books in the academy, Long Chen was no longer a novice when it came to the immortal world. He had skimmed through all kinds of knowledge. We're actually bearing witness to an immortal beast. Li Kai was shocked. Immortal beasts possessed the blood of the immortal Tao and the blessing of the immortal world. They were the strongest of the beast races and rarely seen. The gold crystal soaring serpent's tail whipped toward those Clear River Palace disciples. But at this moment, a violet-robed fair-faced man with long hair smashed a water thorn at its tail. As a result, water chi exploded, unleashing a giant ripple. Those disciples blocked with all their power but were still sent flying by that wave, with half of them coughing up blood. As for the man with the water thorn, he once more attacked. His water thorn was a rarely seen water attribute divine weapon. It was extremely sharp and had actually left long lines all over the serpent's body. The disciples that had been knocked down charged back, working together with the man to suppress the gold crystal soaring serpent. Based on their practiced movements, they had been fighting for a long time and had grown familiar with the gold crystal soaking serpent's attack tempo. "Are they trying to subdue it?" asked Luo Bing. With their power, subduing it is impossible. An immortal beast can only be subdued through absolute power. Without obtaining its approval, it would rather die than submit, said Long Chen. Subduing an immortal beast called for a one-against-one fight with it. Furthermore, it required an absolute power disparity. If both sides were evenly matched and the immortal beast was only beaten through luck, it would still not acknowledge the winner as its master. For so many people to be attacking it jointly, forcing it to submit was impossible. Then is its corpse very valuable? Why would they attack it? Asked Luo Ning. Look behind it. Long Chen pointed. Luo Ning and others looked over. There was a pool of water behind the gold crystal soaring serpent, and mist swirled out of it. They could vaguely see a small platform on the stone border that was shaped like a plate. A strange plant was growing on the platform. Its leaves were like a sword orchid pointing in 4 directions. At the center was a tiny trunk that was bearing a single fruit, which was scarlet like blood. 7 long whiskers hung on it. What is that? Asked Mu Qingyan. None of them recognized it. Long Chen explained, it is a divine whisker daffodil. The whisker part comes from how it hangs like a person's beard. What is most precious about it is not the fruit, but the 7 whiskers growing out of the fruit. It takes 800 years to bear fruit, and 1,000 years for its trunk to grow an inch. The trunk is over 7 inches long, so it's been growing for over 8,000 years. The divine whisker daffodil is a special plant that doesn't fit into classic medicinal ingredient tiers. It contains water essence, and such a thing can be merged with thousands of medicinal pills. It is a treasure that every water element cultivator dreams of obtaining. Even directly consuming it would be endlessly beneficial. No wonder they are going all out. Their leader is a powerful water cultivator, said Luo Bing. The majority of the Clear River Palace's disciples were water element cultivators. The gold crystal soaring serpent was also a water element immortal beast and was clearly here to cultivate off of the divine whisker daffodil. Since the Clear River Palace's disciples wanted to take it, it naturally fought back with all its power. This beast's blood chi is starting to drop. Just keep fighting steadily and avoid casualties. This divine whisker daffodil has already entered our pocket, shouted the leader. His voice was sharp and thin, very unpleasant to listen to. It sounded half feminine and raised goosebumps. However, the Clear River Palace's disciples were invigorated by his voice. So many of them had died, but they were through with the hardest part. With the gold crystal soaring serpent's power starting to drop, it signified that the treasure was about to enter their hands. Everything had been worth it. The Clear River Palace's disciples grew even more careful, not daring to relax at all. They surrounded the gold crystal soaring serpent. With it guarding the divine whisker daffodil, when it knew it was definitely going to die, it might even destroy this treasure before its death. Thus, they didn't dare to go crazy with their attacks just yet. As long as they didn't force it, it would think that their power was also dropping, and it still had some hope. As long as they exhausted all its power, it wouldn't be able to destroy the divine whisker daffodil at the end when it finally thought to. This was the crux. Brother San, they are very powerful. We'll be at a disadvantage if we just charge in, said Mu Qingyan. She appraised these disciples and realized that they had over 500 powerful members. That was 100 people more than the members that both their guilds had brought. Leaving like this was something that they were unwilling to do. But just charging in, ignoring whether or not they would succeed or not, would come at a heavy price. It's fine, just listen to me. That divine whisker daffodil is already mine, along with the gold crystal soaring serpent. Their lives are also mine. Long Chen smiled. That divine whisker daffodil was very useful to him. He had to obtain it. Half an incense stick's worth of time later, the gold crystal soaring serpent's aura began to plummet, which delighted the Clear River Palace's people. It was now unable to destroy the divine whisker daffodil even if it wanted to. However, just to be safe, they chose to continue wearing it down until it entered its weakest state before killing it. The gold crystal soaring serpent opened its mouth wide and spat out a wave of water swords that forced everyone back. However, they didn't notice that within that water chi, a medicinal pill flew into its mouth just before it closed. Suddenly, its scales lit up and its aura grew explosively. A terrifying pressure spread. Not good, it seems to be making a breakthrough, shouted the leader with the water thorn. Chapter 3002 Boss San Khan's people. As the gold crystal soaring serpent's body whirled, water chi soared, forming a whirlpool of death. The water chi contained astral winds that tore through space. The leader with the water thorn shouted, unable to comprehend how this gold crystal soaring serpent that was on the verge of death would suddenly make a breakthrough. Now, its aura indicated that it was nearing the level of a rank 4 immortal beast. He held his water thorn in front of him. As it glowed, runes and water chi merged together, and a giant shield spread to cover everyone. Intense rumbling then rang out. Mu Qingyan and the others felt the astral winds blast across them. It was so strong that they felt like knives were brushing past their faces. They were already so far away but still felt such immense power. Then the core of the battlefield had to be under unimaginable pressure. Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, and the others felt a trace of pity for the Clear River Palace's people for the first time. They knew that this was definitely Boss Long San's masterpiece. As a result, the land was in ruins, and the Clear River Palace's disciples littered the ground. No, it should rather be said that some were hanging in the sky as well. Broken limbs and flesh were everywhere, on the ground, on the walls, even hanging on the stalactites above them. Other than the close to 100 people beside the wielder of the water thorn, the rest had been killed. The gold crystal soaring serpent then fell to the ground after that one attack, its aura extinguished. It died just like that. The leader cursed furiously and smashed it with his water thorn, causing a rain of blood. It was only after 3 strikes that he managed to cut off its giant head. He almost went crazy. The power that the serpent had unleashed right before its death had destroyed everything here. So many experts had died. There was no need to even check the weak divine whisker daffodil. So many people had perished, but they hadn't gained anything. No need to be so angry. Look, isn't the divine whisker daffodil still in perfect shape? How are you going to thank me? Just at this moment, a lazy voice rang out. The Clear River Palace's experts were shocked and hastily looked over. When the mist slowly scattered, they finally saw a black-robed man standing on top of the platform where the divine whisker daffodil was. He was holding the divine whisker daffodil, smiling at them with his teeth. That smile was warm and sincere, seemingly grateful. Upon seeing him holding their treasure, the Clear River Palace's disciples' eyes instantly turned red. They surrounded him, killing intent surging out of them. "Who are you? Release the divine whisker daffodil," shouted their leader. Long Chen smiled. "It's impossible for me to release it. I, Boss Long San, have an ailment. What I can't obtain, I will do everything to obtain. What I've already obtained, I will never let go." Long Chen directly tossed it into the primal chaos space. This was a precious medicinal plant. Many medicinal pills could have their quality increase by adding it, and it could also be used to specially refine dozens of water element medicinal pills. Every single one of those pills was incomparably precious. Hence, this divine whisker daffodil was practically a priceless treasure. When it entered the primal chaos space, it didn't disappoint him. Even after leaving this water element cultivation ground, it continued to flourish. Moreover, it seemed to become even more vibrant. "Brat, you're courting death. What sect are you from?" shouted the Clear River Palace's disciples. Just now, they hadn't dared to attack for fear of damaging the divine whisker daffodil. But seeing him put it away enraged them even more. It had to be known that this was a priceless treasure that needed to be stored in special water element items in order to guarantee that its divine energy didn't fade away. Seeing him putting it away so casually, they wanted to tear him apart. Long Chen waved his hand, kindly saying, "Don't get so emotional. It's very safe with me, and it won't be damaged at all. But in any case, I don't need you to get so worried about my treasure, do I?" "Who are you?" shouted the leader, killing intent overflowing out of him. A sharp aura locked onto Long Chen. In the face of that aura lock, Long Chen didn't resist at all. He allowed himself to be locked down. "Is your head full of water? Or are your ears blocked? I am who I am, the one and only, the mighty, the one who stands tallest amongst the jade trees and blocks the greatest wind, the greatest hero of the 9 prefectures, the High Firmament Academy's boss Long San." Long Chen clasped his hands behind him and spoke extremely arrogantly, looking down his nose at them. "So you're trash from the High Firmament Academy. We are looking for you all, and you just have to send yourself to us," sneered one of the disciples. "Hand over the divine whisker daffodil, or we'll kill everyone from the High Firmament Academy." Those disciples roared furiously. So many of them had died, and now the treasure had been taken by Long Chen. If they weren't afraid of him damaging the divine whisker daffodil, they would have already pounced on him. This little fellow who seemed to only be a novice in the divine flame was looking down on them. They all began to threaten him, as if that would make Long Chen submit. Hence, Long Chen curled his lips and looked at the one with the water thorn. It seems that you would be a second-rate character in the Clear River Palace. Tell me, what's the name of your rank 1 disciple? I wouldn't want to kill him without even knowing his name. Ha ha ha. The disciples laughed furiously. Idiot, senior apprentice brother Yu is ranked 7 on our divine flame rankings and can easily crush you like an ant. You dare to ask about stronger people, other than Bai Shishi and Shu Chengchuan, who are barely qualified to carry the shoes of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, the rest aren't even qualified to ask for his name. Long Chen didn't react at all, but hidden in the distance, Mu Qingyun and the others were shocked. They had originally thought that this fellow with the water thorn would be the leading figure of the Clear River Palace. Even if he wasn't number 1, he had to be number 2. Just now, he had been the only one capable of blocking the gold crystal soaring serpent's full power attack. He was able to challenge a peak rank 3 immortal beast but was only ranked 7 in the Clear River Palace. Just how terrifying was the Clear River Palace? Long Chen shook his head. Isn't rank 7 only a second-rate character? Do you need to quibble with my wording? Fine, I won't waste words with you. I don't like communicating in this fashion. Let's switch methods. For example, you kneeling and listening to me talk. Long Chen suddenly raised his hands and clapped once. Just then, dozens of arrows silently rained down. By the time those disciples reacted, their heads had been pierced. Warriors of the High Firmament Academy, please start your show. Long Chen sat down on the platform. A stalk of straw had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. After biting it, he lazily leaned back. Chapter 3003 Sisters Join Forces. Due to Long Chen's black robes, the Clear River Palace's people were unable to confirm his status. But when the Unfettered Alliance and the Luo Gates archers appeared, they finally believed that he was from the High Firmament Academy. As the archers repeatedly shot, the Clear River Palace's disciples fell one by one. They became live targets here. The archers that Long Chen had picked to join them on this incursion were all talented and powerful. Their arrows were sharp and merciless. Kill them all. That senior apprentice brother Yu, the one with the water thorn, roared furiously. A bunch of archers that could only hide actually dared to sneak attack them. The Clear River Palace's experts blocked the arrows and charged over. As long as they could reach those archers, they would slaughter them. It took a few sacrifices to get through the rain of arrows, but they finally reached them. Just at that moment, the other disciples of the Unfettered Alliance and the Luo Gate charged out. Over 400 people instantly surrounded the Clear River Palace's experts. A bloody battle started. The water thorn user, senior apprentice brother Yu, gave his orders and then charged toward Long Chen, trying to reclaim the divine whisker daffodil. However, he had barely moved when a sharp sword chi slashed through the air, causing him to shiver deep in his soul. He hastily focused on defending. Sparks flew. Mu Qingyun's figure then shook and flew back. However, senior apprentice brother Yu's expression completely changed. Although he had managed to block Mu Qingyun's sword, his water thorn was left with a rice-sized nick in it. This water thorn was a supremely powerful spirit item. It was tough and flexible, hard and soft. It was able to naturally block a portion of any attack's power. If it weren't for this water thorn, he also wouldn't have dared to fight the gold crystal soaring serpent. However, this spirit item was now damaged, affecting the efficiency of its runes. It shocked, angered, and aggrieved him. Just as he was feeling distressed, violet light swords appeared in the air. Luo Bing and Luo Ning showed up at the same time. Their swords were composed of violet chi, and their combination attack was perfect. One was slow, one was fast, one attacked, one defended. This was Long Chen's first time seeing their combination technique. He hadn't expected it to be so flawless. Luo Bing and Luo Ning's violet chi swords surrounded senior apprentice brother Yu. One was as heroic as a goddess of war, while the other was as elegant and agile as a fairy. They completely suppressed their opponent. Long Chen smiled. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were truly smart. Last time, when Long Chen had fought Chu Yong, he had unleashed an endless stream of attacks that prevented Chu Yong from unleashing any of his big moves. These two sisters were now doing the same thing as him. One of them was constantly attacking. At first, Luo Bing was defending a bit, but later, both of them could continuously attack. With their marvelous cooperation, senior apprentice brother Yu had no chance to retaliate. He was forced to passively defend. As for Mu Qingyun, she found that she was superfluous here. If she joined in, it might ruin their rhythm. Thus, she chose to join Li Kai and the others, but she didn't attack herself. She always followed Long Chen's teachings, so she didn't take away other people's chances to improve themselves. Sometimes helping out of the goodness of her heart would become the reason a person would die in the future. Hence, she just kept watch. The reason why the High Firmament Academy's disciples were weak wasn't because of their cultivation base or talent. Instead, it was because they lacked any true tempering. Only the danger of death on the battlefield could turn them into true warriors, transforming them from greenhouse flowers. With Li Kai, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and the others supporting the disciples, as well as the archers and the healing warriors as backups, the Luo Gate and the Unfettered Alliance's warriors had nothing to worry about. However, this time, they weren't facing brainless devil creatures but true experts. Despite their numbers, they truly felt that their enemies were powerful this time. In the beginning, quite a few people were injured and almost killed. Even so, with the number advantage, after getting used to this new kind of battlefield, the cooperation of both guilds grew clearer, and their advantage also grew. On the other side, Luo Bing clashed with senior apprentice brother Yu directly. When she fell back, Luo Ning slashed him in the back. Even his precious armor wasn't able to block her attack, and a large cut opened up on his back. Just as he was injured, Luo Bing struck again. The two of them had essentially surrounded him, so all he could do was fight for a chance to form hand seals, but that chance never came. Luo Bing, you shouldn't have clashed with him directly just now. You just need to use two bloodline spirit swords. One blocks the water thorn's tip, the other blocks the middle. Grasp hold of the timing, and you can stop half his power instantly. Use a glue art to keep hold of his weapon. Although it will only hold it for a moment, Luo Ning will be able to strike his head. To sacrifice two bloodline spirit weapons for an enemy's life isn't a loss. Luo Ning, why are you spinning when slashing people? In that position, all you need to do is kick with your left foot and you can strike his third leg. If you hit it, he'll lose half his life. If he dares to dodge, then Luo Bing is to the left. He can only go right, and that would be sending his neck to your sword. As the two fought, Long Chen leaned back on the stone platform and gave some pointers. Although the two of them were already very strong, they were lacking experience when it came to killing their enemies. They didn't understand how to predict attacks and judge risks, so Long Chen used this person to give them a lesson. Luo Bing and Luo Ning felt like they were grasping insights repeatedly, so they grew even more brazen. Their attacks grew more and more vicious, almost sinister even. As for that senior apprentice brother Yu, his expression changed. As Long Chen constantly pointed out his weaknesses, he felt more and more fear. In front of Long Chen, he felt like his life was out of his own hands and could be taken at any moment. Let me go, or I'll make all you accompany me in death. That senior apprentice brother Yu suddenly took out a bead. When it appeared, this entire space quivered. A terrifying energy was contained within this bead, definitely more than enough to kill everyone here. Chapter 3004 Decawater Divine Lightning. Sensing the terrifying energy, Luo Bing and Luo Ning hastily stopped their attacks. They both retreated. Long Chen looked at that dark and murky object. An expression of shock gradually appeared on his face. This is Decawater Divine Lightning. By compressing a 1,000-mile pool of Zon water into a lightning bead, once it erupts, senior apprentice brother Yu smiled and explained, only to find that Long Chen also had a Decawater Divine Lightning in his hand, and it was the same as his. He then looked down at his own hand and found it empty. At some point, his Decawater Divine Lightning had vanished and appeared in Long Chen's hand. Decawater Divine Lightning, I've only seen it in books. I didn't expect to actually see it in person today. This thing's quite amazing. Zon water is extremely heavy. To compress all that Zon water into a bead, when this thing explodes, at the very least, everyone here would be blasted out of existence. Little friend, this thing is too dangerous. It's not for children, so I'm confiscating this. Do you have any more? Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy and didn't put away the Decawater Divine Lightning. Senior apprentice brother Yu's head was blank. He felt like he was going crazy. This black-robed person was no human, he was a devil. He subconsciously replied, no, alright, kill him. Long Chen waved his hand to Luo Bing and Luo Ning. The two of them almost laughed as they looked at senior apprentice brother Yu's lifeless face. It was as if he had turned into a fool. Even they themselves didn't see how Long Chen had taken the Decawater Divine Lightning. But that wasn't important. Probably the only one within the High Firmament Academy capable of toying with the experts of the Clear River Palace to this extent was Long Chen. Long Chen had been paying attention to senior apprentice brother Yu closely this entire time. After all, he didn't use people's lives as jokes. The instant senior apprentice brother Yu had taken out the bead, Long Chen sensed it. The reason this Decawater Divine Lightning was called Divine Lightning was because it contained a lightning rune inside that was used to detonate the bead. As a controller of Thunder Force, Long Chen easily drew it over. This senior apprentice brother Yu hadn't been planning on actually using it, so he didn't activate it the moment it came out. It had only been taken out to threaten them. Moreover, he had held it very lightly because he was afraid of accidentally detonating it. Hence, for Long Chen to take it was simple. Luo Bing and Luo Ning once more started attacking. Senior apprentice brother Yu's mental state was in chaos, and in just a few exchanges, Luo Ning cut off his arm. Tell me, why are you targeting the High Firmament Academy? Why are you trying to slaughter all our disciples? If you tell the truth, I can spare your life, said Long Chen indifferently. Hearing that, Luo Bing's killing blow slowed down, allowing him to narrowly escape with his life. Are you telling the truth? Asked senior apprentice brother Yu with a quivering voice. Whether it's the truth or not isn't important to you, because you have no other choice. If you don't believe it, you can take your secret too. Hell, I can just find someone else to ask. Long Chen shrugged. Fine, I'll tell you, I received orders from the palace master to kill all the disciples from the High Firmament Academy, especially Bai Shishi. She must be slain here. Furthermore, the Five Powers' first priority isn't to search for treasures, but to kill disciples of the High Firmament Academy, shouted senior apprentice brother Yu as he fended over Luo Bing and Luo Ning's slower attacks. With their constant attacks, he had no ability to lie. Why would you suddenly target the High Firmament Academy? Asked Long Chen. In the past openings of the Jalan Immortal Land, although the High Firmament Academy would often be bullied, it was definitely not so obvious. There had to be a reason. I don't know. We are just following orders. Make sure to keep your word, shouted senior apprentice brother Yu. He didn't know the reason. Hearing this answer, Long Chen frowned. If even he didn't know, then the others probably wouldn't know either. This probably related to the games between sects. However, Heaven Master Yun Yong had subtly indicated to him not to worry about consequences. This was the reason he had been given such immense authority. Not knowing the reason was no longer important. All he needed from this person was to confirm the attitude of the Five Powers. Then he could comprehend the Academy's intentions. As the Five Powers wanted to wipe them out here, he didn't need to have any misgivings. Since the Academy had given him the authority, he could go big. I, Long Chen, always keep my word. I'll spare your life. Long Chen waved his hand impatiently. Luo Bing and Luo Ning both stopped. Senior apprentice brother Yu was delighted and about to thank them when Luo Ning's sword suddenly slashed down. Caught off guard, his head was cut off. He spared your life, but I never said that I would. Luo Ning sheathed her sword with a sneer. Senior apprentice brother Yu's eyes were wide open, filled with resentment and anger. He could truly be said to have his eyes opened in death. Long Chen and Luo Ning exchanged a smile. For the first time, they had a silent agreement. Long Chen naturally wouldn't let this fellow off. While his soul star hasn't extinguished, should we try to do a soul search? Luo Ning pointed to that head. Upon advancing to the Divine Flame realm, even if a person's head was cut off, they wouldn't instantly die. The soul would be in a state of quasi-death, and if someone saved them within half a day or so, it would be possible to protect the soul. Before Long Chen even said anything, Luo Bing said, people like them definitely have restrictions in their souls to prevent others from peering into their secrets. There may even be a backlash curse hidden inside that will damage the person doing the soul search. It's not worth the risk. Important geniuses would have spiritual restrictions in their souls due to them knowing too many secrets. If a soul search was forcibly conducted, the soul would explode, which would strike the person doing the soul search. Some sects were even more domineering and would use beast souls that transformed into curses when a soul search was conducted. The curses would throw a person's soul into disorder, or perhaps even take control of the person. Unless you had a powerful soul cultivator with absolute certainty in being able to get past those restrictions, soul searches shouldn't be randomly conducted. This senior apprentice brother Yu was dead, and the other disciples of the Clear River Palace were also slain. On the other hand, the Luo Gate and the Unfettered Alliance's side only had a dozen people with rather heavy injuries and needed to rest. They didn't have any casualties, so it could be called a complete victory. Clean up the battlefield. For now, we're no longer searching for treasures. We have to gather all the disciples of the academy and change strategies. We'll prepare for something big. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Long Chen's eyes. Being targeted by the five powers caused his warlike blood to start heating up. His most primal killing desire slowly woke. Chapter 3005 Primal Bloodline. It was unknown why the five powers would suddenly start targeting the High Firmament Academy, but while Long Chen didn't like the Academy's disciples, he wasn't willing to just watch as they died miserable deaths. Hence, he directly sent out the order to gather, and more of the Academy's disciples gathered from nearby. After 3 days, 500,000 disciples of the Academy had come. They didn't know why Long Chen had sent out this signal, but due to their respect for him, they all rushed over. The Academy had originally sent 1 million disciples in, but now only half came. The majority of these people were guilds with lower ranks. Those with higher ranks had either gone too far to receive the signal or ignored it. Luo Bing and the others silently shook their heads when it came to those guilds that hadn't come. If a person wanted to die, not even the heavens could stop them. However, what worried Luo Bing slightly was that the Luo Alliance's people didn't come. Long Chen's message would only be received by the leader of the guild. So, perhaps Luo Qingyang had received the signal and was ignoring it, making her uneasy. When those people arrived, Long Chen directly told them that the five powers were declaring war on the High Firmament Academy. Their goal was to exterminate all the Academy's disciples. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Long Chen directly told them that if they believed him, they had to listen to his arrangements. If they didn't believe him, fine, they could continue exploring as they pleased. Ultimately, those disciples chose to believe Long Chen. After all, they didn't feel like Long Chen had any reason to trick them. Long Chen split the 5 million disciples into 5 groups, led by the experts that Long Chen picked out. He also picked out 3,000 elite disciples to join the sides of the Luo Gate in the Unfettered Alliance. Under his direction, they slowly pressed deeper in. All the treasures were put together and would be distributed once they left the Jialan Immortal Land. Their main goal was no longer to search for treasures, but to protect their lives. They only searched for treasures while they were absolutely guaranteed to keep their lives. As for the 3,000 elites, they were essentially the leaders of the guilds and some rather powerful warriors. Long Chen led these disciples deeper into the Jialan Immortal Land. Someone else would have great difficulty leading such a force. That was because these people were leaders of their guilds, and not so easy to order around. However, Long Chen possessed an indescribable charisma, so these people quickly fell into line. In Luo Bing's view, Long Chen was a natural leader. In just a few sentences, he gained everyone's trust. Seeing those prideful guild leaders listening to his orders, Luo Bing sighed in amazement. His charisma was truly powerful. On the way, they encountered a group of experts from Silver Moon City. Long Chen then sent out a small squad as bait, causing those 700 experts to immediately surround and give the order to kill them. Those orders had only just been given when Long Chen surrounded them with over 3,000 experts. Without a word, those people were directly killed. Through questioning the leader, Long Chen obtained the same answer he had gotten from senior apprentice brother Yu. The higher-ups had ordered them to kill the disciples of the High Firmament Academy, but they didn't know the reason. However, from their leader, Long Chen learned that the top experts of the 5 powers had entered deep into the Jialan Immortal Land, not in search of treasures, but to kill Bai Shishi. The higher-ups gave them an important mission, and it was to make sure Bai Shishi didn't leave alive no matter the price. The elite disciples finally experienced just how serious this problem was. The 5 powers were intent on killing all of them. Furthermore, their most important target was Bai Shishi. That had to contain some secret. TCH, are they trying to stop Bai Shishi from awakening her primal bloodline? Are they not afraid of the Academy's retaliation? Bai Shaola finally couldn't hold back anymore. Bai Shishi was his big sister from the same father but different mother. However, he had never called her big sister, nor had she ever called him little brother. There was no close relationship between them. Instead, there was almost a hint of enmity between the two siblings. Primal bloodline, what is that? Asked Long Chen in surprise. In all his books, he had not read anything about that. I'm not sure either. All I know is that transcendent ancestral bloodlines are all called primal bloodlines. It can be considered as the originator of a new bloodline. I heard that Bai Shishi has 3 kinds of divine flames, and when she reaches the peak of the divine flame realm and the 3 flames merge, When she enters the four-peak realm, she has an 80% chance of awakening a primal bloodline. Those who awaken a primal bloodline will receive the recognition of heaven and earth, and the primal bloodline mark will merge with the heavenly Taos, awakening an immortal Tao manifestation. After that, they have the potential to reach the peak of the immortal Tao, said by Shaola. Long Chen's heart shook. Was possessing this so-called primal bloodline essentially being an Empyrean of the immortal world? But the immortal world's laws were complete, in comparison to the martial heaven continent. If the immortal world gave rise to an Empyrean, wouldn't they be completely unstoppable? Bai Shishi hadn't even awakened her primal bloodline but was already so terrifying. If she did awaken it, she would truly become a monster. Should we report this to Fairy Shishi so she can prepare? Said Mu Qingyun worriedly. Killing Bai Shishi isn't so easy. Don't worry, she's very powerful. Even if they join forces, at most they can manage to defeat her. They can't kill her, said Bai Shaola. Shaola, you're wrong. If they have the ability to defeat her, they have a way to kill her. Long Chen patted his shoulder. No way, exclaimed Bai Shaola in shock. It seems that you still care about her. Long Chen smiled. Me, care about her? HMPH, I'd rather worry about myself. Bai Shaola shook his head. Long Chen, is Bai Shishi really in danger? Asked Luo Bing gravely. Bai Shishi was the Academy's #1 expert. If she was killed, that would be a calamity. The five powers had joined forces just to target them. If they lost Bai Shishi, it would be even more difficult to escape from the five powers' blockade. There is definitely danger. Although Bai Shishi is powerful, she has a temper and not enough experience. If she was my enemy, then I would trap the Heaven Female Alliance's people and force Bai Shishi to protect them. By using words to trap her, she will fight to the death. Her weak point is very clear, said Long Chen lightly. Bai Shishi was extremely arrogant. Although she was powerful and smart, she had always grown up under the protection of the Academy. Hence, she lacked this experience and could easily fall for other people's traps. Then we should quickly reinforce her. Without her, we can't fight the five powers' forces, said Luo Bing hastily. It's not so serious. The Jalan Immortal Land is so big. Finding a single person inside this place is easier said than done, unless... Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Unless there are traitors. Luo Bing instantly understood. She had also been sold out by a traitor back then and almost died to Chu Kuang. We're leaving immediately. Long Chen led his group rushing deeper into the Jalan Immortal Land. Chapter 3006 Traitors. Brother San, why did you suddenly stop? Did you sense something? Asked Mu Qingyun when she saw Long Chen frown. His gaze was darting around. Just 6 hours before, when Long Chen was leading them in a straight line deep into the Jalan Immortal Land, he suddenly changed direction several times, leaving people feeling lost. But no one had said anything. Now that he suddenly stopped, Mu Qingyun couldn't help voicing her concerns. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Someone knows our position and is blocking us, said Long Chen heavily. He sensed danger, but that danger was following them like a shadow. It followed them wherever they went. At first, he only sensed danger from one direction, but now he sensed it from 3 different directions. That feeling was growing in all 3 directions. How could that be? Exclaimed Luo Bing. We've shut down our communication talismans. Chu Yong can't possibly know our location, said Luo Ning. Due to how far they had gone, they could no longer receive information from the disciples in other groups. The communication talismans had lost their use, so they had turned them off. Without the talismans, others couldn't possibly track their location. Furthermore, they were moving very covertly. Doesn't your Luo family have special communication methods? Asked Long Chen suddenly. No, we just use our bloodline to sense. Could it be? Luo Ning's expression suddenly changed. Test to see if you can sense Luo Qingyang, said Long Chen. Luo Bing nodded. After the Luo family's disciples had their bloodlines awakened, they could sense each other's bloodlines. Although they couldn't communicate directly with that, they could tell each other's general location. In the High Firmament Academy, only 3 of the Luo family's people had awakened their bloodline, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Luo Qingyang. At this moment, Luo Bing activated her bloodline divine ability, and violet chi floated out of her. However, her expression quickly changed. I am unable to sense Luo Qingyang's bloodline power. Luo Bing opened her eyes, revealing immense hatred and pain. She almost couldn't believe it. According to reason, in a place like the Jalan Immortal Land, Luo Qingyang couldn't possibly be out of her range. She should be able to sense his location. The moment Long Chen had gathered everyone, she had still been able to sense him. The two of them had not been too far. The reason why she was angry back then was because she felt that Luo Qingyang was definitely close enough to receive the message but didn't want to come, throwing the Luo alliance into danger. Now that she sensed again, she found that his bloodline power was gone. Even if the Luo family's disciples were killed, this bloodline sensing would remain for at least a few days before fading. For her to no longer be able to sense him, it could only mean that Luo Qingyang was suppressing his bloodline power so that she couldn't sense him. That already said everything that needed to be said. Upon thinking of that, tears even appeared in her eyes. She couldn't accept this reality. Luo Qingyang actually betrayed them due to jealousy. That bastard! Luo Ning clenched her teeth furiously. She didn't cry, and her eyes were full of killing intent. The other disciples of the Luo family also had ugly expressions. Luo Qingyang had actually betrayed the Luo family. "Brother San, what can we do now?" asked Mu Qingyan as she comforted Luo Bing. "They know our position, but they don't know many people we have. Amongst the forces surrounding us, one of them is dangerous, and we shouldn't clash with them. We will take advantage while they have yet to finish surrounding us to eliminate one of their groups. Then we'll understand what is happening." Long Chen led them around a mountain stream and then suddenly charged in one direction. Past two mountains, they saw a group of over 1,000 disciples wearing familiar robes. They were another group of experts from the Clear River Palace. "Brothers, you're running so quickly. Are you in a rush to reincarnate?" asked Long Chen. Those experts were startled. They were chasing after Long Chen but didn't expect Long Chen and the others to appear in front of them. "Wasn't it said that they only had 400 people?" demanded one of them. "Time is pressing, so I won't waste words. I'll send you on your way." Long Chen's side instantly surrounded these experts, and over 3,000 weapons came out of their sheaths and attacked them. Luo Bing cried out and charged toward their leader, her sword slashing through the air. Luo Ning followed right behind her. Both of their faces were filled with icy killing intent. Long Chen looked toward Mu Qingyan, and she instantly understood, also joining in against that expert. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were still in an emotional state due to Luo Qingyang's betrayal, so Mu Qingyan went there to prevent the worst-case scenario. The three of their moves were very vicious. It was as if they viewed that person as Luo Qingyang. He was slightly stronger than senior apprentice brother Yu, but in the face of these fierce tigresses, he instantly fell to a disadvantage. Most shocking of all was Mu Qingyan as her sword chi raised goosebumps. They were like three Yama kings, constantly attacking and preventing him from using any big moves. "If you have guts, come at me one-on-one." His furious roar became the last sound he ever made. Luo Ning's sword cut off his head. This pitiful expert, having lost the initiative, failed to even unleash half of his power before being slain. After killing him, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan turned on the other experts of the Clear River Palace. Those experts were caught off guard, and with their leader killed, they only thought of how to break free from this encirclement. But these 3,000 elites that Long Chen had picked out wiped them out in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Any fish that slipped through the net were killed by arrows from the archers. Once they were slain, he didn't give his people time to clean up the battlefield. Long Chen led them rushing off. Just half an incense stick's worth of time later, another group of people arrived here. Seeing the corpses on the ground, they were shocked. Their leader was a large man wearing golden battle armor. He was like a miniature giant, as he was almost half a body taller than a normal person. Just by standing there, the power of his blood chi caused space to slowly twist around him. Even without intentionally circulating his blood chi, his aura was unbearable. Others had to stay several meters away from him. The ones behind him were all large and muscular men, all of them with astonishing blood chi. But next to him, they were like grass compared to a towering tree. There was only one person amongst them who stood out. He was rather skinny in comparison to their large bodies. It was Luo Qingyang. "Luo Qingyang, you bastard. You betrayed the Luo family. Even 10,000 deaths can't atone for your sins." Suddenly, Luo Bing's icy voice rang out, causing Luo Qingyang's expression to change. Chapter 3007 Killing Them All. An explosive sound rang out, and a blade swung at the sound, only to land on nothing but air. The next moment, the runes in the sky shattered. "It's a spy formation. It's over. She saw me." Luo Qingyang's voice quivered. He was completely terrified. He hated Long Chen. He hated Long Chen for taking the person he loved most. He hated Long Chen to an extent that could no longer be described with words. Luo Bing had been growing more and more distant from him, not letting him see any hope. In his mind, this was all caused by Long Chen. Just a few days before entering the Jialan Immortal Land, Chu Yong had secretly gone to see Luo Qingyang. He gave Luo Qingyang some enticing conditions, so that he would help him eliminate Long Chen. In order to eliminate Long Chen, Luo Qingyang actually agreed. However, he had two conditions. One was to not harm the people from the Luo family, and the other was to keep it absolutely secret. Chu Yong swore on his soul to agree to his conditions. But Luo Qingyang hadn't expected that Chu Yong would use other people to kill Long Chen. Despite that, he still used the Luo family's secret art to help them track down Long Chen. But he hadn't expected Luo Bing to learn what he was doing. Now he was panicked out of his wits. He had originally wanted to form a good relationship with Luo Bing after Long Chen was dead. In the future, they would face Chu Yong together, and that wouldn't count as betraying the family. However, his actions had been discovered by Luo Bing, and this left him dumbfounded. "Continue chasing," the towering man snorted. His voice was like a beast's, and he led people after Long Chen's tracks. As for Luo Qingyang, he was ashen and lifeless, being dragged along by the others. Luo Qingyang. Luo Bing gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palm until it bled, but she didn't feel it. Although she was mentally prepared, seeing Luo Qingyang through the spying formation still caused her anger to explode. She was unable to accept such a betrayal. It wasn't just Luo Bing who was enraged. All the Luo family's disciples were furious. The Luo family cared immensely for the family's glory and reputation, and they would not allow such a thing to occur. "Let's kill Luo Qingyang and clean up our family status," said one of the Luo disciples. "Long Chen, are you able to hold up that large fellow?" asked Luo Bing. There was a pleading light in her eyes. As a disciple of the Luo family, cleaning up traitors from their family was a must. Long Chen shook his head. "Those are experts from the Golden Bell Gate. That person should be their number one expert, Zhao Wuzheng, known as the Glowering Vajra. He gave me a sense of immense pressure. Right now, there are some problems with my body, and I'm not confident in being able to beat him. Even if I manage to stall him, there are no fewer than 10 people in their group on the level of you and Qingyan. If we go, even if you can kill Luo Qingyang, at most, only 4 people on our side will survive." That large fellow was definitely the number one expert of the Golden Bell Gate. He was said to possess limitless power, and his body couldn't be damaged by blades or spears. Within the same realm, he had never encountered a match for himself. His fame was resounding. He was the one who gave Long Chen the greatest sense of danger. Based on his calculations, this person's power should be on the same level as Bai Shishi. Hearing this, the others sucked in a cold gasp of air. If Zhao Wuzheng was so powerful, then fine. But there were at least 10 experts as strong as Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan in their group. That was absolutely terrifying. Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan had only gotten a quick glance through the formation, but they could still sense Zhao Wuzheng's terrifying aura. However, they hadn't expected there to be so many other powerful experts in their group. "Brother San, there's something wrong with your body?" asked Mu Qingyan worriedly. The others also looked at him. Long Chen waved his hand. "This problem is related to the merger of the 7 Supreme Yang technique and the Starry River of the Sky art. It's not important." Long Chen had cultivated the 7 Supreme Yang technique and Starry River of the Sky art in order to cover up the 9-star hegemon body art. The fact that he had merged the two had shaken the entire High Firmament Academy. The actual problem though was that his Divine Flame realm was different from other people's Divine Flame realm. He had 108,000 divine flames and was still unable to control such terrifying power. He hadn't expected the power of his 108,000 stars to grow so much. It was too overbearing. When he tried to use it, it almost blew him up. Right now, he was like a titan with a giant sledgehammer smashing walnuts. One mistake and his hammer would strike nothing. Since he had no master to guide him, he could only rely on himself to test out how to use the power of the Divine Flame realm. He was still getting used to this new power and was unable to reach the level of full control down to the smallest detail. Hence, he didn't dare to raise his cultivation base any higher in this state. If he couldn't even control a 1-ton hammer, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle a 2-ton hammer. During this period, He had been constantly testing the power of his divine flames. He had an initial control over them, and that was naturally enough to handle ordinary experts. However, against an expert like Zhao Wuzhang, he would definitely need to use his full power. But that would be too difficult. Without absolute control, he was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it himself. Then what are we supposed to do now? Asked Luo Ning. Aren't we doing it right now? Long Chen smiled. They were currently rushing around randomly, suddenly going left and then right. After passing a large mountain, another group of experts appeared without warning. Long Chen gave the order. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others immediately attacked. With their previous experience, they understood just how important it was to grasp the initiative. They immediately launched sharp attacks. Those experts were caught off guard, as Long Chen and the others had appeared out of nowhere. By the time they collected themselves, Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan had started a slaughter. However, one expert managed to hold Luo Bing back. That person held a spear in his left hand and a shield in his right hand. Both the spear and shield looked as if they were made of gold. Runes flowed over them, and they possessed a shockingly heavy air. Luo Bing was actually at a slight disadvantage. Luo Ning was shocked. This person's reaction speed was very quick, and his power was shocking. That heavy earth aura meant that he was an earth cultivator. His spear shook, and the land quivered. An immense power unfurled. All of a sudden, golden light shot out of his spear, and it stabbed forward with an ear-piercing boom. Luo Bing was shocked. She hadn't expected this person to be so powerful. He was another person disguising themselves as a pig to eat the tiger. Furthermore, his reaction speed was incredible. Even with such a large move, he didn't need to spend much time accumulating power. Luo Ning rushed over, about to work together with her big sister to handle this person, when a black-robed figure appeared in front of them. Long Chen reached out a hand covered in dragon scales. There seemed to be flames ignited, and just like that, he caught the golden spear. After grabbing it, he shoved it back. The spear quivered and slammed into the chest of the wielder, blasting him apart. After he was slain, the remaining experts lost their ability to resist. In just a few breaths' time, over 500 people were killed. Once they were killed, Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan led everyone away without pause. But Long Chen stayed behind. He sat on a stone, waiting patiently. Very quickly, he heard a lot of footsteps and smiled. A large figure was reflected in his eyes. The number 1 expert of the Golden Bell Gate, Zhao Wuzhang, appeared before him. Chapter 3008 Cleaning the Family. Seeing Zhao Wuzhang's body, Long Chen suddenly thought of Wild. Wild was even bigger than this guy, but Long Chen didn't know where he was right now. Amongst everyone, he was most worried about that foolish oaf. Zhao Wuzhang was leading a group of over 200 people. Luo Qingyang instantly shouted in delight when he saw Long Chen. Kill him, kill him. Other than Bai Shishi and Shu Changchuan, he's the strongest expert of the High Firmament Academy. Shouted Luo Qingyang. Zhao Wuzhang looked at Long Chen and frowned. Long Chen's cultivation base was at the initial divine flame realm, and he hadn't even reached the first heaven stage. Moreover, he looked weak and was wearing tattered black robes. Those clothes even had patches covering them. At this moment, he was lazily sitting on a rock, chewing a stalk of grass. He looked more like a beggar than some supreme expert. You are Long Chen? Asked Zhao Wuzhang coldly. Long Chen didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Luo Qingyang with a hint of pity in his eyes. You weren't stupid before, but your emotions have clouded your vision. My relationship with Luo Bing is completely clear and innocent, and I even expressed my own position to you. But you continued to make things hard on me and pushed yourself into opposing Luo Bing. Now you don't even mind betraying your own family and putting your family's people in danger. Although I feel like you're pitiful, you've really touched the bottom line of a person. Sorry, but I cannot forgive you. What bullshit. You're the one who seduced Luo Bing. She and I were childhood sweethearts, and she only grew astray because of you. Shouted Luo Qingyang furiously. Long Chen sighed. Since you're childhood sweethearts, you should understand Luo Bing's character. In her heart, the family's prosperity and glory are above any personal romantic feelings. The family is even more important than her own life in her eyes. If you really loved her, you would not do such a thing to harm her. True love is given, not demanded. Your love for her is simply demanding to obtain her, but not protect her or devote yourself wholeheartedly to support her. Well, fine, I'll give you a chance. Go back with me and apologize to Luo Bing. This is your last chance. I hope that you will grasp it. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingyang laughed. Are you an idiot? Acting like some gentleman. All I want right now is for you to die. Do you think I can go back now? Luo Bing already knows. I can't go back. If you really want to give me a chance, then you'll kill yourself. I already gave you a chance. Don't blame me. Long Chen sighed. He suddenly shot forward like a bolt of lightning at Luo Qingyang. Brat, don't be impudent. Zhao Wuzhang roared. Long Chen had ignored him when speaking to Luo Qingyang, treating him as nothing more than empty air. Zhao Wuzhang then stepped forward, unleashing a punch. This one punch sealed the entire space up and down, left and right. Although it appeared to be a simple punch, it clearly showed his immense combat experience. Long Chen's palm smashed into his fist, and he instantly felt an immense power pass through. This fist's power was condensed perfectly and only erupted at the moment of contact. His power was truly immense. But when the fist landed, Zhao Wuzhang suddenly found that all his power seemed to have landed on a pile of cotton. His arm was drawn in. By the time he reacted, Long Chen had slipped past him and appeared in front of Luo Qingyang. Luo Qingyang was shocked, not expecting Zhao Wuzhang to be unable to stop Long Chen. He hastily retreated, and the two experts beside him also defended him. With a single punch, Long Chen blasted those two experts away. They let out muffled grunts. No, Luo Qingyang hastily retreated, but he found that even with so many people around him, no one could help him. He then saw Long Chen's icy eyes get closer and closer. The next moment, a palm landed on his body. Luo Qingyang's body shuddered for a moment before stiffening. The light in his eyes faded. I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Long Chen shook his head. Although he disliked Luo Qingyang, in the end, the latter was just an infatuated fool. But to use Luo Bing's words, anyone who betrayed the family had to be executed. Even then, Long Chen had made an attempt to save Luo Qingyang's life. If he admitted his mistake to Luo Bing, Long Chen could take responsibility for this. Although the Luo family would punish Luo Qingyang, they wouldn't execute him. Regretfully, his hatred for Long Chen had reached such a level that he only wanted him dead. All Long Chen could do for him was leave him with an intact corpse. He then put away his corpse. But suddenly he felt the world tremble and the land sink. A roar rang out like a god's shout as Zhao Wuzhang leapt into the air, his blood qi erupting. Zhao Wuzhang was infuriated. Luo Qingyang was just a traitor of the academy and unimportant to him, so he didn't care that Luo Qingyang died. However, since Long Chen could kill Luo Qingyang despite him trying to prevent it, that was a slap in his face. Those Golden Bell Gate experts instantly fled when they saw Zhao Wuzhang's current state. Those familiar with him knew that they couldn't stick around. You think you can kill me? Long Chen sneered, and he rolled up his sleeve. Dragon scales covered his fist. As their fists smashed together, the mountain beneath them instantly collapsed. Powerful astral winds destroyed the surroundings, and those disciples that fled were struck and coughed up blood. They were sent flying to unknown places. A giant mushroom-shaped cloud of dust exploded, spreading in every direction. In the distance, Luo Bing and the others watched as it bloomed. They were pale with fright. This kind of power had surpassed their current comprehension. Brother San, he'll be all right, right? Asked Mu Qingyan. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were also stunned. Zhao Wuzhang was definitely a monster. If something happened to Long Chen, there would be no recovery from it. For the family's glory, they had to kill Luo Qingyang, but they were unable to do so. Unable to bear seeing them in such a state, Long Chen made this move to help them clean up their family. Before this, Long Chen had said that he wasn't a match for Zhao Wuzhang. Seeing this terrifying sight, they couldn't help feeling worried and regretful. That fellow really is a tough one. Just as they were getting worried, Long Chen descended from the sky, relieving everyone. Brother San, you're injured, exclaimed Mu Qingyan when she saw Long Chen's bloody arm. Chapter 3009 Deserving 10,000 Deaths. Let's get going. Long Chen waved his hand. Luo Bing and the others hastily followed him. Don't worry, we are both injured. He still doesn't know what the situation is on our side, so it's not likely that he'll chase, said Long Chen. In that exchange, Long Chen had broken his arm, but Zhao Wuzhang also coughed up blood and had his internal organs shaken. That was an even exchange. Long Chen had made everyone leave in order to prevent the other powers from learning more information about them. If another group came over led by an expert like Zhao Wuzhang, then it would be far more troublesome. Zhao Wuzheng is truly terrifying. No wonder he is said to be the #1 expert of the Golden Bell Gates junior generation, said a guild leader. Although they had been very far, they could witness the aftermath of their exchange clearly. One punch shattered a mountain range. Just how monstrous was that? An expert on that level wasn't someone that they could beat even if they sacrificed all their lives. That was no longer an existence that could be killed through quantity. Boss San is also mighty to be able to injure such an existence. You can be counted amongst their ranks, said another disciple. Just now, they had borne witness to the power of a peak heavenly genius. Although they had all heard that Bai Shishi's power was immense, she rarely revealed herself in the academy, so they didn't have a chance to see her power. On the other hand, Long Chen had killed expert after entering the Jialan immortal land. He had even forced Chu Yong to the extent that the latter didn't even have a chance to fight back. However, that could be said to be partially multiple coincidences lining up. This time, it was just a simple exchange, and that destructive exchange had shown them what absolute power was. They rejoiced inside that they were following Long Chen. If he hadn't warned everyone, they wouldn't even have a chance to get away if they encountered a group like that. Boss, is Zhao Wuzheng really so powerful? Asked Bai Shaola, unconvinced. In his heart, no one could win against Long Chen. He truly is powerful. He has two kinds of bloodlines in his body. It should be considered a mutated bloodline, said Long Chen. Although it was just a brief exchange, Long Chen had gotten a general understanding of Zhao Wuzheng's power. That explosive aura of his was not the aura of the human race. Either he had some other race's blood within him, or he had later merged with some terrifying bloodline. Is he as strong as Bai Shishi? Asked Bai Shaola. In pure destructive power, he should be one level stronger than Bai Shishi, said Long Chen after some thought. Even Fairy Shishi isn't a match for him. Everyone was startled. Long Chen shook his head. Pure destructive power is not everything. If it was a 1 against 1, he wouldn't be able to beat Bai Shishi. Hearing that, they felt a bit more at ease. Bai Shishi was the academy's #1 disciple. As long as she remained undefeated, there was still hope for the academy. Boss, what about you and Bai Shishi? Who is stronger? Asked Bai Shaola. Does asking such things have the slightest meaning? Retorted Long Chen. When this fellow was beaten, he seemed to smarten up a little. Now his head was off again. Hee, Bai Shishi looks down on men. If you could beat her, you could make her a bed warmer, make her bring you tea, wash your clothes, hee. Think about how great that would be, exclaimed Bai Shaola. Everyone couldn't help gasping. This fellow's head really wasn't normal. Ignoring how he was encouraging Long Chen to win Bai Shishi, with her talent and status, who would dare use her as a bed warmer? Long Chen rolled his eyes, speechless. This brother and sister were both oddities. He spat out, I'm not a match for her, so don't think about this any longer. Hearing that, Bai Shaola deflated. Then is she going to get what she wants for the rest of her life? Luo Bing and the others shook their heads. Just how great an enmity did this child have with Bai Shishi? After 6 hours of travel, they found a secluded place to rest. Long Chen then took out Luo Qingyang's corpse. Sorry, I tried my best. Luo Bing shook her head. You gave him a chance, so he could only blame himself. But even if he took that chance, regretting it at that time was too late. The Luo family would not spare him. Seeing Luo Qingyang's corpse, Luo Bing wasn't even aware of it, but she began to cry. This was a person she had grown up with, someone she had viewed as a big brother. Now, he had been turned into a lifeless corpse. Although she hated him, she couldn't feel that hatred now that she saw his corpse. The other disciples of the Luo family also cried. Even though they had previously felt overwhelming hatred for him when they learned of his betrayal, his current state aggrieved them. After a bit, they placed his corpse at the center. They began a ceremony, walking around his corpse 3 times and murmuring something. After that, Luo Ning unleashed a flame that burned his corpse to ash. Those ashes were then scattered in a nearby river. According to Luo Ning, Luo Qingyang was a traitor of the Luo family, a disgrace. His corpse could not be buried in the family grave, and his soul could not enter the memorial tablet. He had to be turned to ash and sent through a river to wash away his disgrace. Seeing how strict the Luo family was with its rites, the disciples' hearts shook. No wonder the Luo family was so powerful, and its disciples were so united. After resting a bit, Long Chen's wounds healed, and the disciples who had gone through 2 large battles also recovered. Luo Bing said that using a secret art of the family, she had checked Luo Qingyang's spiritual memories. She had learned that the Luo Alliance's disciples were hidden in a certain location. As a result, they went over to gather with them, only to find that this hidden cave only had broken corpses inside. Luo Bing and the other disciples of the Luo family cried out in grief. It was Chu Yang. Long Chen checked the battlefield and found that this was done by one person. Chu Yang's bloodline aura still hung in the air. Luo Qingyang deserves 10,000 deaths. Luo Ning's eyes reddened. Any grief she had felt for Luo Qingyang vanished without a trace. Seeing how all these disciples of the Luo family had been killed because of his foolishness, she had an urge to gather his ashes and pulverize them again. Clearly, Luo Qingyang had been tricked by Chu Yang. When he went to lead the way for Zhao Wuzheng, Chu Yang snuck in here and killed the Luo family's disciples. Luo Bing knelt on the ground and wept. There were many senior apprentice brothers and sisters here that she knew. Many of them had even looked after her, but they were now dead because of Luo Qingyang's foolishness. After letting her cry for a while, Long Chen consoled her, "We have no time for grief right now. What we need to do is get revenge for them. We can't let them die for nothing. If the Luo family's disciples died on the battlefield, then they would simply be weaker than their opponents and there would be nothing to say. But these people died for nothing." Luo Ning wept, and even she felt like she was about to collapse. Long Chen sighed. He had previously pitied Luo Qingyang. But his foolishness had killed so many innocent people. Luo Bing's crying only grew worse and worse. Eventually, Long Chen placed a hand on the back of Luo Bing's head, causing her to fall unconscious. If she continued to blame herself and feel worse, it might form a heart devil. Luo Ning, look after her. The other disciples of the Luo family, gather the corpses of these warriors. We still have many things to do. If you want them to be able to smile in the 9 springs, then kill Chu Yang as vengeance for them. After gathering the corpses, with heavy hearts, everyone continued deeper into the Jialan immortal land. The next day, Long Chen suddenly led everyone to a desolate land. An hour later, they saw a battlefield. Bai Shishi fought with people here. Chapter 3010 9 Cauldron Churches Lu Chunyang. A massive area of destruction was present within a winding mountain range. Within the dirt were some golden fragments that looked like a layer of golden powder. These golden fragments were something that Long Chen had seen before. They were Bai Shishi's metal energy. She could draw out the metal energy of the land, but that metal energy could only be used by her, not absorbed. Thus, after the battle, that pure metal energy sank back into the land, while these little fragments simply dispersed. A terrifying pressure remained on the battlefield. Ordinary people would feel like their skin was being stabbed just by getting close. Once they approached the core of the battlefield, a portion of these people were unable to endure it and had to pause. Any further and they would be injured. They were shocked inside. Was this the true power of peak experts? They didn't even have the power to set foot on their battlefield. Long Chen then brought Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others into the core of the battlefield. He picked up a fist-sized lump of gold, and it immediately fell apart into golden sand. This battle occurred 3 days ago, and the opponent was an earth element expert. The metal energy here isn't pure. It's mixed with sand. The other side came prepared specifically to counter Bai Shishi, said Long Chen gravely. Then isn't Bai Shishi in danger? Asked Luo Ning. No, all the blood belongs to the other side. The Heaven Female Alliance wasn't harmed. Most likely, Bai Shishi sensed the opponents and sent the Heaven Female Alliance away first so that she could face them alone. In this battle, the metal energy suppressed the earth energy. Clearly, the one to suffer was not Bai Shishi, said Long Chen. Hearing this, Luo Bing and the others were relieved. Bai Shishi was truly worthy of being the High Firmament Academy's #1 expert. On her own, she had managed to drive off their enemies. Amongst the people we know of, only the 9 Cauldron Church's #1 expert is a terrifying earth cultivator. It seems that he's the one chasing her down, said Luo Bing. The impact of Luo Qingyang and the Luo Alliance's disciples, deaths had been a large blow to her, but she suppressed that grief for now. That seems to be the case. The 9 Cauldron Church's master is also an earth cultivator, with many earth cultivators in their sect. Lu Chunyang is their #1 expert of the junior generation. Only he would dare to chase after her. But he clearly overestimated himself and underestimated Bai Shishi. If my guess is correct, if it weren't for their numbers, Bai Shishi might have managed to slay Lu Chunyang, said Long Chen. Everyone nodded. With Bai Shishi's arrogant character, being hunted by others would be a huge provocation. She would definitely kill them. Through an investigation, the marks on the battlefield seemed to confirm Long Chen's words. There were marks of a group fleeing in a panic, and that showed that Bai Shishi had scared them off. However, she hadn't pursued them. Once her enemies ran, she also left. It was unknown if the reason was because she was worried about her subordinate's safety, so she chose not to give chase. I wonder who is stronger, Zhao Wuzhang or Lu Chunyang, said Luo Ning curiously. It should be Zhao Wuzhang. Although we only clashed with our physical power, a simple probing exchange, this fellow's foundation runs deep. He gave me a large sense of pressure, said Long Chen after a moment's thought. Hearing that, everyone felt a chill. Only a probing blow relying on pure physical power had caused such terrifying aftermath. Then what about a full power attack? Looking at this vast, ruined battlefield, these disciples felt a profound feeling of powerlessness. The power disparity was too great. What we should do right now is find Bai Shishi as fast as possible. If she is killed, we will be in even greater danger, said Long Chen. They continued rushing deeper into the Jialan immortal land. After finding Bai Shishi's battlefield, things became much easier. Bai Shaola had a kind of spatial divine art to track Bai Shishi's metal energy. This was not a bloodline divine ability. Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola only had the same father, but both of their individual bloodline divine abilities came from their mothers. Perhaps it was due to this that the two didn't feel very close. Originally, Bai Shaola didn't want to find Bai Shishi. He encouraged Long Chen to go find Lu Chunyang. As long as he killed the latter, that would be a slap in Bai Shishi's face. If someone that Bai Shishi hadn't managed to kill was instead killed by Long Chen, that would be amazing. However, he didn't dare to go against Long Chen's orders, so he led them after Bai Shishi. On the way, Long Chen felt that things were off. Bai Shishi seemingly didn't encounter any other experts on her path. Was it that the other side was gathering their forces? Or was it that they were injured from the last clash and were recovering? After a full day and night of traveling, Long Chen suddenly sensed something. He looked in a certain direction and saw a pile of ruins. According to Bai Shaola, Bai Shishi was in that direction as well. Long Chen led them rushing over. They saw the remains of many ancient sects on the way, but they didn't bother checking them for treasures. Bai Shishi also hadn't checked those areas on her way. She seemed to have been rushing straight here. These ruins were so damaged that there was no way to tell what they had looked like before. However, it seemed that it had once been a flourishing sect. Long Chen then led everyone carefully through these ruins. He seemed to be sensing something and was looking around as he walked. Suddenly, he knelt and pushed aside a rock. The rock fell to the ground and raised a wave of dust. Behind the rock was a broken corner of a sign. The disciples quickly helped him excavate what he had found. They dug up a broken board hundreds of meters long, and there were 2 ancient immortal characters written on it. Luo Bing and the others didn't recognize it. These immortal characters were very different from the immortal characters that they had studied. Starry River. Long Chen recognized them. They were the same style as the Starry River of the sky art he had learned. Even after continuing to investigate, no one could find the complete board. Long Chen shook his head. This board was already broken. This large piece had been partially protected through time by the runes on it, but the smaller pieces had probably completely decayed. This is probably the remains of the Starry River Sage's Dao Path. Bai Shishi actually came here. They knew that Bai Shishi had come here. But this place was too big for them to pinpoint her location. Furthermore, if they could track her to here, then perhaps others could also find this place. Long Chen told everyone to suppress their auras and carefully continue searching the ruins. This place didn't seem any smaller than the High Firmament Academy. The damaged buildings and broken walls seemed to say that a large battle had occurred here. However, so much time had passed that the buildings had already eroded, making it impossible to see what they were supposed to look like, let alone find any corpses. Long Chen suddenly raised his hand, having everyone go silent. Just as they were puzzled, a flying boat suddenly appeared in the sky, and a group of people walked off. When they saw those robes, Luo Bing and the others were shocked. The Clear River Palace. Chapter 3011. The Hand Behind the Scenes. Everyone, lower your heads. Don't look. Long Chen suddenly sent a message to everyone. While they didn't understand, they followed his instructions. They didn't look at that flying boat. Just as they lowered their heads, a person walked off of the flying boat. It was Chu Yong. Although they were extremely far from the flying boat, if Luo Bing and the other disciples of the Luo family saw him after he had just killed the Luo family's disciples, then no matter how they controlled themselves, their killing intent would flare. That would instantly expose them to Chu Yong. Along with Chu Yong were two others, one wearing the robes of the Clear River Palace, and the other wearing a black cloak. That Clear River Palace's expert was covered in mist, and the water energy of the world instantly grew lively wherever he went. He was an absolutely terrifying water cultivator. As for the one in the black cloak, he was tall and skinny, but the hood of the cloak covered most of his face. The most shocking thing was that even though he was clearly standing there invisible, it was impossible to sense any aura from him. Bloodkill Hall. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He instantly recognized that person's status because his body had a very dense aura of a god. Perhaps others couldn't sense that aura, but it was like a lantern in the dark to Long Chen. He had fought against the Bloodkill Hall the entire time in the lower plane. If it wasn't for Enfuda's pleading and Dong Mingyu being raised by them, he would have pulled out the Bloodkill Hall and crushed it down from its roots. At that time, he hadn't realized that the Bloodkill Hall was the dog of the 9 Underworld Hall. They were all Lord Brahma's subordinates. If he had known this back then, he would have completely wiped them out. However, later on, Long Chen also grew curious. If Enfuda was Lord Brahma's dog, then he should have recognized Long Chen's status when they encountered each other. If that was the case, the 9 Underworld hunters would have been sent after him long ago. That was something that he was still befuddled by even now. Seeing the three of them together, Long Chen was essentially sure who that person covered in water chi was. It was the Clear River Palace's #1 expert, Xie Tianyu. The pressure he gave Long Chen was about the same as Zhao Wuzhang. However, the cloaked figure didn't seem to exist in this world. He seemed to pass through it, hidden. What a terrifying assassin. He was an even greater threat than Chu Yong, Zhao Wuzhang, or any of the others. Brother Tianyu, we've inspected the surroundings. Bai Shishi should be in this vicinity, said Chu Yong. As expected, Long Chen's guess was correct. This person was the #1 expert of the Clear River Palace's junior generation. That pig Lu Chunyang. We already told him that Bai Shishi was very powerful and that we were supposed to gather before attacking her together, but he refused to listen. He even alerted her to the danger. Ignoring how Bai Shishi almost cut off his head due to his foolishness, he even exposed the spies that Brother Chu arranged. Otherwise, we wouldn't be forced to waste so much time running around like headless flies, said Xie Tianyu. His tone was not at all polite toward Lu Chunyang. In fact, he seemed infuriated with him. I also underestimated Bai Shishi. Even now, I don't know how she managed to pluck out the spies I set up. There were 3 eyes I put in the Heaven Female Alliance, and none of them knew each other's existence. But after her fight with Lu Chunyang, she managed to figure out who all of them were. That woman is not as simple as she seems, said Chu Yong. Long Chen was surprised. So Bai Shishi was quite capable. After that battle, she immediately sensed something was off and eliminated the spies in her group. Just like Chu Yong, Long Chen had thought her to be lacking experience and too arrogant to think of such a thing. This place is too big, so I've already told everyone to gather here. We'll shrink our encirclement. The 5 powers have over 6 million experts. Bai Shishi couldn't escape even if she grew wings, said Xie Tianyu. Bai Shishi is on guard now. Without any spies, that's all we can do. However, I still feel a bit uneasy. There's still no news from Long Chen. That fellow is crafty, so I am worried about him ruining our plan, said Chu Yong. Long Chen had the High Firmament Sacred Tablet and had even killed Chu Weiren. This alarmed him a bit. Long Chen is nothing more than a lower plane ascender. Even if his talent isn't bad, he's nothing to us. Our mission is to kill Bai Shishi, and Long Chen is your own personal grievance to deal with. I don't want such a minor thing to cause this mission to fail. You should know that none of us can bear the consequences of such a thing. If we fail, the 5 powers will have no way to explain themselves to Divine Venerate Brahma. At that time, the wrath of a Divine Venerate will exterminate all of us, said Xie Tianyu seriously. Chu Yong, we're all working for the Divine Venerate. I know you want to kill that little fellow. During normal times, we would definitely help you with our full power, but now we have a more important mission. This mission supersedes everything, said the cloaked expert. Junior brother understands. For you 2 big brothers, killing Bai Shishi is nothing more than raising your hand and clenching. After we kill Bai Shishi, I won't need you to fight. As long as you can help me surround Long Chen so he can't run away, I will personally kill him. Chu Yong cupped his fists toward them. That will naturally be no problem. Xie Tianyu and the cloaked expert both nodded. Then many thanks. When this junior brother fights for the family head position, I hope that you can also help me out a bit. Once I become the family head, I definitely won't forget you, said Chu Yong, striking while the iron was hot. The two of them directly agreed, delighting him. Examining their surroundings, the three of them set off for a secluded place and hid themselves. At this distance, Long Chen couldn't hear their words. Fortunately, he could read lips and knew the contents of what they were saying. No wonder the five powers would do this, so they were all dogs of Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma truly was powerful. Apparently, he controlled a third of the forces within the immortal world's 9 heavens and 10 lands. Furthermore, some of his forces were still hidden. For example, the fact that the Chu family was devoted to Lord Brahma was known to the outside world now. But the 5 powers that had entered the Jalan immortal world being Lord Brahma's followers was a secret. It was said that the High Firmament Academy had been visited countless times by Lord Brahma's believers, but the academy was unmoved by force or persuasion. They refused to join Lord Brahma's side. It was even said that they had been threatened by people beneath Lord Brahma. For the 5 powers to join forces to kill Bai Shishi here, it was clear that they were intent on stopping the High Firmament Academy from rising. They wanted the High Firmament Academy to slowly decline. Long Chen then brought Luo Bing and the others away. He wanted to go around Chu Yang's group, but suddenly, Bai Shala found a path within the ruins. Bai Shishi entered this place 1 day ago. Long Chen and the others were delighted that Bai Shala sensed Bai Shishi's aura. They hastily rushed down the path. Chapter 3012 Ancient Corpses. Everyone entered the path and carefully covered it up behind them. The entrance to this path was very well hidden. If it wasn't for Bai Shala's special divine ability, they wouldn't have noticed it. Upon entering the path, Long Chen found that it seemed to be a corridor that had been covered by earth, causing it to become an underground passageway. As they were walking between the walls, they could see murals all around them. But due to the immense time that had passed, the murals were too faded to be depicted. The passageway was covered in cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. There were new footprints though, indicating that Bai Shishi and the others had passed through this place. Long Chen suddenly raised his hand, causing everyone to stop. He squatted down and looked at the ground. There was a small thread thinner than a person's hair in the dusty dirt. Let alone someone not paying attention, even if you were to look carefully, you might easily miss it. The Heaven-Female Alliance's people aren't bad. They actually know how to set up mechanisms. Long Chen smiled. This thread was hidden perfectly within the messy footprints, so it was very difficult to notice. If it weren't for Long Chen's sense of danger, he also wouldn't have noticed it. Take note of this thread. Don't touch it. Long Chen didn't break the mechanism. Instead, he made a mark and had everyone carefully pass it. Only once everyone was passed did Long Chen remove his mark. Using his spiritual strength, he was surprised to find that he wasn't even able to tell where this thread led to or what kind of mechanism it might trigger. However, if he could sense danger, it definitely wasn't lacking in power. It seemed that he had underestimated the Heaven-Female Alliance. The number 1 guild of the High Firmament Academy was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After they passed through as well, the footprints grew even more chaotic. If people came after them, they would be able to easily tell that 2 groups of people had passed through. Also, as they wouldn't suspect there to be any traps, there was a very high chance of anyone who followed them running into it. They found 2 more traps that Long Chen avoided. The further they went, the more intact the stone walls became. However, most of the murals had been destroyed by some tools. It seemed that those ancient people were concealing something. After traveling a while further, Long Chen suddenly squatted down and picked up a thumb-sized bone. This bone was eroded and full of tiny holes. It was as if just lightly touching it would turn it to dust. "What's that?" asked Luo Bing curiously. "It's a crystal bone from a devil creature. Although it's badly damaged, you can vaguely see the devil creature's runes on it. It should be on the level of a king," said Long Chen, closely examining it. "A devil king?" Luo Bing and the others were shocked. Luo Ning couldn't help saying, "Isn't it said that once they reach the level of a devil king, a devil creature's body can be likened to divine weapons, and the crystal bone will be blessed with the same longevity as heaven and earth, never aging or decaying?" This was why Luo Bing and the others were so shocked. Even a devil king's crystal bone, said to be undying and undecaying, had turned into this state. Then just how old was this place? Long Chen shook his head. That so-called never aging or decaying is based on the human race's lifespan. In this world, anything that has a form will eventually decay. So that's why there are no corpses here in these ruins. They eroded a long time ago, said Mu Qingyan. Long Chen continued leading the way. The path grew wider and wider until they reached a fork. Now, there were 3 paths to choose from. Bai Shishi and the others' footprints led to the leftmost path. Just as they were going to follow those footprints, Long Chen said, "These footprints are fake." That startled everyone. How could these footprints be fake? Luo Bing and the others stared and couldn't see anything off. "Brother San, what's going on?" asked Mu Qingyan. Long Chen sighed. "You are all lacking experience in this regard. I'll give you a lesson. Look at their footprints and tell me what the difference is between their footsteps and ours." Everyone compared but still didn't notice anything different. They were lost. "It seems that our footsteps are a bit messier compared to theirs. Their footprints might be a bit clearer. I don't know if I'm right or not," said Mu Qingyan hesitantly. "Smart. You are correct. Bai Shishi and the others definitely have a way to find the correct path after coming here. However, in order to prevent themselves from being tracked, they had people walk on that path first. After a certain length, those people retraced their steps. They stepped into their own footprints, so naturally they appear different from when people are just casually walking. Most likely, there is another trap at the end of that path. The reason the Heaven Female Alliance could become the Academy's #1 guild is definitely not due to coincidence. They have capable people amongst their ranks," said Long Chen. Hearing this, people felt a chill on their backs. This kind of trap setting was frightening. If they didn't have Long Chen leading the way, they probably would have been wiped out on the very first trap. Both Bai Shishi and Long Chen's scheming went far deeper than they dreamed. Compared to the two of them, they were like idiots. It seemed that it wasn't just combat power that they were lacking compared to real experts. "Shala, sense her again," said Long Chen. As expected, when Bai Shala used his divine ability, they quickly determined which path she had gone to. It was the middle path. "But how are we supposed to go without leaving footprints? That would ruin Bai Shishi's trap, no?" asked Luo Bing. "Hehe, that isn't a problem for me, Bai Shala. Just leave it to me," said Bai Shala confidently. His spatial divine ability could transport people, albeit only for a short distance. First, Long Chen led a few people down the left path to imitate that a second group had gone in that direction for any pursuers. Otherwise, it would be far too obvious that something was up. After that, Bai Shala formed hand seals, and space twisted around them. They felt like they had entered a transportation formation. They were then sent far into the middle path, and they once more saw Bai Shishi and the others' footprints. "Good job." Long Chen patted Bai Shala's shoulder. Bai Shala's face was deathly white. Just now, he had expended a huge amount of energy to bring them along. However, his face lit up again when he obtained Long Chen's praise. Luo Bing and the others also praised Bai Shala. His spatial divine ability was truly amazing. The other aspect was that Bai Shala was like a child and liked being praised, especially such direct praise. That was because indirect praise was something that he might not understand. Everyone's praise made Bai Shala so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He very much enjoyed this feeling. Following the path forward, they no longer encountered any traps. It seemed that Bai Shishi and the others were confident in their traps and no longer felt the need to place more. Suddenly, the space ahead of them widened, and they arrived in a giant palace hall. But as soon as they entered this place, everyone let out a grunt. It felt like their souls were being pulled out of their bodies. Long Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. He saw countless corpses within the hall, and the pressure from those corpses was what made people's souls feel like they were being torn apart. Just at this moment, rays of sword chi collapsed on them from every direction. Chapter 3013 Splitting the Treasury. "We're on your side, stop," Long Chen shouted in the face of this sharp sword chi. The sword chi suddenly vanished. After that, some runes shuddered, and a dozen women appeared around them. "So you have a formation expert too. Truly skillful." Long Chen was surprised. These people had hidden themselves in the air with a formation. The Heaven Female Alliance was truly a group of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Those women eyed Long Chen, their expressions turning cold. This place was first discovered by the Heaven Female Alliance. "Please leave." Clearly, the Heaven Female Alliance viewed this place as their territory. They were unwilling to share the spoils with anyone, not even fellow disciples of the academy. TCH, how laughable. This place is surrounded by the other 5 major powers. Over 6 million experts are coming to take Bai Shishi's head. You're actually in the mood to play such a game? Sneered Bai Shala disdainfully. What did you say? Those disciples were shocked. Bai Shala continued, what did I say? Are your ears broken? We received information and came to save you, but instead of being grateful, you want to drive us away. Women really are stupid. Cough. Of course, I'm not talking about big sisters Qingyan, Luo Bing, and Luo Ning. I'm talking about the people by Bai Shishi's side. Bai Shala wasn't afraid of Bai Shishi. Her sister never gave him a good impression, so he never had a good attitude toward her either. However, today, he ended up drawing in all women in his insults, causing him to hastily apologize. HMPH, even if the 5 powers join forces, our Heaven-Female Alliance isn't afraid. We don't need the help of you men. Those disciples were infuriated by Bai Shala's arrogance. Senior apprentice sisters, Luo Bing tried to interject, but Long Chen stopped her. It's fine, we just came to inform them. We have accomplished our mission. Whether or not they listen is their own matter. They can play with their own lives. We should focus on ourselves. Long Chen was also angry. The Heaven-Female Alliance's disciples seemed to be a bit too arrogant. They didn't even recognize kindness. Hence, Long Chen prepared to leave with his people. As for Bai Shishi and the others, it had nothing to do with them. Just at this moment, space shuddered and Bai Shishi appeared. This place was originally filled with a sinister and dark air of decay, but when she appeared, she was like a goddess infecting this place with her light. It was like she had walked out of a painting, and the people behind Long Chen forgot how to breathe. Bai Shishi's beauty was something that not even women could resist. Although most of them had seen her before, it had definitely not been at such a close distance. It felt both real and illusory, as if they were in a dream. You said that the 5 powers have joined forces to kill me? Asked Bai Shishi. The Heaven-Female Alliance's disciples stood behind her. Even Long Chen felt his heartbeat quickening when Bai Shishi stared at him like this. But he couldn't be suppressed by her aura. Otherwise, he would only be looked down upon by her. With a calm face, he said, I can't be bothered to say it. Shala, you explain. Train your communication skills. Bai Shala shook his head. Boss, I have nothing to say to her. Forgive me for being unable to follow your orders. Long Chen didn't answer, and Bai Shala refused to speak. That rudeness enraged the Heaven-Female Alliance's disciples. What you? We are your saviors, but look at how you treat us. No wonder everyone says that women are. Let me explain. Luo Bing hastily interjected, explaining everything. Upon learning that the 5 powers had joined forces to wipe out the High Firmament Academy's disciples in the Jalan Immortal Land, killing intent surged within Bai Shishi's eyes. If I had known this, I wouldn't have shown mercy. I'd have killed that idiot Lu Chunyong, said Bai Shishi hatefully. Back then, Lu Chunyong had provoked her, angering her. However, she had only been intent on giving him a lesson. She had injured him and chased him for a while, killing a few hundred of the 9 Cauldron Church's experts. At that time, she felt like the lesson was enough, and she was also worried about the others, so she didn't continue chasing. Should we charge out while their encirclement is still incomplete? If we're surrounded by millions of experts as well as the peak experts of the 5 powers, we'll probably lose out, said the vice leader of the Heaven-Female Alliance. She was wise and experienced, and her opinion was something Bai Shishi cared about. Furthermore, she said lose out, not be completely wiped out. That was due to her respect for Bai Shishi. She knew that Bai Shishi was prideful, and if she was provoked, she might just go for an all-out clash with the other side. That's right, killing our way out now is best. We'd take the initiative into our hands, and then we'd be the one hunting them down, said another disciple of the Heaven-Female Alliance. Everyone looked at Bai Shishi, who frowned slightly. After thinking about it, she suddenly turned to Long Chen. I have to thank you for reporting this to me. This is our best chance to charge out, but I just found the location of the treasury in these ruins. I'm a bit unwilling to leave just like this. I want to take the risk and see if I can obtain the treasures inside. If you are willing to take this risk with me, I can split the treasures with you evenly. Long Chen's expression was originally calm, but when he heard that there was a treasury, his eyes brightened. He seemed to become invigorated. Ah, who cares about treasures? We're all from the same sect, and should be united. Helping each other is only natural. Talking about treasures will only harm our relationship. Well, the main thing is that all of us like taking risks. Long Chen's completely hypocritical words didn't match the expression on his face. Clearly, he was more interested in this treasury than them. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples looked at Long Chen scornfully. This person was so hypocritical. Min Jun, continue guarding this place. If the other side enters the path, immediately report it, said Bai Shishi. Yes, those disciples once more vanished into space, concealing themselves. Come with me. Be careful not to touch any of those corpses. They are Earth Devil Kings from the immemorial devil race. If you touch them, the remnant devil pressure will wipe out your soul. Bai Shishi carefully led the way through those corpses, heading toward the center of the hall. Chapter 3014 Julie Immortal Characters. There were hundreds of corpses scattered throughout the hall. They were withered but hadn't rotted. They were simply dried corpses. They were humanoid in form, but they had a horn on their head similar to a rhinoceros. The immense pressure filling this hall came from those horns. After so many years, even divine weapons would corrode, but these corpses were still intact. That was enough to show just how terrifying Devil Kings were. It was hard to imagine just how powerful they were when they were alive. However, even such terrifying existences had died here. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest mark on any of their bodies. The way they died was very strange. As they carefully went around the corpses, Bai Shishi led them to the throne. Behind it was a giant statue. The statue was 300 meters tall. It was an elder sitting lotus style and forming hand seals. His eyes were half closed, and there seemed to be divine light moving within them. On top of his head was a starry river. This was the only completely intact existence within this hall. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed here. There was dust everywhere, but only this statue remained untouched by dust. It was as if it had passed through countless years untouched. They even sensed a sharp domineering air from it. The starry river sage. Long Chen's heart shook. He felt a strange sense of familiarity when he looked at this statue. However, he didn't know if this sense of familiarity came from the starry river of the sky art or the 9-star hegemon body art. Correct, he is the starry river sage, the creator of the starry river of the sky art. He was an illustrious figure, having left behind many Tao doctrines throughout various lands of the immortal world. Who would have thought that the Jialan immortal land was actually his birthplace? Bai Shishi nodded. She herself had jumped in shock when she first saw this statue. The Starry River Sage was an extremely famous existence, and this statue was his inheritance statue. The reason it was untouched by dust was because his Tao doctrines had yet to be lost, so faith energy was still constantly flowing here. Perhaps that was why this palace and other things related to the Starry River Sage managed to be preserved. Bai Shishi led them behind the statue. There was a staircase that actually led into the statue here. Within the statue was a spirit pool. However, it had already dried up. All that remained was a bead at the core of the spirit pool, and mist swirled inside of the bead. Long Chen could sense pure faith energy inside of it. This was the core of the divine statue, and all its faith energy was condensed inside of the bead. Just at that moment, Long Chen was shocked to find a skeleton on the side of the spirit pool. Those bones sparkled like jade and were covered in runes. However, the skeleton's posture was a bit strange. Its hands were in front of its chest. Long Chen then looked at Bai Shishi, and she took out a bone book and handed it to him. This was what it was holding. I can't read what is written here. Long Chen received the bone book that was extremely heavy and cold. At this moment, he felt his soul shake. He didn't know what material this bone book was made of, but it was absolutely terrifying. However, if the bone book wasn't this powerful, then it probably wouldn't have managed to last after all this time. Long Chen looked at it and was startled. Julie Immortal Characters. Julie Immortal Characters were one of the most ancient characters in the immortal world. The human race's history was split into the current era, ancient era, archaic era, immemorial era, desolate era, and the primal chaos era. The Julie Immortal Characters were created by the Julie race in the desolate era. The current era referred to the past million years, and its historical records were very clear. As for the ancient era, it referred to 1 million to 10 million years ago, and although there were historical records about it, many versions of the records were spread all over the world. There were several different records of the same matter, making it impossible to determine the truth. As for the archaic era, that referred to 10 million to 100 million years ago. The history of this period was even more tangled and complicated. There was no longer any way to determine the truth of many of the things that came from that period. The immemorial era and the desolate era's history were practically just vague concepts. They couldn't be calculated based on years. It was only in the immemorial era that the human race set foot on the path of cultivation. Also, the cultivation techniques and battle skills of that time were all primitive and embryonic. Due to how much time had passed, everything was vague. The desolate era was said to be a lawless time. The human race was still at the bottom of the food chain. There were no written records, only some murals that showed how difficult life was for the human race back then. As for the Julie race, they had their own symbols passed down from generation to generation, which eventually developed through countless years. By the immemorial era, the symbols became a written language and were called Julie immortal characters. Considering their ancient history that developed from ancient symbols, sometimes a single character could represent an entire inheritance. It could even be a bloodline symbol. Those primitive Julie immortal characters could not be read by people in the current era. Furthermore, after another era, when the human race entered the archaic era, the Julie immortal characters once more transformed. That was the third generation of Julie immortal characters. As for the current immortal world's immortal characters, they were the seventh generation. In this era, those who could read sixth generation Julie immortal characters were very rare, let alone the third generation. That was why Bai Shishi couldn't recognize them. You can read them. Now it was Bai Shishi's turn to be shocked. The immortal characters had changed, and to go back generation after generation in an attempt to learn them was extremely taxing. Even Bai Shishi, who had once focused on learning these characters, had only learned them up to the fifth generation. She truly didn't have the time or energy to learn the fourth generation characters. As for these Julie immortal characters, she could barely recognize them to be of the third generation, but she didn't know a single one of them. She was truly shocked. "I know a bit," said Long Chen. "Can you read it?" asked Bai Shishi. "It shouldn't be a problem." Long Chen read through the contents before slowly saying, "Calamity has struck today. The Starry River sect cannot escape this tribulation. The sect master died in battle, and every single one of our experts has perished. I drew our enemies to the ancestral palace, using my blood soul to activate the Starry River Grand Formation to wipe them out along with myself. The Morning Dao world will now fall within the cracks of the 10,000 worlds. Disciple is too unworthy and powerless to restore the Starry River inheritance. I feel regret, pity, and hatred. If the heavens are assisting the Starry River sect, then someone brought here by destiny can inherit the Starry River legacy. Using my bones, open the underground gate and subdue the heaven-merging stone spirit." The characters ended there. This person had clearly not finished writing before dying. As soon as Long Chen was done reading, the ancient bone book in his hand turned to dust that slowly dissipated until it was gone. Julie immortal characters are truly terrifying. That bone was not some powerful existence. It was the characters that preserved it, said Long Chen, sighing. Legend was that the most primeval Julie immortal characters could allow one to see through the mysteries of heaven and earth, to reach an undying realm and never age. For even third-generation Julie immortal characters to have such power, it seemed that this legend was not completely unfounded. After a moment's shock, Bai Shishi instructed people to take that person's skeleton. They followed the path down below the divine statue. Chapter 3015 Heaven-Merging Stone Spirit. Following the path down, it was unknown just how far they went, but they suddenly heard a strange sound. That sound was light, and yet it made their hearts violently clench. Everyone's expressions changed. It rang out once more. That sound was even clearer this time. Everyone's hearts once more clenched. It seems to be a heartbeat. Long Chen was truly shocked. It most definitely sounded like a heartbeat. A heartbeat. For even the sound of a heart beating to be so unbearable, what kind of terrifying lifeform was it? Bai Shishi was also shocked. She hadn't expected such a terrifying existence to appear underground. Everyone carefully continued forward. A portion of people were unable to endure it and felt like their hearts would jump out of their chests. They no longer dared to continue pressing forward. Long Chen ordered them to return to the surface, while the rest continued onwards. It went without saying that the Heaven Female Alliance's experts were truly powerful. Even though over 1,000 people on Long Chen's side were already unable to bear it, not one of those women retreated. As they continued, the sound of the heartbeat grew louder, and they found it even harder to breathe. It felt as if their organs would be crushed. As a result, on Long Chen's side, only about 20 people were able to continue. Those 20 people included Bai Shaola, Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and Li Kai. As for Bai Shishi's side, they were now down to just over 100 people. The rest all returned to the surface. They finally arrived at a giant stone gate. There was a circular design on the gate. Long Chen and the others were pondering how to open it when a ray of light shot out of the circular design and illuminated the skeleton's head. A divine mark appeared on the skull, reflecting with that divine light. Following that, the stone gate began to tremble intensely. The stone gate slowly opened. As it opened, the mark on the skull also faded. Once it fully vanished, the entire skeleton turned dim and seemed to go through countless years of erosion, transforming into dust. Long Chen sighed inside. This person should be the final member of the Starry River sect. He had to know many secrets, but hadn't had a chance to write those secrets down before dying. The Starry River sky was destroyed. This person was filled with hatred over this, and through his last remains, he planted the seed of vengeance. This was quite similar to a 9-star heir. However, as a 9-star heir, Long Chen still didn't know just who he was supposed to find vengeance on. He even doubted whether he was a true 9-star heir. He didn't even have the complete inheritance. When the door opened, the sound of the heartbeat grew even louder. Now it was like a star was repeatedly striking. Luo Bing and the others almost coughed up blood. They had to unleash all their power just to resist it. Bai Shishi and Long Chen walked through together. Everyone else carefully followed behind them. 300 meters further, they saw a large fighting ring. Standing at the edge of that fighting ring that was hundreds of miles long, they felt as tiny as ants. This fighting ring was already badly damaged with holes all over. At the center of it was a 300-meter giant lying on the ground. Their entire body was covered in stone-like skin. Their stomach was still slowly rising and falling, as if they were sleeping. That terrifying heartbeat sound was coming from it. With every heartbeat, the fighting ring shuddered. Suddenly, a piece of stone on the edge of the fighting ring fell to the ground, transforming into a pile of broken bits. The insides of those fragments were golden with blood-colored lines throughout them. It's actually Phoenix blood sand gold. This entire fighting ring was made out of the best immortal materials. It's too bad that too much time has passed. The gold sand's energy has already been exhausted by the runes and turned to trash. Bai Shishi sighed regretfully. For a powerful metal cultivator like her, that Phoenix blood sand gold was very valuable. That was why it was such a pity. That's the heaven-merging stone spirit. Pretty girl, it's time for you to use your abilities, said Long Chen as he looked at the giant. What did you call me? Bai Shishi looked at Long Chen coldly. It seemed she had a great distaste for this appellation. What are you looking at me like that for? Calling you a pretty girl is praise. Why can't you differentiate between good and bad? Long Chen looked at Bai Shishi irritably. Exactly. My boss calling you pretty lady is because he looks favorably upon you. Not calling you snotty girl is already giving you face. You always had snot coming out of your nose when you were small. Don't think that I don't know, exclaimed Bai Shala immediately when Long Chen and Bai Shishi started clashing. You little brat, do you need a spanking? Bai Shishi's fury instantly soared. Seeing her enraged, rather than being scared, Bai Shala grew even more zealous. If I'm a brat, then you're a brat too. What about it? Do you want to hit people? Come, I have a boss now. My boss even dares to beat our dad. Just try and touch him, and you'll see that my boss doesn't even care about you. My boss said that women like you should be turned into bed warmers, and if you don't listen you should be beaten. Bai Shala's words left everyone stunned. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples stared at Long Chen in disbelief. Ignoring everyone else, even Long Chen's own expression darkened. Just when had he ever said such a thing? This little fellow's head had once more gotten off kilter. Was he intentionally conning him? Did you really say that? Bai Shishi glared at Long Chen hatefully. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples clenched their fists. After following Bai Shishi for so long, this was actually their first time seeing her so angry. They prepared to fight. That's right, come, my boss isn't afraid of you. Just as Bai Shala was arrogantly shouting, Luo Ning covered his mouth. Fairy Shishi, don't listen to Shala's nonsense. Long Chen definitely never said such a thing, explained Luo Ning hastily. Luo Bing and the others were speechless. What kind of time was it for this nonsense? Could it be that the world of experts was truly so inexplicable? If I learn you said such a thing, I'll beat you to a pulp, said Bai Shishi coldly. Long Chen was enraged. How could he have possibly said such a thing? She was essentially threatening him. Without the slightest courtesy, he replied, "Whether or not I said that isn't important. I just want to ask you, did you really have a snotty nose as a child? The kind where it flies out like noodles?" Bai Shixi's eyebrows were vertical. A single word was spit out from the cracks between her teeth. Just at this moment, the fighting ring shuddered. Luo Bing and the others stared in terror behind Long Chen and Bai Xixi. The two of them also felt a chill, as if some terrifying thing was staring at them. They slowly turned around to find that the sleeping giant had actually stood up and was staring at them. "Are you here to challenge me? Chapter 3016 Bring you out." Luo Bing and the others stared in terror at that giant. Its entire body was covered in runes. When it woke up, the sound of the heartbeat vanished, but instead, its terrifying pressure slowly crushed them. Even its voice caused this entire space to shudder. It felt as if as long as it shouted, it could blast them to pieces. The person who wrote the bone book wanted someone to subdue it. What a giant joke. Challenge it? How were they supposed to challenge it? Everyone looked at Long Chen and Bai Xixi. "That's right, we came to challenge you. Activate the formal ceremony," said Long Chen fearlessly. In his arrogance, he actually included Bai Xixi in his words, causing everyone to jump. The giant spread its hand. A snow-white ball of light appeared in front of Long Chen and Bai Xixi. "Place your hand on it and we can start," said the giant. "Big fellow, prepare yourself. I'm going to." Long Chen suddenly grabbed Bai Xixi's hand and pressed it down on the globe of light. Bai Xixi had never expected Long Chen to say such big words with such an arrogant expression just to con her. Long Chen was quick as lightning, but Bai Xixi's reaction was even faster. Just as her hand was about to touch the globe, golden light appeared on her hand, and Long Chen felt like he was grabbing an oily mudfish. With a light pull, Bai Xixi escaped his hold. By the time that Long Chen reacted, his hand was already pressing against the globe. Space seemed to solidify. Everyone stared at Long Chen. "Serves you right." The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples were originally infuriated when they saw Long Chen con Bai Xixi, but seeing him only con himself, they instantly grew delighted. Bai Xixi looked at Long Chen's lifeless expression and slowly smiled. "What are you smiling about? This was a huge opportunity, and I actually selflessly gave it to you, but you refused to accept my kindness," raged Long Chen. "Please, this opportunity should be left to you. I wish you good fortune." Bai Xixi's smile made her even more beautiful, but she clearly didn't believe in his good intentions. Just at this moment, the light enveloped Long Chen, and he appeared in front of the giant. The light then spread to cover the entire fighting ring. This light was actually a barrier. Once the barrier was formed, they were unable to hear anything through it. The terrifying aura from the giant also faded. It felt like a giant mountain crushing them had suddenly vanished. "Will Brother San be alright?" asked Mu Qingyun worriedly. He was like an ant in front of that giant. It was like a single finger could crush him. "He'll be fine. This should be a trial. Although this giant is terrifying, it doesn't have any killing intent. It won't be killing anyone. That's why Long Chen would think of conning me," said Bai Xixi. Hearing that, everyone relaxed slightly. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples felt slightly less malice for Long Chen. Both Long Chen and Bai Xixi had known that this giant had no killing intent, which was the only reason he messed around with Bai Xixi. Long Chen looked up, and then even further up. This terrifying giant was far too big. "According to my agreement with Ying Lu, if you can defeat me within the same realm, I will recognize you as master. However, they left me here for too long. While in slumber, I inadvertently condensed a king crystal. No matter how I suppress my cultivation base, I can only suppress it to the peak of the four-peak realm of your human race. I suppose in order to be fair, as long as you can endure the power of a tenth of my four-peak realm, it will count as your victory." "How is that?" asked the giant. This giant spoke calmly, but it was like thunder in Long Chen's ears. It felt like his head would split open. "Brother, can you speak quieter? My head hurts." Long Chen held his head. This giant was too terrifying. "All right, I'll do my best to whisper." The giant nodded and really did lower its voice. However, even then, it caused space to rumble. But at least it was better than before, and his head no longer hurt. "Let's start." Just as the giant was about to make its move, Long Chen suddenly said, "One moment. How long has it been since you fought with anyone?" "I don't know. After losing my bet with Ying Lu, I promised to stay here and wait for people to challenge me. But no one ever came. Then I repeatedly fell into slumber. I have no concept of your human race's time, said the giant. Then it's been a long time since you fought? Asked Long Chen. Then are you able to accurately control a tenth of your power? Asked Long Chen. It's not easy, but I can try, said the giant hesitantly. Long Chen instantly began to sweat. If the giant could accurately control itself to the peak of the four-peak realm, perhaps it was winnable. However, this giant hadn't fought in who knew how many years. If it didn't control itself properly, wouldn't he simply be crushed? Then I think we should give up on it. There's still a bit of a problem with my cultivation technique, and I can't use my full power. I'm at too much of a disadvantage. Long Chen shook his head. Ah, then you're giving up. The giant seemed a bit disappointed. I don't necessarily want to give up. I just want to see if we can find a fair way to compete. That's right, you should be from the Heavenly Stone Spirit race, right? The race said to keep their promises the most in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, asked Long Chen. The Heavenly Spirit race was not part of the human race. Instead, they could be considered stone spirits. They were born from heaven and earth, some of the lifeforms with the longest life spans within this world. They were said to have kind dispositions, but weren't too friendly with the human race, because throughout history, they had suffered countless times at the hands of the human race. Wars had erupted between the two sides, causing hideous casualties. The Heavenly Stone Spirit race's experts' cultivation technique was simply sleeping. They could sleep for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If they weren't disturbed, they usually only woke up when they advanced. After asking some questions, Long Chen learned that this Heavenly Stone Spirit expert was tricked. After losing a bet, it promised to wait for someone to defeat it and become its master. Once its master died, it would have accomplished its promise. But even after so many years, no one challenged it. It ended up sleeping all the way until now. The Starry River sect was already destroyed, but it was still sleeping. It wasn't even aware of what was happening in the outside world. Upon reaching this point, Long Chen suddenly smiled like a wolf looking at a little sheep. Brother, let's not fight. Why waste the effort? Just directly accept me as master, and I'll bring you out, restoring your freedom. How is that? Chapter 3017 Defeating the Stone Spirit. We can't do that. A promise is a promise. The Heavenly Stone Spirit race must keep its promises, said the giant. What promise? That fellow tricked you. The Starry River sect is already destroyed. Come with me. Once you're out, you'll have your freedom. We can all go back to our own homes. Isn't that good? Proposed Long Chen. The giant was shocked to hear that the Starry River sect was already destroyed, but he shook his head. If I don't fulfill my promise, it would be breaking the promise. That would be a disgrace to the entire stone race. I won't do such a thing. Then what can we do? You promised to fight others in the same realm, but you can't suppress your cultivation base to the same level as mine, said Long Chen, a bit speechless. This giant was truly stubborn. How about you come back when your cultivation base reaches the peak of the four-peak realm? What? Long Chen couldn't possibly stay here that long. But this giant's power was overwhelming. If he could obtain his help, what would he have to fear? However, no matter what Long Chen said, this giant refused to leave this place. He had to have someone defeat it and recognize them as master to fulfill his promise from back then. Furthermore, through his explanation, Long Chen learned that his agreement was to only help his master once before the agreement was complete. Hearing that, Long Chen was a bit disappointed. However, he suddenly had a thought. That person had at least had a bit of conscience to not make this giant their eternal slave. Even just having this giant attack one time would be absolutely terrifying. This was definitely the strongest life-protecting talisman. Unfortunately, Long Chen's enticing baits were all rejected. Someone had to defeat him for him to leave. Long Chen's mouth ran dry. It was useless. Long Chen was starting to get vexed. Outside the barrier, Bai Shishi and the others didn't know what was going on. They only saw Long Chen constantly gesturing and growing exasperated, while the giant was essentially repeatedly shaking his head. However, seeing that he wasn't in danger, everyone relaxed slightly and just calmly waited. Alright, then what about this? My cultivation base hasn't reached the peak of the four-peak realm, and you can't suppress your cultivation base any longer. We should have a fair competition, said Long Chen helplessly. Alright, if you can come up with a fair way to compete, that would be best, said the giant. We can do it this way. Stick out your fist. I will also stick out my fist. I will use a kind of power within my body to fight you. That's no problem, right? Asked Long Chen. Of course that is no problem. I also want to leave this place, but I must fulfill my promise first. I know that you're a good person. Thank you for helping me, said the giant. I'm a good person. Long Chen was surprised. Of course, you have the mark of the butterfly spirit race on your hand, as well as the aura of the rainbow crane race on your body. You must be a good person. The butterfly spirit race is from the same spirit race as our heavenly stone spirit race. Although we don't have dealings with them, we can recognize their mark, said the giant. The butterfly spirit race. Long Chen instantly thought of when he had entered the netherworld with the old man. On top of the 9 springs, he had saved a beautiful woman with a pair of butterfly wings on her back. She had gratefully kissed his hand, leaving a mark. That mark had long since vanished. But this giant still noticed it. The rainbow crane is an auspicious beast of the entire immortal world. You have their aura on your body, so you must have come into contact with them. They also dislike the human race, so for them to be willing to interact with you shows that you are truly a good person. That is why you are in such a rush to become my master. I trust you, but the heavenly stone spirit race cares greatly about promises, so I can't go back on my promise. I accept your feelings, but a promise is a promise. You must defeat me first, said the giant gratefully. You're making me very ashamed. I'm saving you because of your combat power. I want you to help me. Even with Long Chen's thick face, he felt a burning sensation. Alright, let's not talk. Helping you is helping myself. As for whether or not we have any destiny, we'll see right now. Long Chen had the giant stick out his fist. He bent down and slowly extended his fist in front of Long Chen. This fist was bigger than an entire house. Only at this distance did Long Chen see countless runes covering it like the lines on a stone. Those runes weren't even activated, but their pressure hurt Long Chen's skin. He was truly terrifying. My method to compete is a bit different. You have to listen to my directions and not mess around, or I might lose my life, warned Long Chen. He felt like he was going crazy. He was actually doing something so dangerous. The giant nodded, indicating that he would listen. Only then did Long Chen slowly press his fist against that giant fist. He slowly closed his eyes. As soon as their fists touched, a layer of runes covered Long Chen's fist. There were actually signs that his fist was turning to stone. Long Chen was prepared for this. This giant had been slumbering for who knew how many years. His cultivation base had soared, but he hadn't fought with anyone, so he couldn't control its power. That was why Long Chen couldn't believe him when he said that he could control his power. He sensed the immense power in his body. It felt like he could destroy an entire world on his own. As the stone energy invaded his fist and his fist gradually turned the color of stone, Long Chen drew a trace of this energy into his dantian, sending it into the primal chaos space. When that energy entered the primal chaos space, the land began to turn to stone. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. The yellow soil turned to stone. When it finally reached a width of 1,000 miles, the primal chaos space shuddered slightly. It seemed that it had been woken by this invading power. The primal chaos space unleashed a wave of power. The stone earth was blasted apart. At the same time, a supreme will erupted. It seemed that the primal chaos space was angered. Long Chen's arm shook. His entire fist turned black as ink. An enormous power exploded like a volcano. The ground beneath his feet shattered. The giant was sent flying like a cannonball. The giant landed on the stone wall of the fighting ring. The entire fighting ring shook. The formation shattered. The roof began to cave in. Not good. Long Chen's expression changed. With such a giant roof falling, all of them would be crushed. Suddenly, the giant unleashed a cry, and slammed 2 hands on the ground. 4 giant pillars soared out and kept the roof up. Bai Shishi and the others turned pale. They hadn't had any time to use any magical arts. They stared in shock. You've won. This warrior of the heavenly stone spirit race is willing to fight for you. The giant knelt down on one knee towards Long Chen. Chapter 3018 Terrifying Junior Brother. Long Chen himself was stunned. He saw that one of the heavenly stone spirit race's giant's arms was covered in cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. He was unable to beat this terrifying giant, so he had used the primal chaos bead's power. His goal had only been to show his power to prove that if they were in the same realm, he could defeat him. Although there was a hint of cheating, after all, the primal chaos bead was still part of his power. However, he hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. The giant's arm was almost destroyed. Is your arm all right? Are you alright? Asked Long Chen hastily. Master, don't worry, I'm fine. Even as the giant spoke, his arm's runes came to life, moving across his arm and healing the cracks. Seeing that he was fine, Long Chen relaxed. He felt even greater shock at the primal chaos bead's power. Currently, he was unable to control its power. He had to draw in other people's power to disturb it into a counterattack if he wanted to use it. On the martial heaven continent, he had drawn in the heaven devastating bracelet, provoking the primal chaos bead. It unleashed a single attack that destroyed it without even giving it a chance to fight back. Just now, he had done the same with this giant's power. Thankfully, that giant's power didn't contain any malice. The primal chaos bead merely reflected the power. Otherwise, if it was angered, the primal chaos bead might have just killed the giant. Long Chen still understood far too little about the primal chaos bead. This mysterious bead he had obtained in the mortal world's Julie's secret realm was still hiding countless secrets. Wait a moment, Julie's secret realm, Julie immortal characters. Julie race. Could it be? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. Was the primal chaos bead related to the mysterious Julie race? Long Chen had come into contact with quite a few ancient immortal characters. It was difficult for him to comprehend other kinds of immortal characters, but he found it very easy to learn Julie immortal characters. Perhaps they were connected. Master, please place the slave mark. The heavenly stone spirit race's giant finally opened its mouth when he saw Long Chen's bewildered expression. No need, I trust you. Long Chen recovered his wits and shook his head. This simple and honest giant made Long Chen think of Wild. He felt him to be very pitiable. He had been tricked here and been in slumber for so long, and yet he still had to keep his promise. He was so foolish that it hurt his heart. He was just like Wild. No, part of the promise is for you to place a mark. I will then help you out once. Only then will the promise be fulfilled, said the giant. Long Chen rolled his eyes. As expected of the stone spirit race. Even his head was made of stone. There was no bending. Long Chen was already aware of his temperament. If he didn't place a slave mark, he wouldn't listen. Not wanting to waste the time, Long Chen directly placed a spiritual mark. This spiritual mark stunned the giant. You trust me, and I trust you. This equal contract leaves my life in your hands and your life in my hands, said Long Chen with a smile. This mark connected their souls. Either side could kill the other now. It was truly something that could only be done between two people with utmost trust in each other. Thank you. The giant knelt on one knee and carried out an extremely ancient form of etiquette towards Long Chen. That was the highest expression of respect in the heavenly stone spirit race. That's enough. There's no need for us to be so courteous to each other. Don't call me master either. Although you've lived countless years, you've experienced too little. I won't stand on courtesy. You can call me Brother San, said Long Chen unashamedly. The giant instantly called him brother. For such a terrifying existence to call him brother, even Long Chen felt pride. I have no name. When I was born, my people told me to go out for tempering. After condensing the king crystal, I have to return to my race and be bestowed a name by our leader. However, I encountered Ying Lu not long after I went tempering, then I lost my bed with him and was stuck here. Actually, I really want to return home and see my father and mother. They're definitely worried after not seeing me for so many years, said the giant sadly. He no longer seemed like an expert, but a child that had gotten lost. Don't worry, once we get out, I'll help you return home, said Long Chen. He felt a bit of disdain for that Ying Lu. That fellow had actually taken advantage of such an innocent soul. He was absolutely shameless. Come, don't resist. I'll bring you to my spiritual space, said Long Chen. The giant nodded. Since their souls were connected, he suddenly vanished. He was now in Long Chen's vast spiritual space. In the distance, he saw a giant gate. Even compared to his giant form, he was tiny in front of that gate. A star shone within the gate. That was the divine gate star. The giant suddenly said, I feel like I've seen that star before. Long Chen jumped in shock. Do you know where you saw it? Let me think. It seems, at the top of the divine statue, there's a star diagram. That star seems a bit similar to this star, said the giant. Long Chen was delighted. It seemed that this stone statue actually contained its own world. They were at the bottom of the statue, but the top also had its own space. This giant had an innate divine ability, the heaven-merging eyes. He was capable of seeing through space. This world was practically transparent to it. That was why the person from the Starry River sect had called him the heaven-merging stone spirit. Hearing this, Long Chen immediately rushed out of the fighting ring. Luo Bing and the others' ears were rumbling, because the roof was still unstable. Chunks of it constantly fell despite the 4 pillars holding it up. It looked as if it might collapse at any moment. They hadn't heard anything that Long Chen had said to the giant even after the barrier was broken. Seeing Long Chen return safe and sound, and the giant had vanished, everyone was about to ask him what happened when Long Chen directly said, "Let's go quickly. This place is going to collapse." Everyone followed the path forward, and just as they did, the rear shook. The giant fighting ring vanished. This fighting ring was its own space. Due to countless years passing without anyone watching over it, it was severely damaged. After the impact of the giant, it collapsed. Long Chen led them to the abdomen of the divine statue. However, he didn't see a staircase leading up further. "There is an invisible door on the left. Push it open and it will lead to the top," said the giant within Long Chen's spiritual space. Chapter 3019 Mysterious Star Diagram. With the giant's reminder, Bai Shala used his spatial energy to sense a spatial gate. This spatial gate normally required a special key to open, but with the destruction of the Starry River sect and with no one to maintain the formation, the lack of energy supporting it made it easy for everyone to pass through. "There's so many murals," Luo Bing exclaimed. Although they had also seen murals on the way here, those had been broken by others. These murals were still perfectly intact. These are records of cultivation techniques. They weren't recorded with characters, instead, the Tao was passed down through murals. Careful. Just then Bai Shishi pulled back one of the women beside her. That woman hacked up blood. Blood poured out of her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Everyone was appalled. They looked around, but they didn't see any attackers. Long Chen pressed a finger against her forehead. A lightning rune flickered, and she woke up from her unconsciousness. "Your soul has been severely damaged. You should focus on recondensing it while your soul energy has yet to scatter," said Long Chen. He also gave her a medicinal pill. After consuming the medicinal pill, her complexion improved. She gradually recovered. She nodded her thanks to Long Chen before closing her eyes and focusing entirely on healing. "Brother San, what just happened?" asked Mu Qingyan. That had come out of nowhere. Bai Shishi said, "Everyone, don't try to study the murals, and don't investigate them with your spiritual strength. Our realms aren't high enough, and doing so will cause your soul to scatter." Qingyi just now was drawn in by the mental realm of the mural. By immersing herself in it, her soul almost crumbled. "Be wary." Everyone jumped in shock. Just now, they had truly been intent on closely examining these murals. They hadn't expected there to be such danger. "It's alright if you look at them, as long as you aren't sucked in by them. Don't instinctively try to cultivate them. Sisters from the Heaven Female Alliance, I'll trouble you to gather these murals. When we give them to the Academy, we'll get a huge amount of points, as well as being able to cultivate these techniques for free once they're translated," said Long Chen. He was giving face to the Heaven Female Alliance. These murals might contain the secrets of the Starry River sect. On his side, he had too many random people. Other than the people from the 2 guilds, the others weren't so trustworthy. For Bai Shishi to be able to instantly find the spies within her ranks after her battle with Lu Yuncheng showed that she was very strict with her management of her subordinates. There shouldn't be anything like someone selfishly pocketing a few murals when it came to her people. Seeing Long Chen let them take the murals instead of splitting them, the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples were impressed. That was also a kind of trust. Their distaste for him lightened. These murals were not directly carved into the stone walls. Instead, the walls had been built with specific grooves for the murals, and they were then added on. These murals were incredibly precious. Although the formation was essentially out of energy, they were still extremely careful when taking them off. This was also why he had the Heaven Female Alliance do this work, because they were far more meticulous in comparison. The first mural was quickly taken down. It was a 3-foot square and 3 inches thick. Bai Shishi examined it and smiled. The mural's formation is one with the mural. Its energy has yet to scatter. The Academy will definitely have a way to extract the cultivation technique inside. The Academy might be lacking in other areas, but when it came to studying ancient tomes, they were definitely the strongest. Even incomplete inheritances could be restored. However, they still didn't know what level these techniques were. They had no way of appraising them. But for them to have been placed in such a hidden place, they were definitely the Starry River sect's highest level inheritances. They progressed slowly here, as extracting the murals was difficult. They couldn't make the slightest mistake. Some people took charge of recording how many they obtained. With so many eyes watching, no one dared to be careless. Long Chen, what about that heaven-merging stone spirit? Seeing everything going smoothly, Bai Shishi finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. I accepted him as my junior brother, said Long Chen casually. Junior brother? Everyone was stunned. They had seen that Long Chen and the giant had been saying something, but then the giant had been sent flying. Even now, they didn't dare to believe that this was done by Long Chen. However, if he hadn't done that, this giant wouldn't be willing to leave with him. Everyone felt befuddled. They didn't know what had happened. Hehe, do you regret it? I told you that it was a huge opportunity that I was leaving you. Because of a promise, that giant was forced to stay here. He wanted to leave a long time ago, but no one came to defeat him, so he had to wait countless years. How could I have beaten him, you ask? Naturally he acted like I defeated him and took me as master. As a result, I've gained a junior brother that I can bring out to play, said Long Chen. He was very pleased with Bai Shishi's stunned expression. Although it was a bit beyond belief, it was better than saying that Long Chen had used his own power to defeat the giant. No one would believe such a thing. Brother San, doesn't that mean that you're completely unrivaled? Now, asked Mu Qingyun excitedly. No, the stone giant said that he will only help me once. After that, his promise will be complete, and we'll have nothing further to do with each other, said Long Chen. Ah, what a pity, but now we have nothing to fear when it comes to Zhao Wuzheng and the others. You can just summon that giant and crush them, exclaimed Zhang Ling. Them? No, does killing chickens require such a thing? I don't want to waste such a trump card on them, said Long Chen. With his immense power, the stone giant's power had to be used at the right moment. If Long Chen felt the urge, perhaps he could con the giant into continuing to help him, but he wasn't willing to do such an immoral thing. That giant looked big, but he was really like a child. And he wanted to go home. He wanted to see his family again. Long Chen couldn't possibly hold him back for too long. But he also wouldn't waste such a good trump card. Hearing that he had obtained such a trump card, everyone felt greater confidence inside. The pressure that they felt from Zhao Wuzheng and the others lightened quite a bit. Pretty girl, do you regret it now? Long Chen looked at Bai Shishi like a pleased, petty little person. That was an appearance that deserved a spanking. Scram, call me pretty girl again and I'll kill you. Bai Shishi glared at him and clenched her fists. What about snotty girl? Asked Bai Shala. You scram as well. Bai Shishi's voice rose a few levels. That appearance of hers was quite ominous. But it also contained another kind of beauty that didn't ruin her image at all. It felt as if she had truly gotten angry. Long Chen stopped teasing her and instead continued to watch as the murals were taken off. When they reached the end of the murals, Long Chen's smile vanished. His heartbeat quickened. Long Chen ran over to the murals at the end. He looked at the 9 stars revolving around a ball of light within. He was instantly enraptured. Is this the legendary 9 heavens, 10 lands? Chapter 3020 Starry River Sage. The 9 stars were revolving around a nebula. That nebula was like an entire cosmos, yet also like countless stars forming a single celestial body. Standing in front of that mural, he felt like a speck of dust. He felt completely minuscule, powerless. The immortal world was said to have 9 heavens and 10 lands. The 9 heavens referred to 9 locations within the cosmos. The 10 lands referred to worlds behind the 9 heavens. Although Long Chen had read the Academy's books, he still didn't have a complete understanding of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That was because those records were essentially legends, and only mentioned in miscellaneous notes and unofficial history. The orthodox records did not mention the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That was because there was no basis for such a thing, so they couldn't randomly bring it up. Legend was that the 9 heavens and 10 lands composed the entire world. The heavens contained the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures. The 10 lands were worlds behind the 9 heavens. Previously, Long Chen had read some books that mentioned such a thing, but he had been unable to comprehend it. But looking at this star diagram, he instantly understood. The 9 stars were giant, revolving around the giant sphere of light. The sphere of light emitted divine light that illuminated the 9 stars. However, behind the 9 stars were shadows just as big as them. Those were areas that the light couldn't reach. Where there was light, there was shadow. Long Chen finally understood what it meant when it was said that the 10 lands were worlds behind the 9 heavens. Wait, No, if there are 9 stars, there should only be 9 lands behind them, right? However, his theory was quickly broken. Just at that moment, his gaze roved around the star diagram. He looked down. He saw another depiction. It contained a man standing in the night sky. There were 7 stars behind him. The space around him twisted until it was collapsing. It was as if the entire world would shatter because of his existence. It looked to be a long-haired man. His arms were spread, and there seemed to be countless spots on his shoulders. Endless energy of heaven and earth poured towards him. Although it was just a mural, it was still possible to sense that supreme, lonely air of hegemony. 7-star battle armor. Long Chen's heart pounded. He was sure that this was a 9-star heir using the 7-star battle armor. It was a very simple depiction, but just a few strokes were enough to show his unrivaled domineeringness. That feeling was something that Long Chen was all too familiar with. He continued looking down. Beneath that 9-star heir was a person prostrating themselves before him. Continuing further, the 9-star heir was gone, but that person prostrating was now sitting in the sky, countless stars revolving around him. Within his dantian were 2 stars flowing in the form of the yin and yang fish. I understand. This person is the Starry River Sage. His Starry River of the Sky art was based on the 9-star hegemon body art. However, you can't have a dantian when cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art. This person blazed a new path, condensing yin and yang energy in his dantian to endure the impact of the astral energy so he didn't blow up. However, did he receive the inheritance of the 9-star heir, or was he simply enlightened by the sight of one of them? Long Chen felt that it was more likely that he had simply found an insight from a 9-star heir. For that person to be prostrating towards the 9-star heir, he had definitely received that person's favor. Perhaps the two of them even had some kind of relationship. The 9-star hegemon body art couldn't be transmitted to others. If it was, it would only harm them and kill them. Continuing to look down, he didn't see anything else. This mural ended here. It seemed that these murals were left behind by the Starry River Sage to record the origin of the Starry River Sage. Long Chen looked at the next mural. This mural depicted how the Starry River Sage had created the Starry River of the Sky art from the 9-star hegemon body art. It was concise and comprehensive. It seemed to be made by the same person as the first mural. There were many star diagrams. It looked extremely chaotic and messy, as if a child had randomly thrown paint. However, inside, Long Chen sighed. This Starry River Sage's imagination and calculation powers were truly astonishing. Based on the 7-star battle armor, he had split it into tens of thousands of steps that slowly imitated it. The Starry River Sage failed at this process countless times. He was almost blasted apart, but he still managed to create the Starry River of the Sky art. At the bottom of the second mural was a line of ancient text. Long Chen was actually unable to completely read it. A portion of them were 3rd-generation Julie immortal characters, but some were difficult to comprehend symbols. Long Chen could only assume that they were 2nd-generation Julie immortal characters. Since he didn't recognize a portion of the text, he could only generalize based on what he could read. The general meaning was that the Starry River Sage created the Starry River of the Sky art, but ended up injuring himself in the process. He died not long after. His oldest disciple was called Li Xing. He was the one who actually created the Starry River sect. Li Xing was not his original name. It was a name he took to show his gratitude to his master for transmitting the Tao to him. He became the Starry River Sage, living under his master's title. He carried out his master's legacy, creating the Starry River sect. Even the statue was actually of his master, not him. Reading here, Long Chen nodded and sighed. For a disciple to be so grateful, he was admirable. In comparison, Lord Brahma had received his master's blessing, only to betray them. He was worse than trash. The characters also recorded how the Starry River of the Sky art still had many flaws. In terms of power, it was still a far cry from the 7-star battle armor. Furthermore, it was unable to create a manifestation of the dome of the sky, and was simply not recognized by the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even right before his death, he couldn't let go of this regret. Long Chen sighed inside. This Starry River Sage could truly be considered a marvel of the heavens. Regretfully, he was not a 9-star heir. His fate ended there. For him to create the Starry River of the Sky art based on the 7-star battle armor was truly amazing. As for Li Xing, he was also admirable. He did all this for his master. Regretfully, the Starry River sect had been destroyed. Long Chen looked at the two murals. He now understood the creation of the Starry River sect as well as the Starry River of the Sky art. He once more looked at the star diagrams. There were countless star diagrams here. Most had been abandoned, because there was no way to connect them. But these were fresh new ideas to Long Chen that inspired him. His inheritance was incomplete. He had also deviated from the original path when he forcibly condensed the 6-star battle armor. In the future, he would have to rely on himself. These possibilities laid out before him were very helpful. After examining the star diagrams, he then returned his focus to the 9-star air. Seeing those spots on his arms, he suddenly had a thought. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck him. I've thought of it. I know how to control the power of my divine flames. Chapter 3021 Preparing for Enemies. As if he had been woken from a dream, Long Chen suddenly thought of how he could control his power. After igniting his divine flames, his 108,000 stars were like volcanoes. Once he activated them, those volcanoes would all erupt at the same time. The 108,000 stars were one body. There was no way to separate them, and no way to take out only a portion of their power. Either he didn't use them, or he used them all. It had already been quite a few days since he had entered the divine flame realm. Theoretically, he should have long since grown accustomed to using the power of his divine flames. But he had not. He had always thought that his control had yet to reach a sufficient level. If he tried using that overbearing power, he would only harm himself. When he had used Zhao Wuzheng to test himself, he had used that power. The injury to his arm was actually only partially from Zhao Wuzheng. A portion also came from a backlash from his own power. It was because he was unable to control his new power that he had not increased his cultivation base at all during this time. However, today, Long Chen was enlightened by these star diagrams. It wasn't that his control was lacking. He was lacking something else. The Starry River Sage had created the Starry River of the Sky art based on the 7-star battle armor. The reason that he succeeded was because he had his yin and yang core to bear the brunt of his astral power. That was the yin and yang fish in the dantian of that person in the mural. As the yin and yang fish revolved, yin and yang alternated. The harsh astral power was softened, and then the astral power that could not be controlled before became usable. The Starry River Sage had changed his dantian to contain this yin and yang force field. It was an extremely brazen idea. At first, Long Chen hadn't had this spark of insight. But then when he saw the spots on the 9-star air's arms, he thought of his own scales when he used the Azure Dragon battle armor. He had no dantian. He couldn't give rise to yin and yang energy. But he had the dragon scales that could contain his power. First he would send his astral power into his scales, and through his scales, he would control them. That would achieve the same effect as the Starry River Sage's yin and yang force field. He had 108,000 stars, and also 108,000 scales when he used the Azure Dragon battle armor. That couldn't possibly be a coincidence. In the past, when he used them both, they resonated with each other. But that feeling of resonance had vanished after entering the immortal world. He hadn't quite cared about that before. However, now he realized that the Azure Dragon battle armor was an equally miraculous technique. If it was merged with the 9-star hegemon body art, he was completely confident in being able to control the power of his divine flames. Thinking of that, Long Chen began rapidly thinking of how he could merge them. That would solve his present predicament. Right now, his divine flames were like sledgehammers. If smashed on the earth, they would smash a giant hole, but the sledgehammer itself would shatter. He himself would be injured. What he needed was a softer handle, one that could still unleash the power of the hammer, but without injuring himself. That softer handle would be the Azure Dragon battle armor. Hey, suddenly, just as he was immersed in his calculations, someone slammed their hand on his shoulder, causing him to jump. He looked back to see Bai Shishi. Seemingly surprised that someone as fearless as Long Chen would jump from a pat on the shoulder, Bai Shishi smiled. It seemed she felt it to be humorous, but also felt a bit apologetic. "What are you smiling about? Don't end up letting out some snot," said Long Chen irritably. Scram. Bai Shishi's smile vanished, replaced with anger. This fellow's mouth really was irritating. "What did you hit me for?" demanded Long Chen. "You've been staring at this mural for too long. Sometimes you're frowning, sometimes you're smiling. I was afraid you would become a mad dog and start crazily biting people," snorted Bai Shishi. Long Chen had been staring at the mural, and his expression had changed many times. They had also been rather extreme. Although his spiritual fluctuations were normal, Bai Shishi was worried he was in danger, so she had tried to draw him out of his stupor. For her good intentions to be responded with by Long Chen's cold words, she was naturally infuriated. Long Chen shrugged. Fine, I blamed you wrongly. I apologize. Bai Shishi was caught a bit off guard by this apology. Long Chen's character changed far too much. She stared at Long Chen, not knowing if this was a sincere apology or just groundwork for more treacherous words. I cultivate the starry river of the sky art. There are many aspects that I wasn't sure of, but after seeing this mural, I feel enlightened, as if the clouds have parted. That's why I was immersed. Right now, I need to go into seclusion for a short time. I'll trouble you to protect me, said Long Chen. Seclusion. Now, Bai Shishi stared at him like he was a monster. Their current situation was pressing, but he wanted to go into seclusion. It won't be long. At most, 6 hours. If there's danger, you can wake me at any time, said Long Chen. Just at this moment, a jade plate on one of the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples' waists lit up. She said, someone has entered the passageway and triggered the alarm. Everyone's hearts tightened. Their path had been discovered. The 5 powers had already gathered, and now all their experts were definitely going to rush here. They had been discovered. That path was also the only way out. Now they were trapped. The 5 powers would definitely immediately seal that exit, and their top experts would be coming in. Bai Shishi looked at Long Chen. He smiled. It's fine. Let them come. You can continue gathering the murals. I'm going into seclusion. Long Chen sat on the ground just like that. A layer of silver scales appeared on his body. Following that, a small star appeared on every scale. After the stars appeared, flames slowly ignited. Those flames caused this space to shudder. Even Bai Shishi's heart shook. An explosive power was now coming from Long Chen's body. Hurry up, gather the murals and get into top condition. Prepare for battle, shouted Bai Shishi when she saw that everyone was just staring at Long Chen in shock. Everyone quickened the pace. After 2 hours, all the murals had been gathered. They took inventory right there before giving them to Bai Shishi. During this time, the disciples skilled in formations received multiple signals that their enemies were pressing forward, continuously breaking through their traps and getting closer. Guild leader, our enemies are about to reach the palace entrance. I feel like we should seal that location to occupy the territorial advantage, she said. No need, let them through. Just at this moment, Long Chen's voice rang out. Everyone was delighted. Long Chen had finished so quickly. He slowly stood and smiled brightly. It seemed that he was in an excellent mood. Do you have a battle plan? Asked Bai Shishi. No need. Have the guards pull back. I'll treat you to a marvelous show. Long Chen's smile was so sinister that it gave Bai Shishi goosebumps. Chapter 3022 Playing Big. Long Chen's instructions shocked everyone. The channel to the palace was the best place to defend. A single person could block an army there. However, Long Chen wanted them to just get in for free. The Heaven Female Alliance's experts looked at Bai Shishi. Bai Shishi also frowned. She asked, do you have a better battle plan? It can't count as a battle plan. But just blocking a path doesn't have any meaning. If we were to do so, perhaps we could block many of their numbers. But it would come at a price. They have more numbers, so we can't fight a battle of attrition. Furthermore, there is one person that we definitely can't block. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about, said Long Chen. You mean the assassin from the Bloodkill Hall? Yes, that assassin will be able to slip through a chaotic battlefield as easily as a fish swimming in water. Perhaps you and I aren't afraid of his assassination, but other than the two of us, no one can block his sure kill blow. Me, I like to get the biggest gains for the smallest price. Thus, I don't want the people by my side to be in such danger, said Long Chen. If you're so afraid of death, what can you possibly accomplish, muttered one of the Heaven Female Alliance's experts quietly. Although it was quiet, everyone heard it clearly. Her voice clearly contained a trace of disdain that caused Luo Bing and the others' expressions to grow ugly. This woman actually mocked Long Chen for being afraid of death. It didn't just infuriate them, it also infuriated the other disciples that Long Chen had brought with him. Although they hadn't been in contact with Long Chen for long, Long Chen had led them through their enemies without a single person on their side dying. That was probably an existence on par with a divine general. His exchange with Zhao Wuzheng had unleashed destructive power that had convinced all of them of his strength. For this woman to say that he was afraid of death was practically the greatest insult. Although they also respected and worshipped Fairy Shishi, they were still infuriated. They glared at her. Bai Shishi also felt like she had gone too far, and was about to chide her when Long Chen said, "You are right, I'm truly afraid of dying. This life of mine doesn't belong to just me. It belongs to all the brothers and sisters who love me. I know that if I die, they will be so pained that they'd wish that they were the ones to die. My own death isn't important, but to cause so much pain to others would be too selfish. So you are right, I'm afraid of dying. Although I will also put my life on the line at times, I will make sure to lower the risk. I cherish my life, and I cherish other people's lives. If you feel like this is unsuitable, we can split up and fight on our own." Long Chen's tone was cold. Although there was no anger in his voice, everyone knew that her words had displeased him. "If you feel that you are strong enough and not afraid of dying, you can block that path on your own," sneered Luo Ning. "By fighting off the five powers forces on your own, won't you make a name for yourself? You can prove to everyone here that you are a peerless hero." Although she also verbally fought with Long Chen, she had never seen someone as brave as Long Chen. She was also angered. She didn't care who the other person was. She directly retorted, not even giving Bai Shishi face. Didn't she think that she was a badass? Was she not afraid of death? Then why bother fighting with everyone else? She could fight on her own. That woman was enraged, but before she could say anything, Bai Shishi coldly said, "Keep your mouth shut. Starting now, you are not permitted to speak. Another word, and you're expelled from the Heaven Female Alliance." Although Bai Shishi was arrogant and stubborn, this time that disciple of hers had gone too far. Despite not knowing Long Chen for long, she knew that every expert had their own pride, especially an expert like Long Chen. For this disciple to suddenly stir up trouble intentionally at such a time was absolutely brainless. That woman's expression finally changed. She no longer dared to make a sound. Instead, she found that even the other disciples of the Heaven Female Alliance were acting like they didn't know her, as if they were also offended by what she had just said. "Long Chen, my apologies. I did not discipline my disciples enough," said Bai Shishi. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, we should still be working together. I also am truly afraid of dying. My words just now were nothing personal. The combat style between the two of us is different. Perhaps you like facing your enemies directly on the narrow path for a brave battle to the death. It's simple, direct, and quick. It truly is the most suitable method for the immortal world's law of survival. However, I prefer getting the biggest gains with the lowest price, to get the greatest victory with the fewest casualties. If you trust me, hopefully you can cooperate with me. If you feel like my style doesn't suit you, we can each fight for ourselves." For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on Bai Shishi as they waited for her decision. Bai Shishi had always been proud and aloof. Luo Bing and the others were a bit worried. Unexpectedly, Bai Shishi smiled. "I'm very curious as to your smallest price for the greatest gain. Just treat it as me taking a lesson. I'll leave you to direct this battle." That agreement astonished the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples. They didn't recall Bai Shishi ever cooperating with others like this, especially not with a man. Luo Bing and the others cheered. Long Chen truly was powerful. Even Bai Shishi was willing to listen to his direction. Now they could truly be said to be united. Long Chen smiled. He felt much more relaxed. If Bai Shishi refused to cooperate, they would probably suffer in this upcoming battle. "I previously felt that other than being beautiful, you didn't have any strong points. But you're actually pretty good. The way you praise people is quite special. It's just a bit far-fetched," said Bai Shishi indifferently. She was already numb to other people's praise. But for some reason, this praise did cause some tiny fluctuations inside. It was as if obtaining his praise was something worth being happy about. "Xiaola, I'm giving you an important mission. Since Fairy Shishi has agreed to work together, let's go big. We'll exterminate all the experts from the five powers," said Long Chen with a rare excitement. He wasn't aware that black spots appeared deep within his eyes. It was as if the eyes of a fiend were slowly awakening. Chapter 3023 Arrival. "Boss, just tell me what you want to set up." Bai Xiaola patted his chest excitedly. Bai Xiaola was never given a high opinion, and his father was always beating him. Because of it, he started to feel inferior inside. But ever since he started following Long Chen, everyone viewed him as a friend. No one was looking down on him. Furthermore, When he had used his divine ability to transport everyone through space, their stunned gazes of admiration had definitely satisfied his vanity. Use your spatial energy to leave this place. After that, use my status plate to gather all the disciples of the academy here, said Long Chen. Boss, this place is too deep. My spatial energy probably can't pass through, said Bai Shala. His spatial power was inherited from his mother. However, he hadn't awakened his latent talent and could only do short-distance moves through space. Furthermore, with the Earth as a barrier, his range was further limited. You'll be fine. Go in that direction. There's a cave in there, and the walls are thin. With your power, you can easily pass through. Long Chen pointed. Bai Xiaoul formed hand seals and sensed it. He was surprised. Boss, how did you know? You're amazing. Long Chen smiled slightly. This was information given to him by the heaven-merging spirit stone. Although he had said that he would only help Long Chen once, other than fighting, he could help out due to Long Chen's favor. With his heaven-merging eyes, he could see through the earth. Shala, once everyone is gathered, have them surround the entrance. When you receive my orders, you launch an attack and completely seal that path. I want all the experts of the 5 powers to be buried here, said Long Chen. Bai Shala was incomparably excited. He directly used his spatial divine ability and vanished. Long Chen sighed inside. Having a good father and mother was truly important to a cultivator. Due to his circumstances, Bai Shala hadn't managed to awaken his talent. But he already had such amazing abilities. If he did awaken those latent abilities, he could probably slip through heaven and earth with only a few being capable of stopping him. Upon hearing that Long Chen wished to bury all the experts of the 5 powers here, even Bai Shishi's heart shook. Despite that usual naughty smile that wasn't dependable at all, Long Chen was so ruthless. You wish Shala to do something so big? Are you not worried about a slip-up? Asked Bai Shishi, staring at Long Chen closely. Those who can follow me must have the ability to stand on their own. I trust him, said Long Chen. Seeing that she was about to continue arguing, Long Chen suddenly laughed. What, are you worried about something happening with the plan? Or are you worried about him? Why would I be worried about him? Snorted Bai Shishi coldly. Long Chen simply looked at her with a smile. What are you looking at? Raged Bai Shishi. His gaze made her uncomfortable. It was as if his gaze could see through a person's soul. You have good skin, said Long Chen. Do I need your praise? This sudden change caught Bai Shishi slightly off guard. Her beautiful face reddened ever so slightly, and she turned away from Long Chen. Bai Shishi was cold and aloof, and she rarely interacted with men. This behavior could even be considered an inexplicable distaste for men. It was to the extent that even the #1 handsome man of the academy, young Master Chengchuan, was an existence that she never gave a second glance. The two of them had definitely not exchanged more than 10 words in the academy. Within the High Firmament Academy, both men and women were toppled by her beauty. Most men weren't even capable of speaking in front of her. However, the very first time she encountered Long Chen, she felt him to be different from others. When Long Chen first saw her, other than his eyes brightening ever so slightly, he returned to complete calm very quickly. That was the first time she ever encountered such a thing, so she became curious. Although she suspected that Long Chen was putting on such an act to draw her in, as time passed, she found that he truly was a strange person. He had beautiful women like Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan by his side, but he always maintained a distance from them. Many people assumed that the reason he had interjected himself into the conflict between the Luo family and the Chu family was due to a romantic relationship with Luo Bing, but reality showed that despite there being so many beautiful women beside him who also depended on him, he didn't even seem to understand romantic feelings. He continued to act carefree and casual. Originally, Bai Shishi thought him to be a foolish brat, but just now he said that he had hot-blooded brothers and women waiting for him. That didn't seem like someone who was inexperienced with emotions. To sum up, there were many mysterious parts to Long Chen that Bai Shishi found herself growing curious about. Even the way he spoke was strange and difficult to see through. Sometimes he could enrage a person with a single word, and sometimes he could make them laugh. He was an oddity. Seeing Bai Shishi redden from Long Chen's gaze, Luo Bing smiled and sighed. That odd fellow Long Chen was something that even the #1 beauty of the academy couldn't completely defend against. After that, Long Chen just looked at his own hands as if he had nothing to do. It was unknown what he was thinking. What about us? How should we prepare? asked Bai Shishi after a moment passed. No need, we just need to wait. We'll stall until Bai Shala returns, said Long Chen. How will we stall? The formations in maze won't last much longer. At most, they'll arrive here in 4 hours. Bai Shishi frowned. No problem, leave it to me. At this moment, thin scales appeared on top of Long Chen's palms, and there were stars shining within those scales. Long Chen was silently circulating the power of his divine flames as a warm-up. Bai Shishi stopped disturbing him after that. Everyone then sat and circulated their power, making sure to stay in their peak condition. Time passed bit by bit. As Bai Shishi had calculated, they heard footsteps right as the 4th hour mark arrived. Those footsteps were intentionally let loose. The other side wanted Long Chen and the others to know that they were arriving. Bai Shishi, you slut, come out and face your death. A voice rang out within the palace. Upon hearing this, the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples' expressions darkened. This voice belonged to Chu Yong. This person, who was like a loyal dog to Bai Shishi, actually dared to say such a thing here. Long Chen looked at Bai Shishi and saw golden runes revolving in her eyes. It seemed that Bai Shishi had been struck where it hurt. If this killing intent leaked, they would be instantly exposed. The wrath of divine venerate Brahma causes immortal blood to infect the starry river. Those who come have destiny. Life and death are decided by just a thought. Just at this moment, the entire palace vibrated. Long Chen's mouth was open, but what came out was the heaven-merging stone spirit's terrifying voice. Chapter 3024 Dressing Up as God, Playing the Devil. As soon as Long Chen opened his mouth, Bai Shishi and the others jumped in shock. It was actually the voice of the heaven-merging stone spirit. His voice shook the entire palace. Although he didn't release any divine pressure, just his voice was shocking enough. Long Chen had long since discussed it with the giant so that the latter would cooperate with him. And in order to thank Long Chen for his favor, the giant immediately agreed. As a result, even Long Chen's people jumped in shock. Welcome, you are the third group of invaders. There's no need to hide the truth. I can sense the aura of divine venerate Brahma on your bodies. Enter, said Long Chen. A group of people walked in. Just as they walked in, the place Long Chen was hidden suddenly became transparent. Bai Shishi and the others then jumped in shock, thinking that those people could now see them. However, this was actually the heaven-merging stone spirit sharing his vision with them, allowing them to see what was happening outside, while those people couldn't see them. That group of people walked in with stunned expressions. They looked around nervously, trying to find the source of that voice. Their attention then landed on the corpses on the ground. Amongst that group, Long Chen saw several figures. He saw Chu Yong, Zhao Wuzheng, Xie Tianyu, as well as the square-faced Lu Chunyong from the Nine Cauldron Church that Bai Shishi had given a beating last time. He also saw 2 other new faces, one man and one woman. The man was slender like a stick of bamboo. It seemed that he lacked any meat on his bones. Even when he walked, it was as if a gust of wind would blow him away. He was like a moving corpse. Not only was his body strange, but his face was also ugly. His face was covered in pockmarks, like a steamed bun covered in sesame seeds. He had triangular eyes and a large buck tooth. It was a face that made people not want to get a second look. As for the woman, she was tall with long hair and had a wooden staff in her hand. Originally, she could only be considered average in looks, but standing beside that man, she appeared much more brilliant. Long Chen smiled faintly. That man was Amethyst Heart Island's #1 expert, Lu Zihao. As for the woman, she was the granddaughter of the leader of the Silver Moon City, the #1 expert of the Silver Moon City's junior generation, the one who called herself the beautiful Lotus Fairy, Zhen Milian. The Golden Bell Gates Zhao Wuzheng, the Clear River Palace's Xie Tianyu, the Nine Cauldron Church's Lu Chunyong, the Amethyst Heart Island's Lu Zihao, the Silver Moon City's Zhen Milian. The top figures of the 5 powers had all gathered. Ignorant Junior, you dare to hide in front of this lord? Are you courting death? Demanded Long Chen coldly. Space twisted. The black-robed expert of the Bloodkill Hall revealed himself and hastily bowed. Junior was ignorant. Please forgive this offense. Zhao Wuzheng and the others were quivering in fear. They saw the countless terrifying corpses on the ground, and the voice of the heaven-merging stone spirit made them quake. This time, it finally realized that the voice wasn't coming from the corpses. Instead, it came from that giant statue. This lord has been standing guard here for millennia. I didn't expect the divine venerate's followers to come. Good, Very good. Long Chen was very pleased by their quivering states. The heaven-merging stone spirit was truly a convenient existence to have around. Senior, you said that we are the third group of invaders. What happened to the previous two groups? Probed Chu Yong cautiously. Long Chen looked at Chu Yong and his heart clenched. He definitely saw a trace of doubt in his eyes. It seemed that he wasn't as stunned as the others. Did he know something? He replied, they were already executed by this lord. Executed. Zhao Wuzheng and the others were stunned. Long Chen indifferently said, this lord has been here for countless years, just to wipe out the disciples returning to the Starry River sect in search of treasures. If I didn't see that you had Lord Brahma's aura around many of them, I'd have long since killed you. Lord Brahma was a supreme existence even amongst gods. No one knew how old he was. However, Long Chen had a feeling that the Starry River sect was very likely implicated by its connection to the 9-star hegemon body art, resulting in its destruction. Although he couldn't say anything for sure, Chu Yong and the others were Lord Brahma's followers. For Long Chen to feign himself to be also one of Lord Brahma's subordinates would make it easier to gain their trust. Senior, is Bai Shishi's corpse still present? Probed Chu Yong again. You speak of that white-robed girl with the metal energy. The pretty one, asked Long Chen. Yes, her. Do you still have her corpse? The Divine Venerate ordered us to kill her. We need to bring back her corpse, said Chu Yong hastily. Long Chen rubbed his jaw and smiled. That girl was quite pretty. This lord might be a spiritual body, but I took a liking to her. I wanted her as a servant girl. Long Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain on his waist, and a hand was viciously pinching him. That hand looked weak yet was as hard as iron. He almost cried out. Bai Shishi was glaring at Long Chen and refused to let go. Clearly, she was not going to permit him to continue talking nonsense. Who knew whether he was going to say something even worse? Long Chen hastily raised his hands in surrender and swallowed his shout. What a pity, but that girl was too stubborn and refused to surrender. I could only kill her along with the rest. She has already been turned to dust. Only then did Bai Shishi pull back her hand. Long Chen examined his waist and saw that the spot that she had pinched was already purple. He glared at her. Despite his tough physical body, this body that would not lose out to a spirit item had still been turned into this state. Bai Shishi's techniques were truly vicious. Bai Shishi cast a sideways glance at Long Chen's angry glare and acted like nothing had happened. What about that one called Long Chen? Asked Chu Yong. Are you an idiot? How would I know which one is Long Chen? I already said I killed them all. Are you deaf, or do you want this lord to kill you with them? Roared Long Chen. This roar shook the entire palace. Chu Yong and the others quaked and stumbled, and blood gushed out of their ears. Their faces turned green. They were still unclear on what this existence was. It seemed to be some terrifying figure with a deep connection to Lord Brahma. But why would this existence suddenly unleash such an explosive temper on them? Seeing Long Chen angry and those experts outside shaking, Bai Shishi covered her mouth and laughed silently. Even Luo Bing and the others were shaking. Their previous nerves vanished. A pack of fools. If you weren't Divine Venerate, Brahma's followers, this lord would have killed you instead of leaving the heaven-merging divine elixir to you, scolded Long Chen. Heaven-merging divine elixir? Chu Yong and the others were surprised. Come over here. This lord will bless you with divine elixir. Long Chen indicated for Bai Shishi and the others to turn around. At first they didn't understand, but when they saw him starting to untie his pants, they immediately turned red and fled as far as they could. This vulgar bastard, Bai Shishi cursed inside, but at the same time, she surprisingly felt immense sympathy for Zhao Wuzheng and the others. Chapter 3025 Drink While It's Hot. Hearing that this terrifying existence was bestowing them with heaven-merging divine elixir, Chu Yong and the others were overjoyed. They all prostrated themselves towards the statue, waiting for it to fall. Just at this moment, from there the statue's hands were clasped together in a seal, drops of dark yellow liquid slowly fell. This liquid emitted a strong medicinal scent. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wuzheng and the others hastily received it with their hands. Every person gets 10 drops. Don't fight over it, rumbled Long Chen as he tightened his belt once more. He kicked the medicinal ball in front of him forward. There was a small hole in front of Long Chen that led to the hands of the statue. This was a stone statue, and the heaven-merging stone spirit was easily capable of changing its shape. It went without saying that the heaven-merging stone spirit truly listened to Long Chen. Hearing that they were getting 10 drops, Chu Yong and the others were delighted. They took out jade bottles to store them. But in reality, every person ended up getting more than 30 drops. Many thanks, great senior. Cried out Chu Yong. There's no need for thanks. I am one of the Divine Venerate's subordinates, Divine General Huyu. This heaven-merging divine elixir is something I condensed from the essence of the world with the Starry River sect's karmic luck. It possesses the almighty power to bring you closer to the heavens. It can give a dead person life, extend your longevity, nourish yin and strengthen yang, activate all your meridians. This was clearly his piss mixed with some medicinal powders. Hearing him call it some almighty divine elixir, Bai Shishi and the others almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Our meeting is destiny. As we work for the Divine Venerate, there's no need to be courteous. Drink it while it's hot, urged Long Chen. While it's hot, Chu Yong and the others were a bit surprised. They didn't understand what that meant, but they drank the divine elixir. When they drank it, their expressions twitched. They frowned. The flavor was a bit strange. They glanced at each other, but no one dared to say anything. The divine elixir will activate your latent talent over the next hour and refresh your spirit, essence, and chi. Prepare yourselves to attack your bottlenecks. With your current cultivation bases, you will advance at least 3 levels, said Long Chen. Hearing that it had such a terrifying effect, Chu Yong and the others immediately sat cross-legged and prepared to welcome the medicinal effect. Seeing them acting so seriously, Zhang Ling and the others almost couldn't hold back. They covered their mouths with their hands, refusing to let their laughter escape. Bai Shishi looked at Long Chen's back speechlessly. This fellow was practically a devil. He was absolutely evil. If Chu Yong and the others realized what was happening, they would probably go insane. This was even worse than killing them. However, even after an hour passed, the medicinal effect didn't appear. It didn't appear even after 2 hours. After 6 hours, Chu Yong and the others were feeling that someone was off. But just at that moment, the jade plate on Long Chen's waist shook. Long Chen smiled. Bai Shaola had arrived. Fine, it seems that the divine elixir was linked to the Starry River sect's karmic luck. Too much time has passed, so its effect is lacking. But this lord won't be selfish with you. I'll give you all this divine elixir. If there's still no effect, then this lord also has nothing else. Long Chen waved his hand to Li Kai and the others. All the men immediately ran over. Bai Shishi and the others hastily turned around. As for the rest, they knew without looking. The divine elixir streamed out like a small river, falling from the statue. A foul smell spread throughout the plaza. Chu Yong and the others suddenly realized that something was off. This divine elixir didn't have any medicinal fragrance. They looked up to see that the statue was gradually growing clear. Then they saw Long Chen's bright smile that looked as if he had been blessed by the heavens. Chu Yong roared furiously. Zhao Wuzheng, Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyang, Zhen Milian, Lu Zihao, and that assassin of the Bloodkill Hall all erupted with killing intent. Now is there enough divine elixir? Asked Long Chen. This time, it was his own voice. Long Chen, I'll tear you to pieces. Zhao Wuzheng roared and shot through the air, unleashing a punch at the statue. The statue exploded. Having lost the murals and its own defensive formation being out of energy, it had lost any defensive power. Chu Yong and the others' faces were contorted. They had drunk that divine elixir. If that news spread, then there would be no need for them to continue living. Lu Chunyang took out a warhammer and smashed it at Long Chen. Its runes flashed, emitting shocking pressure. This was a terrifying divine item. The other experts also charged over. They felt like they were going insane. They had never imagined that they were being tricked by Long Chen. That was because they were all followers of Lord Brahma. The Starry River sect and this world's destruction were related to Lord Brahma. Their powers knew a bit about the Jalan Immortal Land's history. Although they didn't know the full story, they likely knew that the Starry River sect was destroyed due to Lord Brahma's orders. Furthermore, the first impression was the strongest. Long Chen had used the heaven-merging stone spirit's voice to intimidate them. They really thought that some terrifying existence had been left here to make sure that no stragglers of the sect returned. The heaven-merging stone spirit's voice in particular was so mighty that it felt like that pressure could easily crush them. That was why they hadn't even considered that it was a trickster. They hadn't doubted that divine elixir at all when it fell. They directly drank it. Now that the truth was revealed, everyone come out and slaughter them, roared Xie Tianyu. Countless disciples poured out of the passageway. Chu Yong waved his hand, and the prayer beads on his wrist glowed. Those corpses throughout the palace vanished as if they had been purified. Long Chen was startled. He looked at the prayer beads. He saw a figure carved into them. That was fallen Danite. This was further evidence. Perhaps these devil kings were Lord Brahma or fallen Danite's subordinates. Otherwise, with Chu Yang's power, there was no way he dared to touch those corpses. After the corpses vanished, countless experts of the five powers filled the palace. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples as well as the disciples led by Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan charged out. This was the mission that Long Chen gave them. They just needed to handle those extras. The rest was left to him and Bai Shishi. Long Chen and Bai Shishi faced off against those 7 experts. Lu Chunyang's attack was the first to arrive. His warhammer smashed towards Long Chen. This strike contained all of Lu Chunyang's killing intent and hatred. His hatred for Long Chen had already reached a level that couldn't be described with words. Why bother? I gave you my divine elixir, but you aren't even grateful. What thankless wretches. Long Chen sighed and shrugged his hands innocently. A golden sword struck Lu Chunyang's warhammer. It was Bai Shishi who blocked it. The entire palace trembled from the exchange. Dust fell from the roof as if the palace might collapse at any moment. Even a defeated general dares to act tough. Let's have a battle to the death here. Bai Shishi's white robes fluttered. Sword in hand, countless golden runes flowed around her. She was like a golden war goddess, noble and untouchable. Chapter 3026 No More Misgivings. Bai Shishi instantly sent Lu Yunchang flying. The two of them had exchanged blows before this. Back then, even while holding back, Bai Shishi had managed to force Lu Yunchang to flee miserably. Now that she no longer had any misgivings, Lu Yunchang was instantly injured and stars spun in his eyes. He almost coughed up blood. Kill her together, Lu Yunchang roared. At the same time, runes lit up all over him, and the earth shook. Earth energy poured toward him. Just as he prepared to unleash one of his ultimate moves, his expression suddenly changed. The same was true for Zhao Wuzheng, Xie Tianyu, Zhen Milian, and Lu Zihao. The plates on their waists were all flashing rapidly. That was a distress signal, and it meant that their disciples were currently facing a terrifying attack, and the situation was extremely grave. Zhao Wuzheng stared in shock and fury at the pleased Long Chen. You wanted to trap us like turtles. I suppose you didn't expect to become the trapped turtles instead, said Long Chen. Bai Shaola had made his move. The hundreds of thousands of the High Firmament Academy's disciples were wiping out the disciples of the five powers left to guard the way back. After Zhao Wuzheng found the pathway to this place, to save time, all their disciples also rushed in and probed the multiple forks in order to find Bai Shishi as fast as possible, as well as to find any treasures left behind. With the five powers gathered here along with the supreme assassin of the Bloodkill Hall, they had long since viewed Long Chen and Bai Shishi as trapped prey. Hence, they had only left a few thousand disciples at the entrance of the pathway. With over 500,000 disciples, Bai Shaola's side instantly wiped the guards out. They then entered the pathway, wreaking havoc on their disciples. With Bai Shaola's spatial energy, he was able to clearly sense the positions of his enemies, so that cave system became his hunting ground. Moreover, since the exit was blocked, there was nowhere for them to run. Suddenly, screams rang out from this side as well. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples, as well as Mu Qingyan and Luo Bing's people charged out and into the passageway. Don't let them escape. The five powers experts were startled. Without hesitation, they charged toward the exit. If these people managed to reach the exit, wouldn't all their disciples within the cave system be surrounded? Just as they passed through the exit, a giant golden ball exploded, sealing the exit. It unleashed countless roots that sank into the earth, completely sealing the path. The five powers experts were startled. This golden ball was clearly Bai Shishi's technique. It seemed that everything had been planned. With the exit sealed, a relaxed smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Just at that moment, as quick as lightning, Zhao Wuzheng unleashed a punch at Long Chen. Zhao Wuzheng hated Long Chen to the bone. He, the peerless heavenly genius of the Golden Bell Gate, had actually drunk another person's piss. That shame could not be permitted to spread outside. Right now, the only thing they could do was kill everyone here to cover up that shame. Long Chen smiled with his teeth. It seems that the divine elixir is effective. Even your face is turning yellow. Die! Zhao Wuzheng roared furiously. It was as if all his hatred was concentrated within his fist. Long Chen also unleashed a fist, and specks of light appeared on it. They were like stars twinkling. His entire arm glowed like a starry dragon. Their two fists collided, causing the entire palace to shake. As a result, the roof began to fall apart, and giant pieces of it fell. Astral winds erupted explosively from their two fists, like blades tearing apart the ground around them. Last time I let you escape. This time, I'll blast you apart. A vein throbbed on Zhao Wuzheng's forehead. At this moment, the armor covering his fist suddenly exploded and an immense power soared rapidly. Following that, people were shocked to find that the blood vessels of Zhao Wuzheng's arms were swelling. His arms grew thicker and thicker, while those vessels were like serpents wriggling beneath his skin. As his power climbed, the palace shuddered even more dangerously. More and more pieces of the roof fell. At the same time, the experts of the 5 powers that had entered this room were buffeted by the astral winds. They were forced to hide behind those giant chunks of rock. This was the divine palace of the Starry River sect, and it was built using the best immortal materials. Although the formation had long since sucked away their divine essence, their weight and hardness were still shocking. Perhaps a fist-sized chunk of rock could weigh thousands of tons. As giant chunks fell like meteorites, these disciples were forced to flee from their cover, only to be buffeted by the astral winds. Some were killed in the resulting chaos. Long Chen and Zhao Wuzheng's fight continued. Meanwhile, the others grew hesitant when they saw this. Their original plan had been to target Bai Shishi together. But if they joined in as well, the chaos destroying the palace would guarantee that the hundreds of thousands of disciples that they had brought with them into this room would perish. These people were their elites. Some were their family members, so they could not care about them. Slut, is your High Firmament Academy only capable of playing sinister schemes? Demanded the Silver Moon City's Gen Melian. The instant Gen Melian saw Bai Shishi, she was filled with jealousy. Compared to Bai Shishi, she was like a toad. Everything had clearly been planned by Bai Shishi and Long Chen. While the two of them drew everyone else's attention, the other faked pretending to prepare for battle, only to suddenly charge through the exit and seal it behind them. Now all the disciples that the 5 powers had brought were trapped here. Even Zhao Wuzheng and the others would need some time to break Bai Shishi's seal. Furthermore, Bai Shishi and Long Chen wouldn't just wait for them to break it. If they wanted to do so, they had to stop the two of them first. However, once they unleashed their full power, this palace would become a land of death. Other than a few of them, the others would be killed. This scheme was truly sinister. Normally, Bai Shishi would immediately attack Gen Melian, but today, her mood was particularly good. Rather than getting angry, she felt a trace of sympathy. She gained an even deeper understanding of Long Chen's sinister schemes. Despite seeming thoughtless, any random move from him could con people to death. Slut, why aren't you speaking? Do you know that you're shameful and thus have no words? Raged Gen Melian. Bai Shishi shook her head. Someone who has drunk the piss of men isn't qualified to speak to me. You. Gen Melian's face contorted, and a venomous light appeared in her eyes. She then reached out behind her. Just at this moment, the fiercest astral winds so far shook the entire palace. Even Bai Shishi and the others were blown back. As for the other disciples of the 5 powers, quite a few were directly killed. When Bai Shishi was forced to retreat, out of nowhere, she suddenly slashed her golden sword behind her. A figure was cut in two, and that was the Bloodkill Hall's expert. He was completely shocked. With him hidden in space, no one should have been able to sense him. Not giving him any chance, Bai Shishi's sword unleashed an explosion of golden light, cutting him into countless bloody pieces. Ha ha ha, well done. Now that this fellow is dead, there are no longer any misgivings. We can fight freely. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and unleashed a roar. His hair then fluttered madly, and silver scales covered his entire body. As the stars within those scales revolved, an aura that caused the 9 heavens to shake climbed. Chapter 3027 Finally Venting. Scales covered Long Chen's entire body. A star shone in every scale, and every star had a flame burning on top of it. Right now, divine light filled the palace, and heaven and earth rumbled. What terrifying divine flame power! Bai Shishi stared in shock at Long Chen. She had never seen or even heard of someone's divine flame energy igniting from the surface of their body. After all, normal cultivators had their divine flame in their dantian. Its power was unleashed from the inside to guarantee that it didn't simply leak and dissipate in the outside world. If it was unleashed outside the body, the majority of that power would simply dissipate back into heaven and earth with no use at all. The one opposing Long Chen, Zhao Wuzheng, was forced further and further back by this overwhelming power. Moreover, the entire palace began to crack, and it spread further and further. As Long Chen's explosive power ran rampant, the palace began to swell. The experts of the 5 powers inside the palace were horrified. Long Chen's aura was constantly rising, and they felt like they were crushed by that power. They were pressed against the stone walls, unable to move. The immense power was like a giant's foot pressing down on the bodies of ants. Those experts screamed in terror but were unable to change their fates. They were then crushed to bits. Only a few of the stronger ones were still able to persevere, but it didn't seem like they could last much longer. Zhao Wuzheng, Xie Tianyu, Chu Yong, and the others were shocked. Long Chen's power far exceeded their expectations. As for their side, that terrifying assassin had been easily dispatched by Bai Shishi. They no longer knew what to do. It had to be known that as long as the assassin was present, they could easily avoid being killed by Bai Shishi. His presence would be a constant worry for her. However, their plan had been seen through by Long Chen. He had also recognized the assassin to be the greatest threat amongst them. Whether it was Long Chen or Bai Shishi, if they had to focus all their power on their enemies, then a quick assassination attempt could easily give them a serious injury or even directly kill them. If they had to be on guard against the assassin, then they couldn't focus all their power fighting the others. Facing so many powerful experts, they would definitely be at a great disadvantage. That was why the assassin was Long Chen's first priority. When Long Chen had given them his divine elixir, the medicinal powder he had used didn't contain poison. Instead, it would make a person unconcealable. It could be considered a mark. He had told Bai Shishi about this special mark. That way, she could accurately tell where that assassin was. That assassin had hidden himself back within space after Long Chen revealed himself. However, that pitiful fellow was unaware that every single one of his movements was under Bai Shishi's gaze. His original goal had been to kill Bai Shishi, but after drinking the divine elixir, his rage made him change his target to Long Chen. Hence, when Long Chen was competing in terms of power with Zhao Wuzheng, he intentionally gave the assassin a good chance. He unleashed an explosive power that blew back Bai Shishi and the others. When Bai Shishi was blown back right near him, with such a good opportunity, he immediately slipped his way over to her. However, just as that thought formed, Bai Shishi's sword cut him in two. This pitiful assassin, a supreme expert, didn't even have a chance to attack or even report his name. He was killed like some random passerby. Just how sullen must he feel? Without that assassin, if they wanted to kill Long Chen and Bai Shishi, they could only use real power. However, Long Chen's full power was unleashing a chi wave that made it impossible for them to even approach him. As for their other disciples, they were being crushed. If the 5 of them added in their full power as well, other than them, everyone else in this room would be crushed to death. We can't continue like this. We must unleash our full power and kill Bai Shishi and Long Chen as fast as possible. The people within the cave system are being killed by them. Are you planning on saving these people here, or the millions of people inside the cave system? Think wisely, shouted Chu Yong. They had brought a few 100,000 people into the palace, but only 80,000 of them were still holding on. But in the cave system, millions of disciples were sending them distress signals. We can't care so much. Slaughter them. We can't be led by the nose by them. Zhao Wuzheng clenched his teeth and charged forward. His blood chi fully ignited, forming a mist of blood around him. An angry roar resounded throughout the palace. It was like an ancient beast had awakened. The heavy pressure emitted by Zhao Wuzheng instantly multiplied. As a result, the instant he clashed with Long Chen, the other disciples of the 5 powers despaired. Under both of their pressures, tens of thousands of them instantly exploded. This space was too small, and these disciples had nowhere to go. Amongst the disciples that were just flattened were some of Zhao Wuzheng's relatives as well as his most trusted subordinates. But he couldn't protect them, so he could only place all this hatred on Long Chen. An ear-piercing soundwave exploded. It was like a divine hammer had just smashed into Long Chen. Against just you, Long Chen sneered. His entire body shone as if he was protected by astral battle armor. With the dragon scales, he was now already capable of controlling the divine flames of his stars. However, contrary to others, a majority of his power leaked through the air. That was not a matter of control. That was intentionally done because even with his dragon scales, he couldn't contain the full power of his 108,000 astral stars. He had to waste a portion to guarantee that he wouldn't be injured himself. Else, if that power was locked within him, he was worried that his own body would explode. Despite that, he could clearly feel their endless power. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful punch, his fist covered with astral light. Even space collapsed in front of this punch. Space shattered from the immense power, and the palace collapsed. Dust and smoke erupted, even the very earth was torn apart. Bai Shishi, Xie Tianyu, Chu Yong, Lu Yunchang, Zhen Milian, and Lu Zihao's figures shot out of the dust. Chu Yong and the others were shocked. As for Bai Shishi, she was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. The pressure that she was under lightened a great deal now. The two of them together were enough to fight the six of them. Long Chen stood in the air, laughing. Astral light shone from his whole body, and he was like a celestial god of war. I've been stifled for a long time, but I can finally vent. Today, I'll use your blood to write the section of Boss Long San's rise. Chapter 3028 Bloodline Summoning. The emotions that Long Chen had been suppressing for so long erupted along with his power. The feeling of having power but not being able to unleash it was stifling. It couldn't be described with words. Now that he had gained an insight from the Starry River Sage, he was using his dragon scales as his buffer. A portion of his power dissipated outside, while a portion stayed inside. Now he was finally capable of fighting with the power of the divine flame realm. Shameless boasting, you're only fit to carry my shoes. Zhao Wujiang roared. As the palace collapsed, the disciples inside were directly killed. Hence, he no longer had any misgivings. With a beast-like roar, he charged at Long Chen. You're only fit to drink my piss, said Long Chen disdainfully. He was still immersed in the beautiful feeling of controlling the power of his stars. Fuck you. Zhao Wujiang let out a string of curses, and his face contorted with rage. So many veins popped on his forehead that his comrades were worried that his head might suddenly explode. Zhao Wujiang's beast-like roar caused a giant illusory image to appear behind him. It was unclear, but it was filled with the aura of an ancient desolate beast. That wild bloodline power caused heaven and earth to change color. Zhao Wujiang then unleashed a punch. In that instant, the illusory image vanished, seemingly sucked into his fist. Even before his fist landed, the earth already collapsed. This was an exceedingly ancient divine ability. Let me tell you, Boss Long San has always been fond of teaching people who think that they are very strong just what true power is. With a bright light in his eyes, Long Chen's own astral power poured into his fist. The light coming from his body was like a sun. It was blinding. Within that blinding light, a giant explosion occurred. One figure was then sent flying, smashing deep into the ground. Cracks spread throughout the land as far as they could see. You dare to challenge Boss Long San? Do you think that you're qualified? Up in the sky, Long Chen was surrounded by revolving stars. Like a war god, the sight of him shook people's hearts. Even Bai Shishi was shocked. The current Long Chen was like a completely different person to her. It was like a devil god had torn off his disguise and revealed his true self. The stars revolved with Long Chen at the center, leaving ripples through space. Moreover, that space twisted wildly simply due to Long Chen's existence. It was as if all Daos were bowing toward him. It was unspeakably wild and domineering. This was a powerful image, one that was completely different from his normal self, to the point that even Bai Shishi's heart fluctuated slightly. It went without saying that Long Chen truly possessed an extremely coarse and wild flavor. She had seen plenty of handsome men, but it was her first time seeing someone who looked to be filled with wildness. Just at that moment, a furious roar came from underground like a curse from hell. That voice was filled with bloody resentment. Zhao Wujiang then came flying out of the ground. His current state was rather miserable. One of his arms was a bloody mess, and his forearm was broken. Blood dripped down from him. Bai Shishi couldn't help feeling surprised when she saw Zhao Wujiang. He was truly worthy of being the number one figure of the Golden Bell Gates junior generation. Anyone else would have been flattened by such a terrifying blow. But it seemed that he was still fine. Bai Shishi suddenly realized that Zhao Wujiang specialized in countering her. As a metal cultivator, she was skilled in offense and defense, but her offense was not overwhelming enough. In a one-against-one, she would not fear someone like Zhao Wujiang. But in a group battle, Zhao Wujiang's power would become her greater hindrance. Killing intent then filled her heart. Suddenly, she had a thought. Could it be? She then looked at Long Chen, the man that she couldn't see through. Long Chen had previously told her that they had to eliminate the assassin from the Bloodkill Hall, or that would be the greatest threat against both of them. Thinking back, whether it was the assassin or Zhao Wujiang, they were all specialized to target her. As for Long Chen, he was specifically picking them off. Was he fighting Zhao Wuzheng specially to reduce the threat toward her? Thinking of that, ripples appeared in her heart. She was no fool. Just from some faint clues, she understood Long Chen's thinking. Today, either you die or I die. Zhao Wuzheng glared at Long Chen. At some point, his pupils had become vertical like a viper's. The wounds on his arm rapidly healed. At the same time, motley marks appeared over Zhao Wuzheng's body. Fangs then appeared out of his mouth, and a tail appeared on his back. He became a monster in the blink of an eye. That was not the aura of a human. It'll definitely be you dying. Long Chen looked at him indifferently, as if this transformation was nothing to him. He clasped his hands behind him and waited. Long Chen, careful, that's the immemorial ape devil's bloodline divine ability. He is summoning his bloodline heroic spirit to possess him. Warned by Shishi suddenly, Long Chen smiled slightly. I know, with his current realm and that faint bloodline, summoning a heroic spirit to possess him will only let him last a few minutes. After that, his life will be over. The backlash will take his life. However, I don't need to interrupt him. I did say that I would beat him in his strongest area so that he would be fully convinced in death. Then he'll know what true power is. Long Chen simply stood there, allowing Zhao Wuzheng to transform. The latter was now covered in black fur, and his nails were like knives. Two of his fangs gave off a cold light. Most terrifying of all were his eyes. There seemed to be something moving within his eyes, and it was exceedingly bizarre. Long Chen, you'll regret your foolishness. Zhao Wuzheng opened his mouth, causing everyone to jump. That was not his voice. It was as if the immemorial ape devil had come to life, giving off a devilish pressure. Chapter 3029 The Confident Zhao Wuzheng. The current Zhao Wuzheng had fully transformed into a giant. He had been especially talented even as a child, with a strangely good aptitude. Hence, his family always focused on raising him with their full power. His physical body was absolutely terrifying, and even when he was a youth, his name had spread far and wide. Later he was discovered by the head of the Golden Bell Gate and taken as his disciple. His master then gave him the Golden Bell Gate's priceless immemorial ape devil's essence blood for him to merge with. Zhao Wuzheng worked hard, spending 3 years merging with that essence blood. During these 3 days, he spent day and night tormented by that devil blood. Although he managed to merge with it in the end, it also affected his character. His temper grew more explosive, and he became easy to anger. He would kill someone at the slightest offense. Other than a few higher-ups in the Golden Bell Gate, no one dared to offend him. Being tricked into drinking Long Chen's divine elixir and facing setback after setback had completely enraged him. He no longer cared about the consequences. Hence, he unleashed that devil bloodline, summoning an ancient heroic spirit to bring his power to the absolute limit. However, with his current cultivation base, doing so would result in a terrifying price. He had to end the battle before all his essence blood was ignited. If he could preserve a bit of power, he could at least defend against the backlash and avoid death. He had black fur on his skin and fangs protruding out of his mouth. He then glared at Long Chen with his viper eyes. His aura was completely devilish, very frightening. At this moment, he was no longer Zhao Wuzheng but a monster possessed by the devil ape. The aura of the immemorial ape devil filled this world, as if they had been transported back in time to when the devil apes reigned supreme. That aura was ancient, desolate, cruel, and bloodthirsty, making people's souls quiver. All the lifeforms of that era were frightening. Legend was that the human race of that era was at the bottom of the food chain. It was those beasts that were the true overlords of that time. Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyang, Zhen Milian, Lu Zihao, and Chu Yong were shocked. Although they had heard that Zhao Wuzheng had a terrifying trump card and their elders had sternly warned them not to offend him, they hadn't expected it to reach this level. But along with that shock, there was a trace of disdain. There was no question as to Zhao Wuzheng's power. But he was truly foolish. Everyone was supposed to join forces against Bai Shishi and Long Chen. But in his anger, Zhao Wuzheng had started burning away his own life without worry. Even if he killed Long Chen and Bai Shishi, that terrifying price might cripple him. No matter how strong he was, someone without a brain wasn't worth fearing. Hence, the rest of them were happy to watch as Zhao Wuzheng killed himself fighting Bai Shishi and Long Chen. They would be the ones to benefit. Furthermore, they had a valid excuse for not fighting. When they had first gathered, Zhao Wuzheng had told them not to interfere in his battle, or he would kill without differentiating friends or foes. Those words had almost caused Lu Chunyong and Lu Zihao to turn hostile. After all, they were all peak heavenly geniuses with their own dignity. Zhao Wuzheng's domineering words had insulted them. Thus, they were a bit delighted to see him throwing away his life like this. They didn't help. Chu Yong and the others simply watched, and Bai Shishi was the same. She didn't know what they were thinking, but as long as they didn't interfere, it would be her and Long Chen benefiting. After all, 1 against 1 would definitely be easier than 2 against 6. Furthermore, Bai Shishi found that Long Chen's expression was still calm, as if Zhao Wuzheng's transformation didn't bother him at all. At the same time, she noticed that the stars around him were moving according to some mysterious rhythm. With every revolution of the stars, their auras condensed a bit more. Although she didn't know what Long Chen was doing, based on the current state, this was more favorable to them. Holding her golden sword, she simply stood in the sky to keep an eye on the others. Zhao Wuzheng moved, stamping on the air. At the same time, the void rumbled as if he was stamping on ice, and a strange sound rang out. A footprint was left in the sky, and it lasted for a long time before fading. An ancient heroic spirit, someone whose spirit was not distinguished despite having their flesh destroyed. A single drop of essence blood can be the carrier that summons the will of the heroic spirit. As expected, the lifeforms of the archaic era cannot be comprehended by the current era, said Long Chen as he looked at Zhao Wuzheng. The immemorial ape devil's name was just a generic term for certain devil ape lifeforms. The devil ape's aura that came from Zhao Wuzheng might be powerful, but there was no legendary manifestation that followed it. Hence, Long Chen judged that the essence blood Zhao Wuzheng had obtained came from a devil ape of the archaic era. Even if it was just from the archaic era, it was still so terrifying. It was able to summon the undying will of its master. This showed just how terrifying the experts of that era were. Growing afraid now is useless. What awaits you is death. Zhao Wuzheng stepped forward, his voice rough and icy, as if his voice was transmitted from the archaic era. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of himself. Should he also think of obtaining some essence blood to strengthen himself? His azure dragon essence blood came from the lower plane. If he obtained true dragon essence blood from the immortal world, how much would it strengthen the dragon blood battle armor? 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Seeing that Long Chen didn't reply, Zhao Wuzheng's black furry face smiled sinisterly. He slowly extended his hand. Blood marks appeared on his nails. His fingernails swept through the air lightly, and a sharp whistling sound rang out. Long scars were left in the space wherever his nails passed. It was as if the void had been torn open, and it was a long while before the scars healed. When I summon the ancient heroic spirit, I am unrivaled. Even my sect's elders aren't a match for me. So against you, I just need one move. A few minutes. That would be as long as 10,000 years for you. As for that backlash, it's negligible to me. It won't harm my foundation. Those idiots are just like you, and think I'm a fool. If it weren't for the Gate Master's orders, I'd kill them along with you, said Zhao Wuzheng, his gaze passing across Xie Tianyu and the others. That sinister light in his eyes made their hearts shiver. Their thinking had actually been seen through by Zhao Wuzheng. Furthermore, it seemed that this wasn't his first time summoning this ancient heroic spirit, and that everything was still within his control. Have a taste of death, ignorant ant. Zhao Wuzheng suddenly accelerated. Like a black meteorite, he charged toward Long Chen. Black ripples spread throughout this entire space and Devil Chi Sword. Chapter 3030 Devil Ape tears apart the heavens. Devil Ape tears apart the heavens. Zhao Wuzheng roared and spread his claws. As a result, the void twisted and tore, shredded like paper. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Wuzheng was still in the divine flame realm. Wasn't it said that someone would only be able to tear through the void barehanded at the divine king realm? Was this to say that he already possessed power on the level of the divine king realm? An insignificant trick. You can't even tear apart that layer of heaven and earth. How do you plan on tearing apart the heavens? Long Chen sneered and pressed his palms together. The stars around him revolved, and the spatial tearing stopped in front of him. At this moment, they realized that what Zhao Wuzheng had torn apart was not the void. Instead, it seemed to be a layer of something like paper that covered this world's laws. Despite that, this divine ability was still terrifying. If the laws of heaven and earth were like the table, then people were the cats crawling on top of the table. Zhao Wuzheng had used some ancient power to stick a piece of paper on the table beneath them. When the paper was torn, the table remained unaffected, but the people standing on top of it instantly felt like they were thrown into chaos. If that tearing had reached him, Long Chen would also have been torn apart. That was an extremely bizarre divine ability. In the current world, such a thing was almost non-existent. However, Long Chen had still seen through it. When he pressed his hands together, it was like two starry skies were merged together, forcibly preventing the tearing. Zhao Wuzheng was rather unlucky. Long Chen was only able to fully control a portion of his power, while the rest was leaking into the air. When Zhao Wuzheng tore apart the void, Long Chen could use his leaking power to stop it. Zhao Wuzheng continued to attack, his claws unleashing tears through the void at Long Chen. However, no matter what he did, those tears were unable to progress past 10 meters in front of Long Chen. My guess would be that your immemorial ape devil's essence blood is impure, and due to how much time has passed, it was not perfectly preserved. Most of its divine essence has already faded, resulting in its power dropping. Otherwise, someone like you wouldn't have had the ability to merge with it. You are managing to use one of the immemorial ape devil's innate divine abilities, but the blood soul power is too weak, while your own power is trash. Perhaps this incomplete divine ability could work against novices, but against Boss Long San, haha, it's useless, said Long Chen indifferently, as if this devilized Zhao Wuzheng was nothing to him. Bullshit, Zhao Wuzheng roared, and strange marks appeared on his arms. His blood chi once more erupted to another level. Suddenly, a sound like jewelry shattering rang out from the void. The void in front of Long Chen wasn't torn apart, but cracks shot past him to his left and right. However, even as the void was torn apart, it wasn't able to harm Long Chen in the slightest, proving his words. What was being apart was just a layer on the surface of the void, but it was a chaotic sight. Seeing that this move was useless, Zhao Wuzheng shot forward like a black bolt of lightning, unleashing a punch. You are nothing more than someone for me to test my power on. You don't know your own limits. Long Chen snorted and also stepped forward. The stars around him revolved rapidly, forming a giant whirlpool. The two of them clashed, and a twisting eruption of astral light and black devil chi spread. At this moment, Bai Shishi formed a one-handed seal. The golden runes around her whirled and formed a solid shield in front of her. Rubble battered her shield, and the tough shield actually almost cracked. Countless small craters appeared on it. Bai Shishi's heart shook. Both of them had reached a shocking level. This was the result of already being quite far away. If they were closer, this defense wouldn't have blocked that monstrous power. Meanwhile, Xie Tianyu, Chu Yong, and the others also blocked, but they were blown back wretchedly. The very terrain was changed, with the world looking as if someone had used a blade to cut off a layer of it. When looking at this new world, all that could be seen was destruction. At the end of her vision, Bai Shishi saw the ground split open. That was Bai Shala's group. The cave system had collapsed from their exchange. The 5 powers experts had scattered throughout the cave system in small groups, allowing Bai Shala to easily lead the academy's experts to them and slaughter them. With his spatial energy, he was easily able to pinpoint their locations. However, when the cave system collapsed, they were shocked. Just as they thought that they were exposed, they saw Long Chen fighting Zhao Wuzheng. The sight of that fight ignited Bai Shala's blood. Brothers, work hard, quickly, slaughter the leftovers so we can watch the show. Bai Shala hastily gave the orders to finish the mission that Long Chen had given him. He wanted to watch. With the terrain completely transformed, those underground passageways were now exposed. Quite a few of the survivors from the 5 powers tried to charge out. However, Bai Shala quickly formed hand seals. Another area split open, and Mu Qingyan and the others charged out as well. Big Sister Qingyan, split your troops in 2. One group hunts down the pigs underground, while another catches the rats that sneak out. Shouted Bai Shala. Bai Shala was also able to track Mu Qingyan and the others, so he dragged them out to help. After all, Long Chen's orders were to wipe out all of their enemies. If one ran away, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Long Chen. After all, this was Long Chen's first time giving him a mission. He didn't want Long Chen to look down on him. Because of it, Mu Qingyan and Luo Bing led their disciples out, while the disciples of the Heaven Female Alliance stayed underground to hunt the leftovers. On the other side, Long Chen was still fighting Zhao Wuzheng, with neither side able to suppress the other. With every exchange, the world shuddered. As waves of destruction passed through the land, more underground passageways were exposed, and more experts tried to flee. Luo Bing, Mu Qingyan, and the others couldn't keep an eye on Long Chen's side. With Bai Shala guiding them, they hunted the disciples of the five powers. Seeing their disciples being slain, Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyang, Zhen Milian, and Lu Zihao charged over. However, just at that moment, golden pillars soared into the sky, forming a giant gate around this battlefield. Do you want to come one by one or all together? Asked Bai Shishi, standing in their path like a war goddess. Kill her, shouted Chu Yong, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. The prayer beads on his wrist glowed, and he charged out first. However, just at that moment, a figure smashed toward him like a shooting star, startling him and forcing him to dodge. A person smashed into the ground, lying there weakly. His body was already deformed, his bones broken and his eyes listless. Zhao Wujiang, Chu Yong and the others were appalled. This half-dead person in front of them was Zhao Wujiang. They hastily looked over at Long Chen. Chapter 3031 New Divine Ring Power. Up in the sky, Long Chen was surrounded by stars, and a six-colored ring of light spun behind him. As it spun, the void trembled. A supreme will that superseded the 10,000 Daos shook the land. This was Long Chen's first time summoning his divine ring after igniting the divine flames of his stars. The energy of heaven and earth was sucked into the divine ring for Long Chen to control. It was as if he was the master of the world. At this moment, Long Chen understood that the 9-star hegemon body art had two sources of power. The inner power came from his astral power, while the external power came from his divine ring. When his astral power merged with the power of the immortal world, his blood flow quickened. It was as if 10,000 horses were stampeding through his body, like a tsunami was coursing through him. He felt a slight ache in his flesh when he summoned the divine ring. Clearly, although he had finally grasped the method to use his divine flames, his current physical body was barely able to contain this power. Despite that, the power of his fist contained apocalyptic power, and it almost killed Zhao Wujiang directly. Now, black ripples continued to spread through the void. That was Zhao Wujiang's immemorial ape devil's aura. Zhao Wujiang's ancient heroic spirit has been shattered. Chu Yong and the others' expressions changed. That ancient, heroic spirit was a terrifying existence from the archaic era that had left behind their undying will. But it had been broken by Long Chen. Seeing how heavily injured Zhao Wujiang was, Xie Tianyu suddenly shot over to him and pressed a hand on him, covering him with a layer of water to heal his injuries slowly. In just a moment, Zhao Wujiang's listless eyes slowly grew bright once more. He was pulled back from the border of death. However, while he didn't die, his wounds couldn't be healed quickly. Xie Tianyu's heart grew cold. His water energy was trying to heal his wounds, but as soon as those wounds healed, they automatically broke again. It was as if there was some kind of law resting within these wounds that was sharply reducing his healing ability. Although they all disliked Zhao Wujiang, their current situation was not very favorable. So every bit of power that they could preserve counted. Long Chen's divine ring slowly revolved. 3 of the 6 colors spun clockwise, and the other 3 spun counterclockwise. It was as if they were manifesting the mysteries of the 10,000 Daos. As the divine ring spun, the pain in Long Chen's body gradually lessened. He slowly got used to this merger of 2 kinds of power. Before this, controlling just the astral power was already taxing for him, and he had to abandon over half of it. Now that 2 kinds of power were merging, he had to throw away even more. But he had to do this in order to grasp the secrets of the 9-star hegemon body art. Due to wasting 90% of his power and expelling it into the air, from a distance, Long Chen looked like a blazing sun. Ripples continuously poured out of him, crashing against heaven and earth, as if this world could not contain him. Because of this phenomena, others were unable to see clearly. They didn't know what was going on. But if this manifestation was already so terrifying, wouldn't Long Chen be absolutely horrifying? Even after summoning an ancient heroic spirit, Zhao Wujiang was still almost killed by a single punch from him. Just who was a match for him? In the distance, Bai Shala shouted excitedly. Seeing how domineering Long Chen was, he felt like he was the one standing out. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan also couldn't help staring at him as they hunted down the remnants of the 5 powers. They were excited as well. Long Chen was growing more and more powerful, more and more terrifying. What are you all staring blankly for? Hurry up and kill yourselves. Are you waiting for Boss Long San to personally do it? Demanded Long Chen coldly at Xie Tianyu and the others. Xie Tianyu and the others were enraged. But Chu Yong sneered, Long Chen, give up the act. Your current power isn't under your control at all. This manifestation might be shocking, but your power is completely scattered. At most, you can control 10 to 20% of the power you're showing. Furthermore, all this energy is being wasted. How long can you last like this? If you think you can trick me, you are still too immature. Xie Tianyu and the others realized that Chu Yong was telling the truth. They now sensed Long Chen's weakness. It truly was as Chu Yong said. If a person's body was like a water reservoir, the power they could control would be like the valve at the bottom of the dam. The greater the control, the smaller the valve. With the smaller valve, the water sped through it faster due to the pressure. On the opposite end of the spectrum, with a larger valve, although more water flowed out, the weaker pressure meant that it lacked destructive power. Long Chen's current state was like a reservoir where the water was gushing out of the top. Although the amount was shocking, its destructive power wasn't so great. Such an obvious fact had actually been covered up due to just how shocking Long Chen's current aura was, along with the fact that Long Chen had crushed Zhao Wuzheng in one blow. That fear had caused them to lose their wits temporarily. Who would have thought that the Chu family's people actually had some brains? So you noticed. But even if a lion can't control his own power, do you think a pack of rabbits can do anything to him? Long Chen smiled. Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you're the only one with trump cards? Chu Yong showed off his prayer beads. I know you have trump cards, but it's too bad that you don't have the brain capacity to use them. Do you realize that you missed your only chance to kill me? Asked Long Chen. Is that so? Chu Yong was equally calm, speaking neither quickly nor slowly. Do you remember when we first entered the Jalan Immortal Land? At that time, I beat you so badly you couldn't even counterattack. In the end, you fled miserably, and if it weren't for that old bastard Chu Weiren, you would already be dead, said Long Chen. HMPH, so what? That was nothing more than an accident. I won't give you another chance, snorted Chu Yong. No, you've given it to me. I had a fortuitous encounter in the underground palace and learned how to control my power. But mastering this new method required time. While fighting Zhao Wuzheng, I slowly grew familiar with my power, increasing my power step by step. If you had all directly attacked at the start instead of just watching, I really might have died full of regrets here, unable to unleash the power in my body. Now you no longer have the ability to kill me. What awaits you is only death, said Long Chen. Oh really? I disagree. Your life is mine. Chu Yong smiled. His previous panic and confusion vanished, replaced with calm. That calmness was due to absolute confidence, as if everything was under his control. Oh, does your confidence stem from fallen Daynite? Asked Long Chen. Chu Yang's confident expression instantly vanished. He stared in shock at Long Chen. Chapter 3032 Daynite Armor. Fallen Daynite was as famous as Lord Brahma, and his name shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was said to be the ancestor of pill tools, but only a few had knowledge in that regard. Contrary to Lord Brahma, Fallen Daynite had fewer believers. Fallen Daynite's believers were all picked out from amongst Lord Brahma's believers. As a result, even amongst Lord Brahma's followers, not many people even knew about Fallen Daynite's appearance. Hence, Chu Yong was startled when Long Chen called out his name. It had to be known that on the surface, he merely appeared to be one of Lord Brahma's disciples but was actually one of Fallen Daynite's followers. Even within the Chu family, the number of people aware of this did not surpass 10. But Long Chen had seen through it. Long Chen sneered. Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite, one stood in the open, one stayed in the dark. But they were both snakes and rats from the same pit. He had seen the statue of Fallen Daynite in the lower plane and was familiar with his aura. Curiously, here in the immortal world, he was unable to find any inheritances left behind by Fallen Daynite. But those prayer beads had a figure carved into them, and Long Chen was very familiar with Fallen Daynite's appearance. No need to be curious. I am a heaven master of the High Firmament Academy. If I didn't at least have this little ability, how could I participate in the 9 Prefecture Convention? Long Chen continued, it is precisely because I saw through you that I worked together with this pretty girl to first kill that fellow from the Bloodkill Hall and then cripple Zhao Wuzheng. Can you not understand? You, Chu Yong finally grew uneasy. Long Chen seemed to have seen through everything, and the entire battle seemed to be in his control. Hence, Chu Yang's heart sank. I know you're very powerful and have immense trump cards. If we couldn't knock them down one by one, the ones to die today would be the 2 of us. But now, that dislikable assassin is dead, and the only one who can threaten the pretty girl, Zhao Wuzheng, is crippled. The battlefield has been balanced. Now I can freely experience the methods of fallen Daynite. Long Chen stretched lazily, a crackling sound ringing from his bones. Hearing that, Bai Shishi was startled. Long Chen's calculations went so deep. But the truly surprising thing was that someone she had never cared about, Chu Yong, would be the strongest existence here. It seemed that all the preparation that Long Chen had made in advance was just so that he could fight Chu Yong freely. Also, it was all to reduce the pressure on her. Pretty girl, I can only do this much. It should be no problem for you to handle the other 5, right? Asked Long Chen, rolling his shoulders as if he was warming up. I'm called Bai Shishi. Call me that again and I'll beat you to death, shouted Bai Shishi. Despite being a bit moved by Long Chen's methods, his actual words still angered her. He had actually given her a nickname. Ha ha ha, it sounds like it should be no problem. Then, let's start. Long Chen suddenly shot out at Chu Yong, moving so fast that he was like a phantom. Daynite armor. The 18 prayer beads around Chu Yang's wrist dispersed and formed a ring behind him. After that, golden armor appeared around his body. Long Chen's fist landed right on Chu Yang's armored chest. As a result, a brilliant explosion erupted and the entire world shuddered. Chu Yong was sent flying, but shockingly, the fist that almost killed Zhao Wuzheng was received by Chu Yong. The slight dent in the armor quickly repaired itself. Ha ha ha, I was right. Most of your power is simply dispersing. You can't even break my Daynite armor. Today, you will be buried in this Jalan immortal land. Chu Yong suddenly laughed. Although Long Chen's blow had shaken him, he had still managed to block it. Hence, a weight fell from his heart. Ignorant fool, you will never understand just how great Divine Venerate Daynite's power is. With his confidence inflating, Chu Yang's armor glowed, and a pair of divine feather wings appeared on his back. He charged at Long Chen. However, Long Chen's foot landed on his stomach midway, sending him flying in the opposite direction. Who does fallen Daynite think he is to dare act arrogantly in front of Boss San? Asked Long Chen. He unleashed a tempest of attacks. Chu Yong blocked with all his powers, but his close-range fighting skills with his fists and feet were far inferior compared to Long Chen. Long Chen unleashed 10 blows, and he was only able to block 3. The rest landed on his body. He didn't even have the ability to counterattack. Every blow left a dent in his armor. In just a short moment, Chu Yong was struck dozens of times by fists and feet, but he didn't seem injured. Ha ha ha, fool, you can't do anything to me. My Daynite armor can block any attack. Have you not noticed that a portion of your attack power is absorbed, and the other portion is further dispersed into the void? I'm only enduring a very small part of it. The Daynite armor can only be summoned with pure faith energy. It is not made of metal but composed of the weaving laws of heaven and earth. Even if you hit me for 10 years, you wouldn't be able to break it. Even without me doing anything, you will quickly exhaust yourself to death. Chu Yong laughed as he received Long Chen's attacks. Just at this moment, explosions erupted in the distance. There, golden light flashed, water chi soared, and earth energy thrummed. Bai Shishi's side had also started fighting. It was Bai Shishi who initiated things. Chu Yang's armor was too monstrous, and if Long Chen was unable to break it, then once he was out of energy, he would be doomed. She had to quickly kill all these people so she could go assist him. Golden runes revolved within her beautiful eyes. The next moment, a giant golden dragon flew out of the ground, and golden swords flew in the air. This area became a land of death. Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyang, Zhen Milian, Lu Zihao, and the just barely recovered Zhao Wuzheng hastily fought back. Xie Tianyu shouted. Just as they pounced on Bai Shishi, they found that Bai Shishi had suddenly appeared behind Zhao Wuzheng. Her sword slashed toward him. Zhao Wuzheng roared and unleashed a punch with the trace of power he had recovered. And beyond everyone's wildest imagination, Bai Shishi and her golden sword were blasted into golden bits. Zhao Wuzheng and the others were startled. Suddenly, Zhao Wuzheng felt a chill behind him. Just as he turned, a golden sword stabbed through his back. The instant it stabbed through his body, he turned the same color as the sword, becoming a golden statue. With a light pat from an elegant hand, that statue exploded. The Golden Bell Gates No. 1 Junior was turned into gold dust. Chapter 3033 Daynite Divine Radiance. Zhao Wuzheng was already seriously injured. While it went without saying that he was extremely powerful, regretfully, he had run into Long Chen. Long Chen had immense combat experience and was even specialized in close-range combat. When he and Zhao Wuzheng were fighting a battle of physical bodies, when Long Chen grasped a chance, he gave Zhao Wuzheng a serious wound. Hence, that wound contained Long Chen's astral power, which made it so that even an expert water cultivator like Xie Tianyu was unable to quickly heal him. After that, Bai Shishi didn't give him any chance. Her first target was him, and he instantly fell. It's a cloning art. Xie Tianyu and the others suddenly realized that they had been tricked. Due to being injured, Zhao Wuzheng had chosen to stay at the rear. By the time Xie Tianyu and the others charged forward, Bai Shishi's true body had already been concealed, while her clone baited Zhao Wuzheng. That clone was not simply an illusory image. It possessed its own physical body. It was only once Zhao Wuzheng broke it apart that he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Don't hold back, kill her. Xie Tianyu ignited his essence blood, and 2 coiling water dragons shot out of him, attacking Bai Shishi. Lu Chunyang clenched his teeth and suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto his warhammer. His warhammer seemed to awaken, as if an ancient beast was disturbed. With blazing divine light, it smashed toward Bai Shishi. Zhen Milian and Lu Zihao also took out their trump cards. A full moon curved blade and a supreme divine diagram appeared. Both of them were awoken and charged toward Bai Shishi with destructive power. They had no choice but to do so. Bai Shishi was too powerful. Without Chu Yong, Zhao Wuzheng, and the Bloodkill Hall's assassin, the 4 of them could easily die if they messed up. They couldn't hope for Chu Yang's assistance either. Bai Shishi had specifically chosen to take action because she felt the situation wasn't favorable, and she wanted to kill them to help Long Chen. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to go all out. With the 4 of them unleashing their power, they were not that much weaker than Zhao Wuzheng. As Bai Shishi's golden swords danced, the golden dragon beneath her feet roared, and a torrent of golden swords rained down upon them. Both sides were relatively evenly matched. The ground slowly fell as they fought. The terrain of this area deformed, and astral winds with broken runes flew out, shocking Luo Bing and the others. This is a battle between peak experts. We can't even get close. Luo Ning stared in shock, her face pale. Despite being in the divine flame realm as well, the difference was immense. Retreat, shouted Bai Shala suddenly. What? Luo Bing and the others were still guarding the caves, preventing the disciples of the 5 powers from escaping. Why would they retreat? A group of women charged out, their white robes scarlet with fresh blood. It was the warriors of the Heaven Female Alliance. As soon as they appeared, they fled. Luo Bing and the others could only follow. As he ran, Bai Shala shouted, "Boss says to run as far as possible. Ignore the leftovers." "Why?" shouted Luo Ning, pulling on Bai Shala. "Do you need to ask? Look at your own waist plate." Bai Shala pointed. Only then did Luo Bing and the others notice a rune flashing rapidly on those plates. Time's almost up. Luo Bing and the others were startled. They had been so immersed in the fighting that they hadn't even noticed. This indicated that their temporary stay in the Jalan Immortal Land was almost up. The exit would open soon, and they had to pass through it. The transportation rune was originally with Long Chen, but he had given it to Bai Shala to look after. In other words, wherever Bai Shala was when the time was up would be where the transportation gate would open. Then can't they leave as well? Weren't we supposed to wipe them out? Asked Luo Ning. How am I supposed to know? Boss told me what to do, so that's what I'm doing. You women are so vexing, exclaimed Bai Shala irritably, feeling that Luo Ning was too long-winded. Just as he said this, she kicked him. Bai Shala was speechless, now not only feeling that women were too long-winded but also unreasonable. Hence, he decided to ignore her and continued leading everyone madly rushing away. Just as Bai Shala and the others were fleeing, the battle between Long Chen and Chu Yong continued to grow increasingly intense. After fighting for so long, Chu Yong was shocked to find that Long Chen's punches grew heavier and heavier. There was no sign of him running out of power. It was as if he had more power than he could use. Furthermore, for some reason, a nameless kind of terror started to appear in Chu Yang's heart. He began to feel like his life was in immense danger. That was the feeling that stemmed from being an expert. It was as if he was currently walking deeper and deeper into the abyss. Your power is still rising. Chu Yong suddenly realized what was wrong. Previously, Long Chen had said that he had missed his best chance to kill him. That was why he chose to don his armor, to exhaust Long Chen's power. However, now he found that Long Chen's power was still rising. It was as if he had been turned into a training partner for him. In that instance, he realized he had once more been conned. You're only realizing it now. It's too late, Long Chen sneered, sending Chu Yong flying with a punch. Chu Yong was shocked and enraged. He had always considered himself to be very smart, with only a few people able to beat him in intelligence. But he found that he was like a fool in front of Long Chen, repeatedly running into setbacks and simply walking headlong into Long Chen's trap. No matter what he did the wrong thing. If it weren't for his innate senses telling him that his mind was wrong, he would probably have continued fighting like this, trying to exhaust Long Chen into eternity. These senses didn't just stem from him. They came from his cultivation technique, as well as his faith in the divine venerate. He was Fallen Daynight's devoted follower, so he had Fallen Daynight's divine mark, which allowed him to sense great danger. Your tricks are far too childish, far too low level. I've long since stopped playing with those things. You are someone skilled in waiting patiently, and you don't wish to expose your true trump cards. I suppose your trump cards are supposed to be used to fight over the position of the head of your family. But have you ever thought that the real problem would be whether or not you could leave the Jalan immortal land alive? The star diagram behind Long Chen continued to revolve, and endless power gushed into him. It was as if some explosive power hidden within those stars was about to break free from its seal and destroy the world. Fine, then I won't hold back. I'll show you a supreme power within this world. Daynite Divine Radiance. Chu Yong clenched his teeth. The 18 prayer beads behind him exploded and a statue appeared behind him. Divine light radiated from the statue, filling this world and shaking the heavens. This was a statue of Fallen Daynite. Chapter 3034 6 stars, half open. When Fallen Daynite's figure appeared behind Chu Yong, heaven and earth rumbled. It was vaguely possible to see spatial cracks throughout his existence, as divine energy flowed through those cracks. It was as if the world could not contain that power. This was different from Chu Kuang's manifestation. This manifestation had a trace of the will of a true god, a will that stood above the laws of the world. Hence, the very void was crushed. Long Chen, do you see this? What are you going to use to fight this power? Roared Chu Yong, his eyes scarlet. At this moment, cracks appeared in his eyes, and blood slowly flowed out of his 7 orifices. Clearly, the Fallen Daynite divine radiance could not be summoned casually. He had to sacrifice a portion of his own longevity and yuan spirit to do so. Divine radiance descends, 10,000 Daos rise and fall. All of heaven and earth are under my control. No one can match me. Chu Yong roared. The statue fully concentrated on his body. As he formed hand seals, the void exploded and a giant pill furnace appeared. When it showed up, brilliant light shattered the 10,000 Daos. After that, a terrifying wave of divine might erupted, and Bai Shishi and the others were actually forced to stop and were blown back. Their magical arts crumbled in the face of that divine might. The surrounding land was crushed, turned to smithereens. Whether it was stone mountains or ancient buildings, they were crushed by that divine pressure. Even as blood dripped out of her mouth, Bai Shishi turned toward Long Chen. Her runic golden shield had no use at all, so she stared in shock at that giant pill furnace. It revolved through the air, unleashing waves of power. Long Chen appeared incredibly minuscule in front of it. Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyang, Zhen Milian, and Lu Zihao were covered in blood. Their backs had been facing Chu Yong, essentially turning them into her shields. They were almost killed. Bai Shaola and the others had already fled far into the distance, but those shockwaves still reached them. Fortunately, they were far away enough that no one was injured. Are they really human? One of the Heaven Female Alliance's experts stared in horror at that distant battlefield. Fortunately, they were cultivators. If they were ordinary people, they wouldn't even be able to see the slightest bit of somewhere that far. They saw the giant pill furnace spinning in the air, the 10,000 Daos crumbling around it. That power sparked despair. Good thing we escaped. If we were any slower, we'd be the same as those unlucky ghosts, not even knowing how we died. Zhang Ling wet her lips, still feeling some lingering fear. They had fled, but the remaining disciples of the 5 powers were still underground. They had been crushed to bits without even knowing what had happened. Boss really is boss. Everything is under his control. Bai Shaola's eyes shone like stars. That expression of worship could no longer be described with words. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others were also amazed. Not only was Long Chen incredibly powerful, but whether it was the crafty Chu Kuang, the wily Chu Weiren, or the patient Chu Yong, they all seemed to be fools in comparison. In terms of age, Long Chen was actually a few years younger than them, but they all felt incredibly immature compared to him. He was simply a demon. Fortunately, they were Long Chen's friends, not his enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to even sleep without being woken with fright. As the divine furnace revolved, the power of heaven and earth's 10,000 Taos seemed to be absorbed by it. A supreme will then rose. Long Chen, this is my ultimate power. Now, do you understand the difference between us? Chu Yong raised his head and laughed. That laughter was full of furious killing intent. He was fallen Day Knight's follower. However, summoning the Day Knight divine radiance came at a huge price for him. He had sacrificed his own longevity for this supreme divine power. Are you afraid? Why don't you crawl on the ground in inferiority as you wait for your death? Chu Yong slowly formed hand seals. The next moment, the divine radiance slowly descended upon Long Chen. Long Chen ignored the pill furnace. Instead, he was staring at the statue. Looking at the runes revolving around the statue, he felt a slightly familiar feeling. To merge heaven and earth into one, to refine the 10,000 Taos into a single furnace, Long Chen muttered to himself. Long Chen, what are you doing? Are you still not going to ask him for help? In the distance, Bai Shishi shouted to him when she saw him muttering to himself like a fool. Long Chen was drawn out of his stupor. Looking at her anxious expression, he smiled. Pretty girl, are you worried about me? Bai Shishi was enraged. Even at this time, this bastard was in the mood for this nonsense. Was his head broken? Hearing her words, Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Based on what she said, Long Chen still had a trump card that could resist his divine ability. Not letting the divine furnace continue absorbing the power of heaven and earth, Chu Yang directly made it crash toward Long Chen. Luo Bing and the others were shocked to find that when the divine furnace fell, time and space seemed to stop. They couldn't move. Even they were affected. Long Chen, what are you waiting for? In the distance, Bai Shishi grew even more anxious. The stone giant had yet to come out, and this attack contained the will of divine venerate fallen Day Knight. Ignoring the power of the 10,000 Taos that it had absorbed, just the will of such a supreme god could kill him. Long Chen gestured for her to be at ease. I was planning on using that trump card, but if it's just on this level, it'd be too wasteful. It's just the will of fallen Day Knight. Is that so amazing? Boss Long San will take a look today. 6-star battle armor. Long Chen let out a cry inside. The next moment, 6 stars lit up within his divine ring, and lines began to connect them. However, this time, the first star, the Feng Fu star, was lit ablaze. In that instant, Long Chen felt like a volcano erupted within his body. A line of fury exploded out of the Feng Fu star and ignited the Alioth star, and then the Life Fate star. When the Life Fate star was ignited, a triangle shape appeared within his divine ring. Heaven and earth resonated, and the world changed color. Long Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked to find that when these 3 stars ignited, his 108,000 stars suddenly stopped. All their power poured into those 3 stars, causing their power to explode over 10 times. Cracks covered his dragon scales, as they had reached their limit. Fuck, I can only activate 3 stars. What a miscalculation. Long Chen cursed inside. He hadn't expected the 6-star battle armor's power to have become so monstrous as well. His dragon scales were already at the limit with just 3 stars. At this moment, that terrifying divine furnace smashed down, covering the heavens. There wasn't even time to summon the heaven-merging stone spirit. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen unleashed a single punch. Chapter 3035 Wiping out Chu Yong. Long Chen's fist smashed into the divine furnace. Only then did Long Chen realize that the divine furnace was composed entirely of a god's will, something that merged the 10,000 Taos with the laws of heaven and earth as the foundation. The supreme will erupted from the furnace. In front of it, Long Chen appeared completely minuscule, like a drop in the ocean. For some reason, when that will appeared, Long Chen's eyes turned scarlet, and all his power erupted. Even if his bones were crushed to bits, he couldn't retreat even half a step. That heaven-encompassing divine furnace shattered. As for Long Chen, he hacked up blood, his entire body cracking like porcelain. When the divine furnace crumbled, the 10,000 Taos were broken, the laws of heaven and earth were torn apart, and the sun and moon lost their light. Chu Yong also coughed up blood. The statue behind him exploded, leaving him bloody and mangled. Both Long Chen and Chu Yong almost lost their lives and were seriously injured. Seeing this result, Bai Shishi was the first to react. She rushed over to Long Chen, who was only a breath away from a dead person. If he wasn't saved now, anyone could simply hit him lightly and take his life. Xie Tianyu and the others quickly realized this as well. A single long-range attack could take Long Chen's life, so this was their best chance. Even Chu Yang's life or death wasn't as important to them. Covered in cracks, Long Chen heard his body cracking with the slightest move, as if it would collapse. This was truly a grievous wound. After struggling to stand, he circulated the primal chaos space's life energy to recover. Fortunately, the countless precious medicinal plants contained immense life energy that helped him recover. Although it wasn't an instantaneous recovery, at the very least, it stopped his condition from worsening. On the other hand, Chu Yang crawled up and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Even some broken bits of his insides came out. Contrary to Long Chen, he wasn't directly attacked, so his condition looked a bit lighter than Long Chen's. But his physical body also wasn't as tough as Long Chen's. Even if it was just the resulting backlash from the Divine Furnace's explosion, he was almost torn apart. Long Chen began walking slowly to Chu Yang. He smiled coldly. Although there were some surprises, in the end, I'm the winner. You're the one who's going to die today. Seeing that Long Chen still seemed to have power, Chu Yang finally grew terrified. Just at this moment, a ripple spread from the distance. It was like the setting sun casting its final burst of light. When that ripple covered the two of them, Chu Yang's body began to glow. A spatial gate appeared behind him. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Keep dreaming. You never thought that I had my own independent transportation gate, did you? Time was up. Chu Yang was prepared and had his own transportation gate appear. Without hesitation, he charged in. Needless to say, the place that he was leaving to would not be the high firmament Academy's gathering place. Just as he dived into the spatial gate, a ball followed him inside. Chu Yang's startled cry rang from inside, and then a large explosion blasted apart the spatial gate. Water chi exploded and space twisted. The Decawater divine lightning is quite powerful. Long Chen nodded as he watched the twisting space. Although he felt a bit aggrieved to have to waste such a precious treasure on a half-dead Chu Yang, his own wounds were too heavy for him to have any better options. It wasn't as if he could just watch as Chu Yang escaped. Bai Shishi and the others were stunned. They hadn't seen the Decawater divine lightning. They only saw Chu Yang enter the spatial gate and then Long Chen wave his hand to make the spatial gate explode, blasting Chu Yang out of existence. Xie Tianyu and the others were particularly stunned. Long Chen was clearly on the verge of death. No. How could he still be so powerful? Suddenly, a lightning dragon appeared, and Long Chen stood on Lei Long's head. With a whip of its tail, Lei Long brought Long Chen rushing toward them. Originally, they were the ones charging toward Long Chen. But seeing him suddenly come over, their expressions changed. Although Long Chen's aura was extremely weak and he was covered in blood, as if a single finger could make him crumble, his calm gaze terrified them, especially after he had crushed Chu Yang and his spatial gate using some unknown method. Since their courage had been broken by him, they fled. Just at this moment, divine light covered this world, and their jade plates flashed. Without hesitation, they activated their own spatial gates. 4 spatial gates appeared, and the 4 of them instantly fled through the gates, vanishing. Once they were gone, Long Chen went to Bai Shishi. Seeing him covered in blood, she asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just losing half a life." "Let's go chase after them," said Long Chen. He grabbed Bai Shishi, and before she could react, she was pulled into one of those spatial gates by Long Chen. "Shaola, bring everyone away. We'll be back soon," shouted Long Chen as he vanished into a spatial gate along with Bai Shishi. Her startled cry also echoed. Bai Shaola and the others were too far. Before they could do anything, Long Chen and Bai Shishi had vanished. After a moment, the ripples also covered them. Bai Shaola then activated his jade plate, and a giant transportation gate appeared. This gate would only last for less than an incense stick's worth of time, so Luo Bing ordered everyone to hastily rush through. Once everyone else was through, Luo Bing and the others glanced back into the distance. They saw that Xie Tianyu and the other spatial gates had vanished. Hence, they also rushed through. Once through, they saw that they were in the High Firmament Academy's plaza. The Vice Dean, Heaven Master Yun Yang, Heaven Master Dong Ming, the head judge, and the other experts that had led the way for them on that day were all here. Over 400,000 of the 1 million disciples who had entered returned. They were all covered in blood, and the bloody stench startled everyone. Although they had said that there was only a 50% chance of surviving in the Jalan Immortal land, in truth, that was a bit of an exaggeration. It was mostly a warning to the disciples for fear of them carelessly losing their lives. Only a few select members such as the Vice Dean, Heaven Master Yunyong, and the head judge had slight smiles upon seeing so many people return. Clearly, this was more than they had expected. However, while they saw Luo Bing, Bai Shaola, and the others, they didn't see Long Chen or Bai Shishi. "Where are they?" asked Heaven Master Dong Ming. "Boss brought Bai Shishi to the enemy's camp to play." Bai Shaola shrugged. Everyone, including the Vice Dean, couldn't believe their ears. Chapter 3036 Stone Spirit Exterminates Golden Bell. Long Chen and Bai Shishi's vision flashed. They then appeared inside a giant plaza packed with experts. Xie Tianyu, Zhen Milian, Lu Chunyong, and Lu Zihao were all present, reporting something to a group of elders, when Long Chen and Bai Shishi suddenly appeared beside them. Zhen Milian just so happened to be facing Long Chen directly, and seeing his gaze, she screamed. With a single point of his finger, a ray of lightning shot through her head. Just as he killed Zhen Milian, Bai Shishi's golden sword swung through the air. She didn't give Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyong, and Lu Zihao a chance to react. 3 heads flew into the air. Xie Tianyu and the others had never dreamed that Long Chen and Bai Shishi would dare to follow them through their transportation gate. Without any defenses up, they were instantly slain. "I already said that I wouldn't let a single one of you live. You dare to say that my word doesn't count?" Long Chen sneered at their 4 corpses. Under normal circumstances, after their heads were cut off, the 3 of them wouldn't instantly die due to their powerful divine flame energy. But Bai Shishi's sword contained her terrifying metal energy, and as soon as their heads were cut off, that metal energy invaded their heads, turning them to gold. When they landed on the ground, they turned into golden dust and were instantly killed. This sudden change left even their elders that had lived countless years completely stunned. By the time they reacted, the 4 of them had been killed. "Boss Long San is present. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. Today, Boss Long San's mood isn't good. This place will be destroyed. Those who flee too late, don't blame Boss Long San for not having any mercy," announced Long Chen, his voice spreading far into the distance. "Brazen interloper, who are you?" barked one of the elders. "That girl, isn't she the High Firmament Academy's Bai Shishi?" They didn't recognize Long Chen, but they did recognize Bai Shishi. After all, her name was famous. However, Long Chen was wearing worn-down black robes with no mark of being a disciple of the High Firmament Academy. His extreme arrogance cowed them. After all, the immortal world had countless terrifying sects, and there were many people that they couldn't offend. Hence, even though they were infuriated, they didn't immediately move to wipe out Long Chen. They wanted to know who this other party was. "You don't even know the name of the renowned and famous boss Long San. Just how have you lived for so long? I'll give you to the count of 3. Either scram or die. Boss Long San is going to take over this sect," said Long Chen, being the very picture of utmost arrogance and disdain. "Who are you? If you don't report your origins, don't blame us for attacking," roared one of the elders. They had to know who he was first. He was so arrogant that he had to have a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so arrogant? "Stand steady. Don't collapse when you hear this. Boss Long San comes from the High Firmament Academy," announced Long Chen. Those elders instantly went crazy, launching their attacks. They were as quick as lightning, their claws reaching toward Long Chen. "TCH, I gave you face but didn't receive any in return. Since you want to die, don't blame Boss Long San for being vicious." Long Chen formed hand seals. Just as those elders were about to reach him, the void shuddered and a giant fist smashed down. That group of over 10 experts was blasted to smithereens, and the fist continued to strike the plaza, causing the entire plaza to collapse. The surrounding tens of thousands of experts were transformed into blood mist. The heaven-merging stone spirit appeared and roared, his voice shaking the heavens. The grand formations here were destroyed. Long Chen and Bai Shishi stood on his shoulders. Staring at the devastation resulting from a single punch, they were shocked. His power was absolutely terrifying. "Who has come to my Golden Bell Gate? If the Golden Bell Gate has offended you, please let us atone for our crimes. Why don't we sit down and discuss this instead?" Within the dust, a simple and heavy voice rang out. That voice seemed to be one with the heavenly Taos. Moreover, it came with the will of a ruler and shook Long Chen's blood qi, leaving stars spinning in his eyes. This was another terrifying existence. It's probably a divine lord expert, whispered Bai Shishi. Brother, can you beat him? Asked Long Chen to the heaven-merging stone spirit. Then kill him. Long Chen was delighted to hear it. Long Chen was surprised to find that the heaven-merging stone spirit seemed even more excited than him. He leapt forward. At this moment, Long Chen and Bai Shishi felt a heavy weight crash upon them. The heaven-merging stone spirit had actually brought them high into the clouds. When his entire body glowed, Long Chen noticed that the stars around them also brightened. Then the heaven-merging stone spirit smashed toward the ground like a meteorite. Hold on, said the heaven-merging stone spirit. Bai Shishi then formed hand seals, summoning golden chains that bound her and Long Chen to his body. The heaven-merging stone spirit seemed to clash with someone, but the flying runes everywhere made it so that Long Chen and Bai Shishi couldn't see who it was. After that, the world became still. Long Chen spread his divine sense and sucked in a cold breath of air. The earth had been torn apart. A bottomless abyss had appeared where the Golden Bell Gate was. As for that divine lord expert, nothing remained of him. The heaven-merging stone spirit brought Long Chen and Bai Shishi to the edge of the abyss. The two of them then looked down at that abyss, unable to calm themselves down for a long time. The heaven-merging stone spirit's power far surpassed their expectations. In comparison to him, the little power that they were so proud of was nothing. What a pity, Long Chen sighed. What's a pity? Asked Bai Shishi. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I wanted him to wipe out the sect so I could take their treasury. Those treasures, those precious medicines, those secret tomes, those beautiful women, they're all gone. Long Chen shrugged. Long Chen had been planning on using the heaven-merging stone spirit to establish his own fame and profit a bit. But he hadn't expected the latter to wipe out everything. Now he didn't gain anything, all because he had underestimated his power. Bai Shishi was originally listening intently, but when Long Chen added on the beautiful women, she grew scornful. This fellow was spouting nonsense once more. Long Chen found a nearby boulder and took out a dagger. He then left behind a line of bold words. Boss Long San was here. What are you doing? Asked Bai Shishi. Doing good things without leaving my name isn't my style. I want everyone to know who did this. In any case, this can't be covered up, so I might as well be direct. Wouldn't it be better to be more heroic? Said Long Chen lightly. The High Firmament Academy had so many people, and it was unknown just how many eyes from the outside world were placed there. The fact that he and Bai Shishi hadn't returned with everyone would be well known to their enemies, so what the two of them had to have done would be obvious. Long Chen also wasn't planning on covering it up. He had found the correct way to cultivate, so it was time for Boss Long San to rise. Brother, our agreement has been completed. Let us part ways here. Thank you, said Long Chen to the heaven-merging stone spirit. Chapter 3037 Xianxia. Brother San, many thanks. The stone giant knelt on one knee and performed an ancient etiquette to Long Chen. Bai Shishi stared in confusion. It was clearly the stone giant helping Long Chen, so why would he be the one thanking Long Chen? The heavenly stone spirit race might have simple heads, but were not fools. You freed me from my promise so soon to give me my freedom. Only once the stone giant said this did Bai Shishi understand. No wonder Long Chen had pulled her into the transportation gate. He didn't just want to kill those four. Long Chen was also surprised that the stone giant saw through his intentions. He knew that the stone giant's power was so immense that using this favor like this was very wasteful, but he couldn't help thinking of the simple wild. After the agreement was complete, the stone giant could return home, so Long Chen had him freed up sooner. Brother San, you're still too weak. I can guard you for 3 years, said the giant. Long Chen waved his hand, interrupting him. He then patted his giant arm. If you stay by my side, I will grow too dependent on you. That's not good for my own growth. You might be powerful, but it's still not enough against my future enemies. I can't depend on you forever. Since that's the case, it's better for you to regain your freedom so I can raise my own ability to handle danger. The path of cultivation depends on yourself. However, I understand your heart. You call me Brother San, but you still don't have a name. How about I give you a name? You are from the Heavenly Stone Spirit race's heaven-merging Stone Spirit branch. I'll name you Xianxia. Many thanks, Brother San. In the future, amongst the human race, my name will be Xianxia 1. Go. If fate allows it, let us meet again. Promise me something first. Don't talk to anyone from the human race before returning to your ancestral land, warned Long Chen. Considering his simple nature, he could easily be tricked. Long Chen didn't want him to be freed from this place only to be tricked somewhere else. Shi Tongtian bowed toward Long Chen and then with a single step, vanished. The world returned to calm. If it weren't for that bottomless abyss, Long Chen might have forgotten about the existence of the Golden Bell Gate. Staring at the bottomless abyss, Long Chen was silent for a long time. He had thought that he was already quite powerful. But compared to Shi Tongtian, he was incredibly weak. Shi Tongtian wasn't even a fully matured existence in the Heavenly Stone Spirit race. He hadn't even received his race's baptism but was already so terrifying. The immortal world was truly enormous. There were thousands of races, and there were far too many things that Long Chen hadn't seen yet. What are you just standing there for? Bai Shishi finally spoke up a bit impatiently. Sigh. All things have spirits. In the end, it is impossible to escape mortality. All living beings have their own troubles. Let me just have a moment of silence for them. Long Chen had an expression of bemoaning the state of the world, a pity for the fate of mankind. Seeing that appearance, Bai Shishi scornfully said, if it weren't for that delighted smile of yours, I might believe you. What kind of mournful saint did this fellow think he was? Despite his act, that smile of his could not be concealed no matter what. Hee, as expected of the number one figure of the High Firmament Academy's junior generation. Not even this can trick you. Let's go. If we still don't leave, we might not be able to at all, said Long Chen. Bai Shishi then took out her golden war chariot. When Long Chen entered, he found that the space inside was extremely large and very luxurious. Not standing on courtesy, Long Chen walked over to a corner with a blanket and sat down. There was already a cup of tea on the small table and he drank it. The formation activated, and the Golden War Chariot sped off like a shooting star. Its speed was many times greater than a flying boat. Seeing Long Chen acting like this was his own home and being so casual in his broken-down robes that were covered in blood, Bai Shishi frowned. Most irritating of all, the spot he was sitting in was hers. That cup of tea was also something she had drunk from. That is my tea, said Bai Shishi with a glare. I don't mind, said Long Chen, leaning against the window and watching the world pass by them. You, Bai Shishi had an urge to slap him. Ah, how is the number one figure of the High Firmament Academy so petty? It's just a cup of tea. Just pretend it was broken and thrown away. What, do you think using your cup is like kissing you? Then since we're all breathing the same air, isn't that even more intimate? Said Long Chen, as expected of a scoundrel, spat out Bai Shishi. HMPH, you've managed to establish your fame with this battle. You're probably the number one figure of the High Firmament Academy's junior generation now. That's why you don't care about me, huh? What kind of joke is that? You didn't even activate your bloodline power in that battle, but you already managed to fight evenly against those four. If you had gone all out, then even without me, you would have dominated them. I'm still not a match for you. I at least know my own limit, said Long Chen. Bai Shishi was surprised. She hadn't expected him to be humble and even see through her holding back. She frowned. If the two of them had split up, wouldn't they have managed to obtain more treasures? If you knew that I had that power, why join me? Because although you're powerful, your head isn't flexible enough. I was worried about you suffering, said Long Chen indifferently. When Bai Shishi's expression sank, Long Chen waved his hand. Don't refuse to admit it. With Chu Yang's character, he wouldn't go directly against you if he wished to kill you. He would definitely use your subordinates. Considering your temperament, your heart would definitely be thrown into chaos if you watched as your subordinates were killed. That would definitely reveal many weak points for them to take advantage of. Once that assassin from the Bloodkill Hall grasped that chance, you would have to pay a price. If it wasn't for Chu Yang or a schemer present, I wouldn't have bothered you. With your combat power, you aren't inferior to Chu Yang, but in terms of treachery, you aren't a match for him. Bai Shishi's expression softened. It was true. The most dangerous ones amongst them weren't Zhao Wujiang or Chu Yang. It was that assassin that they had eliminated from the start. In terms of true combat power, if neither side was holding back, then even in a 1 against 7, she didn't fear them. But if she fell for one of their sinister schemes, she would have to hold a grudge. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Bai Shishi also sat and thanked him. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Long Chen raised a hand to his ear and tilted his ear to her. Bai Shishi furiously grabbed Long Chen's collar and shouted into his ear, "Do you hear me now?" Suddenly, Bai Shishi found that she was getting easy to anger. Seeing that smile on Long Chen's face, she realized that she had fallen for it. The two of them were almost pressed together, so she hastily let go of him. A slight redness appeared on her face. "All right, I won't tease you. Let me ask you, how should we, cough?" Long Chen suddenly went through a coughing fit. Blood dripped out of his mouth. 1 Shi Tong Tian equals stone merging heaven. Chapter 3038 The Academy's Foundation. Bai Shishi suddenly recalled that after that battle, Long Chen's body was riddled with wounds. It was just that he acted like he was fine, causing her to forget about his condition. She then hastily took out a medicinal pill and gave it to him. Long Chen saw that it was a very precious healing pill that was probably at the 3rd tier. Long Chen shook his head. "Thank you. Medicinal pills are useless because this isn't the wound of the body." Chu Yang summoned the Daynite divine radiance that contained the will of fallen Daynite. My will clashed with that will, resulting in a Dao wound. Long Chen had his own medicinal pills, and the primal chaos space had the ability to heal him. But Chu Yang's attack contained the will of a supreme god. That was the real issue. Who asked you to act so nonchalant? If you had said something, I would have helped block that attack. But you acted so indomitable that it made me think that you had enough assurance. Bai Shishi shook her head. She had almost interfered, but Long Chen had seemed completely confident, as if everything was within his control, so she hadn't. That was because even for her, blocking such an attack would come at an immense price. Back then, she was the final insurance, the one in charge of stopping the unpredictable. That was why she had to hold back, to be able to handle any unexpected changes. If both of them used up all their trump cards, then if their opponent still had a card left, that would leave them with no hope. "Ah, don't mention that. It was a miscalculation. I almost lost my life because of it," said Long Chen helplessly. "Let's not talk about such depressing matters. Will the Academy be holding us accountable for killing so many people?" Most definitely they will be holding people accountable. The 5 powers lost their elite disciples, and the Golden Bell Gate was completely destroyed. The remaining 4 powers will definitely come to make a fuss out of this. But I trust that the Academy won't bother with them. They won't get what they want even if they come, said Bai Shishi. I want to ask you, since those fellows are followers of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite, will our actions infuriate Lord Brahma and cause him to directly destroy our High Firmament Academy? Probed Long Chen. No, you're overthinking it. Lord Brahma is one of the immortal world's supreme experts. He has believers throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Second-rate powers like the Golden Bell Gate, 9 Cauldron Church, Silver Moon City, Clear River Palace, and the like are nothing more than ants amongst Lord Brahma's followers. They can't even count as dogs. They aren't even big enough powers and only dare to challenge our High Firmament Academy due to Lord Brahma's support behind them. Lord Brahma has always wanted to subdue our High Firmament Academy, but the High Firmament Academy has always rejected him, resulting in his dissatisfaction. His disciples are the ones most dissatisfied and are constantly sending idiots to cause trouble for us. The Academy normally doesn't bother with them, but for them to dare to try to kill me this time, HMPH, they really are courting death. Long Chen had a thought and said, maybe you should tell the dean about this. We can lead people to wipe out the remaining powers as well. To tell the truth, I made 2 mistakes this time. One is miscalculating my own power, while the other is miscalculating Shi Tongtian's power. I wanted him to slaughter those experts, and then you could use your metal energy to find the underground treasury. But we didn't get any treasures. To tell the truth, I'm still vexed. My stomach hurts, it's almost an internal injury. I urgently need some treasures to settle my heart. Bai Shishi glanced at him scornfully. Don't try to use me. Let me tell you, Shaola and I don't get special treatment. All our resources are earned by ourselves. Although the dean is our grandfather, we're treated like ordinary disciples. I'm not able to affect how the higher-ups deal with this matter. I can only guess. Long Chen deflated when he heard this. Really? Then I'm not getting anything other than all these wounds. Ah, I'm really unwilling. I've never suffered such a loss in this lifetime. The 5 powers elite disciples were all killed and you wiped out the Golden Bell Gate. You've managed to make a name for yourself with this battle. What else do you want? Demanded Bai Shishi irritably. It would be best to gain fame and fortune. I want both. Ah, I'm simply greedy, sighed Long Chen. You really are too greedy. We found the headquarters of the Starry River sect this time and have gained so many murals. Although there's no way to estimate their value yet, I believe that every single one of us will obtain a huge amount of points once we return to the academy. The academy's foundation isn't something you can imagine. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange them for unbelievable treasures. Some of those treasures are even more valuable than the whole Golden Bell Gate. The ones in the treasuries that you've seen are only the lowest level ones, said Bai Shishi. Long Chen's heart started pounding wildly. A single treasure could be more valuable than a sect. What kind of treasure was that? Was your golden war chariot also exchanged with points? Asked Long Chen. What do you think? That I stole it, demanded Bai Shishi. Long Chen tapped a nail and awkwardly laughed. Fine, I admit that I underestimated the High Firmament Academy. I'll work harder on getting points in the future. While looking at a mountain river passing by them rapidly out the window, a solemn light appeared in Bai Shishi's eyes. She said, the 9 Prefecture Convention is about to start. The other powers similar to the Golden Bell Gate, Clear River Palace, and the like will launch an attack on us at that time. Someone is definitely directing them. I suspect that Lord Brahma will use the 9 Prefecture Convention this time to wipe out his dissidents. At that time, the 9 Prefecture Convention will turn into a bloodbath. Long Chen, I hope that you can quickly increase your cultivation base. The two of us must get into the top 10 so that... Bai Shishi suddenly realized that Long Chen didn't react to her words at all. Hence, she looked over and saw that he was leaning against the window, asleep. Vexation bubbled up within Bai Shishi. She was talking seriously, but he fell asleep. But seeing his worn-down face and cracked lips, her heart softened. There was no need to doubt Long Chen's power. If they had worked together, they would have had the power to resist their enemies. But then Long Chen had racked his brains to set up arrangements to wipe out their enemies, all to make sure that more people would leave this place alive. If she had led them, although she was confident that they still would have won, she was unable to achieve that level of absolute control. Something unexpected could cause a large number of casualties. Even if they won, it would be a miserable victory. Long Chen had said that his habit was to get the greatest gains with the smallest price. What he had said, he had done. Looking at Long Chen, she suddenly found that this devil was actually like an innocent child when he was peaceful. It almost gave her an urge to protect him. Eventually, Long Chen felt the chariot was at a stop. He opened his eyes but found that they hadn't reached the academy. Feeling startled, he asked, "Is someone chasing us?" Chapter 3039 Choosing a Suitable Person. It's fine. We've entered the High Firmament Academy's barrier. I stopped the chariot to let you rest longer. Bai Shishi turned from the window and looked at him. Good. Long Chen took a deep breath and sighed. He then rubbed his face, feeling so much better after that sleep. What are you looking at me for? Long Chen cocked his head at Bai Shishi. She seemed to be wearing a smile that was not a smile. Bai Shishi said, you were acting weird in your sleep. Sometimes you cried, sometimes you laughed. Like you're a fool. Nonsense, said Long Chen. But his words lacked confidence. Not only that, but you were also talking. You shouted many names. Bai Shishi leaned closer toward Long Chen. Her eyes were like stars staring at Long Chen, as if wishing to see through his secrets. Are you getting so close because you want me to kiss you? I didn't expect that you were such a person. Long Chen looked at her guardedly. Bai Shishi was a bit angry, but she quickly smiled. I know you're just trying to anger me. So I won't get angry. What did I say in my sleep? Asked Long Chen. I'm not telling you. Bai Shishi raised her eyebrows and smiled mischievously. It was as if she had won, so she was delighted. TCH, so you were just lying. Long Chen snorted disdainfully. Is that so? Tell me, who is Chu Yao? Who is Meng Qi? Bai Shishi grew even more pleased. Long Chen started. Was he really sleep-talking? How else would she know those names? He had no idea what he had said in his sleep, or if he had divulged any secrets. Long Chen's bewildered expression drew out Bai Shishi's laughter. She smiled brilliantly. That feeling of success was even more delightful than when she had awoken her divine abilities. Long Chen wanted to figure out what he had said, but how could he have known that he had actually only said Chu Yao and Meng Qi, and that was it? The crafty light in her eyes made Long Chen feel strange. You have so many women. I don't understand how a weirdo like you got so many women to fall for you. Did they have a problem with their aesthetics? Asked Bai Shishi. Long Chen clenched his teeth. She was getting payback for his teasing. But who was he? He knew just what to do. He eyed Bai Shishi and indifferently said, "My charisma is simply amazing. I don't dare to show my strong points to others now. It would be best if you get further away from me, or if you end up falling for me as well, you'd be doomed. All my women are as beautiful as heavenly fairies and have peerless aptitude. With your looks and talent, you'd probably only be able to become a bed warmer." However, Bai Shishi didn't get angry. She smiled. "I have a bit of confidence in my looks and talent. You won't be able to anger me like that. Furthermore, I, Bai Shishi, dislike men, especially such unfaithful, fickle men. As long as a woman is strong enough, she has no need for the life form known as a man. I can't be bothered to argue with a child's perspective," said Long Chen. It seemed that Bai Shishi had a problem in her heart. She had a certain prejudice against men. According to Bai Shaola, she was also extremely cold to her father. They almost never spoke. Bai Shishi sent the chariot flying toward the academy. The academy quickly received word, and Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, Bai Shaola, and the others all came to welcome them. Millions of inner academy disciples cheered for their return. It had already been 2 days since Bai Shaola and the others had returned to the academy. Hence, the shocking battle of the Jalan Immortal Land had already been spread to all the other disciples with the most brilliant narratives. That battle was innately an extremely heart-moving story, but through their words and additions, Bai Shishi and Long Chen were described as peerless battle gods who had descended to wipe out their enemies. Just 1 day ago, the High Firmament Academy received word that the Golden Bell Gate had been wiped out. It was forever gone from this world. Bai Shaola declared that it was definitely done by Long Chen. Long Chen had the heaven-merging stone spirit, and this trump card had yet to be used. Hearing that Long Chen had wiped out the entire Golden Bell Gate, these disciples grew even more admiring of him. Long Chen was too domineering. He didn't only kill all the disciples of the 5 powers, but he even chased them back to their nest and wiped them out. His revenge didn't wait for a single night. Just how domineering was that? Thus, when people received word that Bai Shishi's chariot had returned, all the inner academy's disciples almost came out. This was the welcome of the returning heroes. "Are you very moved?" asked Bai Shishi. "It's all right, I'm used to it." Long Chen waved his hand. At this time, the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples swarmed over Bai Shishi. They were extremely moved to see that she was safe and sound. It could be seen just how important she was in their hearts. Bai Shishi comforted them and directly left just like that with them. She didn't even say goodbye to Long Chen, as if she didn't know him. "Boss, are you all right?" Bai Shaola supported Long Chen, seeing that he was still a bit pale. "It's fine. I suffered a minor injury against the master of the Golden Bell Gate." "It's not important," said Long Chen without reddening in the slightest. In any case, no matter what he said, Bai Shaola would believe it. But Luo Bing was aware that he was just bragging. Anyway, they were all relieved to see him return alive. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the fact that we could return alive is all thanks to you." "This favor," said an inner academy disciple who rushed over emotionally. "You're wrong. You returned alive thanks to yourself. After all, at that time, you chose to believe me. That required its own courage. You made the correct choice at the right time, and you all heroically slew your enemies on the battlefield. Every single one of you is a hero. This victory doesn't belong to any one person, it belongs to all of us, including the warriors of the High Firmament Academy who fought to the death. You are all the future pillars of the Academy. The fact that you didn't fall during that battle also indicates that you are raising the flag of the High Firmament Academy's resurgence. Work hard, brothers." These words moved them immensely, so they let out heaven-shaking cheers. Long Chen's words were the greatest acknowledgement. To receive the acknowledgement of an expert like Long Chen was their life's greatest honor. In the distance, Heaven Master Yun Yong, Heaven Master Dong Ming, the head judge, and the others watched. Heaven Master Yun Yong smiled. "Some people are natural leaders. They possess a charisma that makes others willing to fight to the death for them. Such a charisma is simply innate. Although Shishi is powerful, ultimately, her talent lies in being a general, not the commander-in-chief." An elder came running over. "Reporting to Heaven Master, the Vice Dean requests to see you. He says that the Clear River Palace, 9 Cauldron Church, Silver Moon City, and Amethyst Heart Island's big figures have come." Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others exchanged a look. He smiled. "All right, now there will be a good show. Other than that, the Vice Dean said that he won't be receiving them. If you are also unwilling to receive them, He says that you can choose a suitable person instead, said the elder. Choose a suitable person? Heaven Master Yun Yong was startled. They all looked at the distant Long Chen and then started laughing. Chapter 3040 Help. Long Chen returned to the headquarters of the Luo Gate with an escort of countless inner academy disciples. Seeing that Long Chen's aura was still a bit weak, they didn't want to keep him for too long, so they tactfully left. After all, he needed to recover. The headquarters of the Luo Gate was previously destroyed by Bai Shala's father, and was now reconstructed to be even grander than before. There, Long Chen asked, what happened to those bastards from the Chu family? Luo Bing smiled. Chu Yong schemed to kill Bai Shishi. That's gravely against the academy's rules. The dean was infuriated, and captured everyone from the Chu family's side. Curiously, when we entered the Jialan Immortal Land, many of the Chu family's higher-ups secretly left the academy, but somehow, they were dragged back. Not one managed to escape. Long Chen sneered. The Chu family treated the academy's higher-ups as idiots, without realizing that they were the true fools. Every single one of their movements were under the academy's gaze. The academy hadn't put them in their place because they had their own goals. Now that they tried to run away, they really were dreaming. Through the battle of the Jialan Immortal Land, Long Chen truly saw just how wily the academy's old foxes were. They weren't easily moved to action, but once they did, then the Chu family's people could only die. The Chu family is probably going to be ripped out by their roots this time. However, while everyone has been caught, they haven't been executed yet. No one knows what the higher-ups are thinking, said Luo Bing. Whether they kill them or not is no longer important. Those people of the Chu family are essentially dead already. In any case, they're nothing more than pawns. If they're lost, then they're lost. The Chu family won't cause trouble for the academy just for those people. The higher-ups must have their own reasons for not killing them. There's no need for us to worry. In any case, on this battlefield, the Chu family can be said to have fully lost. Congratulations, junior sister Luo Bing. You've managed to win for the Luo family, said Long Chen. The Luo family and the Chu family were mortal enemies. A large root of the Chu family had been ripped out this time. It was good news to the Luo family. From this moment, the Chu family would no longer have any power in the High Firmament Academy, while the Luo family's disciples could freely set roots here. Luo Bing had an urge to say some modest words, but considering how close they were, there was no need for her to act courteous. Chu Yong was slain. The Chu family's power in the academy had been ripped out. Her grievance and resentment over Luo Qingyang also mostly faded. At least with this, she could give an explanation to the family. Boss, not good. My father, he asked me to go over to him tomorrow. Bai Shala ran over, pale with fear. Long Chen sighed inside. Last time, due to him, their power transfer was interrupted midway. In order to guarantee that Bai Shala's cultivation didn't regress, his father had to give him another beating. What a pitiful father and mother. No father and mother didn't cherish their own child. Last time, if it hadn't been for Long Chen, Bai Shala's beating would have lasted him at least half a year. However, now, after only a short time, Bai Shala needed another beating. Long Chen had been busy with the 9 Prefecture Convention and the Jialan Immortal Land, so he hadn't had time to properly study Bai Shala's condition. He could only allow him to be beaten again. Don't be afraid, give me your ear, let me teach you a move. Long Chen whispered something into Bai Shala's ear. Bai Shala was bewildered after he heard it. Boss, will this really work? Don't worry, a human's heart is made out of flesh. Worst case, it will just hurt both sides. Just who is afraid of who? Said Long Chen confidently. Alright, since I can't avoid it, I'll try it, said Bai Shala, running off. Once Bai Shala left, Long Chen asked about the losses of this battle. Through Luo Bing, his guess was confirmed. When the Chu family was ripped out of the academy, many hidden helpers were also exposed. When Long Chen had sent out the signal to gather, the majority of those who hadn't come were actually the Chu family's henchmen. Those people had already been conned to death. Clearly, the Chu family's methods were extremely vicious. They wanted to wipe out all the talented youngsters of this generation. They were truly brazen. The disciples that Long Chen had managed to gather were those that the Chu family didn't care about. It was precisely due to this that they managed to escape with their lives. Learning this, those disciples were even more grateful towards Long Chen. Without him, all of them would have died inside. Considering how strong Long Chen and Bai Shishi were, Zhao Wuzheng and the others wouldn't have been able to kill them. All of Long Chen's arrangements were to save them. It was just as he said, using the smallest price to get the greatest gains. Although Bai Shishi was the #1 junior of the High Firmament Academy, after this battle, it was now Long Chen who the Inner Academy's disciples were filled with gratitude and worship towards. Compared to the aloof Bai Shishi, Long Chen actually saved them. That was enough to make them wish to follow Long Chen. Boss. Just after a while, Bai Shala came running back. When he entered, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to jump in alarm. Shala. Mu Qingyan hastily supported him. He was covered in blood, with many areas where even his bones were sticking out. It was as if his body had already been deformed. It was completely vicious. Those wounds gave others chills. Seeing his miserable state, Long Chen angrily said, "He beat you into this state even after you said what I told you to say." Bai Shala cried, "That's right. He's not even human, right? Boss, what you taught me, I said it wrong, and he immediately beat me into this state. He's a demon. What did Long Chen tell you to say?" asked Luo Bing. Boss said that when he's about to beat me, I should say, "Dad, have you eaten yet? I'll make you some food." Boss said that by saying this, his heart would be too soft to be so vicious. "How did you say it wrong?" asked Luo Bing immediately. It ended up being, "Dad, have you eaten yet?" And then, Bai Shala wept so hard that he had no words. Long Chen, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others were speechless. Long Chen shook his head. This child was actually quite thoughtful. Afraid his father would feel mentally burdened, he hadn't been able to say those words. Just as Bai Shala was weeping, Heaven Master Yun Yang arrived. He brought with him a middle-aged woman. That woman walked over to Long Chen and placed a hand on his shoulder. A grand Dao flower bloomed behind her. It revolved, and Long Chen was shocked to find that his injuries instantly healed. The remnant god will inside his body was completely expelled. Long Chen instantly reached his peak condition. He couldn't help looking at that woman in shock. She smiled slightly. "All right, I've fulfilled my mission. Junior apprentice brother Yun Yang, I'll take my leave." Once she left, Heaven Master Yun Yang smiled at Long Chen. "I asked my senior apprentice sister who was in seclusion to come out to heal your wounds. Now you need to help me out with something." Chapter 3041 The Arrogant Boss Long San. There were dozens of elders sitting in a palace hall, their expressions gloomy. They were from the Clear River Palace, Silver Moon City, Nine Cauldron Church, and Amethyst Heart Island. Not one of their disciples had returned, so they were here to demand an explanation. Other than them, there was one particular middle-aged man. A sharp light shone in his eyes, and he stood out amongst these elders. This person was not an expert from those four powers. He came from the Chu family as their representative. There was also another particular person in black robes, his cloak covering most of his face. Even so, the wrinkles on his face showed that he was not young. His aura was strange, sometimes it was there and sometimes it wasn't. It was as if he might vanish at any moment. This was an expert from the Bloodkill Hall. People from the Clear River Palace, Silver Moon City, Nine Cauldron Furnace, Amethyst Heart Island, Chu family, and Bloodkill Hall had all come. However, even after waiting a long time, no one from the academy came to receive them. Just as they were growing impatient, someone made an announcement. "The High Firmament Academy's Heaven Master Long Chen has arrived." The black-robed Long Chen walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. He swaggered in with a large escort. Behind him were Heaven Master Yun Yang, Heaven Master Dong Ming, the head judge, as well as some other higher-ups. Behind them were Luo Bing, Luo Ning, a barely mobile Bai Shala, and the others. In front of their astonished gazes, Long Chen swaggered over to those people, looking down on them arrogantly. His expression was one full of disdain. When Long Chen arrived in front of the expert from the Bloodkill Hall, he suddenly swung his hand. It then landed firmly on that person's face. He clearly hadn't expected Long Chen to attack, so his hood was destroyed, revealing an extremely ordinary old face. "What is this? To dare conceal yourself in front of Boss Long San, are you tired of living?" After slapping him, Long Chen returned to his previous exceedingly arrogant expression. The elder's face swelled, killing intent exploded out of him. He was one of the higher-ups from the Bloodkill Hall. He hadn't expected this novice to be so brazen. Furthermore, this novice's hand was as quick as lightning, striking without any warning. Even this terrifying assassin that walked the line between life and death was unable to dodge it. "Ignorant Junior, do you believe me when I say that I'll kill you right here?" shouted the elder. "Do you believe me when I say that if I give the order, all of you will lose your heads here?" sneered Long Chen, completely ignoring his harsh killing intent. Heaven Master Yun Yong told him that he was in charge of receiving these people, so he could do whatever he wanted with them. With so many experts on the level of Heaven Masters guarding him, why would he be afraid? At the same time, he learned that the academy was not afraid of them at all. The higher-ups just couldn't be bothered with them and didn't want to waste time on them. That was why they let him come out. One reason was that Long Chen was a witness to the events and so had a right to speak. But the other reason was a campaign for him to serve as a foundation for the 9 Prefecture Convention, so that he would have certain fame and prestige when he attended. With such a privilege, if he didn't take proper advantage of it, he wouldn't be Long Chen. "What are you talking about?" One of the Clear River Palace's elders stood up. However, just as he stood, Long Chen slapped him. Unexpectedly, he spun twice through the air before falling. "When Boss Long San is speaking, do you think you can just interrupt?" asked Long Chen arrogantly. Heaven Master Yun Yong, Heaven Master Dong Ming, the head judge, and the others exchanged a glance. They were all full of shock. It had to be known that these old fellows were all extremely powerful existences. Their cultivation bases were many levels above Long Chen's, and they all possessed sharp combat instincts as well. However, neither the elder from the Clear River Palace nor the old assassin from the Bloodkill Hall was able to dodge his seemingly ordinary slap. This move was truly shocking. These 2 slaps fully established Long Chen's dominance. Now, all the experts' expressions changed. Their hands instinctively reached toward their weapons. It seemed that they would attack at any moment. What a pack of fools. "I'll give you to the count of 3. If you're still in such an idiotic posture, I, Boss Long San, swear to the heavens that not one of you will leave alive," said Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen directly started counting. Just as he was about to say 3, those experts clenched their teeth and retracted their hands from their weapons. Long Chen sneered. He then swaggered over to the throne of the room, looking down arrogantly on them. Crossing his legs, he received a cup of tea from Mu Qingyan. After he took a sip, he indifferently said, "Speak. What are you here for?" This disdain and arrogance completely infuriated those experts. They didn't know what the High Firmament Academy was doing. Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others made them afraid of attacking. Furthermore, this was the High Firmament Academy's territory, so they didn't dare to run rampant. They had no choice but to accept this humiliation. "Who are you to represent the High Firmament Academy?" asked the middle-aged man from the Chu family. "You look human, so how did you say something so dog-like?" "I came here just to represent the Academy in resolving its problems. Otherwise, do you think I would be so bored as to accompany a pack of fools like you?" said Long Chen. "You," that expert from the Chu family almost coughed up blood. "Fine, since you represent the High Firmament Academy, we can talk fairly. We represent Divine Venerate Brahma to ask you, where did the High Firmament Academy get the guts to annihilate the experts of the 5 powers, lowering the number of believers of the Divine Venerate?" Long Chen smiled. Right at the start, this guy took out the card known as Lord Brahma. Was he trying to scare kids? "That's right, the High Firmament Academy must give us an explanation today," shouted an expert from the Silver Moon City. "Don't think that the High Firmament Academy is unrivaled. Let me tell you, if you infuriate Divine Venerate Brahma, your High Firmament Academy will be turned to dust," sneered an expert from the Amethyst Heart Island. "What nonsense. Who do you think you are? Do you not know how worthless you are? Do you think the High Firmament Academy is full of fools? How can the likes of you represent Divine Venerate Brahma? Let me put it to you this way. I can give the order to kill all of you, and Lord Brahma won't say a word to the High Firmament Academy about it. If you don't believe me, let's try it right now." Long Chen patted his throne, and the palace hall's runes lit up. Divine runes condensed into sharp swords pointed at those experts, causing their expressions to change. Chapter 3042 Information on Long Aocean. Long Chen had activated the palace hall's formation. Even if the people in front of him were 10 times stronger than they would still be instantly wiped out. Those experts' expressions changed. In that instant, all their lives were held in Long Chen's hands. Those sharp swords hovered in the air. With just a single move from Long Chen, all of them would die. Long Chen stood and coldly said, "I said that you're nothing more than ants beneath Lord Brahma. Even if I kill you, Lord Brahma won't wage war against the High Firmament Academy. If you don't believe it, then stand up. I'll kill one just to show everyone. We can treat it as an experiment, alright? An experiment with their lives. Anyone who wasn't tired of living yet would naturally refuse such an experiment. Their expressions were ugly, but no one dared to make a sound. Luo Bing and the others were standing behind Long Chen and couldn't help finding it funny. As expected, evil people were best handled by even more evil people. Only once he saw that they didn't dare to even fart did he slowly say, "You ants really are funny. You conspired to kill my academy's heavenly geniuses, and when your plan was ruined, despite only having yourselves to blame, you actually had the shamelessness to come demand an explanation from the High Firmament Academy. My guess is that there was someone behind the scenes directing you for the strategy in the Jalan Immortal Land. But your current actions are the result of your own intelligence. None of you understand the High Firmament Academy. You don't know just how powerful the High Firmament Academy is. A wily fox wouldn't order a bunch of rabbits to demand an explanation from a tiger. Based on your expressions, I can see that I'm right. Then let me just brazenly guess that amongst your rabbits, the ringleader is this one." Long Chen pointed at the expert from the Chu family, infuriating him. You go too far. No, compared to you conspiring to kill our disciples and then demanding an explanation from us, how could anyone dare to say that we're going too far?" Long Chen laughed indifferently. Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others nodded inside. If they weren't completely sure about Long Chen's age, they really would suspect he was an old demon inside a youngster's shell. He was in complete control over everyone here, and every word struck them in their vitals. From their subtle changes in expressions, it was possible to tell that his guesses were definitely correct. Although these higher-ups had also expected such a thing, they definitely wouldn't be able to act as confidently as Long Chen did about it. Just from this display, they felt that Long Chen would do even better than any of them in the 9 Prefecture Convention. Picking him was the wisest choice. Long Chen shouted suddenly, "I don't have time to argue with you. You should bless your luck that I am not the dean, or ants like you would have been wiped out. Actually, I'd have wiped out your sects already. Lord Brahma's subordinates actually dare to fart in front of me. Who gave you that courage?" Long Chen walked up to them, pacing in front of them, pointing at their noses and cursing. "All of you are like dogs, your heads packed with shit. You have faith in Lord Brahma, but Lord Brahma treats you like pawns. You shut up." Long Chen slapped the expert from the Chu family, interrupting and finishing his words. That expert's fury soared, but just as his aura rose, dozens of sharp swords pierced his body. Blood speckled the palace. That expert instantly turned still, not daring to move. An ant trying to shake a tree. How laughable. The formation here is able to instantly wipe you out 1,000 times. I thought that the Chu family relied on sinister schemes to survive. Why would they produce an idiot like you? Asked Long Chen. At the same time, he sighed in amazement inside over how powerful the academy's formations were. Bai Shishi had told him that he couldn't imagine just how powerful the academy's foundation was. Now, through some clues, he finally saw through a corner of this immense existence. It was truly far stronger than he had expected. However, it had been constantly concealing its power. Long Chen walked over to the Chu family's expert. Just as he was about to slap him a few times, his heart skipped a beat. This aura. From this expert, Long Chen sensed the slightest trace of a barely discernible aura. That aura was incredibly familiar to him. It's the aura of the primal chaos bead. Long Chen instantly thought of Long Aotian. He hadn't killed the latter on the martial heaven continent. Instead, he had fed him a poison pill to serve as a marker so that he could lead Long Chen to the Long family. When this Chu family's expert's blood splashed, Long Chen sensed the aura of the primal chaos bead. That was the marker he had placed on Long Aotian. So Long Aotian is likely in the Chu family. Perhaps he is still staying there for a while. Perhaps the Chu family people could counter the poison pill. But they were definitely unable to expel the power of the black soil. It seemed that they had used multiple experts to dilute the power of the black soil. As long as the people to absorb it were strong enough and they had enough numbers, the black soil's power would no longer have any effect. The bindings on Long Aotian had actually been undone like this. No wonder Long Chen had been unable to sense what direction Long Aotian was in despite raising his cultivation base. This expert in front of him had definitely helped Long Aotian dispel the poison pill. Long Chen had not expected Long Aotian to be viewed so highly by the Chu family. Interesting. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. He hadn't expected to find a trail toward Long Aotian today. It seemed that he had underestimated Long Aotian. For him to be viewed so importantly, it couldn't just be due to his status. Perhaps his body had some unknown secret. However, he didn't know if Long Aotian would be attending the 9 Prefecture Convention. Long Chen then waved his hands, and those swords retracted from the Chu family's expert's body. His blood once more splattered the palace hall. This is a diplomatic exchange. Killing ants would make others say that we're bullying the weak, so I will simply give you a warning this time. A person can be stupid, but do your best to leave a way out for your descendants at least, or you will very likely follow the footsteps of the Golden Bell Gate. The Golden Bell Gate was destroyed, but whoever is directing you didn't even say a word. Yet you had the guts to run over here and be stupid. You really are tired of life. Furthermore, you have your own competitors in your own powers for your positions. I'm sure you're the ones who know the most about that. When you go back, you should think about why you were the ones sent here, and not them. Using your lives to test the attitude of the academy, haha, it seems your higher-ups really value you, laughed Long Chen. His last words caused their expressions to change. They seemed to think of something. Scram. Long Chen lazily waved his hand. As a result, those people hastily slipped away like a pack of beaten dogs, not even daring to raise their heads. Well done. Once those people left, Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others clapped for Long Chen. He had handled things perfectly. He had given them a vicious lesson but also knew not to go too far. Junior was just messing around. Long Chen said some courteous words. He was about to say something to Heaven Master Yun Yong when another elder suddenly ran in and handed a golden card to Heaven Master Yun Yong. Looking at the card, he smiled slightly and handed it to Long Chen. The invitation card to the 9 Prefecture Convention has arrived. The High Firmament Academy's instructor corps will be depending on you to win us some face. Chapter 3043 Wood Foundation Divine Fruit. The golden invitation card had some information on the 9 Prefecture Convention, including the time, length, and location. It also requested a reply detailing the number of people from the academy participating in the Dao discussion and the martial competition. The martial competition is 2 months from now. It's so soon. Long Chen was surprised. Time always felt like it was slipping past him quickly. These 2 months were quite a short time for the current Long Chen. Your cultivation base is growing too slowly. With such a cultivation base, to tell the truth, we don't really recommend that you participate in the martial competition, said Heaven Master Dong Ming. The 9 Prefecture Convention would be a gathering of heavenly geniuses. At that time, those heavenly geniuses would have their cultivation bases at the peak of the Divine Flame Realm. But Long Chen was still in the initial Divine Flame Realm. He hadn't even reached the first heaven stage. In the Divine Flame Realm, every single level caused one's power to change immensely. The 9 Prefecture Convention would be full of powerful opponents, and there might even be awakened primals. Long Chen's realm was too low to fight them. After all, the likes of Zhao Wuzhang, Xie Tianyu, Lu Chunyang, and the others would only be second-rate experts. Even Bai Shishi would only be classified as being in the front ranking, and a primal that had awakened their bloodline would be a first-rate expert. No matter what Long Chen did during these 2 months, there was no way that his cultivation base could catch up. Heaven Master Dong Ming seemed to be saying that Long Chen should focus on the Dao discussion and simply give up on the martial competition. Heaven Master Dong Ming, are you not worried about the Battle God Palace causing trouble for you if you say such a thing? Said the head judge with a smile. Heaven Master Dong Ming coughed awkwardly and said, of course, this is just a suggestion. You can decide for yourself. After all, the martial competition was arranged by the Battle God Palace. They wouldn't be happy with Heaven Master Dong Ming if he persuaded Long Chen to back out. Long Chen smiled slightly. Senior's words are heavy. Junior is well aware of the problem. However, I can't miss such a good opportunity. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. If I am defeated, I will be able to see where I am lacking. That's not a bad thing. Excellent. Such an attitude is good, said Heaven Master Dong Ming. Senior Yun Yong, can you introduce me to the senior who healed me? I want to properly thank her. I also want her to teach me some things, said Long Chen. The one who had healed him this time was Heaven Master Yun Yang's senior apprentice sister. It seemed that her position in the academy had to be quite high. She didn't usually reveal herself. However, she healed him to give Heaven Master Yun Yang face. This person was an extremely powerful wood cultivator. Originally, Long Chen had thought that fallen Danite's god will couldn't be wiped out by external forces. However, she had easily done so. Furthermore, Long Chen had sensed an extremely primal wood energy in her. He thought of a certain possibility, so he requested to meet her. After that, Heaven Master Yun Yong brought him to an immortal cave. After reporting their arrival and obtaining permission, Long Chen entered. The middle-aged woman seemed to have a smile in her eyes. It was as if she was seeing through his heart. What kind of benefits are you looking for this time? Long Chen was surprised to have his intentions read. He said, Junior felt that Senior's wood energy should be a kind of source energy amongst the trees of the world. Thus, I wish to ask Senior whether it is possible for me to obtain the object of that source. You're very impressed to be able to tell that my wood energy isn't ordinary after a single healing. When I was young, I had a fortuitous encounter and found a wood foundation divine fruit. Using its essence, I was able to change my bloodline, awakening the wood foundation divine radiance. Thus, my wood energy is different from other wood cultivators. Wood foundation divine radiance. You are a primal? Asked Long Chen. Someone who could awaken a divine radiance could only be a primal. She nodded. I can barely count as an acquired primal since this talent was not innate to me. After I absorbed the fruit, the pit was all that remained. There are 4 seeds in the pit containing its essence. Consuming a single one can heal someone on the border of death. If you want one, I can give you one. But if you want more, then I can't. Just one is enough. Long Chen was delighted. He hadn't expected this senior to be so generous and directly give him something so precious. The wood foundation divine tree was from ancient times. Its wood was extremely tough, tougher than metal. The wooden spears made from it were often used as weapons. However, its growth was extremely slow. It took 30 million years to flower, 30 million years to bear fruit, and 30 million years for the fruit to mature. From its birth to its fruit being ripe took 90 million years. In the current era, this tree was almost extinct. It could not be found in the outside world. There were only some sects that had some, and they were viewed as their priceless treasures. They were often kept secret as well in order to avoid others growing covetous. Long Chen obtained a peanut-sized seed that looked like a cashew nut. It emitted an immense amount of life energy. Those fluctuations refreshed him, filling him with energy. It was as if his longevity was increasing just by holding it. This was the seed of the wood foundation divine tree. Long Chen profusely thanked the senior before leaving. At his residence, he carefully planted it in the primal chaos space. After that, Long Chen's 108,000 stars circulated, sending divine energy into the primal chaos space. The medicinal plants inside crazily grew. Time seemed to have increased by tens of thousands of times. After gaining control of his divine flames, he could once more urge the growth of the plants in the primal chaos space. But after 2 hours, he was sweating. This was extremely taxing. However, he was delighted to find that the wood foundation divine tree had taken root. A tiny soft shoot had appeared out of the ground, standing up like a chopstick and continuing to grow. Once it reached a height of 3 meters, it was the thickness of an egg but still remained one single, straight stick. It didn't have any leaves or branches. Breaking this sapling, he found that it was extremely heavy in his hand, like steel. It was very tough despite this being its weakest sapling state. Long Chen broke it into pieces and planted half-a-foot-tall rods into the soil again. After another hour, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Small saplings were now growing. Long Chen then spent a whole day and night breaking and planting the wood foundation divine trees. His primal chaos space was now full of saplings. Haha, now I don't need to worry about being injured. Once they're grown up, what will I have to fear? Long Chen clenched his fists, an excited light in his eyes. Once they bloomed and bore fruit, he would essentially have an undying body. After that, Long Chen took out a long and thin strand. This was the divine whisker daffodil's whisker. Hee, 2 months. It's time to increase my cultivation base. Long Chen took out his medicinal furnace and got to work. Chapter 3044 Fifth Heaven Stage of Divine Flame. The pill furnace shuddered, and its runes lit up before gradually going out. Long Chen smiled. Moon Refiner, your control is growing greater and greater. It really is great having you two. Huo Long and Moon Refiner were working together flawlessly. With Long Chen as well, practically not even a trace of the medicinal pill's energy leaked out. Their cooperation was so perfect that it couldn't even be described with words. The pill furnace opened, and 9 round medicinal pills appeared before Long Chen. They were dark and gloomy, almost looking dirty. They looked like medicinal balls, not medicinal pills. However, when he picked one up, he applied a bit of force, and that layer of grime shattered, revealing a crystalline pill. Within it were some slender lifeforms moving about. They were like tiny dragons swimming through the sea. As expected of the Divine Whisker Daffodil. With it as the main ingredient, the Divine Whisker Flame Spirit Pills is extremely gentle. The water dragon power within it can completely absorb the medicinal energy without the slightest waste. Normally, the Flame Spirit Pill is explosive and violent, but with the addition of the Divine Whisker Daffodil, that wild beast became an obedient rabbit. It's truly a priceless treasure, sighed Long Chen. The Divine Whisker Daffodil's effect was marvelous. It even surpassed his expectations. This pill, which was used to explosively raise a person's realm in the Divine Flame realm, normally had negative side effects. Other than a body being able to only absorb a limited amount of its power, the flame poison contained in the pill was particularly harmful. Consuming it in large amounts was taboo. The flame poison would attack the heart and invade the soul. Done badly, it could only lead to bedevilment. However, with the addition of the Divine Whisker Daffodil, the medicinal pill became extremely gentle, and no matter how many were consumed, there was no worry about flame poison. While water and flame could subdue each other, when used properly, they could actually support each other as well. The mysteries behind this phenomenon were still unclear to Long Chen. Long Chen consumed one of the Divine Whisker Flame Spirit Pills. It melted the moment it entered his throat and spread throughout every inch of his body. His 108,000 stars quivered slightly, and absorbed that energy. A portion of the Divine Whisker Flame Spirit Pill's energy nourished his physical body, while another portion nourished his 108,000 stars. Long Chen could clearly feel his physical strength slowly rising. However, the energy that went to his stars was clearly insignificant. It was unable to even cause a ripple. It seems that the 9-star hegemon body art also knows that my physical body isn't strong enough. The majority of the energy is sent to my physical body to strengthen it, while only a small portion strengthens the stars. Long Chen consumed all 9 pills, and found that his 108,000 stars didn't change in the slightest afterwards. That made Long Chen sigh. Perhaps the amount of pills that he would require in the Divine Flame realm would be unprecedented. After all, nothing like this had happened before, where consuming 9 top-grade pills resulted in no discernible change. Long Chen refined pills as he consumed them. When he had consumed over 300 pills, his 108,000 stars finally shuddered. The flame seedlings on his stars split in two. Divine flame energy burst forth, and if Long Chen didn't control it, that explosive aura would have destroyed this room that he was in. Second heaven stage of divine flame. Long Chen's heart shook. His divine flames didn't grow with each realm. Instead, they split. Another ball of flames appeared. On every star, despite there being double the amount of divine flames, he sensed that his divine flame had multiplied many times. That power made even Long Chen feel fear. Is this heaven-defying? Advancing one heaven stage results in the divine flame power multiplying. In his battle against Chu Yong, Long Chen had unleashed his full power several times, but even when the Daynite divine radiance appeared, he still had most of his divine flame energy. If it was then multiplied with every advancement, his divine flame power would essentially be endless. He would never be able to use it all. With this, there's no need to worry about running out of divine flame energy. I can freely unleash my ultimate moves instead of spending them thriftily like money. Long Chen clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with excitement. In the past, when he fought with enemies, the first thing to do was to get a grasp of the circumstances to make sure every bit of energy was used properly, avoiding the case where a miscalculation resulted in him not having enough energy and being defeated. He was undefeated because he didn't dare be defeated. Just one defeat would be the end. Thus, a constant worry for him was using up all his energy. However, now he didn't need to worry about it any longer. During the next few days, Long Chen spent all his time refining and consuming pills. The Divine Whisker Flame Divine Pill had no side effects, and he could eat it like food without any negative side effects to his body. A full 10 days passed. Long Chen managed to firmly raise his cultivation base all the way to the 5th heaven stage. His 108,000 stars had 5 clumps of flames above each of them. At this level, he was no longer able to contain his aura. He had no choice but to stop. When he broke through, all the stones and trees around him were blasted apart. He spent 3 days outside just pulling in his aura until it was under control. Now he needed to consolidate his realm. Although the 9-star hegemon body art never resulted in his foundation growing unstable, allowing him to freely raise his realm, if he couldn't actually control it, then there was no point. That would actually lower his combat power. It would create weaknesses in the middle of combat. He had to be able to control his power in order to properly use it. After advancing to the 5th heaven stage, he temporarily stopped raising his realm. He had Luo Long and the moon and star refining furnace continue refining pills. He went to see Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, Li Kai, and the others. He gave them 2 treasure divine whisker flame spirit pills. For a high-level pill like this, even for Long Chen, refining treasure pills was very difficult. If he was lucky, then he would get 1 or 2 treasure pills every dozen furnaces of pills he refined. They were very precious. The 10,000 divine whisker flame spirit pills he had consumed were only ordinary spirit pills. Here in the immortal world, it was possible to refine pills above ordinary spirit pills. Treasure pills were above spirit pills, and contained the profundities of the heavenly Taos. Even for masters of alchemy, it required luck to refine them. When it came to low-level pills, treasure pills weren't all too rare. But for the divine whisker flame spirit pill, it was exceedingly rare for a treasure pill to appear. Their effect was tens of times greater than a spirit pill. They also contained the essence of the heavenly Taos, increasing the consumer's comprehension of them. Above treasure pills were golden pills, but those weren't sold on the marketplace. They were too rare. They were priceless commodities. As for their effect, there weren't many people who knew of them. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others were around the 4th and 5th heaven stages. When they consumed one of the treasure divine whisker flame spirit pills, the immense power made them cry out in shock. Chapter 3045. A useless piece of trash. The divine flames within Luo Bing and the others' bodies shuddered 3 times. Vast divine flame energy erupted and gushed throughout their bodies. They advanced 3 heaven stages in a row. Luo Bing's original cultivation base had reached the 5th heaven stage. Now, she instantly soared to the 8th. Her expression completely changed. It had to be known that her cultivation path had always been a steady, step-by-step advancement. Every single heaven stage had to be advanced through steadily. She had never had any consecutive advancements, let alone 3 in a row. Such a rapid advancement would definitely result in her foundation growing unsteady. But she quickly realized that even after consuming the pill, the vast medicinal energy continued to circulate through her body. Her current realm was even more solid and steady than before the advancement, shocking her. Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, Li Kai, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and the others went through similar reactions. They didn't dare to believe it. It felt like they were in a dream. This world actually had such a heaven-defying medicine. Seeing them instantly advance like this, Long Chen couldn't help being envious. For them, advancing was so simple. But for him, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. He would probably need 10,000 pills at a minimum to advance. This should be enough for you to reach the peak of the divine flame realm. That way, you'll get better results during the 9 prefecture convention. Luo Bing, send 2 pills to Bai Shishi as well. Long Chen gave Luo Bing 2 more pills. Why not send them yourself? Asked Luo Bing with a smile. That girl is very proud. If she refuses, I'm not able to endure that awkward atmosphere. You give them to her, and if she doesn't want them, you can give them to whoever you want, said Long Chen, shrugging. Bai Shishi was extremely proud, and aloof. Long Chen wasn't very comfortable around her, so he didn't want to go see her. Luo Bing and the others had advanced so quickly that they couldn't advance again for a short time. Just like Long Chen, they had to get used to their new power. Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others went into seclusion to get used to their new power. Luo Bing smiled, and without saying anything further, left with the medicinal pills. As for Long Chen, he called over Bai Shaola. He gave him 3 medicinal pills and told him to consume 1 every day. After arranging things for Bai Shaola, Long Chen dove into the divine scripture pavilion. He consumed a huge amount of knowledge. In any case, he couldn't raise his realm any higher, and Huo Long and the moon and star refining furnace were handling the pills. The 9 prefecture convention's Dao discussion would be a gathering of old monsters proficient in all kinds of areas. Although Long Chen didn't plan on winning any impressive prize for this, he couldn't be too embarrassing. After all, it was because he had agreed to represent the Academy in the Dao discussion that he had free access to the Academy's books. He had to at least put in some effort. Furthermore, this knowledge was also useful to him. For example, in the Jalan Immortal Land, he had recognized several things that others hadn't, and was even able to state those things' origins and uses. That gave him a large sense of accomplishment. The Divine Whisker Daffodil, the Heavenly Stone Spirit Race, they were all things that he had read about in the Academy's books. Sometimes knowledge that seemed useless could become the golden key to changing his fate. With his monstrous spiritual strength, Long Chen crazily absorbed this knowledge. On the third day, Luo Bing ran over in a panic. "Brother San, not good. Xiaola, he has a terrible headache and seems to have gone insane." Long Chen hastily rushed back to the Luo Gate's headquarters. Bai Xiaola was clutching his head and rolling on the ground, screaming. His eyes were scarlet as if he had been bedeviled. "Brother San, he can't seem to hear anything that I say. Touching him only makes him scream in pain," reported Mu Qingyan anxiously. "It's fine. Protect me. Don't let anyone get close." Long Chen comforted everyone and had them calm down. He walked over to Bai Xiaola's side and sat him up. Bai Xiaola screamed miserably. 3 small dots of light flowed in his eyes. It was both strange and terrifying. It was as if he had been lost in a terrifying nightmare. Ignoring his screams, Long Chen forcibly crossed his legs in the lotus position, while he himself also sat in lotus position. "What has happened to my son?" Just at this moment, a large man barged in, roaring furiously. He was the master of the Battle God Palace, Bai Xiaola's father, Bai Zontang. Seeing his current state, he roared, "What did you do to him?" "Shut up, your voice is making my ears ring," scolded Long Chen. Bai Zontang was about to curse him when space twisted, and 2 women appeared. One of them was Bai Xiaola's mother, while the other was also a beauty with a difficult-to-describe majesty. She wore a golden dress. Runes flowed around her, giving her a graceful and elegant appearance. She bore an 80% resemblance to Bai Shishi. Bai Xiaola's mother grabbed Bai Zontang. Although she was also aggrieved at seeing Bai Xiaola's state, she said, "Don't panic. Xiaola's 3 flower pupils are erupting ahead of time. Long Chen is thinking of something. This bastard, why didn't he say anything?" Bai Zontang was still enraged. "What do you know? Your method of helping raise Xiaola's cultivation base did allow his cultivation base to advance, but due to his fear of you, you left behind a heart devil, and made him look down on himself. If you have no ability, then don't shout and scream. Other than marrying 2 beautiful wives, you are a useless piece of trash," cursed Long Chen. He placed a hand on Bai Xiaola's back, and stars appeared behind him. "You little..." Bai Zontang's fury soared, and he had an urge to beat Long Chen. But his 2 wives smiled. Long Chen's way of praising them was truly original. Just at this moment, Bai Xiaola's screams vanished. The 3 dots in his eyes seemed to suddenly be suppressed. Bai Zontang stopped speaking. He was shocked. Looking at Long Chen, he saw that his eyes were pitch black. It was as if some hidden power was currently controlling the 3 flower pupils. Bai Zontang looked towards Bai Xiaola's mother, and she merely shook her head slightly, indicating not to talk. Stars flowed out of Long Chen's palm, wrapping around Bai Xiaola's body. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. When he once more opened them, Bai Zontang and the others jumped in shock. Chapter 3046 Duplicated 3 flower pupils. 3 dots of light had appeared within Long Chen's eyes, the exact same as Bai Xiaola's eyes. How can he have the 3 flower pupils as well? Bai Zontang was filled with disbelief. The 3 flower pupils are an innate divine ability. Other than a primal, it's impossible to acquire this ability. Long Chen isn't a primal, nor has he cultivated pupil arts. He is most likely manifesting the 3 flower pupils based on Xiaola, said Bai Xiaola's mother. The 3 dots of light slowly spun in Long Chen's eyes, while Bai Xiaola's eyes, which were the original, were slowly affected. After an hour, those lights in Bai Xiaola's eyes gradually came under Long Chen's control. Seeing this, Bai Zontang shuddered. Bai Xiaola's mother held his hand, smiling. Suddenly, the 3 dots in Long Chen's layered together, forming a 3-flower image. Bai Xiaola's eyes did the same. His aura grew explosively, and space started twisting. Luo Bing and the others felt the world spinning around them, as if heaven and earth had been inverted. When the spatial twisting stopped, Bai Xiaola was lying on the ground, asleep. The moment that he fell, the 3-flower design in Long Chen's eyes suddenly transformed from white to black. In that moment, Bai Xiaola's mother's expression changed. Forming one-handed seals, a mirror appeared in front of Long Chen. That mirror had only just appeared when 2 rays of black light shot out of Long Chen's eyes. The black rays reflected off of the mirror and into the roof. A 3-meter thick hole silently appeared in the roof. The hole was perfectly round and smooth, as if someone had meticulously carved it and polished it. Everyone felt a chill. If that was the result of some explosion, perhaps it wouldn't be so chilling. But the fact that this hole just silently appeared with a flash of light was a bizarre feeling. As for the spatial mirror that Baishala's mother had condensed, a black hole was left charred into it. The spatial mirror slowly collapsed and vanished, as if nothing had happened. But the hole remaining in the roof still gave people chills. Does the 3-flower pupil have such a divine ability? Asked Bai Zantang. No, this isn't the power of the 3-flower pupil. The 3-flower pupil only has spatial energy. It has no destructive power, said Bai Shala's mother. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were closed, and he wasn't saying a word. A sharp pain made it impossible for him to open his eyes. The 3-flower pupils were no secret. Many books had records of them, as well as how to use them. Using the 9-star hegemon body art as the foundation, he had also managed to condense the 3-flower pupils. However, once he managed to condense them, black energy deep inside his eyes instantly poured through the 3-flower pupils, destroying them. At the same time, power leaked out. That power was what Baishala's mother had blocked. That black energy was something he had felt before. In the final battle of the Martial Heaven continent, he had used it to wipe out the final 9 underworld hunter, and then following his power backwards, he had witnessed Lord Brahma. Later, he was saved by the dragon expert, and only then did he learn that this power was called the Purgatory Eyes. The dragon expert had sealed this power for him. However, this seal was temporary. It could not be maintained forever. The longer it was sealed, the more berserk this power would grow. It would eventually devour his mind. Every time he was angered, this dark energy would start to grow active. He found it harder and harder to control his emotions. The desire to kill also grew stronger. When he encountered Baishala, he had thought to himself that if he could learn eye techniques, it might be possible to unleash this black energy. However, he hadn't expected this black energy to be so berserk that as soon as he condensed the 3-flower pupils, it would destroy them. He hadn't even had a chance to control it before it was over. After a long time, Long Chen finally opened his eyes. His eyes were scarlet with red lines filling them. It was a bit frightening. Brat, thank you. Bai Zantang spit out some thanks. Long Chen looked at Bai Zantang. Bai Zantang shook his head. You don't need to be emotional that you cry over my thanks. Bastard. Long Chen cursed. How was this from emotion? These involuntary tears were from the pain in his eyes. Bai Zantang laughed. It seemed he was very pleased with Long Chen's teary appearance. Long Chen rubbed his eyes and circulated the primal chaos space energy to recover. However, he found that for some reason, the primal chaos space's energy was unable to heal this wound. Baishala's mother didn't know if she was supposed to laugh when she saw Long Chen's state that was like a kitten pawing its head. She was barely able to control herself and said, Long Chen, many thanks. Now that Shala's 3-flower pupils have been activated, they will start merging with his bloodline. In the future, he can cultivate himself. You've helped us resolve this problem which has plagued our hearts for many years. Truly, many thanks. It had to be known that every time she saw Bai Zantang beating Baishala, her heart shattered. Now that he could cultivate himself, she felt that even if she had to die, it was worth it. She bowed deeply to Long Chen. Long Chen hastily stopped her. He couldn't receive such courtesy. Senior, Shala has recognized me as boss. I naturally have to treat him as a brother. When my brother is in trouble, as his boss, I naturally must help. Unlike some people, I won't randomly shout and fail to do anything proper. Curiously, Bai Zantang smiled despite knowing that Long Chen was talking about him. Long Chen investigated Baishala's state and found that it had gone as he had expected. Nothing was wrong with him, putting him at ease. Long Chen suddenly noticed that at some point, Bai Shishi had also arrived. But she was standing at the very rear. Shishi, since you've come, shouldn't you greet your father and mother? The other woman beside Bai Zantang beckoned. All I know is that I have a mother. As for a father, well, it doesn't matter. Your daughter will be returning to her cultivation. Bai Shishi bowed to the woman, but didn't even glance at Bai Zantang. Haha, great minds truly think alike. This father of yours really is useless. Why don't you take me as your, started Long Chen. Scram. Bai Shishi instantly frowned and spit out a single word. Let me finish. You should take me as your boss. I'll help you stand tall in the future, finished Long Chen. Bai Shishi once more spit out a single word before leaving. However, just as she reached the exit, she suddenly paused. Thank you for your medicinal pills. I will return this favor. After that, she left. Looking in the direction that she went, then looking at Long Chen, Bai Shishi's mother smiled a strange smile. Chapter 3047 Future Son-in-Law. With Bai Shaola's problem resolved, Bai Zontang and his wife felt a heavy weight fall off their shoulders. However, Bai Shaola was still in slumber and couldn't be disturbed. Only when he woke naturally would they know the exact situation. Hence, Long Chen returned to the divine scripture pavilion. When Bai Shaola woke up on the third day, the 3 flower pupils were finally fully manifested within his eyes. After awakening, Bai Shaola seemed to have been enlightened. He was constantly forming hand seals and summoning one spatial art after another. Bai Shaola asked Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others to exchange blows with him. They were shocked to find that after awakening the 3 flower pupils, Bai Shaola's divine abilities were practically heaven-defying. With a single look, space was torn apart. Hence, they hastily called a stop to the fight, afraid that he might accidentally kill them. Based on Luo Bing's calculation, when Bai Shaola fully mastered his eye arts, his combat power might not be much lower than Bai Shishi's. After awakening the 3 flower pupils, Bai Shaola went on a rampage, challenging everyone to a battle to test out his new abilities. But it wasn't more than a few days before someone beat him black and blue, and he came crying to Long Chen. When Long Chen asked him what had happened, he had an urge to slap him. Bai Shaola really thought that he was unrivaled after awakening the 3 flower pupils. He actually went to find Bai Zontang for revenge. As a result, he was given another beating quickly and easily. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with that. He had spent these days memorizing everything he could in the divine scripture pavilion. He had a splitting headache and needed to digest this new information. After 2 days, his headache diminished, and after a few days of calmness, his aura stabilized. After thinking about it, he decided that he should raise his realm again. That way, he could raise his realm and then stabilize it while reading books. However, on the next day, Bai Shaola returned to him. He was truly tenacious. After being beaten so badly by his father, he refused to give up and challenged his father again. Of course, the result was just as miserable as the last time. Boss, you have to help me get revenge. He's too arrogant. He said that even if we joined together, we wouldn't be able to overcome a single finger from him. How can we endure such a thing? Cried out Bai Shaola. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He said, go ask your father if he dares to have a fight where he doesn't use his realm to suppress others, and we all purely use your physical bodies and fighting skills. Alright, Bai Shaola was delighted and immediately ran off. He returned just a short moment later. Boss, that arrogant fellow said that no matter what kind of method we use, he'll accept. Hearing that, Long Chen was delighted. He had precisely been thinking about a problem that he couldn't resolve normally. Now it was perfect. Let's go. Ah, wait a moment, I'm changing clothes. After 2 hours, Long Chen and Bai Shaola returned with battered faces. Long Chen's chest even had specks of blood on it, and the clothes he had switched into were destroyed. One of Bai Shaola's eyes was swollen shut, and his mouth was deformed. But his chest was sticking up as if he had one. Seeing the 2 of them in this state, Luo Bing and the others jumped in shock. Just who was able to beat Long Chen considering how strong he was? Boss really is the boss. We ended up in a draw this time. Next time, we'll definitely have the advantage. Bai Shaola cried out excitedly. When Luo Bing and the others heard their stories, they were shocked. Only then did they learn that the 2 of them had gone to challenge the master of the Battle God Palace. 2 against 1, they had still been beaten. Bai Shaola really knew how to cause trouble. How did he even get someone as smart as Long Chen drawn into this mess? That was the master of the Battle God Palace, someone at the peak of the academy. Long Chen and Bai Shaola had challenged him to a fight. Were they not asking for a beating? Pay, those 2 brats. Bai Zontang spat out some blood, cursing. He sat alone at the top of a mountain, which was now a complete mess from their battle. He had 2 large lumps on his head, and his lips were split open. Moreover, his nose was still bleeding. His state was just as bad as Long Chen and Bai Shaola's. If the Battle God Palace's experts were to see this, they definitely wouldn't believe it. The undefeatable existence in their hearts had actually been turned into this state. Just at this moment, two beautiful women walked over. They were Bai Shala and Bai Shishi's mothers. Our mighty palace master was actually beaten into this state by two babies. That would definitely cause quite a few people to collapse if they learned of it, laughed Bai Shala's mother. Bai Zontang glared at her. Wasn't it all your idea? I only ended up like this because I suppressed my cultivation base. Wasn't this very fair? You cultivate the heavenly Vajra unbreaking body. Even if you suppress your cultivation base, you should be far stronger than two amateurs in the divine flame realm, said Bai Shishi's mother, also laughing. That Long Chen is a monster. His power is immense, but most hateful of all, when he attacks, a trace of his divine flame power leaks out, ruining my defenses. That wasn't fair at all. Raged Bai Zontang. He's been rapidly increasing his cultivation base, so he can't stop his divine flame energy from leaking. It's the result of a lack of control, not intentional. Didn't he gradually manage to control it in the end so that it stopped leaking? Don't get angry. Long Chen helped Bai Shala activate his 3 flower pupils, so you no longer need to use such violent means to store energy in his body. We owe him a huge debt. Long Chen wants to rapidly increase his realm, and by sparring with him, you're helping him consolidate his realm much faster. It can count as returning the favor. Bai Shala also needs more combat experience after awakening his eye arts since Long Chen wants to bring him to the 9 prefecture convention. Helping him get stronger is helping your son. What, are you not happy about that? Demanded Bai Shala's mother. Of course I'm happy with that. But that bastard Long Chen's fighting style is completely sinister. It's completely against the norm. There were several times when I even misjudged his moves. It really pisses me off, cursed Bai Zontang. He had never encountered such a difficult opponent. Close-range combat was his specialty, but he hadn't expected to encounter an entirely new fighting style in Long Chen. Adding on Bai Shala interfering with his eye arts, Bai Zontang ended up falling for their tricks several times, infuriating him. If you have to suffer a bit, then just endure it. Why quibble with children? One is your own son, while the other is your future son-in-law, said Bai Shishi's mother profoundly. What? That bastard dares to have intentions on my daughter. I'll kill him. Chapter 3048 Profound Cultivation. Every few days, Long Chen and Bai Shala would go to challenge Bai Zontang. This master of the Battle God Palace truly had unimaginable power. Long Chen was also aware that Bai Zontang did this to help him and Bai Shala grow stronger. However, no one bothered directly saying it, instead keeping up the pretense of revenge for Bai Shala. To be able to fight against a terrifying expert like Bai Zontang, even if he was suppressing his cultivation base, just his gaze and aura were enough to give Long Chen immense mental and spiritual pressure. Exchanging blows with him allowed Long Chen's divine flame energy to quickly grow more solid. Hence, Long Chen only consumed pills and fought. In just 5 days, he advanced 2 heaven stages, reaching the 7th heaven stage of the divine flame realm. That was the late divine flame realm. Every star now had 7 clumps of flames. And as his cultivation base grew, his physical body also rapidly strengthened, which resulted in Bai Zontang finding it harder and harder to fight him. Moreover, Long Chen's fighting moves were treacherous, and even Bai Zontang would suffer if he slipped up. That was especially the case with his own son, Bai Shala, working against him. He had no choice but to secretly circulate his bloodline power to block Long Chen's attacks. Long Chen needed to use Bai Zontang's power to temper himself, which allowed his aura to rapidly condense so that he could make a breakthrough to the next realm. Time slipped by quickly. 1 month passed just like this. Long Chen's cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven stage, but he didn't encounter any barrier. He now confirmed that his divine flame realm would also have 13 heaven stages as always. After reaching the peak of the 9th heaven stage, he ran out of medicinal pills. From the 8th to 9th heaven stage, he had consumed over 30,000 divine whisker flame spirit pills. Over 500 of those had been treasure pills. Without enough medicinal pills, Long Chen temporarily stopped cultivating and continued fighting with Bai Zontang, stabilizing his realm. With a single punch, divine flames raged, and even Bai Zontang had to be careful against him. Bai Shala was also very powerful now. His spatial arts were well practiced. Long Chen even taught him a few treacherous tricks that made Bai Zontang suffer several times. At that time, he cursed them furiously. But inside, he was delighted. Seeing his son advancing every day made him ecstatic. As for Bai Shala, He had gotten revenge and was more excited than anyone. Furthermore, he was improving daily thanks to the experience of fighting alongside Long Chen, a monster with immense combat experience. During this time, Bai Shaola also went to challenge Bai Shishi. However, Bai Shishi ignored him. That made him grow even more arrogant and think that she was afraid of him. He swaggered through the roads. The 9 Prefecture Convention was still half a month away, and at this moment, Long Chen and Bai Shaola finally stopped challenging Bai Zontang. Long Chen needed to think. It had almost been a year since he had arrived in the High Firmament Academy. During this year, it felt like he had gained a great deal. But it also felt like he had gained nothing at all. He walked over to the entrance of the academy. Thinking of his state when he first joined the academy, he was filled with various emotions. I wonder how everyone is. Are they doing well? Standing at that gate, Long Chen looked at the endless mountain ranges around him and couldn't help feeling mournful. Everyone had been apart for so long. They were his greatest support, but he didn't even have any news about them. Meng Qi, Chu Yong, Wan Ming Yu, Ziyan, Ziqiu, Xiao Chen, Rian, Cloud, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Ming Yuan, Zifeng, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Wild, Mo Nian. Long Chen muttered their names. Their faces appeared in his mind, and he was lost in sentiment. He also thought of the netherworld's Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu, as well as the pill fairy who had died for him. Long Chen suddenly felt like he had far too many things he needed to do. All of these things were connected together. Right now, his first priority was to spread his name through the 9 Prefecture Convention. The name of Boss Long San would shake the entire immortal world, and he trusted that they would find ways to gather with him once they received word of him. Although he had made many friends in the High Firmament Academy, he still felt lonely. He wanted to see them. Suddenly, the sound of a broom sweeping drew him out of his emotions. He once more saw the sweeping elder. "Senior, what a coincidence." Long Chen hastily went over and greeted him. The sweeping elder smiled and stopped his actions. "Youngster, are you homesick?" "Yes, very much so." Long Chen nodded. The elder said, "It seems that you've made your preparations to welcome even greater challenges." "Yes, I'm prepared. With them present, I have unlimited confidence," said Long Chen. For some reason, when Long Chen faced this mysterious elder, he felt a rare sense of ease and a strange sense of confidence. Long Chen didn't need to conceal anything in front of him. "Senior, let me help you." Long Chen reached his hand out for the broom. Last time, the elder had refused him, saying that he wasn't qualified to sweep. "With your current mental realm, it seems that you can try it." Unexpectedly, the elder smiled, and handed the broom to him. When he received the broom, he found that it seemed to be made of ordinary wood and grass. However, this elder had clearly been using it for a long time, and there was zero wear and tear. It seemed that this elder was wrapping it in some kind of energy when sweeping. Hence, Long Chen also wrapped it in his spiritual strength and lightly swept with it. When his soul swept over the ground, his body quivered. A feeling that he had never felt before pierced deep into his soul. It was as if the broom was not just sweeping across the ground, but also sweeping through his soul. Long Chen felt the earth's heartbeat. All the feelings of sweeping the ground were transmitted to his soul. "How does it feel?" The elder smiled. "Excellent. When your mood is good, the entire world becomes bright. When your mood is bad, the world becomes dark. In truth, what decides whether this world is beautiful or ugly is not the world itself, but your own heart. The heart can easily be covered in dust. Occasionally sweep it and you will find that when the dust flies, you will be able to see wider and deeper. You will also be able to see yourself," said the elder slowly. "Many thanks for your pointers, Senior. Junior understands. If the heart is covered in dust, it means that desires have clouded the eyes, that anger is raging through the soul. With the heart not being clear, it is impossible to see. Without being able to see, every single step is difficult. Only by seeing yourself clearly, using the self as a mirror, can you see further," said Long Chen. "Well done, child." The elder nodded and smiled with satisfaction. He slowly left. As for Long Chen, he continued to lightly sweep the ground. Through the elder's pointers, he swept up the leaves, revealing the clean ground. It felt as if the vexations of his heart were being wiped away, as if the dust of his mind was being cleaned. He felt refreshed. It felt as if his mental state had risen just from sweeping. Long Chen had never expected that such a simple action could be such a profound cultivation. The Tao was truly unfathomable. There were no major or minor Daos. All things could lead to becoming one with the world. Hey, little fellow, come over here. I have something to ask you. Just as Long Chen was immersed in that beautiful feeling, a sharp and thin voice rang out. It was like a duck cry, not a pleasant sound for Long Chen. Chapter 3049 Nine-Flower Envoy. A group of dozens of young men and women had appeared at the gates to the academy. There was a particular mark on their chests. Also, their clothes were completely different from what the academy's disciples wore. This group of people looked around, and seeing only a sweeper in broken-down clothes, they pointed and called out to him. Long Chen was in the midst of sweeping when he was disturbed. It was like a rock had been thrown on a calm lake. The ripples completely broke his beautiful feeling, and he couldn't help frowning. The current Long Chen now understood why the elder had previously said that his realm wasn't high enough to sweep before this. He was currently trying to grasp that feeling. It was a much higher realm and difficult to grasp. Just as he started to experience it, a group of people caused ripples to disturb him. He was almost broken out of this state. Ignoring them, Long Chen continued to sweep according to his previous rhythm. His spiritual strength wrapped around the broom. However, he found that the damage was difficult to repair. The more he tried to maintain that feeling, the more it slipped away from him. Like sand in the hand, the tighter he held it, the faster it flowed through his fingers. Hey, brat, are you deaf? Just as he was persevering to maintain this state, that duck-voiced man barged over to Long Chen and shouted in his ear. Long Chen's fury instantly soared. At that moment, any of that feeling vanished. It was like he was woken from a dream. A vein throbbed on his forehead. When the heart is covered in dust, desire blinds the eye, anger rages through the soul. When the heart is not clear, you cannot see your path, and every step is difficult. Long Chen took a deep breath and muttered to himself. After a bit, his anger was slowly suppressed, and that feeling slowly resurfaced. That sweeping elder had imparted something that was not necessarily a kind of cultivation method, but a principle of pursuing a small path of the Tao until it encompassed the entire Tao. If Long Chen could comprehend it, mastering this one piece would be equivalent to mastering everything. That was why Long Chen was trying to hold on as much as possible. Fuck, I'm talking to you. That person grabbed Long Chen's collar when he saw this beggar-like person muttering to himself. Every step is difficult, fuck you. Long Chen's fury exploded beyond control. Unable to maintain that state, Long Chen slapped this person in the face. His face caved in and blood splashed. Without even being able to make a grunt, he was sent flying. You bastards, you want to die? I'll send you to the path of reincarnation for free. Long Chen roared like a furious lion. Amongst this group of youngsters was a middle-aged man. That man furiously shouted, "Brazen brat, you don't know how to respect your elders. Capture him." Following his orders, the dozens of young people around him charged forward, pouncing on Long Chen from every direction. Unexpectedly, these youngsters were at the 9th heaven stage of the divine flame realm. Their divine flames raged once they attacked. As soon as those people pounced on Long Chen, the sound of bones breaking and screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, those people were on the ground. Although their auras were powerful, it seemed that their combat experience was lacking. There were hundreds of openings in their moves. Let alone Long Chen, even Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others were easily able to defeat them. Their combat power was as weak as sheep. Brazen disciple, this heaven master will. The middle-aged man suddenly unleashed his powerful aura, but just as his aura was unleashed, he was slapped in the face. Stars revolved in his eyes, and heaven and earth seemed to spin around him. Long Chen kneed him in the abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and curled up like a shrimp. Long Chen grabbed hold of him and then slapped him like it was free. 20 slaps were finished in one moment, and his head swelled like a pig's. It seemed that Long Chen had managed to vent his anger, and he gradually returned to calm. When your mood is good, the entire world becomes bright. When your mood is bad, the world becomes dark. Senior's words are truly priceless gems. Seeing those people lying on the ground, Long Chen nodded. He felt even greater reverence for that sweeping elder. He also understood just how much effort the elder had put into helping him comprehend this. Understanding was one thing, but actually doing it was another matter. Long Chen, have you seen the Nine-Flower Envoy? Just at this moment, Heaven Master Yun Yong was leading a group of people this way. Midway through, he saw the people lying on the ground. Seeing the middle-aged man's current state, he exclaimed, "Heaven Master Ji Li, is that you?" That Heaven Master Ji Li, the middle-aged man, struggled to climb up. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, with a dozen teeth included. Little bastard, you, he pointed at Long Chen and cursed. In his rage, a rune appeared on his forehead. He seemed to be summoning some ultimate move. As a result, a lightning spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he pierced Heaven Master Ji Li's chest. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, striking with no warning at all. By the time everyone reacted, Heaven Master Ji Li was lifted into the air by the lightning spear. Ignorant rat, if you dare to say any more arrogant words, Boss Long San will send you to the Yellow Springs today. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Icy killing intent simmered in Long Chen's eyes. He was like a death god calmly looking at his prey. Long Chen, you can't. This is an envoy from the Nine Flower Sect. They came to discuss the Tao with us, exclaimed Heaven Master Yun Yong. He cried out inside. Just how did Long Chen appear here? And how did the Nine Flower envoy suddenly show up here? He knew Long Chen's character far too well. Ji Li's life was now in Long Chen's hands, and if Long Chen wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. The Nine Flower envoy had appeared without giving prior notice. At the gate, they showed their status, and the disciples in charge of receiving them sent a report, as well as telling them that others could receive them. However, Ji Li and the others refused to wait and barged through, just in time to see Long Chen. The result was as such. Long Chen didn't seem to hear Heaven Master Yun Yang's words. He stared coldly at Ji Li, who was filled with shock and rage, but Long Chen's gaze made him afraid. He clenched his teeth and spat out. Fine, Ji Li, admit defeat. Chapter 3050 Young Master Chengchuan. Only when Ji Li admitted defeat did Long Chen slowly pull out the lightning spear. A bloody hole that was charred black was left in his chest. As for the disciples of the Nine Flower Sect that were on the ground, they struggled to crawl up. They no longer had their arrogant appearance and only stared in shock at Long Chen. Ji Li's face was dark. With some one-handed seals, the wound on his chest rapidly healed. His cultivation base was actually extremely high, but Long Chen didn't give him any chance to display it. Senior apprentice brother Ji Li, although it was awkward, Heaven Master Yun Yong could only thicken his face. No need. My Nine Flower Sect came with good intentions to discuss the Tao, but we didn't expect to get this treatment. Starting now, the Nine Flower Sect is no longer allied with the High Firmament Academy. We'll meet at the Tao Discussion Convention. Ji Li snorted coldly. Swinging his sleeve, he left. Those disciples hastily followed. Once Ji Li and the others left, Heaven Master Yun Yong sighed. The Nine Flower Sect's envoy was arranged by the Academy for you. It was to give you experience when it comes to discussing the Tao, so that you aren't caught unprepared for the Tao discussion at the convention. The Nine Flower Sect and the High Firmament Academy were both bottom rankers for the 9 Prefecture Convention's Tao discussion. Their instructor corps were originally on good terms and would always have some practice rounds with each other before the convention as preparation. However, who would have thought that they would be driven out by Long Chen? Now Heaven Master Yun Yong was in an awkward position. People like that are capable of discussing the Tao. They themselves don't understand the Tao, so how are they supposed to transmit it? Anyone who thinks themselves to be above others has already fallen and cannot discuss the Tao, said Long Chen. Whether it was the middle-aged man or the disciples, they were all exceedingly arrogant. Rather than discussing the Tao, it seemed as if they had come to mess around. Long Chen didn't know how many real characters he had encountered in his lifetime. As for people like that, they were nothing. In Long Chen's eyes, the only ones that could truly be called masters, existences that he truly esteemed from his soul, were Yun Shang, Qing Shu, Mo Li, Ziyong, and Han Wei, the 5 sovereigns. In the immortal world, the only one he esteemed was the Sweeping Elder. He found him to be truly unfathomable and wise. As for the others, although there was admiration and respect, he wouldn't call them masters. Long Chen was originally feeling a bit uneasy about the Tao discussion, as the caliber of his opponents was unknown. But if even people like Ji Li were participating, then he felt much more confident. Heaven Master Yun Yong had nothing to say in reply to Long Chen. They also knew Ji Li's character. He was easy to anger, but he didn't have a bad heart. However, having repeatedly met setbacks in the Tao discussion, he started to feel a bit inferior. His arrogance was an outer robe to cover that feeling. In any case, he had participated in the Tao discussion many times, and ignoring his results, he had plenty of experience. He had some areas where he had unique viewpoints, which gave his words extra sharpness, and he liked to nitpick. That was why the academy had invited him over to give Long Chen some training. But they hadn't expected such a thing to occur. Not good. The 9-flower envoy, they've been killed. Suddenly, a disciple ran over, terrified. The 9-flower envoy has just left the academy when they encountered senior apprentice brother Chengchuan returning to the academy. They didn't get off to a good start, and after just a few words, they started fighting. Heaven Master Ji Li unleashed his full power but was still unable to last more than 3 exchanges against senior apprentice brother Chengchuan before his head was cut off. Reported the disciple. Young Master Chengchuan, Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others' expressions changed. Even Long Chen was shocked. That mysterious rank 2 expert on the Earth rankings had actually appeared at this time. Based on this, he was truly powerful. The only reason that Long Chen had defeated Ji Li in one move was because he hadn't given him a chance to unleash his cultivation base. But young Master Ji Li had killed him in 3 moves even when he had unleashed his full power. That showed just how powerful he was. That's not good. I'll go take a look. Heaven Master Yun Yong was about to rush off. Just at this moment, the void shuddered, and a white-haired man appeared out of nowhere. Light flowed around him, and there was a sun behind him. There was also an illusory image within that sun. The light of the sun set him off, making him appear particularly exceptional. He was tall with hair that reached his shoulders. His entire face looked like it had been carved out of flawless jade. Even Long Chen had to admit that he was truly handsome, almost perfect. He himself was far inferior. Young Master Chengchuan, you've awakened a primal bloodline. Congratulations. Heaven Master Yun Yong stared in shock at the manifestation behind young Master Chengchuan. That is a primal manifestation. Only then did Long Chen's gaze focus on the sun. Looking closely at it, he saw the image within it suddenly change. A pair of eyes appeared. Those were not human eyes, and he couldn't tell what life form it was. When those eyes appeared, a sharp killing intent appeared. Long Chen felt like 2 sharp swords were shooting from those eyes and entering his soul. Ripples exploded between Long Chen and young Master Chengchuan. Because of it, Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others cried out in shock. Even Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others felt their souls quiver. Those ripples almost tore through their spiritual defenses. Both Long Chen and young Master Chengchuan suddenly retreated a few steps, both shocked. Dragon blood, power, full moon rhinoceros. The instant their souls clashed, Long Chen saw the image of a full moon rhinoceros. However, it was different from others that he had seen. It was incomparably large, standing within the starry sky and surrounded by endless stars. Its body seemed to be even bigger than the starry sky. Furthermore, the direction it was looking toward was a full moon. Within that moon, he saw a mass of primal chaos. However, before he could get a closer look, a dragon roar came from his soul, and the image shattered. Although it was just one instantaneous clash, both Long Chen and young Master Chengchuan were shaken. I didn't expect that you have true dragon essence blood. The dragon soul protects you. Then I don't have any advantage over you. Do you dare to have a fight? Battle intent soared out of young Master Chengchuan. Chapter 3051 The Rainbow Crane Race's Gift. Upon hearing this, Heaven Master Yun Yong and the others' expressions changed. Long Chen, Shu Chengchuan, and Bai Shishi were their main force in the 9 Prefecture Convention. They could not be fighting amongst themselves. I'm not interested. Long Chen shook his head. As an expert, you must face challenges. If you're such a coward, how are you qualified to pursue Fairy Shishi? Demanded Shu Chengchuan. Long Chen scoffed. How laughable. Who said that I'm pursuing Bai Shishi? And does pursuing someone require qualifications? Well, whatever. I won't argue with a child. I've grown past that competitive age. It would be best if you didn't provoke me because I'm very busy. Long Chen waved his hand, and ignoring everyone else, he lowered his head and started sweeping once more. Are you looking down on me? Shouted Shu Chengchuan. Long Chen didn't raise his head or even look at him. He just continued sweeping with his head down. Seeing this, Shu Chengchuan clenched his fists, and his manifestation quivered. However, he had his own pride. If Long Chen didn't want to fight with him, he wouldn't force it. Long Chen, there will be a battle between us sooner or later. Just wait. He snorted and left. Watching him leave, Heaven Master Yun Yong sighed. He also led his group away. Everyone else was gone, but Long Chen continued slowly sweeping. When the leaves were piled together, a light breeze blew by, scattering the leaves. All his previous efforts were wasted. Long Chen stared for a moment before a smile slowly came across his face. Just at this moment, the sweeping elder returned. "How do you feel?" he asked. Long Chen gratefully said, "Many thanks for your pointers, senior. I feel excellent. To not judge based on results, to not decide success or failure, the heavenly Taos are fair. As long as you work hard, you will definitely have gains. However, sometimes those gains are visible, and sometimes they're not. I also understand that what I see before me is not necessarily true. Just because I can't see something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. A single broom could sweep away the dust in front of me and let me see a new world. I will remember the kindness of this pointer." Having his progress interrupted midway had infuriated him. It felt like all his work was for nothing. That feeling was terrible. However, now he had a new feeling. Even if something ultimately failed, it didn't mean that there were no gains. Long Chen's mental state had been enlightened to a far wider view, so the shadow of his defeat on the martial heaven continent also dissipated. He finally walked free from that shadow. In that battle, many people had died and the martial heaven continent itself was destroyed. But ultimately, most of them lived. He had accomplished what the martial heaven continent entrusted to him. Furthermore, through that battle, he also recognized the areas he was lacking in. Thus, in life, there were also gains and losses. If you gained something, you also lost something. In the same vein, if you lost something, you also gained something. If you spent all day mired in thoughts of what you lost, that would be the greatest foolishness. A pointer? No, this is no pointer. That is because if right and wrong cannot be determined, who would be so presumptuous as to talk about pointers? The elder shook his head. He received his broom back and once more started sweeping. Right and wrong, good and evil, is there a line separating them? If there is, who decides that? Is that person definitely right? Did that person make that line with a bias toward themselves and their own actions? If there are rules, then there will be holes. If there are no rules, then chaos reigns. Where did everything come from then? Life, the Taos, the laws of the world. Perhaps only the ruler could say. Have you thought about being the ruler? Long Chen was startled. The elder's words seemed to contain some mystery behind them. It was as if he was passing on something to Long Chen. But after he said this, he vanished. It was as if he was speaking to both Long Chen and himself, befuddling Long Chen. His words seemed to relate to an even higher level secret. Long Chen didn't know if this counted as a subtle warning. After pondering it for a long time, he was still unable to figure out the elder's intentions. According to the elder, there was no such thing as right or wrong in this world. There were only different viewpoints. Big brother Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was in thought, a young voice rang out and woke him from his stupor. Rainbow light flew around him. At this moment, a rainbow crane appeared in front of him. The rainbow crane then transformed into a young girl. Her beautiful eyes were like stars in the night sky. Seeing Long Chen, she smiled so excitedly that her eyes became crescent moons. "Big brother, I came to find you." This girl was a transformation of the rainbow crane. He had seen her before at the gates to the inner academy. It was the girl who called him a good person. However, today, it was just her. Her companions weren't there, so she immediately hugged him. Long Chen's inner heart was originally a bit heavy due to the elder's final words. However, this girl's smile infected him. Something beautiful could make a person forget all their vexations. The girl grew even happier when Long Chen hugged back. Hearing her tinkling laughter, Long Chen felt his entire body relax. "Big brother, let me tell you, that grandpa is really amazing." The girl whispered into Long Chen's ear. "The sweeping grandpa?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, our rainbow crane race lives a long time. From the time when I was born until now, I already saw 3 generations of Dean's leave. But that sweeping grandpa has seen 9 generations of our race. When our first generation patriarch arrived here, that grandpa was already sweeping the ground," whispered the girl as if she didn't want anyone else to hear. Long Chen was shocked. Although he had felt this sweeping elder to not be ordinary, he had never expected him to have lived for so long. The elder was practically a living fossil. This girl had seen 3 generations of Deans. But the sweeping elder had seen 9 generations of the rainbow crane race. Long Chen didn't dare to even think of how old this sweeping elder was. "Ah, my mom is calling me back. It's over. I definitely said too much." The girl's expression suddenly fell. Long Chen didn't know what had happened. He also didn't know how to console her, so he just looked at her. She suddenly extended a hand, and a feather appeared. It was black and white, and yet rainbow light shone around it. My mom told me to give this to you. She said it might be useful to you. Big brother, I have to go. Next time, I'll come to find you to play. The girl reluctantly waved goodbye to Long Chen. She transformed back into a rainbow crane and flew away. Original true feather. When Long Chen looked at the feather she had left in his hand, his whole body shook. Chapter 3052. Someone from the Luo family. The feather in Long Chen's hand was an original true feather. It was the most precious feather of a rainbow crane, equivalent to a true dragon's reverse scale. The rainbow cranes were blessed by the heavenly Taos, and legend was that their feathers were auspicious signs. The rainbow crane race almost never interacted with the human race, so their original true feather was something that only existed in legends. Almost no one had ever seen it before. Holding the original true feather and feeling the energy within it, Long Chen instantly realized that he could absorb its auspicious energy. If I use it, it will call down a blessing of the heavens. All 10,000 Taos will merge, and the world will be under my control. Long Chen muttered to himself. Just holding it, he could tell what kind of phenomena would occur when it was activated. The heavenly Taos were the most unfathomable existence in this world, but with this original true feather, by using the rainbow crane race's auspicious blessing, he could achieve a level of complete control. Long Chen almost didn't dare to believe that such a power existed. This gift from the rainbow crane race is too precious. Long Chen looked in the direction that the crane girl had gone. She had actually sent him a life-protecting talisman. Although he didn't know the exact effect of this original true feather, he was certain that it possessed the power to shake heaven and earth. He put away the original true feather solemnly. Just as he was leaving, he heard hurried footsteps rushing over. He turned to see Luo Bing and Luo Ning running over. Long Chen, our Luo family's protector corps has sent a commander over, reported Luo Bing. Previously, Long Chen's spirit awakening pills had helped the two of them awaken their bloodline power. Hence, Luo Bing had sent word back to the family, and now the family finally managed to send people over. Working together with Long Chen was an extremely important matter to the Luo family. Now it was time to discuss it. In the outer academy, Long Chen met this expert of the Luo family. He was a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s, and he stood as straight as a ramrod, like a javelin. His eyes were calm, but there was a light within them like a sheathed sword. Despite him not unleashing any aura, Long Chen felt immense pressure from him. He wore white robes, giving him a feeling of transcending the mortal world yet also a feeling of closeness. You must be Mr. Long Chen. From the moment I set foot into the martial heaven domain, I've heard of your name. Such a promising junior is truly rare. This man was Luo Changwu. He praised Long Chen, his expression sincere. It was not just an elaborate praise for courtesy. Long Chen, let me introduce you. This is our Luo family's protector corps commander and also our family head's second son. He definitely has the authority to make decisions in the Luo family, said Luo Bing. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. The family head's second son. Then wasn't this his mother's big brother? His own uncle. No wonder he felt such a sense of closeness with just a look. Junior Long Chen greets senior. Long Chen hastily greeted him according to the proper etiquette of a junior. Seeing him be so courteous, Luo Bing and Luo Ning were delighted. Considering Long Chen's untamable character, he didn't give anyone face. They had been worried about this matter collapsing due to this, so they were very grateful that Long Chen was so humble. They actually thought that Long Chen was giving them face by being so polite to him. Luo Chengwu immediately propped Long Chen up, smiling. Junior brother, there's no need to be so courteous. To be honest, my Luo family was rude to you this time. After receiving the news, we should have come sooner. After all, this matter relates to my Luo family's fate. We don't dare to tarry. However, there were two intense battles against the Chu family during this time. I could only rush over here after dealing with those trifles, wasting quite a bit of time. Actually, my big brother should have been the one to come this time, but he was injured during those battles, so I was sent instead. I hope you won't blame us. We've fought against the Chu family again, asked Luo Bing in surprise. Luo Chengwu waved his hand. Nothing more than some crooked dishonesty from the Chu family. We didn't want you to be distracted by such a thing, so we didn't inform you. Luo Bing and Luo Ning's expressions changed somehow. Even the son of the family head had been injured, so that was definitely not a minor scuffle. Seeing their expressions, Luo Chengwu softly said, "You're good children. You want to carry the burden of the family. But now isn't that time yet. Now, you need to work hard on your cultivation and grow up quickly. Don't worry, the family has my father and is holding it up. The family is still safe and steady. Just properly cultivate. As for Luo Qingyang, don't blame yourselves. The Luo family has tens of millions of disciples. For one or two to get befuddled is natural. It has nothing to do with you two." Luo Bing and Luo Ning instantly thought of those disciples that had died because of Luo Qingyang, and lines of tears dripped down their faces. They had always felt a great deal of guilt over this matter. "All right, we can discuss this matter later. Won't this junior brother laugh at us if we get so emotional? Let's talk business." After comforting them, Luo Chengwu looked at Long Chen. "Junior brother, your spirit awakening pills are very important to our Luo family. Our Luo family will work with you frankly. Just tell me what you want in exchange. As long as it is within our limits, the Luo family will not refuse. If this was a negotiation, then this would be sticking out his own neck to be slaughtered." But Luo Chengwu was a very smart person and instantly saw through Long Chen's general character. He had investigated what had happened in the Martial Heaven Prefecture since Long Chen's arrival, and so he was confident enough to directly toss out the Luo family's sincerity. To put it frankly, it was an attitude of if you had to slaughter me, then slaughter me. I wouldn't retaliate. The question was whether or not you would be embarrassed to do such a thing. Long Chen looked at Luo Chengwu, his uncle, and felt a mix of emotions. He didn't know what to say. A price? What kind of price? Could they possibly pay the price that he wanted? If he wanted to know his mother's whereabouts, would they tell him? The Luo family had tossed his mother to the land of bitter cold, leaving her life up to fate. He didn't even know if he should hate them or not. Luo Chengwu was a bit curious about Long Chen's complicated gaze. It seemed that there were many things hidden in his deep eyes. Luo Bing and Luo Ning both got nervous. "I'm not lacking anything right now, so I don't know what to ask for. How about I give you the secret formula for the medicinal pill, and your Luo family will owe me a debt?" asked Long Chen after a long moment of thought. Chapter 3053 Dragon King Reverse Scale. That, Luo Chengwu was caught in a difficult position. If it was a different power, they would definitely accept, but the Luo family did not rashly promise to owe someone a favor. A favor could be big or small. There was no way to appraise the value of such a thing. This was a difficult request. If Long Chen wanted treasures, resources, secret tomes, divine weapons, then as long as the Luo family had them, then they could discuss it. But a favor? Don't worry, I, Long Chen, have my own pride. I will not hold you hostage with a favor. I won't do anything to damage your foundation or throw your future in danger, said Long Chen. This only made Luo Chengwu feel even more embarrassed. Long Chen was being so generous, making the Luo family appear petty. All right. As long as junior brother has some request, just tell us. As long as it is something that the Luo family is capable of, we will definitely not disappoint you, said Luo Chengwu. Although he said it brazenly, he held back a bit. That was because on the way here, he had heard that Long Chen was someone who acted regardless of laws or rules. No one knew what he might do, so he couldn't promise anything. This is the pill formula. I have also refined hundreds of these pills myself. Luo Ning told me that the Luo family also has quite a few outstanding alchemists, so with these pills as a sample, it shouldn't be difficult for the Luo family to begin producing spirit awakening pills, said Long Chen, taking out a leather hide and a small bottle. Luo Chengwu received the pill formula solemnly. Even he was moved by this pill formula. It was far too important to the Luo family. Once he received the pills from Long Chen, he found that they were all top-grade spirit pills. There were even a few treasure pills, so Luo Chengwu once more thanked Long Chen. Although he was aware that Long Chen was an alchemist, someone capable of refining top-grade pills at such an age was truly as rare as a phoenix feather or Qilin horn. As for a youth capable of refining treasure pills, that was even rarer. My spirit awakening pill is my own special formula. It isn't split by realm. Even if someone has missed their golden period, they can still awaken their spirit. Furthermore, even if someone has gone through spirit awakening, they can undergo a second spirit awakening with this pill. However, the effect will be up to each individual, said Long Chen. That, Luo Chengwu was shaken by this. The Luo family's disciples should awaken their spirits during the mortal transcendence realm. That was their golden time. After missing it, they wouldn't undergo spirit awakening ever. Furthermore, due to some accidents in the Luo family, their spirit pool was unable to provide for enough people. Hence, many disciples with only average talent were not able to undergo spirit awakening, resulting in their combat power dropping. However, Long Chen's pill could not only allow them to awaken their spirits after missing their golden period, but it could also allow those who had undergone a low-level spirit awakening to undergo a second spirit awakening. The effect of this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying. If that really is the case, my Luo family owes you a truly immense debt. Luo Chengwu took a deep breath. If it really was as Long Chen said, then even the elders of the Luo family could undergo another spirit awakening. In that case, the Luo family's overall power was about to multiply. This was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Junior brother, if you have anything else to say, please go ahead. Luo Chengwu noticed that Long Chen hesitated and wanted to say something several times, so he spoke up curiously. Long Chen hesitated once more. In the end, he didn't ask about his mother. He felt that now still wasn't the time to expose himself. I wish to ask Senior to help me protect my secret, but I also feel like that's superfluous. Long Chen shook his head. This was just to cover up his previous actions. Of course, this will be treated as the top secret in the Luo family. We won't leak it, said Luo Chengwu. Long Chen nodded. After the 9 Prefecture Convention, I want to go pay my respects to the Luo family. If junior brother comes, my Luo family will welcome you with everything we have. Speaking of which, during the 9 Prefecture Convention, be careful around the Chu family, said Luo Chengwu. What, isn't the Chu family now very subdued? Luo Bing and Luo Ning were surprised. It had to be known that after the Jialan Immortal Lands incident, they had been ripped out of the academy for trying to kill Bai Shishi and the other disciples. Even Lord Brahma wouldn't say anything about it because those people were nothing more than a pack of weak dogs. The Chu family had then gathered the other powers and demanded an explanation from the academy, all without express orders from above. But they were then driven away by Long Chen. For the Chu family to fake receiving orders, they had probably drawn a great deal of trouble for themselves. How could they have the time to cause trouble for others? You're still too young. The Chu family's roots go far deeper than you can imagine. Furthermore, they engage in all kinds of business in the dark. There are many areas we don't have information on. If you underestimate them, you will definitely suffer. According to our intel, the Chu family is in a rush to regain face after this loss, so they have sent 6 of their greatest heavenly geniuses to the 9 Prefecture Convention. Their goal goes without saying. So you have to be careful, said Luo Chengwu. Are these experts even stronger than Chu Yong? Exclaimed Luo Bing. They will only be stronger. There might even be primals. If you can't beat them, then just directly admit defeat. Do not put up any meaningless resistance, ordered Luo Chengwu sternly. Primals. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were shocked. How could the Chu family have primals? That's why I said that the Chu family's foundation isn't something you can imagine. But don't worry, our Luo family will send out our experts to accompany you. But this is the grandest 9 Prefecture Convention ever because the championship prize this time is enough to drive others crazy. What prize? Long Chen couldn't help asking. It is said that the prize is a golden dragon scale. The rumor is that it is a Dragon King's reverse scale. That is an absolutely priceless treasure. On my way here, I heard of countless hidden monsters coming out for this prize. It will definitely be an exceptionally intense battle, said Luo Chengwu. Golden Dragon Scale. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. Just at this moment, a voice rang out in his mind. Obtain it, that is my descendant's reverse scale. With it, you can summon the golden battle armor. Your physical body will be thousands of times stronger, and you will be able to truly utilize your cultivation technique. Senior. Long Chen was shocked, not having expected the dragon expert to be able to speak to him. However, no matter how he called out, there was no further response. All right. This golden dragon scale is mine. Long Chen clenched his fists, battle intent soaring within him. Chapter 3054 An accompanying treasure. For the dragon expert to call attention to it, that golden dragon scale definitely wasn't ordinary. Was it its descendant's reverse scale? It definitely knew something. Right now, Long Chen could be said to be an encyclopedia of knowledge. He was no longer that rookie who had just set foot into the immortal world. The dragon race was the emperor of all beasts. When the dragon might was unleashed, other than a few ancient species, almost all beast races had to submit. However, there were many branches of the dragon race and many mixed bloods as well, which resulted in some low-level dragon blood races. Anyone possessing the slightest trace of the dragon race's bloodline would be called a dragon. Thus, many people didn't know just how powerful the true dragons were. The true dragons were the true rulers of the dragon race, the most original beings of the dragon race. They possessed the purest bloodline. When a true dragon was born, its entire body was green, and so they were called green dragons. After growing up and undergoing the dragon tribulation, their scales turned white. They were then called azure dragons. The azure dragons were fully matured true dragons. Only after growing up and becoming azure dragons did they gain the ability to cultivate. It could be considered the human race's chi-gathering realm, the very initial foundation. Through cultivating, they could inherit bloodline divine abilities. After 99 tribulations, their 108,000 scales would receive the baptism of heaven and earth, taking on the foundation of the 10,000 Taos. Their scales would also transform, becoming golden. At that point, they were called golden dragons, also known as dragon kings. The tribulations for true dragons were extremely terrifying, and even for the true dragons with their powerful physical bodies, the chances of them surviving the tribulation were very low. The odds were less than 1 in 10. The true dragon race's tribulations were challenges against the laws of the heavenly Taos. Other people went through tribulation within the scope of the heavenly Taos laws, but the true dragons wanted to suppress the heavenly Taos and surpass them. Such a tribulation style resulted in death if they did not succeed. This was the pride of the true dragon race. Either they surpassed the laws of heaven and earth, or they died trying. Rather than being a bird trapped in a cage or a fish caught in a net, they would rather die. Thus, a true dragon's reverse scale not only contained their pure essence blood, but it also contained their supreme will. To obtain that inheritance required its approval. In the immortal world, there were very few true dragon reverse scales around. Even if there were, they were passed down, not forced to submit. In order to subdue it, you required its approval and had to be in the same realm. If you were far stronger than it and tried to subdue it, it would explode to prevent being under someone else's control. As a result, the true dragon reverse scales that did exist were preserved quite well. No one could subdue them, so they could only be stared at. Most of those reverse scales were only green dragon reverse scales. Azure dragon reverse scales were very rare. As for golden dragon reverse scales, the reverse scales of dragon kings, one might not appear in tens of thousands of years. For the 9 Prefecture Convention's championship prize to be a dragon king reverse scale, it was something that drove countless people crazy. Anyone who viewed themselves as a heavenly genius would hope to have fate with that dragon scale. Long Chen's Azure Dragon reverse scale was obtained in the lower plane, and the current Azure Dragon battle armor was starting to lag behind his requirements. With his divine flames activated, the battle armor couldn't endure their power. Because of this, he hadn't even managed to fully activate the 6-star battle armor last time. Moreover, in the Jalan Immortal world, most of his power had ended up leaking into the air. When he tried to summon the 6-star battle armor, he ended up wasting almost 90% of his energy. Although as his cultivation base grew, his physical body also grew stronger, his divine flames were growing even faster. In order to control his divine flames, he had to strengthen his physical body. That was why Long Chen was so crazily planting the wood foundation divine trees. That way, even if he tore his own body apart at the same time, he could continue fighting. Since this was the case, this Dragon King reverse scale was the treasure he needed the most urgently. He had to pay any price to obtain it. It seems that Junior Brother is very motivated. But watch out, this 9 Prefecture Convention is different from the past ones. Due to the bait being so great, it's unknown just how many eyes are on it. Also, due to certain reasons, the High Firmament Academy is standing alone there. You will definitely be targeted, so make sure that you're mentally prepared, warned Luo Chengwu. Senior, don't worry, Junior understands. As long as their cultivation bases are within the same realm, I'm not afraid of anyone, said Long Chen. Good, youngsters should possess such heroism. Luo Chengwu laughed. Junior Brother, these medicinal pills are very important to my Luo family. I can't waste time, so I'll leave now. If you need anything, inform Bing and she will send word. Let me say it again, as long as it's something that the Luo family can do, we will not shirk our duty. Let us meet again. Long Chen cupped his fists to send him off. Once Luo Chengwu left, Long Chen sighed and bitterly smiled inside. This uncle of his was straightforward and upright. He was also very capable and steady. But Long Chen wondered, the next time they met, would they be friends or foes? When it came to his mother's family, he became hesitant and worried. Even though he could face battle without batting an eye, not all things in this world could be resolved with martial power. After sending off Luo Changwu, he returned to the inner academy. Due to young Master Chengchuan's return, the entire inner academy became lively. Some female disciples in particular were in high spirits. That made Long Chen laugh. If young Master Chengchuan was judged simply from his outer appearance, it truly would be a case of a peerless piece of jade. This person was truly handsome and yet not at all womanly. The title of the High Firmament Academy's #1 handsome man was not for nothing. However, when he returned, he was infuriated. His guild's people had all been killed in the Jalan Immortal Land. Now he was the only one left, so he had to gather new people and rebuild his forces. Not surprisingly, many female disciples applied. Watching the bustling crowd in the inner academy, Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of loneliness. He found that it really was difficult to integrate himself into the academy. Despite forming good relations with many people, he still felt incompatible. Loneliness wasn't the result of having no one beside you. It was the result of having many people beside you without feeling the slightest warmth. The current him was missing his family more and more. Boss, my mom told me to come find you. She says that she wishes to give you a treasure to accompany you as thanks. Just as Long Chen was lost in a stupor, Bai Shala ran over to him excitedly. Chapter 3055 Black Saber. Long Chen noticed that Bai Shala had some new silver body armor on, and he seemed extremely pleased with it. Boss, look at what my aunt gave me. Bai Shala pointed to his armor. It's impervious to blade or spear, water or fire. It also has its own divine runes in it. It was specially made for me. Your aunt? Asked Long Chen. He still hadn't fully recovered from his stupor. It's Bai Shishi's mother, said Bai Shala. Long Chen nodded. However, rashly accepting gifts like this wasn't something Long Chen had no shame over. However, Bai Shala refused to let him off, saying that someone who could take advantage but didn't was a fool. Hence, Long Chen followed him to see his mother. Bai Shala's mother smiled when they arrived. Long Chen, Shala was helped by you. You've pulled out a stake in our hearts, and such a favor cannot be forgotten. I heard that you are lacking a weapon for the 9 Prefecture Convention. My husband and I have fought others for many years, so we have quite a bit of leftovers that you can check. As she waved her hand, balls of light appeared in the air. Every ball contained a divine weapon. Those weapons seemed a mix of illusory and real within those balls. But the divine energy fluctuations of those weapons continued to come through, making Long Chen's soul shake. Spears, sabers, swords, halberds, ropes, rings, towers, rods, and dozens of other kinds of weapons appeared. It was a dazzling sight. These are all treasure items. In the immortal world, above spirit items were treasure items. The greatest difference between them was the power of their item spirit. A spirit item's item spirit could assist the user and increase their power. However, their level was rather low. They lacked the ability to fully control themselves. But treasure items possessed terrifying power just on their own. A treasure item had a far more intelligent item spirit and was capable of controlling its one power. Some treasure items were even stronger than their masters. When their masters were in danger, they could protect them. However, they were incredibly precious. Even a genius like Chu Yong wasn't bestowed a treasure item by the family. Furthermore, becoming the master of a treasure item was very difficult. If it felt that the master was too weak, it wouldn't accept them. Forcibly subduing one would require sacrificing a great deal of spiritual and bloodline energy. Clearly, Bai Shala's mother was not just giving him a treasure item. She was also willing to help him subdue it. It could be said that she had invested quite a bit in this gift, showing just how grateful she was for Long Chen's help to Bai Shala. As for Bai Shala's new armor, that was something that Bai Shishi's mother had helped him subdue. With it, they were much more at ease. This upcoming 9 Prefecture Convention would not be ordinary, so they didn't dare to be careless. Boss, I heard that your sword arts are supreme. Why don't you take this sword? I feel like this sword suits you best. You can sweep through everyone with a single slash, urged Bai Shala, seeming even more excited than Long Chen. However, Long Chen was looking at a saber. Even through the divine light, he could sense its sharp aura, as well as its bloodthirstiness and domineeringness. Long Chen then beckoned and the saber flew into his hand. As it rumbled, a sharp light erupted out of it. A void-ripping sound also rang out. Your vision is good. This saber is called Autumn Water. When I fought its master, I was almost injured by it. The saber seems to really like you. It seems that it suits you, said Bai Shala's mother, a bit surprised. It had to be known that a treasure item required an expert to at least be at the four-peak realm to subdue it. But this saber was willingly throwing itself at Long Chen. It was a bit inconceivable. Long Chen shook his head. This saber doesn't suit me. My power is focused on hardness, and it is too light. Furthermore, its material has plenty of sharpness but lacks toughness. It can't endure my power. It was a good saber, but it was more of a nimble and agile build, and that wasn't his fighting style. He could only send it back. Something hard and heavy. Bai Shala's mother thought about it. She suddenly waved her hand, and a black saber appeared in front of Long Chen. What do you think about this? Long Chen stared at the black saber in front of him, his heart pounding. But the light within his eyes quickly faded as he felt a pang of pain. This black saber made him think of Dragonbone Evilmoon. This companion that had fought alongside him in battle had ultimately left him. This black saber's length was about the same as Evilmoon, but it wasn't as malevolent and sinister in appearance. The heavy aura it possessed was extremely shocking though. Bai Shala was beside Long Chen, and the appearance of the black saber made space feel like it was being compressed. It was so uncomfortable that he retreated a few steps. This saber has no name, and it isn't complete either. The forger did not forge its spirit, so it has no item spirit. But its weight is astonishing, and the materials that went into it are very precious, even more so than an ordinary treasure item. I've had no use for it all this time. Do you wish to use it? Asked Bai Shala's mother. Long Chen reached out and grabbed the hilt. He slowly pulled it out of the ball of light. At this moment, the ground beneath his feet cracked. The runes on the stones lit up, but they continued to crack, as if they might completely crumble at any moment. Seeing Long Chen receive this shockingly heavy saber with one hand, Bai Shala's mother was shocked. His power was truly astonishing. The saber's runes lit up, growing brighter and brighter. A star diagram then slowly appeared on top of it. At this moment, immense and forceful power flowed within the saber. Suddenly, the stars vanished. Long Chen rested the saber on his shoulder. One man and one saber stood there, appearing incredibly wild and domineering. It was as if they contained endless power, power that could destroy this entire world. Many thanks, Senior. I will accept this gift. Long Chen felt like he had found that old familiar feeling, and he smiled with satisfaction. His astral power hadn't destroyed the saber. Instead, its internal runes activated and seemed that they could still contain more energy. It very much suited him. With such a good weapon, he felt much more confident. After that, time passed bit by bit, and the day to move out quickly arrived. Everyone participating in the 9 Prefecture Convention gathered. Chapter 3056 Setting Out. Just over 30 people were participating in the 9 Prefecture Convention from the High Firmament Academy. However, Long Chen was surprised that over 20 of those were unfamiliar faces. Furthermore, their auras were quite powerful. They were not inferior to Luo Bing, Mu Qingyan, and the others, but he didn't recognize a single one of them. On Long Chen's side were only Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and Bai Shala. Even Li Kai, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and the others didn't apply. That was because Luo Bing said that people like her would only be cannon fodder in the 9 Prefecture Convention. Thus, Li Kai and the others had no hope at all. However, they had all applied to watch. It was simply that they wouldn't be leaving with those actually participating. Those given spots to watch would only be informed a few days later. Furthermore, anyone who wished to watch had to take care of their own ticket fee and incidental costs. The Academy would only provide flying boats and transportation formation protectors. The cost was not small, and an ordinary person couldn't afford it. However, as Long Chen's worshippers, and considering they would get to experience the true elites of the 9 prefectures, many people still chose to pay. Long Chen instantly saw young Master Chengchuan who stood out amongst the crowd. In the distance, there were even countless women cheering and shouting his name. They had come to send him off. TCH, is having a pretty boy face so amazing? Snorted Bai Shala a bit irritably. Long Chen patted Bai Shala's shoulder. Learn to appreciate beautiful things instead of having jealousy cloud your eyes. You should admit where you inferior to others. When you prideful, compare yourself to other people's strong points. When you feeling inferior, bring out your own strong points to compare to others. Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan exchanged a smile. Any man would feel inferior compared to young Master Chengchuan, but Long Chen was still as calm as flat water. Hehe, do you compare yourself to others like this as well? Asked Bai Shaola. Me? No, I never compare myself to others because that would make me lazy, said Long Chen. Luo Ning laughed. What thick skin, are you trying to say that you superior in every way? Long Chen shrugged. There's nothing I can do. Being unrivaled is truly lonesome. Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan laughed, but he was truly qualified to say this. It was just that his way of joking was very amusing. Long Chen, there will sooner or later be a fight between us. I won't allow anyone to have the slightest fantasies toward Fairy Shishi, said young Master Chengchuan. The crowd fell silent when he spoke. The atmosphere grew tense. One came from a mysterious forbidden area, the unfathomable young Master Chengchuan. The other was a newcomer to the academy who soared like a shooting star and created legends. When the two of them went against each other, it instantly made everyone nervous. Long Chen frowned. Examining him, he said, "Do you have something wrong with your head? You look so handsome that I don't want to slap you and ruin that image, but you keep acting like this. My mood is good right now, so I can't be bothered with you. If my mood was bad, it'd be over for you. I don't care what status or background you have. Don't force my hand." Young Master Chengchuan frowned. Battle intent soared out of him. Then let's fight. If I lose, I will leave the academy, and Fairy Shishi will be yours. Fuck, who do you think Fairy Shishi is to be mine just because I beat you? Long Chen laughed from anger, but just as he said this, he felt a chill on his back, as if two sharp swords were pointed at his heart. He slowly turned to see a pair of sharp, beautiful eyes glaring at him, as if they would pierce straight through him. Cough, what a misunderstanding. Fairy Shishi, you are not, how should I put it, in any case, I didn't mean it like that, said Long Chen awkwardly in the face of Bai Shishi's frostiness. The two of you should shut your mouths. Keep talking nonsense and I'll kill both of you. Smelly men should stay away from me. Bai Shishi's voice hissed out of the cracks between her teeth. She was clearly enraged. Seeing her so angry, young Master Chengchuan didn't say another word. At the same time, Long Chen curled his lips and shrugged, acting indifferent. Fairy Shishi, in truth, young Master Chengchuan spoke up after a moment of silence. Shut up. Bai Shishi was enraged, and young Master Chengchuan shut his mouth. It seemed he was very used to being scolded by Bai Shishi. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. People really did look for things that they couldn't have. With young Master Chengchuan's talent and looks, he could find any woman he wanted. But he just had to pursue Bai Shishi. Why bother? Bai Shishi had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of the Divine Flame realm, and her aura was incomparably solid. Those two Divine Whisker Flame Spirit pills clearly had an immense effect. However, there were no manifestation fluctuations around her, so she clearly hadn't awakened a primal bloodline. Amongst them, only young Master Chengchuan was a primal. After asking around, it seemed that young Master Chengchuan had expressly left the academy during this time just to return to his home in that forbidden zone to awaken his primal bloodline. Awakening a primal bloodline was extremely difficult. Other than your own hard work, you needed the help of the outside world's power as well. A bit of luck also couldn't be lacking. Whoever talks about me next should be ready for me to turn hostile on them. I have said that I, Bai Shishi, need no man in this lifetime, warned Bai Shishi. The prideful Bai Shishi had actually been turned into the prize of a wager between others. Not even an ordinary person would be able to accept that, let alone Bai Shishi. What a waste, sighed Long Chen, mumbling to himself. What did you say? Demanded Bai Shishi, looking as if she was going to kill him. Long Chen looked to the sky. The weather today isn't bad. I am the leader of the group attending this 9 prefecture convention. It would be best if you all listen to my rules and give me the minimum respect, especially you, said Bai Shishi, looking at Long Chen. Long Chen rolled his eyes. When had he not respected her? After warning Long Chen and young Master Chengchuan, Bai Shishi turned to everyone else. You are disciples of the Battle God Palace. You re-attending the 9 prefecture convention with us, so let us get familiar with each other before moving out. Only then did Long Chen realize that these unfamiliar faces were those raised by the Battle God Palace. After that, everyone exchanged names, and it could count as getting acquainted. A beautiful celestial horse descended from the sky at this time, pulling a golden war chariot. A beautiful woman then walked down from the war chariot and smiled at everyone. Warriors of the High Firmament Academy, let us set out. Chapter 3057. Who do you like? What Long Chen hadn't expected was for the one escorting them to be Bai Shixi's mother. The white celestial horse spread its transparent wings, unleashing a wave of dream-like ripples. It was as if the entire world was no longer real. It's actually an illusion beast. Long Chen's heart shook. Whenever this celestial beast's wings shook, ripples spread. Wherever those ripples went, Long Chen felt space constantly transform. However, Long Chen knew that this wasn't the result of space changing. It was an illusion. The celestial horse race was very large, and the illusion celestial horses were their emperors, which possessed an innate ability to unleash illusions. It wasn't using a divine ability as the runes on its wings hadn't even been activated. But every light movement of its wings drew people into an illusion. Even Long Chen felt like the world was no longer real. It was severely impacting his senses. At this moment, Long Chen and the others got on the war chariot. He then waved goodbye to Zhang Ling and the others before entering. The chariot contained its own extremely large space. Long Chen found a seat beside a window, and there was a tea table there. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan sat with him. As for Bai Shaola, he seemed very familiar with the war chariot. He pressed a button on the wall, and a door appeared with a bedroom inside. He then directly fell asleep on the bed. In truth, ever since he activated the 3 flower pupils, he often got sleepy. Whenever there wasn't something exciting to do, he would sleep. Long Chen knew that this was the result of his 3 flower pupils just being activated. He wasn't used to it yet. Having his eyes open for too long would make him feel weary since he couldn't control the 3 flower pupils perfectly yet. Now, energy was constantly leaking out of his eyes. He would be fine after getting used to his new power. Long Chen had also studied the 3 flower pupils during this time. Through Bai Shaola, he learned this technique. But this bloodline art was not something he could use despite all his knowledge. There were many kinds of 3 flower pupils actually. Different bloodlines would activate different kinds of power from them. For example, Bai Shaola's 3 flower pupils were a kind of spatial energy control. He could unleash this power on its own, or he could use hand seals to use a divine art with this power. Since Long Chen didn't have this bloodline power, his 3 flower pupils were entirely plagiarized. Based on how Bai Shaola used his 3 flower pupils, Long Chen activated them as well. But every time, they were destroyed by that black energy. At the same time, his eyes would be left hurting for a long time. However, through this continuous testing, he finally had some slight gains. He was now testing how he could use the 3 flower pupils to unleash the black energy. The dragon race expert had told him that he had to constantly unleash the black energy to avoid being devoured by it. When Bai Shaola managed to fully master his 3 flower pupils, Long Chen would also be able to benefit more. Now, Long Chen, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan sat by the window, drinking tea. As for Bai Shishi, her face remained cold the entire time. She sat in a corner with her eyes closed. Young Master Chengchuan no longer had the feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars. He also found a corner to sit in, learning from Bai Shishi and meditating. The others were also silent, finding their own spots and sitting. The chariot was so huge that let alone 30 people, even 300 people would be able to sit inside without feeling crowded. The celestial horse slowly left the academy. As its wings flapped, it pulled the chariot forward. Looking outside, time seemed to pass by in bouts. With every break, the scene changed, and in just a few moments, they had left the academy's land. "What is going on?" exclaimed Luo Ning. Long Chen explained, "The celestial horse is so fast that it results in spatial compression, creating disconnected spatial layers. There is a formation on the chariot that blocks the impact of this spatial pressure, so you still feel very comfortable inside, but what you see outside is the result of different spacetimes appearing. That's why they appear one by one. Since we're just starting, they're probably afraid we won't be able to endure the impact of this instantaneous acceleration. After a bit, this illusory feeling will fade. As expected of the High Firmament Academy's youngest heaven master in all of history. You really are knowledgeable." Just at this moment, Bai Shishi's mother walked in, smiling at Long Chen. The Battle God Palace's disciples instantly stood at attention and bowed to her, treating her reverently. Bai Shishi's mother waved his hand, indicating for everyone not to stand on courtesy. She then turned to Long Chen and the others. "Can I sit here?" Luo Bing and the others were overwhelmed. They hastily cleared up a spot for her. Long Chen said, "Big sister, please sit." "Big sister." Bai Shishi's mother stared at him for a moment before laughing. "You know how to talk. You can take advantage while also curry favor." Luo Bing and the others were speechless. He was truly brazen and dared to say anything. He was calling the palace master's wife big sister. Then wasn't that placing himself on the same level of seniority as the palace master, as well as putting him above Bai Shishi? Luo Ning stealthily glanced at Bai Shishi. She saw that she was acting as if she hadn't heard anything. Her face was as cold as ever. It seemed that she also didn't feel much warmth toward her mother. Bai Shishi's mother then sat down. Every single one of her movements appeared graceful and noble. Even the simple action of her sitting gave people a feeling of solemn dignity. Furthermore, she possessed a certain warmth that truly made her seem like a gentle big sister. It was very comforting. "Senior, please have some tea." Mu Qingyan hastily poured a new cup of tea for her. Bai Shishi's mother nodded and smiled in thanks. After sipping it, she put down the cup and looked at Long Chen. "I'm very curious. If you can talk so well and are so skilled at grasping other people's thoughts, I'm sure many people will like you. To women especially, this fresh and yet dangerous feeling you have possesses fatal attraction. You've always been mysterious, and women are all curious. I don't understand. These three beautiful women beside you all like you very much." At this point, Luo Bing, Mu Qingyan, and Luo Ning turned red. Luo Ning hastily cried out, "I don't like him." "Don't be anxious. Liking is liking. There's nothing embarrassing about it. I'm curious, Long Chen, do you have anyone on this flying boat that you like?" asked Bai Shishi's mother. When she said this, everyone looked at Long Chen. What was going on? What was she trying to do? In the distance, young Master Chengchuan tensed up. Even the meditating Bai Shishi's face twitched. Chapter 3058 Enputa's Disciple. Long Chen thought about it and solemnly nodded. "Can you tell us who?" asked Bai Shishi's mother with a smile. "Him." Long Chen pointed toward young Master Chengchuan, enraging him. The meditating Bai Shishi suddenly chortled, while Luo Bing and the others tried to hold back their laughter. It was unknown just how bitter it was to hold it back. "Long Chen, I demand a duel," raged young Master Chengchuan. "Why, I really do like you." Long Chen shrugged. "You look very beautiful, so I like to look at you a bit more. There's no need to be so hostile." Young Master Chengchuan's hostility lightened slightly, but he was still angry. He clearly thought that Long Chen was making fun of him. "Young friend, you are being a bit disingenuous," said Bai Shishi's mother with a smile that was not a smile. "No, I'm very sincere. I always like beautiful things. Handsome brothers, beautiful women, I always like to look a bit longer at them. I can feel how beautiful life is at all times. As for what senior is talking about, I'm not qualified to discuss it right now." Long Chen shook his head. "Why aren't you qualified?" asked Bai Shishi's mother. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He looked at the vague images speeding past them outside the window. Some things can't be stated clearly. Some principles also can't be discussed unequivocally. You asked me, but I can't answer. Of course he wasn't qualified. He couldn't even protect his women. How was he qualified to discuss liking others? If he had to watch as the woman he loved died in front of him while he was powerless, then how was he qualified to like others? Seeing Long Chen's gaze suddenly become pained, Luo Bing and the others were startled. They felt a pang of grief for him. They knew that Long Chen viewed them as family, not in the romantic sense. After being with him for so long, they had also come to sense the pain hidden in Long Chen's heart. Bai Shishi's mother felt embarrassed. She originally just wanted to tease him a bit and play matchmaker between him and Bai Shishi. That was due to her understanding of her daughter. Before Long Chen appeared, Bai Shishi was constantly icy, revealing no emotion, neither joy nor rage. However, after Long Chen showed up, she went through more emotions, and Bai Shishi's mother noticed that this was stimulating her bloodline power. The changes in her emotions were making her bloodline active, and in her current state, she might awaken a primal bloodline at any moment. Thus, even if she couldn't draw the two of them together as a couple, just having Bai Shishi quarrel and bicker would also be a good thing. However, she hadn't expected to touch one of Long Chen's scars. She could tell that Long Chen had gone through something that left him deeply hurt. What he had gone through wasn't something someone his age should have to go through. Brother San, don't feel bad. Didn't you say that you would be able to quickly find those sister-in-laws? Mu Qingyan held Long Chen's hand. Long Chen took a deep breath. Rubbing his face with his hands, he tried to reinvigorate himself. He then smiled. Yes, everything will go well. This time, I will definitely build my fame. From the 9 Prefecture Convention, the name of Boss Long San will spread throughout the entire immortal world. Since you mentioned the 9 Prefecture Convention, let me give an introduction to some terrifying figures you will encounter there, said Bai Shishi's mother to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Everyone's ears perked up. They all wanted to know what kind of opponents they would be fighting. She said, to tell the truth, in the past, the High Firmament Academy's rankings were always at the bottom. We haven't had many disciples manage to get into the top 100. Everyone was startled, considering how powerful the High Firmament Academy was. Just how was it possible that they couldn't even get into the top 100? Only Long Chen's gaze was flat. He had read about this. The High Firmament Academy truly wasn't that competitive. The reasons that our performance records are so lacking is partially because we truly have never had such a powerful expert, but the other reason is because many powers are not too friendly toward us. They have created a barrier to prevent the Academy's disciples from getting into the top 100. Everyone knows that anyone who enters the top 100 will get a bountiful reward, and they don't want the Academy to enjoy that reward. They can do that. Isn't it said that the competition system is fair and the fighting rounds are based on drawing lots? Bai Shishi's mother shook her head. This world doesn't have anything absolutely fair. Furthermore, the lots are only drawn after the top 64 are decided. Outside the top 100, it is more than possible for them to control things. I will give you all a warning here. Although it is forbidden to maliciously kill people during the competition, the malicious part is truly willful. Whether or not someone is willfully killing someone else is decided by specific people. Due to not having good relations with other powers, you should immediately give up if you fight someone that you can't beat. Don't give them a chance to kill you. I'm going to tell you a few names that you should immediately admit defeat to if you end up matched against them. Long Chen's heart shook. They should directly admit defeat. What did that mean? They weren't even qualified to fight them. One of them is called Gui Yun. He comes from the Bloodkill Hall. According to the news from inside the Bloodkill Hall, he is the new, final disciple of their master, Enputa. Enputa announced that he wouldn't be accepting more disciples tens of thousands of years ago, but after encountering Gui Yun, he was willing to accept him as his apprentice. You can tell just how much Gui Yun's talent moved Enputa. He's also an assassin and is a master of killing people in one blow. You should all know how our relationships with the Bloodkill Hall are, so if you encounter him, you should be able to imagine what would happen. Enputa's disciple. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He had a thought that perhaps he could obtain something useful from this person's body. If I kill him, will the Academy be able to handle it? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Bai Shishi's mother was startled and then laughed. If you can kill him, the Academy will naturally protect you. Within the High Firmament Academy, even if Enputa came, he wouldn't dare to touch you. However, if you leave the Academy, all the Bloodkill Hall's assassins will have their gazes on you. You won't have a moment of rest. Other than that, do you feel like you can kill a World King's disciple? He very likely possesses heaven-defying treasures. I don't care whose disciple he is. As long as the Academy can endure it, I dare to kill them. Long Chen smiled slightly. He was already at the 9th heaven stage of the Divine Flame Realm. As long as they were within the Divine Flame Realm, he had no fear toward anyone. Lord Brahma's dogs had to be beaten to death. Chapter 3059 Corpse Devil Dao, Ku Wuya. Alright, then I'll discuss the second person. His name is Ku Wuya, and he is a cultivator of the Corpse Devil Dao. Or perhaps I should say that he isn't a person but an actual corpse. His cultivation style is extremely perverted and cruel. He consumes corpses as food, devouring their corpse qi. Hearing this, every expert present felt a chill. Luo Ning even had an urge to vomit. She could feel her stomach roiling. Corpse Devil Dao, I seem to have heard of it. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had heard of this on the Martial Heaven continent, but he didn't remember too clearly. Ku Wuya, our corpse is bitter, so it's an endless sea of bitterness. Asked Long Chen. Brother San, you're making me nauseous. Originally, Mu Qingyan was still able to endure, but as soon as he said this, she almost vomited as well. Don't blame Long Chen. If you can't even endure this, you aren't qualified to participate in the 9 Prefecture Convention. The world that you've seen is too calm and peaceful. You've only seen the side that the sun shines on. But this world's shadow is far more disgusting and crueler than you can imagine. There will be countless heavenly geniuses at the 9 Prefecture Convention, and you will see all kinds of fighting styles that are completely unscrupulous. Be warned. Now, let us continue discussing Ku Wuya. He has never faced defeat in his life. Just relying on his own power, he destroyed an entire sect. That sect was not inferior to the Golden Bell Gate at all, said Bai Shixi's mother. Now it was Long Chen's turn to be shocked. Ku Wuya was only in the Divine Flame realm, but he had destroyed a sect on par with the Golden Bell Gate. It had to be known that the only reason Long Chen had managed to destroy the Golden Bell Gate was thanks to Shi Tongtian. The Golden Bell Gate had a Divine Lord expert standing over it. For her to say that this sect was on par with it, they also had to have a Divine Lord expert. And this Ku Wuya had actually managed to slay such a terrifying expert. Mortal Transcendence, Divine Flame, 4-Peak, Divine Lord. That was in existence 2 major realms above him. The difference between them couldn't be explained with reason. Although Long Chen possessed the power to slay 4-Peak experts, that was only ordinary 4-Peak experts of average aptitude. If it was a heavenly genius who had reached the 4-Peak realm, he wouldn't necessarily win. As for the master of a sect, even if they weren't a primal, they couldn't be lacking too much talent. Ku Wuya had slain a talented expert 2 major realms above him. That was unbelievable. How did he kill them? Asked Long Chen. It's unclear. All that is known is that this person has countless moves, and all of them are vicious. Those who fought him all died without question. He has quite a reputation within the 9 prefectures, said Bai Shixi's mother. Poison. Suddenly, young Master Chengchuan opened his mouth, startling everyone. They all looked at him. This person controls corpse poison. On my way back to the academy, I ran into him and we fought. Everyone was shocked to hear this. He had actually fought against him and survived. Don't look at me. In that battle, I lost. My full moon race is said to be impervious to all poison, but I was still suppressed by his corpse poison. If it weren't due to my status, I might already be dead, said young Master Chengchuan darkly. To be able to fight Ku Wuya and survive, even if you were defeated, is very amazing, comforted Bai Shixi's mother. She was a bit impressed that he was able to admit defeat. You're wrong. You weren't suppressed by his corpse poison but by his curse. His corpse poison contains the resentment of countless spirits, resulting in curse power. That curse will silently grind away at your will and destroy you from the inside. The longer the fight, the worse it gets. Think back to your battle. Did he say anything just to disturb your heart? Asked Long Chen. You're right, he did do that. Young Master Chengchuan thought back to his fight. Ku Wuya had truly provoked him with words, saying that he wasn't a match for him and infuriating him. Brother San, how did you know? Asked Mu Qingyan. This was too monstrous. Even without witnessing it, he was able to guess such a thing. Long Chen shook his head. I don't know if it's because I've encountered the corpse devil Dao before or if I've read about it in the academy. I have an impression of it, but I don't know where it's from. I spent these months reading almost everything within the Divine Scripture Pavilion. They're all mixed inside, and the memories aren't organized. But my intuition is telling me that this should be the case. Right now, his head was truly packed with an unimaginable amount of knowledge. It was all muddled inside due to how much he had stuffed in. He needed to slowly digest it. However, when young Master Chengchuan mentioned it, Long Chen instantly felt that he knew the true reason. So that's the case. The next time I encounter him, I'll go all out right from the start, ending the battle in just a few moves. I won't give him a chance to unleash his corpse poison. Young Master Chengchuan clenched his fists, a sharp gaze in his eyes. Unexpectedly, young Master Chengchuan cupped his fists toward Long Chen to express his thanks. It seemed that his opinion of him had turned. However, you still shouldn't be careless. Other than Gui Yun and Ku Wuya, many other monstrous geniuses will be appearing at the 9 Prefecture Convention. At the 9 Prefecture Convention, you should focus on staying alive, not the rewards. The Academy won't give you any pressure. We just wish for you to return alive, said Bai Shixi's mother sternly. I'm fine either way. I'm attending to exchange blows with other experts. Victory or defeat isn't as important, said young Master Chengchuan. Bai Xixi slowly opened her eyes and said, this time, I must get into the top 10. Bai Shixi's mother frowned. That was far too difficult. Someone who hadn't even awakened a primal bloodline wouldn't be able to get into the top 10. It had to be known that in the past, the top 10 were always extremely monstrous existences. Even ordinary primals would have difficulty getting into the top 32, let alone the top 10. Bai Shixi's mother was saying this specifically for Bai Xixi, Long Chen, and young Master Chengquan. The others would definitely admit defeat if they encountered those supreme experts. But when it came to these three, it really would be a battle to the death. Long Chen, what about you? Asked Bai Shixi's mother. Me, I won't demand too much. As long as I get the dragon scale, I don't care about ranking, said Long Chen very bashfully. You want first place? Bai Shixi's mother didn't dare to believe it. Do you realize that the major powers have decided who to give the first place reward to? You won't be able to obtain it. That's also the reason why the High Firmament Academy doesn't fight for those rewards. Luo Bing and the others were startled. This was their first time hearing of such a thing. It seemed that the 9 Prefecture Convention actually had such a dark scheme behind it. I know, so what? I have an old man who told me that in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. That dragon scale must be obtained by me, said Long Chen with a smile. That smile also contained a trace of sinisterness. Just at this moment the chariot shook slightly. Bai Shixi's mother snorted. Someone actually dares to block our way. Chapter 3060 Golden Crow Monster. Someone is blocking our way. Everyone was startled. They were being robbed so quickly. Was that a challenge against the academy? Long Chen went to the front of the chariot and only saw mist. Whatever was happening, it was unclear. The mist was a strange tan color. Just as he looked into the depths, a scream rang out. The void was torn apart by a golden light, and a path was opened. However, blood splashed through that path, and this blood still contained immense pressure that shook his soul. This was the blood of a powerful expert. The celestial horse continued flying, quickly passing the region of mist. But they never saw who it was. They ran, asked Long Chen. If they didn't run, were they simply going to wait to be killed? Asked Bai Shixi's mother with a smile. Senior really is amazing. You're able to attack even through space, said Mu Qingyan with worship. It had to be known that she hadn't even formed hand seals. With just a thought, she was able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Was this not the realm that Long Chen had mentioned to Mu Qingyan? When the heart contained the sword, a single thought could kill enemies. At that time, she had thought that such a realm only existed in legends. However, Bai Shixi's mother had done so right in front of her, so she was overwhelmed with various emotions. At the same time, she felt even more admiration for Long Chen. He had spoken the truth. Bai Shixi's mother smiled at her. You are also very amazing. You've already reached the realm of sheathing your sword. You're not too far from the realm of keeping your sword in your heart. Once your heart and spirit merge, you will also be able to unleash this move. Because you are a pure sword cultivator, when you do, its power will be even greater. Mu Qingyan was shocked and delighted, amazed by her vision. Just before leaving, Long Chen had congratulated her, saying she had reached the realm of sheathing her sword, and that the door to the sword Dao had been opened by her. However, she didn't know what this meant. When she asked him, he merely said that there was no difference between knowing and not knowing, and that rather than someone else telling her, it would be better for her sword Dao to tell her. Now even Bai Shixi's mother told her that she had reached this realm, once more proving Long Chen's words and that she was on the right track. What's the point of being so amazing if you're just going to get married off to someone that can't even beat you? Especially when it's 2 women sharing 1 man, said the distant Bai Xixi frostily. Long Chen was startled. He suddenly found that Bai Xixi was dissatisfied with her mother's marriage to Bai Zontang. Furthermore, from her tone, it seemed that Bai Zontang's power was inferior to his wife. Bai Shaola had mentioned that Bai Xixi looked down on all men, including her own father. However, Long Chen couldn't help finding it a bit comical. If her mother hadn't married her father, how would she have come to this world? Bai Xixi's mother seemed to be used to it and didn't get angry. She simply smiled. Are you saying that if someone wants to marry you, they first have to beat you? Laughed Long Chen. Young Master Chengquan couldn't help having some thoughts when he heard this. The one who wants to be my husband must be stronger than me and must be faithful for a lifetime. His world can only have 1 woman, said Bai Xixi frostily. Good thing I don't want to then, said Long Chen as if he was relieved. While this girl was pretty, she was a bit overbearing and extreme. Such behavior only allowed others to remain at a respectful distance. HMPH, do you think a fickle-hearted man like you is rare? Snorted Bai Shishi. Long Chen shrugged and didn't reply. He then thought of Meng Qi, Chu Yong, Tang Wan and the others. He couldn't help smiling. He truly was fickle. Marrying any one of them would be the fortune of many lifetimes, but he had so many. What else did he need? Brother Long, I was hot-headed before and was rude to you. I apologize. Suddenly, young Master Chengchuan stood and bowed to Long Chen, stunning everyone. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. What, do you no longer view me as a competitor? Let me tell you, as someone with more experience, there will be no conclusion between the two of you. Why not? If it was before, young Master Chengchuan would instantly be enraged. But now he was consulting him with an open mind. Because none of you know what love is. You like her simply because you like beautiful things. If she one day loses her talent, her status, and her beauty, becoming a bloated fatty or unbearably ugly, would you still love her, protect her, and view her as more important than your life? Asked Long Chen. Young Master Chengchuan wanted to say that he would, but it seemed that he really wouldn't. Love isn't an exchange between two families who want it, nor is it a match between a talented man and a beautiful woman. It is a sacrifice. It is something ingrained in your bones, a yearning that rots the heart. It is happiness and pain intertwined. It is the moth flying into the flame, and it is what can make you die 100 times with no regrets. Long Chen looked outside the window, his thoughts drifting away. Everyone was silent. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan stared at Long Chen with a trace of yearning in their eyes. Was there really such a love in this world? Even the icy Bai Shishi was moved. However, she quickly turned frosty again and sneered, you put it so nicely, but you ended up with a whole harem. If you really loved them, why would you be so fickle-hearted? Loving more doesn't mean not loving deeply. Someone who has never tasted love will never know the bitterness and joy involved, said Long Chen indifferently. Just at this moment, the world turned dark, as if something was covering the sun. An immense pressure then crashed down upon them that made them turn ice cold, as if they had been dropped into a glacier. Long Chen looked up. A black crow was flying past their heads, and its wingspan covered the sky. In comparison, the war chariot that they were in was incredibly minuscule. The illusion celestial horse was shockingly fast, but that black crow sped off like a shooting star. It quickly passed them. A 3-foot golden crow, exclaimed Long Chen. While the crow's body was black, its 2 claws were golden. Wouldn't a 3-foot golden crow have 3 feet? But it only had 2. Asked Luo Ning curiously. Long Chen said, the 3-foot part of its name refers to its 3 toes on each foot, not having 3 feet. It is similar to the 5-claw golden dragon. It doesn't have 5 claws but 5 toes on each claw. Except for the true dragon, other dragons only have 4 toes. This was new information to most people. So they had been misled by the name. I didn't expect that old golden crow monster to appear. It seems that his descendant is also attending the 9 prefecture convention. It will definitely be lively now, muttered Bai Shishi's mother to herself as she stared in the direction the golden crow had gone. The illusion celestial horse passed by countless flying boats, war chariots, and mounts. It was also passed by others countless times. 3 days later, they arrived in an ancient city. We're here. Chapter 3061. Try and look again. The ancient city stood tall and mighty. The city gates, which stood as tall as the clouds, were packed with people coming and going. They were like ants moving through the streets. Also, an ancient aura exuded from this city. The celestial horse stopped far away from the city. After that, Long Chen and the others walked off, and countless gazes instantly turned toward them. These were all youngsters in the divine flame realm. Their gazes were full of provocation. They observed Long Chen and the others wantonly, as if looking for their weaknesses. These disciples were all competitors because the spectators were not yet welcome. They weren't even qualified to enter the city. These gazes were full of hostility when they looked at Long Chen and the others. It was only when they saw Bai Shishi that they had their breath taken away. Many of them waved in greeting toward her, but she ignored them. It wasn't just Bai Shishi who wasn't accepting any greetings. When young Master Chengchuan came out, countless young maidens cried out adoringly. The ruckus was even a bit bigger than what Bai Shishi caused. However, young Master Chengchuan seemed to be used to it and also ignored them. However, he didn't just draw over the adoring gazes of women but also the envious gazes of men. In the distance, some of those men were pointing at him, seeming to be provoking him. This was Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyun's first time seeing such a vast spectacle. They were both moved and nervous. All of these people had powerful auras, like mountains and seas. They were all top experts. Here, they felt themselves to be far too weak. Mu Qingyun was the most nervous of them all. She held Long Chen's arm, as if only he could give her a sense of safety. I said that your sword was sheathed to say that you have a sword. What are you afraid of? These are nothing more than some chicken with strong appearances. If you were to start fighting, you'd sweep through them with a single slash, said Long Chen. Her hand was covered in sweat. If he wasn't aware that she had never seen such a sight, he would have laughed. Really, Mu Qingyun didn't dare to believe it. You're lacking combat experience and are being misled by their outside appearances. That is a grave taboo of a sword cultivator. You should know that sword cultivators have the strongest intuition. It was right to bring you here. You need more combat experience to raise your confidence, said Long Chen. Even though Mu Qingyun had set foot into the realm of sword cultivators, she still gave off the feeling of a dabbler. Perhaps it was because Long Chen was lacking as an instructor. Or perhaps she wasn't that strongly attached to the sword Dao. Although to have reached this level from an ordinary disciple, it could already be said that she had sword like a shooting star. But Long Chen still felt that she was far too lacking compared to Yu Zifang. Long Chen then looked around and found that there were millions of disciples here. This was an incredible number. He supposed that this was expected of the 9 prefectures' largest gathering. There were countless heavenly geniuses. The young disciples were just like Long Chen and were led by some senior experts. They lined up and registered here. Haha, the martial heaven prefectures rank 1 high firmament academy only brought this few people. Have they simply given up? Just as they were appraising their surroundings, a group of people walked over to them. These people were all large with astonishing blood qi. It was possible to vaguely sense a hidden explosive power within them. They're starting already. Long Chen was surprised. Bai Shishi's mother had told them that the High Firmament Academy had suffered from other people crowding them out at the 9 prefecture convention. They had just arrived, but people already came to provoke them. There were over 70 people in this group. Their leader was a thin elder with a walking cane, which head was a carved tiger head roaring at the heavens. The elder's eyes were different from a normal person's. They were like a beast's, fierce and sharp, containing a bloodthirsty wildness. Bai Shishi's mother looked at the elder and spat out a single word. It was simple, direct, crude, and domineering. The elder smiled sinisterly. His gaze then swept across Long Chen and the others before falling on young Master Chengchuan. So you have a primal. And he comes from a life-forbidden area. Has the High Firmament Academy fallen to the point that it requires outsiders to help win them glory? The disciples behind him sneered as he said this, their eyes seemingly mocking them. Old thing, you fart a lot. Are you trying to be my enemy? Asked young Master Chengchuan coldly. No, no one would dare to provoke a life-forbidden area. I'm only targeting the High Firmament Academy, not you, said the elder. He actually dared to provoke the High Firmament Academy but not young Master Chengchuan. Young Master Chengchuan snorted and didn't say anything further. The elder continued to walk in front of Bai Shishi and nodded. Not bad, your bloodline is pure and the fluctuations are strong. Although you haven't awakened a primal bloodline, it shouldn't be that far away for you. Girl, why don't you come to our Dark Tiger Alliance to grow? Just like her mother, Bai Shishi spat out a single word, not even bothering to waste more words on this dislikable fellow. The elder still didn't get angry. He smiled, very pleased. When he came to Long Chen, he eyed him up and down. Just as he was about to speak, Long Chen suddenly slapped him in the face. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, striking without any warning. Considering their distance, even if the elder's cultivation base was amazing, he didn't have time to react. This was a resounding slap that was as loud as thunder. However, Long Chen's hand hurt from the impact. The elder's face was incredibly hard. It was like he had slapped metal. As a result, the elder flipped through the air a few times. Teeth and blood flew through the air. The disturbance caused everyone to jump. The bustling crowd fell silent as everyone turned to stare in astonishment. You didn't investigate who Boss Long San was before daring to look at him. Let's see if Boss Long San can beat your yokes out. Long Chen pointed and cursed at the elder, bending his arm as if he was preparing to strike him again. As he said this, he cast a look at Bai Shaola and the others. But Bai Shaola's head wasn't too agile, so he didn't understand what he meant. It was Luo Bing who was smart. Sashi, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyan hastily held him back. Long Chen acted as if he was struggling to break free. He then cursed the elder once more. Stop holding me back. In all my years, I've never suffered such a grievance. Old fellow, try to take another look and see what happens. Chapter 3062. Violently beating the Alliance head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just who was this youngster? Was he really so amazing? The one leading each group was a member of the senior generation. Their cultivation bases were at least above the Divine Lord realm. However, this youngster dared to strike such a terrifying expert. Even Bai Shishi hadn't expected Long Chen to be so brazen as to attack such an existence. As for Bai Shishi's mother, looking at Long Chen's incredibly exaggerated aggrieved expression, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before leaving, the dean had personally told her to look after Long Chen and not let him be too arrogant, as that wasn't in accordance with the academy's style. However, before she could even say something, Long Chen had done something like this. Moreover, the person he had slapped was not some random elder but precisely the leader of the Dark Tiger Alliance. That alliance head was sent flying back as Long Chen didn't hold back with this slap. As he spun through the air, stars also spun in his eyes. He couldn't tell east from west, north from south. Brat, you're courting death. When he finally recovered, the Alliance head stretched his claw forward. Senior, it wasn't me. It just so happened that there was a black-robed man standing in front of him, and seeing the Alliance head attack him, the man screamed in terror, almost pissing himself. That Alliance head was startled. He was facing the wrong direction and was still too befuddled to even recognize the right person. Everyone watching almost laughed. Seeing that he had targeted the wrong person, and seeing everyone's strange gazes, the Alliance head grew even more infuriated. He turned to see Long Chen looking as if he wanted to fight him, and his eyes instantly turned scarlet. However, just as he was about to attack, Bai Shishi's mother stepped between them, coldly saying, "You should know who I am, and you should know my temper. I don't want to waste extra words. If you dare to touch my academy's disciples, you won't see tomorrow's sun." Bai Shishi's mother stood there, her gaze flat. But her words shocked countless people. Just who was this person? She was so domineering that she actually dared to say that she would kill this Alliance head. The Alliance head was so infuriated that flames almost burst out of him. As for the disciples behind him, they had taken out their weapons. Both of you can stop before you go too far. This place is the Donghua Prefecture's Silver Moon City, not your own territory. If anyone in the Divine Lord realm and above starts fighting here, it will implicate the disciples. Your disciples then will lose their right to participate in the 9 Prefecture Convention. A voice drifted over from inside the city. The disturbance had also drawn their attention. Upon hearing it, the Alliance head's anger turned into a simmering rage. As for Long Chen, his gaze suddenly flickered. Bypassing Bai Shishi's mother, he once more slapped the Alliance head just as he calmed down. The Dark Tiger Alliance's Alliance head had suppressed his fury due to the warning, and not expecting an attack, he was slapped through the air by Long Chen once more. Previously, everyone had only heard the sound of Long Chen's slap. This time, they personally witnessed it. Everyone let out a startled cry. The Alliance head was slapped around like a dog. Also, Long Chen's movements were natural and graceful. They didn't seem all too fast, so why was he still able to land his blows? Even Bai Shishi's mother hadn't expected Long Chen to do such a thing. Just what was he thinking? The most ridiculous part was that this seemingly ordinary slap couldn't be avoided. Intolerable, the Alliance head roared, a terrifying pressure rising out of him. Seeing this, everyone around him hastily fled in fear. He seemed to have gone mad. Who let you randomly shout? As everyone else retreated, Long Chen advanced. Another slap landed on the Alliance head's face. But this time, although it landed, the one sent flying was Long Chen. Long Chen's palm was bleeding. The Alliance head had unleashed his cultivation base and summoned a protective layer of divine light. Most of Long Chen's power was reflected by it. A Divine Lord expert was truly terrifying. However, Long Chen's slap also wasn't something that an ordinary person could endure. The Alliance head's roar was interrupted midway, leaving people dumbfounded. That senior said that no Divine Lord experts can attack. If you attack me, the Dark Tiger Alliance's disciples will lose their qualifications to participate in the convention. Let me ask you, if I keep hitting you, do you even dare to attack back? Just to be sure though, Long Chen hid behind Bai Shishi's mother. That evil chortle was the very picture of him daring someone to come beat him. You, PFFT. The Alliance head suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, not from being injured, but from anger. A bout of dizziness made him sway. If it weren't for the disciples behind him helping him, he might have collapsed. The great master of the Dark Tiger Alliance, an almighty divine lord expert, someone who could turn mountains and empty seas with a wave of his hand, had actually been angered to this extent. What a pitiful sight. Brat, you're making trouble. Although there is no express rule preventing Divine Flame Realm disciples from attacking Divine Lord experts, if you don't reserve yourself, I can still cancel your qualifications due to disturbing the peace. The elder's voice from within the castle rang out once more. The 9 Prefecture Convention had its own rules, but those rules expressly forbade disciples from fighting, the senior elders leading the groups from fighting, and then those leaders attacking the disciples. There was no rule for disciples attacking Divine Lord experts. Throughout the convention's history, no such disciple had dared to do such a thing. But today, Long Chen had set the precedent. Since it was the precedent, that person could only give a warning and no actual punishment. Is that so? I understand. Many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists. In other words, things would end here. He had gotten 3 free slaps. That blessed smile of his was truly deserving of a slap. Even the cold Bai Shishi couldn't help laughing. So there was such a marvel in this world. You attacked first. Apologize to the other side, said the elder's voice from the city. Apologize. Long Chen's gaze turned cold for a moment, but he then smiled. Walking over to the Dark Tiger Alliance's leader, Long Chen patted him on the shoulder. Brother, my apologies, but you can't blame me. Who told you to have such a slutty mouth that's constantly spouting crap? That's why you should take this lesson earnestly and properly brush your teeth. Wash your heart and renew your face. Become a new person. After all, you're still young. You have a long road ahead of you. Every loss you suffer is actually gaining wisdom, and that's good for you. But you don't need to thank me. After all, this is the tireless, sacred mission of an instructor. The Alliance head's blood was roiling inside of him. Finally, Long Chen's apology caused that blood to rush to his head. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 3063 What is called arrogance. The surrounding people stared at Long Chen in stunned silence. Just where did this person come from to be so brazen? He dared to slap the face of a Divine Lord expert and even made him faint from anger. Report your name. Get on stage. I challenge you to a battle to the death. One of the disciples of the Dark Tiger Alliance roared, divine light suddenly erupting from his body. After that, a tiger roar came from within that light. It's actually an awakened primal. Long Chen indifferently smiled. He swaggered over to him and turned his head back, looking down on him. All of you, stand steady. My surname is Long, and my given name is Chen. Everyone in my home calls me Boss Long San. I am from the High Firmament Academy. I don't mind telling you that Boss Long San came here to become famous. Anyone who doesn't like it, step onto the martial stage. Boss Long San will accept any challenge. Long Chen had completely changed from his previous low-key act. Luo Bing and the others were all befuddled. Was this really the Long Chen that they knew? Brat, you're crazy. Take care to not ruin yourself in the search for fame. When the heavens are wild, it rains. When a person is wild, calamity descends. Take care to not die here. Even before the Dark Tiger Alliance's people spoke, the people in the crowd began to curse Long Chen. If it weren't for the rules, they would probably have attacked. After all, these people were all outstanding heavenly geniuses in their own right. Who didn't have a bit of arrogance? None of them viewed themselves as inferior, so Long Chen had essentially challenged all of them. You think that just this is arrogance? What frogs at the bottom of a well? Don't be anxious. Boss Long San will soon show you what true arrogance is, said Long Chen, his gaze sweeping over the crowd disdainfully. Long Chen had originally just been acting arrogant on purpose. But now he found that acting this way was truly refreshing. Toward the end, it wasn't even an act. At this time, he found that he simply wasn't someone who could be low-key. Seeing their gazes full of rage, yet being unable to do anything, he felt incredibly comfortable inside. Fuck, I was stuck watching other people act arrogant all this time. It's finally my turn. Long Chen was refreshed inside. Seeing Long Chen looking so unrivaled even amongst all these heavenly geniuses, Bai Shala cried out worshipfully. Low-key, hee ha ha ha. Even as he muttered about being low-key, that pleased expression of his made people want to throttle him. Bai Shishi's mother was speechless. They had just arrived at Silver Moon City, and things had gone out of control. Long Chen had managed to draw hate from everyone. What was going on with this child? He was normally so smart, but now he became an idiot. These experts glared at Long Chen and replied with various provoking gestures and expressions. However, Long Chen continued to simply look down on them, driving them crazy. Luo Bing and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They felt that this Long Chen was quite unusual. Luo Ning couldn't help asking him why he was acting so arrogant. Long Chen's reply was, "My creed in life is to never bully the weak. I have to bully the strong. And just look, there are so many strong people around. If I don't bully them now, what will I have learned all these abilities for?" Luo Bing and the others were speechless. But thinking back, Long Chen had never put on airs with them. Nor would he suppress the weak to make his own status appear grander. However, here he seemed to go out of control. It was as if he wanted to challenge all the 9 prefectures, heavenly geniuses on his own. It was as if he felt that this world couldn't contain him. Countless sharp gazes pierced him. If looks could kill, he would have long since been turned to dust. However, Long Chen ignored them. In line, he took out a crystal cup and poured some wine for himself, drinking as he waited. His gaze continued to roam, as if everything here was his territory. It was almost like he was marking his territory. Bai Shala immediately started learning from him, taking out his own cup of wine and swaggering behind Long Chen. It really was a good imitation. The two of them were like two ducks waddling through the crowd. That appearance made even the icy Bai Shishi sneak a laugh, while Luo Ning was already crying from laughter. However, while they laughed, the others were glaring at Long Chen. Veins throbbed on their foreheads. This child, Bai Shishi's mother, didn't know what Long Chen was doing. But with her understanding of Long Chen, she knew that he had his own goal. It was just that Bai Shala was now foolishly following him. That happy expression of his made Bai Shishi's mother unable to hold back a smile. Her smile also contained some gratification. Due to his innate issue, in order for his bloodline to not be crippled, Bai Zontang had used violent means to clear his channels and help him advance. Bai Shala had spent so many years growing up under the fear of violence. Just as Long Chen said, he was very rebellious and felt inferior due to this. It could already be considered a heart devil. However, the current Bai Shala didn't seem that way at all. It had only been a few months since he had activated his 3 flower pupils. In just this short time, Long Chen had dragged him out of his heart devil, and his bloodline was quickly awakening. Long Chen was truly capable of miracles. "Brother San, stop swaggering. You're making me dizzy," said Mu Qingyan with a bitter smile. The two of them showed no signs of stopping even after a long time. "It's fine. If you're dizzy, then they'll be even dizzier. For millions of people to accompany you, we're clearly profiting. To tell the truth, I'm getting dizzy and tired too, but seeing their expressions, everything is worth it," whispered Long Chen. He continued swaggering around. Luo Bing and the others laughed. Seeing the furious gazes from everyone, seeing those gazes follow Long Chen wherever he went, they started to feel it was even funnier. Due to the number of people here, it was taking quite a bit of time to enter the city. Everyone had to show their status plates before they were allowed in. After half a day, when they were under 10 miles from the city gates, a pack of people had lined up behind them. The scene was even more chaotic and bustling than before. However, at this time, a path suddenly opened amongst the crowd. A group of people walked through arrogantly, entering the city without lining up. What is going on? Luo Bing and the others were startled. Just what kind of people were given such privilege? Chapter 3064 Privilege. According to the 9 prefecture convention's customs, if a disciple reaches the top 8, then during the next convention, the sects that they're from don't need to line up and register. They can directly enter Silver Moon City, said Bai Shishi's mother. Clearly, these people were from a sect that had gotten into the top 8 during the last 9 prefecture convention. Silver Moon City? Asked Long Chen. Yes, Silver Moon City. You're not hearing wrong, but this is the true Silver Moon City. As for the disciples of the Silver Moon City that you encountered in the Jalan Immortal Land, they are simply named after this place, said Bai Shishi's mother. Are the two connected? Yes, but not very closely. The Martial Heaven Prefecture's Silver Moon City is nothing more than a branch of this place. They can be considered a subordinate. They pay tribute to the Donghua Prefecture's Silver Moon City every year, but the real Silver Moon City doesn't really care about them. To put it frankly, they are simply using the name of Silver Moon City. There are actually many forces like them with this name, but anyone who uses this name must pay tribute to the real Silver Moon City. As for why Silver Moon City would permit others to use their name, no one knows. But at the very least, they are making a large sum every year from the tributes, said Bai Shixi's mother. For a pack of dogs to be randomly running amok, there's no way that they don't have the tacit acceptance of their master. It seems that this Silver Moon City also won't treat us well. Long Chen curled his lips. That is natural. That's why I told you that it's impossible for us to take first place. To put simply, the 9 Prefecture Convention is composed of all the large powers within the 9 prefectures paying to hold a grand gathering. All these resources are piled up by the powers of the 9 prefectures, and then whoever has the ability gets to take them. Luo Bing couldn't help interjecting, then doesn't that mean that many sects are simply paying money every time without getting anything? Correct. There are millions of sects, all famous and powerful within the 9 prefectures. But only the geniuses who get into the top 100 can get rewards. Your odds of victory are as low as possible. Powers that can enter the top 100 all have incomparably profound foundations, so they get the rewards almost every time. As for the rest, they can only clench their teeth. There is no other option. If they don't participate, their reputation will crumble, and they will fall to second-rate sects and have difficulty recruiting any disciples. They would sooner or later decline. Thus, most sects came for face and fame. Second-rate sects aren't even qualified to be invited to attend. If you do get invited, then even if you have no money, you would have to come up with it somehow, said Bai Shixi's mother. When she explained it like this, everyone came to understand that this was all an exercise for poor people to look like rich people. It was quite the con. Isn't it very risky to trust so much money to the 9 Prefecture Convention to safeguard? What if they simply pocket it? Asked Long Chen. That's not a worry. All the wealth involved is entrusted to the Wuxian Trading Company. The Wuxian Trading Company is the most trusted commerce business in the entire immortal world, said Bai Shixi's mother. The Wuxian Trading Company? Long Chen was shocked. The creator of the Wuxian Trading Company was the wealth god, an extremely mysterious existence. No one knew his true identity. The Martial Heaven Continent's Wuxian sect was composed of his followers, and Long Chen had always been thinking about how to find the Wuxian Trading Company. He wanted to find Zheng Wenlong's whereabouts. However, he hadn't expected the wealth of this 9 Prefecture Convention to be managed by the Wuxian Trading Company. When the Martial Heaven Continent was destroyed by Lord Brahma, the dragon expert brought the innocent commoners away. But those qualified to ascend had been sent to the immortal world. In other words, Zheng Wenlong and the others were definitely in the immortal world. If he could find Zheng Wenlong and start a cooperation with the Wuxian Trading Company, then the things in his hands that couldn't see the light of day could finally be exchanged for treasures that he needed. That would quicken his cultivation speed. However, the Wuxian Trading Company was incredibly high-end here compared to the Martial Heaven Continent. An ordinary sect wasn't qualified to interact with them. Even the High Firmament Academy would only undergo a business exchange with the Wuxian Trading Company once every few years. Since the trading hadn't reached a certain limit, the Wuxian Trading Company didn't welcome them that much. Senior, can you help introduce me to the Wuxian sect's people? This matter is very important to me, said Long Chen. Scram, you blind. Someone suddenly shoved him, and without thinking, Long Chen slapped them. As a result, that person tumbled across the ground. Only then did Long Chen remember that he couldn't attack people. Just now, he had struck entirely due to instinct. He pushed me first. Long Chen shouted to express his innocence. He had been warned once, and he didn't want to have his qualifications revoked. Just as Long Chen and the others were talking, the group next to them walked over. Originally, they should have been walking beside them, but whether it was intentional or not, they ended up taking a turn, ending up right in front of Long Chen and the others. While everyone else had come to a stop, Long Chen was thinking of Zheng Wenlong's matter and wasn't paying attention to them. Seeing Long Chen not get out of the way, this person pushed him, only for Long Chen to slap him out of reflex. That disciple was enraged. He crawled up and roared but was held back from attacking by the others beside him. If such a thing occurs again, then it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. You will all be stripped of your qualifications. The elder's angry shout came from inside the city again. Clearly, he was capable of overseeing everything here clearly. Brat, just wait. Don't let me encounter you on the martial stage, or I'll kill you. That disciple spat out some blood and glared at Long Chen. After hearing the elder's words, Long Chen was put at ease. He immediately cloaked himself in arrogance again. Looking down on that person, he disdainfully demanded, "You seem dissatisfied with me. What, is this path yours? Why should I get out of your way? I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone more arrogant than me. If you don't like it, let's find a place to train with no one else present. Let's see if Boss Long San can beat the crap out of you." That person was enraged. He still had a handprint on his face. "Luo Hao, give it up. Take note of your status. What is there to quibble about with a group of clowns that couldn't even gather 100 experts?" Suddenly, a man walked out of the ground. He had shoulder-length hair that was a rare brown color, and his bloodline fluctuations were extremely intense. A primal. Luo Bing and the others were shocked. Chapter 3065 Blaze Dragon Gate. What Luo Bing and the others hadn't expected was for this person to have the shocking aura of a primal but have no manifestation around him. Clearly, he had not just awakened a primal bloodline. He was already capable of fully controlling his aura. In comparison, young Master Chengchuan was lacking. His manifestation was not fluctuating so intensely, but he still hadn't reached the level of fully restraining it. Just when it came to bloodline control, there was an immense gap between the two. After that person spoke up, the one that Long Chen had slapped sneered at Long Chen and left just like that. The brown-haired man looked at Long Chen. Strange runes flowed within his eyes. He suddenly smiled. "Interesting. It seems that you aren't someone easy to deal with." Long Chen also smiled. "You're also very interesting. To walk the sword down a side path, using a weapon to enter the Tao. That's very rare." The brown-haired man's smile stiffened with a trace of shock, but he quickly nodded. "Not bad, you have some tricks. It seems that the High Firmament Academy is no longer willing to just send dancing clowns. You must be making the effort to take a ranking this time, Pray that you don't encounter me too early, or none of you will get into the top 100. Are you very confident?" asked Long Chen. "Precisely." The man nodded. "Excellent. I'm also very confident. I look forward to meeting you early on. Boss Long San always likes to fight those people who think themselves very strong," said Long Chen. "Then let's see. Oh, speaking of which." Just as the brown-haired man started to turn away, he looked at the other disciples of the High Firmament Academy. "Let me warn you, if you don't want to die, you should scram quickly. Otherwise, you will be implicated by this fellow. He's really displeasing, so I will order my Blaze Dragon Gate's disciples to have no mercy if they encounter the disciples of the High Firmament Academy. Take care of your little lives." After that, this person walked straight into the city, ignoring the line. Other disciples followed him, sneering at Long Chen. Some even made contemptuous gestures toward Long Chen and the others. "Arrogance," raged Bai Shaola. "No, this isn't arrogance. This is nothing more than a counterattack to win back some of their faces. If you get angry, you will fall for it. They merely said a few words, while I slapped one of their faces. We're at the advantage, why can't we let them say a few words?" said Long Chen with a smile. "Haha, that's right," Bai Shaola laughed. Long Chen looked at the somewhat grave-looking disciples of the High Firmament Academy. "Relax a bit, you're the top experts raised by the Battle God Palace. Whether it is in terms of talent or combat experience, after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, you can't lose face for the Battle God Palace. Otherwise, with the Palace Master's temper, if you get stage fright, he will definitely make you lose a layer of your skin once you get back. We're not afraid of them. But, I know you're not afraid. Those misgivings you have are entirely meaningless. This time, the martial stage will be a battlefield. Fight them as you would on the battlefield. These powers that are targeting us won't have any mercy. Practically, everyone here is an enemy. Do you not see me creating enmity left and right? It's just so that you will feel free to fight as you normally do. We have no allies here, so just kill them as you like," said Long Chen. Luo Bing and the others were speechless. He dared to say that he was creating enmities with everyone just for their benefit. Time passed bit by bit. It was finally the High Firmament Academy's turn. At this moment, Bai Shishi's mother handed over the invitation card, and their statuses were verified one by one. Long Chen and the others were then given tablets. Every tablet needed a drop of their blood, and then it would be exclusively theirs. There couldn't be mistakes in this process, which was why it was so slow. After that, they passed through the grand gates. There was a straight and wide path in front of them. Following that path forward, there was another gate. This gate also had people guarding it, and after passing through, everyone was given a jade tile with the rules of Silver Moon City written on it. There were some taboos that they needed to be informed of. After that, an elder appeared in front of Long Chen. He gloomily looked at him. After entering the city, be more well-behaved. Don't cause trouble. Hearing his voice, Long Chen realized that this was the elder that had repeatedly warned him before. This child isn't sensible. I'm sure senior apprentice brother has been inconvenienced. Bai Shishi's mother walked over and smiled at him. The two of them were actually acquaintances. The elder waved his hand. It's fine. Why wasn't it Brother Zontang this time? It's been years since we've met. He has something that he couldn't get out of, so it was left to me to lead these disciples, explained Bai Shishi's mother. The elder nodded and didn't say anything further. Bai Shishi's mother then led everyone onwards. However, just at that moment, Long Chen sensed a faint spiritual fluctuation, so he gave the elder a second glance. The elder looked at Long Chen with a touch of astonishment, but Bai Shishi's mother had led everyone deeper into the city. They finally arrived in the inner city. Long Chen and the others couldn't help crying out in shock. Every single building here was a skyscraper reaching the clouds. They gave off an ancient and heavy aura. Runes slowly flowed across the buildings. It was as if this city had its own life. Upon setting foot in this place, their souls felt like they had been baptized by space-time. It was as if they were standing in the long river of history. This ancient charm was inexplicable. The history of Silver Moon City can be traced back to 80 million years ago. It has gone through countless battles. The ashen walls weren't originally that color. It was the result of blood splashing onto them, and that blood belonged to the major large races, turning it that color. That is why you feel as if everything here possesses a kind of unreal feeling. It's as if you can feel the call of history. But that is the undercurrent of remnant spiritual wills coursing through the city, said Bai Shishi's mother. This was Luo Bing and the others' first time hearing such a thing. It felt as if many unseen figures were staring at them. At this moment, Long Chen and the others were welcomed by some beautiful maidens waiting for them on the streets. They held signs that pointed them in the right direction. Following their guidance, they then went into a transportation formation. Silver Moon City was enormous, and it was forbidden to fly inside the city walls. Thus, there were many transportation formations built inside. After 3 transportations, Long Chen and the others were led to their mansion. This was where the High Firmament Academy's residence was. They really went too far this time. When they arrived, even the well-tempered mother of Bai Shishi was enraged. Chapter 3066 Yuan Trading Company. They had seen the residences arranged for other sects on the way here. They were all glorious and extravagant. But what they were provided as accommodations was practically a pile of ruins. It was a 3-story building that had fallen into disrepair. It was covered in cobwebs and dust, but there was a sign above it. Welcome, High Firmament Academy. Even Bai Shishi's mother was enraged by this sight. Although in the past, the High Firmament Academy had always been given very simple residences, it definitely hadn't reached such an extent. This was practically something given to beggars. Luo Bing and the others were also enraged by this bullying. Silver Moon City was so extravagant, but they somehow managed to find such a place for them. On the other hand, Long Chen smiled. It's nothing, to be honest. This is nothing more than a stopping point. We'll be leaving when the convention is over, so it's not like we'll be here often. Let's all just clean up together. As he said this, Long Chen took out the cleaning tools and got to work, sweeping. Luo Bing and the others hastily rushed to help. Mu Qingyan grabbed his broom. Brother San, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll do it. Actually, cleaning up this place was very simple. However, it was a clear insult. As they were cleaning, quite a few experts passed by and pointed at them derisively. They said things about Long Chen looking like a beggar, and that this kind of place was most suited to him. When Long Chen eyed that speaker, he couldn't help finding it funny. That person was actually wearing the robes of the 9-Flower Sect. The 9-Flower Sect's envoy had arrived at the academy a few months ago, only to be beaten away by Long Chen. Who would have thought that he would encounter them here? As those disciples mocked them, more people were drawn over. It was like this was a good show. Oh, isn't this the so-called boss Long San who was so indomitable in front of the gates? So he's actually living in these ruins. Hee, this really suits your character. A bunch of mediocre clowns. Now you're more obedient, Why don't you keep acting arrogant? Long Chen had made quite the show in front of the city gates, so many people recognized him now. His worn-down black robes in particular were easy to recognize. Seeing him in this state, they all mocked him. Bai Shaola was enraged and about to give them a beating when Long Chen held him back. He couldn't help smiling. Little fellow, remember, however much grievance you can endure is how much glory you can obtain. True arrogance isn't for other people to see. True arrogance is disdaining to even bother with other people's thoughts. Even if 1,000 people point at you and criticize you, you continue to act as yourself. If a group of little fish mock you, you can shatter them with a single fart, drown them with a single piss. Who cares what they're doing? When a wild beast challenges a dragon, the dragon will furiously kill it. But have you seen a dragon be provoked by a group of ants? Have you seen a dragon hunt ants? Bai Shaola nodded, but his reactions were a bit slow. Only afterward did he understand, and he laughed. Bastard, who are you calling ants? You're the ants. Only ants would live in such a wreck. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant now? Are you slapping your own face to make it swell up and look bigger? Now it was the spectators who were enraged. They cursed Long Chen. Long Chen held Bai Shaola's shoulder and pointed at them. Do you see? They're cursing us, showing that they're angry. But although they're angry, they don't have the power to do anything. They don't even dare to do anything, and they have nowhere to vent their anger. Don't you like watching people who are pissed at you but can't touch you? Especially when they're so stifled from holding it in that smoke starts coming out of their heads. Hee, boss, I like it. Bai Shaola smiled brightly and took out 2 chairs. Boss, let's sit. We can slowly enjoy their expressions. Long Chen and Bai Shaola sat in front of their residence, crossing their legs and watching contentedly as those people cursed them. Luo Bing and the others laughed. These two really are a perfect pair. Even Bai Shixi's mother couldn't hold back a smile. She looked at Bai Xixi, but she saw that Bai Xixi wasn't looking at Long Chen. However, her expression was odd. She was clearly holding back a smile. With so many people helping, their residence was quickly cleaned up. After all, every person had their own astral space. They could have built their own house there if they had wanted to. However, they were in Silver Moon City, and it was forbidden to sleep outdoors or to summon tools like war chariots or flying boats, so they could only sleep here. Long Chen and Bai Shaola smiled at those people cursing them. Occasionally, Long Chen would repeat what he had said so that everyone was enraged. In the end, that group of people left, still steaming. They had no other choice. After that, acting like victors, Long Chen and Bai Shaola went into the house. Bai Shaola felt like this was the most exciting day of his life. The house was quite big, and after it was cleaned up, there were more than enough rooms for all of them. After arranging things for them, Bai Xixi left. She didn't say where she was going, but she did tell everyone not to wander. However, she had just left when Long Chen also left. He also told everyone not to wander. Long Chen then sat through 5 transportation formations and arrived in the most luxurious street of Silver Moon City. This place was packed with experts. It was bustling. Long Chen shuttled through the crowd, looking at the various buildings. His gaze quickly brightened when he saw one in particular. Wuxian Trading Company. The Wuxian Trading Company had a branch here in Silver Moon City. Long Chen had seen it in the jade tile with a map of Silver Moon City, so it was easy to find it. Hello, do you have an appointment? He had just entered the building and didn't even get a chance to look around closely when a maiden came to greet him courteously. The wealth god's light shines over the world. With the business Tao's arts, with benevolence, the world will have no more hunger, no more illness. Long Chen murmured something to the maiden. This was something that Zheng Wenlong had taught him. Back then, he had said that it had a special meaning. Long Chen had thought that Zheng Wenlong was trying to drag him under the camp of the wealth god and make him one of his followers, so he had only smiled and not said anything. When he recited it though, the maiden's eyes brightened. So you're also a believer of the wealth god. Do you need any help? Yes, I need help and very much so. Long Chen smiled. He hadn't expected to enter the Wuxian Trading Company so easily. He had a premonition that his path to soaring had opened. Chapter 3067 One's Capital. The attendant brought Long Chen to a luxurious room with a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His clothes fit well, and they were of high quality but still subdued. Moreover, his bearing was natural, not overbearing. After seating him, the attendant left and the middle-aged man smiled slightly. Sir is not one of the wealth god's followers. Long Chen nodded. I never said I am. That lady mistook me, and I never corrected her. As a result, your distinguished self has been tricked into coming out. Sir is quite frank. However, with the 9 prefecture convention, there are many things that I need to deal with. I only have a limited amount of time to accompany you. Long Chen nodded. Those with beliefs really were different. Despite clearly being tricked, he didn't get angry. It was due to following the edicts of a businessman. Even with his broken down clothes, Long Chen wasn't looked down upon. Whether it was the maiden who had received him at the entrance, or this middle-aged man who definitely possessed a high status, Long Chen was always treated comfortably. Even his words were tactful. To be more direct, he was saying that even though Long Chen had managed to see him, if Long Chen didn't have anything important, he would be leaving. I know that your time is precious. That's why I came this way. I have 2 things to discuss. One is to see if we can form a business relationship, while the other is that I hope to entrust the trading company with finding a certain person, said Long Chen. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He shook his head. Low-level materials can be traded with the auction houses set up under our banner. The Wuxian Trading Company only forms business relationships with sects. We very rarely form such a relationship with individuals. Furthermore, while we are spread throughout all aspects of the market, we have no business with searching for people. Clearly, Long Chen had not managed to provoke this man's interest. The Wuxian Trading Company only took charge of big businesses, so for a little divine flame novice to want to form a business relationship with them was a huge joke. As for finding someone, that was an even bigger joke. With the Wuxian Trading Company's status and position, how could they help him find someone? It was already very magnanimous of the middle-aged man not to directly leave after hearing such a thing. Take a look at this. Long Chen smiled and took out a flower pot with an immortal herb growing on top of it. Divine light shone from it, and water chi spread. It was the divine whisker daffodil. Seeing it, the middle-aged man was a bit surprised. He nodded. The divine whisker daffodil can be considered top tier amongst immortal herbs. This one in particular is perfectly preserved. Every part of it, from its roots, leaves, flower, and stalk, is glistening. It has also reached a ripe age. It's rare for even runes to have appeared on it. The divine whisker daffodil will only grow in places with dense water spiritual chi. It absorbs the water spirit essence, condensing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It is definitely worth a great deal of money. It is even capable of raising a medicinal pill's quality. This divine whisker daffodil contains bountiful spiritual chi. Such a thing is very rare, but just one isn't able to enter your eyes. Long Chen naturally understood. He waved his hand, and the room was filled with hundreds of flower pots. The 2 of them were surrounded by divine whisker daffodils, their scent pervading their noses. The middle-aged man was finally moved. All of these divine whisker daffodils were perfectly grown. It had to be known that it was extremely difficult to grow divine whisker daffodils artificially, so for Long Chen to be able to take out so many was truly shocking. If I said that I have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or perhaps even an unlimited supply of divine whisker daffodils, would I be qualified to work together with your trading company? Asked Long Chen. Hearing that, the middle-aged man was shocked. But he was someone with immense experience and quickly recovered. He nodded. If you truly possess that ability, you are qualified to form a business relationship with the Wuxian Trading Company. Although he was calm on the outside, he could not possibly be calm on the inside. The divine whisker daffodils weren't much to the Wuxian Trading Company, but such an amount was alarming. The world was truly immense and was filled with endless marvels. This little fellow had truly shaken him. Long Chen then took out a small bottle, opened it, and handed it to the middle-aged man. Not daring to be careless, the middle-aged man received it with both hands. That small bottle contained a ball the size of a baby's fist, and there were quite a few creases on top of it. Despite looking a bit ugly, divine light could vaguely be seen coming from within those creases. A giant pill that is also a treasure pill. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. Senior's vision is sharp. Even without piercing the pill veil, you were able to tell the quality of the pill. It's truly admirable, said Long Chen sincerely. As expected, businessmen had sharp eyes. Did you refine this? The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen with some disbelief. The most shocking thing about this pill was that, with his vision, he deduced that the pill had been refined less than a month ago. Long Chen nodded. Yes, this little one refined it. The reason I came to the Wuxian Trading Company is because I have the resources, and the Wuxian Trading Company is the most trustworthy existence. The middle-aged man's shock didn't fade for a long time. Long Chen was able to refine giant treasure pills at such an age. Then his future prospects were truly unlimited as his cultivation base grew. If they worked together with Long Chen, then they would have an unlimited supply of divine whisker daffodils and his medicinal pills. Furthermore, as he grew, their gains would also grow more shocking. He had greater expectations of his alchemy arts compared to even the divine whisker daffodils. Thank you for your trust in the Wyan Trading Company. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. This bow indicated that he no longer viewed Long Chen as a guest but as a true client. The Wyan Trading Company's clients were to be treated with the utmost respect. Thus, the wealth god's believers were all very humble. Moreover, the bow also indicated that Long Chen was an official client of the Wyan Trading Company. Long Chen smiled and returned the bow. He could feel a weight falling off of his shoulders. Other than these two, I have many other things I wish to entrust to the Wyan Trading Company to trade. For example, the Wood Foundation Divine Fruit. Long Chen took out another batch of items. Wood Foundation Divine Fruit. The middle-aged man was shocked once more. He found that this black-robed man in front of him was completely unfathomable. The Wood Foundation Divine Fruit were priceless treasures, and the Divine Whisker Daffodils couldn't even be compared to them. My apologies if I slighted you before. Please forgive me, I truly misjudged. I almost missed out on such a huge client. The middle-aged man apologized again. I will arrange for you to get one of the Wyan Trading Company's symbols right now. With it, you can freely come here. The Wyan Trading Company will always welcome you. Long Chen smiled. I'm in no rush. I wish to discuss the other matter now. Chapter 3068 VIP. Please, go ahead, said the middle-aged man hastily. The person that I'm asking the Wyan Trading Company to find is called Zheng Wenlong. Just like me, he is an ascender from the lower plane. He is also a pious follower of the wealth god. The two of us can be said to be life and death brothers. In my most dangerous time, I also received the wealth god's aid. Only after the middle-aged man heard what had happened in the lower plane did he learn that Long Chen actually had such a connection with the wealth god. You could have directly explained this from the start, said the middle-aged man, a bit embarrassed. Business is business, favors are favors. Let us first discuss business, and later we can discuss favors, said Long Chen. Long Chen had his own pride. If he first discussed favors, then it would be as if he had come to seek asylum and was living off of their charity. Even Long Chen's relationship with Zheng Wenlong was the same. They only discuss business. Business was business. There was no need for anything else to be mixed in. The most comfortable thing for Long Chen about working together with the Wyan sect had always been that neither side owed the other any favors. Favors were always the hardest thing to pay back in this world. My apologies. I was rude. I am Zan Ming, and you can directly call me by my name. May I ask for Sir's great name? The middle-aged man clapped his forehead suddenly when he realized that he didn't even know Long Chen's name. Boss Long San, asked Zan Ming. Long Chen was surprised. Seeing that expression, Zan Ming laughed. It seems that it really is you. I didn't expect you to have heard of this name, laughed Long Chen. The news of someone beating up the leader of the Dark Tiger Alliance and challenging all the heavenly geniuses outside the city gates has long since spread. Even I received word of it. But I didn't expect that you were that legendary figure, said Zan Ming with a smile. He continued, the matter of Zheng Wenlong is something that I will handle. However, you should also know that the Wyan Trading Company is spread throughout the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures. We have millions and millions of disciples. It will take some time to find him. Long Chen nodded. I understand. I can wait. Brother Zheng Wenlong has helped me out immensely over the years. I have to find him. Before finding him, I can only trouble Brother Zan Ming. I hope Brother Zan Ming won't find it annoying. Where did such words come from? Junior Brother Long Chen, your potential is limitless. You will only be bringing us bigger business opportunities in the future. If a business that sends itself to us is trouble, then I, Zan Ming, wish to be surrounded by troubles day and night, laughed Zan Ming. That's good then. Junior Brother still has some things to handle, so I won't disturb you any longer. Long Chen rose and said goodbye. Zan Ming personally sent Long Chen off. When he arrived at the exit, the attendant took out a violet jade tablet, and Zan Ming handed it to him with both hands. This is our VIP tablet, the Wyan Trading Company's token. With this, you can go to any of the Wyan Company's business centers or auction houses, and receive the warmest welcome. Then many thanks, Brother Zan Ming. Junior brother will take his leave. Long Chen said goodbye. Zhan Ming then courteously waited outside as Long Chen walked away before returning. Long Chen, why are you here? Long Chen had just left when someone grabbed him, startling him. He turned. Senior, why are you here? Unexpectedly, the person to grab him was Bai Shixi's mother. She was staring at Long Chen in astonishment because she had been passing by in time to see Zhan Ming send him off. Zhan Ming's clothes clearly indicated he was an executive of the Wuxia trading company, someone with authority. She was stunned to see him personally send off Long Chen so warmly. I was thinking of bringing you here in a few days. But you're in such a rush that you directly came. You must have some ability. Do you have the capital? Asked Bai Shixi's mother. Hee, such a minor thing is something that I feel bad troubling you for. I can do it myself. It just so happens that I have a good brother from the lower plane who is a devout believer of the wealth god. I myself have received the favor of the wealth god, so I came to ask their help in finding that brother. That senior was very kind and directly agreed to it, said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to say that he would be conducting business with the Wuxia trading company on his own. After all, he was a disciple of the High Firmament Academy. There would be suspicion that he was taking advantage of the sect like that. However, there were many things in Long Chen's hands that he didn't dare to reveal to everyone. He couldn't trade them for things that he needed in the High Firmament Academy, so he could only go to the Wuxia trading company. Senior, where did you go? Asked Long Chen. Silver Moon City has some of the High Firmament Academy's friends. I went to ask around for them, transmitted by Shixi's mother spiritually. Clearly, this was a top secret. Like that person from the inner city gates. Replied Long Chen spiritually. No, someone else. Although the High Firmament Academy is low-key, its network is very large. I didn't expect that your spiritual strength would be so powerful. You even sensed our spiritual communication yesterday, said Bai Shixi's mother. It was just luck. Speaking of which, there is something I need to discuss with you. Answer me seriously. Go ahead. In truth, the Academy has been developing all these years. We ignore all the gossip of the outside world. In the outside world, not many people know just how powerful the Academy is. The reason so many people are constantly challenging our Academy is because they are probing our power, and some of those people have backers encouraging them to feel out the High Firmament Academy's bottom line. This time in particular, the various powers are forming seals against the Academy. Some people are already viewing our disciples as prey, and they are already arranging for the hunters, said Bai Shixi's mother. Long Chen was enraged. They're going too far. No. They really are. I know that they're doing it on purpose to see if we will retreat. If we retreat again, our reputation will plummet. The High Firmament Academy was already on a downwards path, and now we are on the brink of a cliff. Originally, we weren't planning on really competing, so the true experts of the Battle God Palace haven't come. But now it seems that the other side wants to force us. I've already reported this to the Dean, but the Dean simply replied with 3 words, we will see. That's why I am asking for your opinion. Are you really planning on taking first place? Of course, that dragon scale is very important to me. I must obtain it. Good. Then all of you, go fight as you please. When we get back, I will undo the seal in Bai Shixi's body. We'll have a real fight with them. A sharp light shone in Bai Shixi's mother's eyes. A seal. Long Chen was startled. Chapter 3069 The Academy's Decision. Bai Shixi's body actually had a seal in it. What seal was so terrifying? You must keep that secret. Even Xixi doesn't know about that seal. That is why she hasn't awakened her primal bloodline. If she learns of it, she will explode, warned Bai Shixi's mother. Senior, don't worry, I'm not so talkative. Long Chen nodded. With your intelligence, you should have seen the problem with the Academy, said Bai Shixi's mother. Yes, I suppose I can see a bit. Everything the Academy reveals is just for others to see. Their decline is a facade, said Long Chen. Correct. Ever since the Academy started to be suppressed, it became low-key, secretly growing its power. It is far stronger than you imagine. Hence, you can mess around as you please this time. The High Firmament Academy is no longer planning on being low-key and will support you. They dare to treat our disciples as prey. Then we'll fight to the death. Bai Shixi's mother was clearly infuriated. The other side had gone too far. Hee, that's my specialty, said Long Chen with an evil smile. He might not be good at other things, but when it came to causing trouble, he was confident he could flip heaven and earth. They walked as they talked. Quite a few people on the streets stared at Long Chen and gossiped amongst themselves. Some of them were even pointing. They clearly recognized this boss Long San that had violently beaten the leader of the Dark Tiger Alliance in front of the city gates. Of course, quite a few people also put on scornful gazes and made provoking gestures. Long Chen turned his nose up at those people and ignored them. With the academy having such an attitude, he completely disdained bothering to acknowledge those small fries. When they got back, Bai Shishi's mother called over her daughter and entered a room with her. Long Chen knew that they were undoing her seal. Brother Long. Unexpectedly, Long Chen had just sat down when young Master Chengchuan walked over and greeted him. Do you need something? Long Chen looked at him curiously. His expression was a bit unnatural. It seemed that he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to say it. Ah, I want to ask you for some pointers, said young Master Chengchuan. Luo Bing and the others stared at him in astonishment. This prideful person who had been like water and fire with Long Chen was now asking him for help so courteously. Go ahead. Long Chen looked at this handsome brother with interest. I've asked around about you. Brother Long, you are distinguished and accomplished, confident and at ease, surrounded by beauties, possessing shocking charisma. Long Chen waved his hand. That's enough of the script. Just tell me what you have to say. I'll help you if I can. Many thanks, Brother Long. I know that you are very skilled in that regard. Can you teach me that regard? Long Chen was startled, but seeing his bashful expression he suddenly understood. Picking up girls. Luo Bing and the others stared at him in astonishment. Seeing him nod, Luo Ning almost coughed up blood. She had always viewed him as being prideful and arrogant, so she hadn't expected him to say such a thing. You want me to teach you how to pursue Bai Shishi? Asked Long Chen. I hope Brother Long can help, said young Master Chengchuan. He actually bowed. Apologize. Long Chen's expression suddenly hardened, and his voice turned cold. Seeing him suddenly turn hostile, young Master Chengchuan was startled. What is it? I want you to apologize. Long Chen glared at him. Young Master Chengchuan's expression changed several times, but he finally said, Fine, I apologize. Why are you apologizing? Asked Long Chen. Isn't it because you told me to apologize? Demanded young Master Chengchuan angrily. Do you know where you were wrong? Asked Long Chen. How am I supposed to know where I was wrong? Demanded young Master Chengchuan. You don't even know where you were wrong, but you're apologizing. Do you have something wrong with your head? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. You're completely unreasonable, roared young Master Chengchuan. Long Chen sighed, his angry expression fading. He indifferently said, You failed the test. I'd advise you to give up. Seeing him suddenly calm down and become a different person, everyone was stunned. What? Young Master Chengchuan was dumbfounded. What else? You don't even know how to handle a woman's unreasonable side, so how could you pursue one? You wish to talk reason with a woman. If you could do such a thing, you might as well fly to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, said Long Chen. Only then did Luo Bing understand that he was imitating when a woman got angry. That act was so real that they really thought that he was angry. Now that they thought back to it, they couldn't help finding it laughable. Not all women are like that, said young Master Chengchuan, unconvinced. Of course not all women are like that, but one who is strong, with peerless aptitude, superior standards, a powerful background, no sense of crisis, a woman loved by all, will definitely have such a temper. If a woman had to depend on you to live, then naturally she would be more submissive. But Bai Shishi is her own woman. She has everything she wants. What she doesn't have, she can obtain with her own work. She doesn't need to depend on anyone. If you want to pursue her, you'll have to accept her flaws, just like how the women who worship you must accept your flaws when they pursue you as well. Long Chen patted young Master Chengchuan's shoulder, profoundly saying, Little fellow, there is no peerless technique to picking up girls in this world. If you like a person, it gives that person the power to hurt you. You have to be prepared to be wounded. Like two hedgehogs, if you like her and are afraid of stabbing her, you will pluck out all your thorns. That way, you won't harm her, and you will be able to get closer to her. Right now, you are only thinking of happiness, but love is joy and pain. You don't want that pain. There's no such thing in this world. Are you all the same? Young Master Chengchuan looked at Luo Bing and the others. Luo Bing shook her head. Our enemies watch us like tigers. The family's situation is unstable, so I don't have time to pursue romantic thoughts. Young Master Chengchuan grew hesitant, and no one knew what he was thinking. It was Long Chen who said, "The reason you hesitate is, to put it frankly, the person you love most is yourself. If you encountered someone you really love, you would be fine being stabbed. You would even lose your own life for them. That's why, although that girl Bai Shishi looks good, she doesn't suit you." Just as he said this, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. A golden sword was pressed up against it. After that, Bai Shishi's icy voice rang out from behind him. "Talk about me behind my back again, and I'll slaughter you." Chapter 3070 Instructor Convention. At some unknown point, Bai Shishi had appeared behind Long Chen, her gaze so ominous it appeared as if she wished to kill and eat people. "Cough, Fairy Shishi, I was wrong," said Long Chen extremely awkwardly. With the sword on his neck, he had no choice but to lower his head. "Where were you wrong?" demanded Bai Shishi. Her tone and words were exactly the same as how Long Chen had questioned young Master Chengchuan. It almost made Luo Bing and the others laugh. Long Chen began to sweat. It seemed that this girl had heard everything before entering. He had actually been speaking with such frank assurance before. Just thinking about it made a chill run up his back. "I was wrong in that." Long Chen suddenly looked at young Master Chengchuan. "I was wrong in that I took a stand of principle, trying to help others onto the right path. If you have to blame someone, blame him. He's the one who wants to pursue you." Bai Shishi's gaze then turned to young Master Chengchuan. He instantly felt a chill and shook his head. "I didn't ask anything just now. I didn't slander Fairy Shishi at all. Every single person here can testify to that. You don't even have the guts to admit it, but you want to pick up girls. The face of the life forbidden zone has been completely lost by you." Long Chen hadn't expected young Master Chengchuan to be such a coward. Young Master Chengchuan fled far into the distance, lowering his head and not saying a word. It was as if he didn't even see or hear Long Chen. Bai Shishi's frosty face once more turned to Long Chen. Her sword continued to rest on his neck. "HMPH, do you dare to kill me? You want to just stare? Let's see who's afraid of who." Long Chen looked back at Bai Shishi. Just like that, many minutes passed. Everyone else was silent, and the atmosphere was very tense. Bai Shishi was quite patient. Just like that, she glared at Long Chen without the slightest intention of retreating. In the end, it was Long Chen whose eyes started hurting. Tears almost came out. That was due to researching the 3 flower pupils lately, so he had been overusing his eyes. He was unable to outstare her. Feeling he was about to cry and that this would be too embarrassing, he conceded. "Your skin is very good." Luo Ning hadn't expected Long Chen to suddenly spit out such a random thing, and a chuckle escaped her lips before she covered it up. Luo Bing and the others bitterly endured. They looked at Bai Shishi. While the others wanted to laugh, her expression didn't even twitch in the slightest. She wasn't moved at all. "Why don't you sit for a bit? I'm sure standing all this time is tiring," probed Long Chen. Once more, Bai Shishi just stared at him silently. Finally, Long Chen couldn't endure any longer. He suddenly covered his face and wiped away tears from his eyes. "I really am moved. It's my first time being stared at by a beautiful woman for so long." "You actually didn't vomit. I must be more attractive than I thought." Long Chen finally couldn't help the tears from coming, but he immediately acted as if it was from being moved by Bai Shishi. He even sobbed a few times. Mu Qingyan and the others didn't know what was happening with his eyes. Seeing him actually manage to squeeze out tears, they almost laughed. "Next time you use me to make a joke, don't blame me for turning hostile." Bai Shishi snorted and walked away. Once she was gone, Long Chen sighed with relief. He was very sullen inside. If he wasn't in the wrong, why would he have to act so servile? "Brother Long, my sincere apologies." Young Master Chengchuan came back. "My brother San helped you out of the kindness of his heart, and you tossed him into a hole just to run off yourself," said Mu Qingyan frostily. "I wasn't just running away. I simply felt that Brother Long's words were correct. Perhaps I should consider finding someone with a better temper. Actually, during the registration, I saw quite a few decent women," said young Master Chengchuan. Luo Bing and the others were speechless. It seemed that this young Master Chengchuan changed ideas far too quickly. No. He was giving up just like this. "TCH, I can't be bothered with you. All you can do is trick some ignorant young women with your face. If you encounter women with any real ability, with your character, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later," said Long Chen, rubbing his throat that was still a bit sore. That's why I ask Brother Long for your teachings, said young Master Chengchuan. You want to be taught. I only have one life, and I want to live a bit longer, so give it up. But you are correct. The 9 Prefecture Convention has millions of outstanding women attending. Perhaps you will encounter someone that suits you. However, if you want to have the highest odds of encountering a woman like that, you must grasp this opportunity, said Long Chen solemnly. What opportunity? Asked young Master Chengchuan hastily. You must show off your talent at the convention. Let more people recognize you. Eliminate some people targeting us. Do you know what you are lacking most right now? Long Chen patted young Master Chengchuan's shoulder. What am I lacking? You lack the domineeringness a man should have. You give off the feeling of a boy, not a man. A man must have responsibility, daring, and domineeringness. This time, why don't we directly take first place in the competition? What do you think? A glint flickered in Long Chen's eyes. On the way here, Bai Shishi's mother had told Long Chen that he should think of a way to make young Master Chengchuan go all out without holding back. But, my people told me to just play around and leave it, not to compete for the rewards, said young Master Chengchuan. Long Chen instantly understood where the problem lay. Young Master Chengchuan came from that mysterious life-forbidden area, and his background was shocking, so he was only here to attend for the experience, not to make a name for himself. Perhaps he also didn't wish to be used by the academy. That was why Bai Shishi's mother would ask Long Chen to do such a thing. Well, it's up to you. I said that you're like a child. You're just going to listen to others and not use your own brain. You can't even handle your own affairs. Then what can you do? Can you become a bit more manly? Said Long Chen scornfully. Young Master Chengchuan clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll go all out this time. Right, that's what a man should do. This is such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste to just let it slip away? Wouldn't you have regrets? Such a grand stage has been set up for you. You can use it to unleash your light. What else is cultivation for? Encouraged Long Chen. Brother Long is right, I'll go activate my final bloodline rune right now. Just like that, young Master Chengchuan returned to his room. Just like Bai Shishi, young Master Chengchuan had an extremely large room for improvement. He still had trump cards. Long Chen suddenly wanted to know just how terrifying this fellow that came from the life forbidden area was. 3 days passed. Today was the day of the Tao discussion, and everyone from the High Firmament Academy was brought to a plaza on the western side of Silver Moon City. This plaza was filled with people. It was a sea of people that stretched further than his sight. Long Chen, the instructors are counting on you. Bai Shishi's mother looked at Long Chen. This Tao discussion was only for Long Chen. No one else from the academy could help him, not even her. Don't worry, I won't lose the academy's face. Long Chen gave her a thumbs up and patted his chest. Just like that, he swaggered up the Tao discussion stage. When he did, a hissing sound rang out. Why would this fellow appear here? Isn't he? Heavens. Chapter 3071 Provoking Everyone. When Long Chen arrived, the various experts stared in disbelief. Is he participating in the Tao discussion? An instructor. Seeing him walk up the Tao discussion stage, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a young person was actually part of the instructors discussing the Tao. Was this a joke? Hence, everyone's gaze focused on Long Chen. He looked more like a beggar in his tattered clothes. Isn't he that arrogant boss Long San who beat up the leader of the Dark Tiger Alliance? People quickly recognized his status and became even more shocked. I heard he comes from the High Firmament Academy. The High Firmament Academy has already declined, but has it really reached the point where they would send a beggar to attend? Those who could attend the Tao discussion were the wisest, most erudite instructors of the largest sects, and they were all old monsters that had lived for countless years. Such a youngster had never appeared. Hence, all the others who were waiting on the stage had white hair and looked to almost be fossilized. Those elders instantly frowned when they saw Long Chen arrive. Long Chen, did you come to embarrass yourself? You want everyone to laugh at the High Firmament Academy. You should hurry up and scram. He had only just arrived when someone shouted at him, trying to anger him. Noisy. Long Chen glanced at that person, his hands clasped behind his back. He arrogantly announced, when Boss Long San arrives, the earth roars and the heaven screams. When Boss Long San leaves, ghosts cry and gods weep. In the past and in the future, wherever Boss Long San goes, gods retreat, immortals and devils submit. The name of Boss Long San resounds through the 3 Taos and 6 worlds, the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Heaven and earth are within my hands, mountains and plains are beneath my feet. Little cultivators, shouldn't you kowtow and worship me? Also, how dare you point at Boss Long San? Long Chen's voice rang clearly throughout every corner of the plaza. It contained unparalleled arrogance and disdain. I finally understand what true arrogance is. Bai Shala's blood was practically boiling with heat as he watched. The Tao discussion was attended not only by countless elite heavenly geniuses but also almighty experts like Bai Shixi's mother. In front of all of them, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest fear, instead viewing them as far beneath him. Just what kind of arrogance, what kind of wildness, what kind of domineeringness did this require? Bai Shixi's mother almost laughed. Long Chen truly was a marvel. Even his acting skills had reached the peak. Ignoring whether or not Long Chen actually had the ability to back up those words, just being able to say such a thing in front of so many people was already amazing. Even someone like her would feel immense pressure when being stared at by millions and millions of experts. But Long Chen was someone who had experienced far greater things. He had experienced the destruction of the martial heaven continent, so this kind of thing was unable to make him nervous. All the experts present were enraged. They had seen arrogant people before but never someone this arrogant. Ignorant brat, you will pay the price for your foolishness. Even Divine Lord experts were enraged and cursed him. Who do you think you are? A little Divine Flame rookie dares to spout such wild words. Are you trying to make everyone laugh to death? The High Firmament Academy has reached the bottom. They sent a little clown to infuriate everyone. Are they trying to find a sense of existence? There are so many people here. If everyone spat out, they'd drown you. You call yourself Boss Long San? Are you trying to get yourself killed in a flashy style? Long Chen's words caused huge waves, and countless people stood and cursed him, as if they really wanted to curse him to death. Looking at their emotional faces, Long Chen spread his arms and announced, "Excellent, that's right. Stand for me, wave for me. Let me see your passion. Yes, just like that, cheer for me, shout for me. The day Boss Long San soars is the day you kneel and worship me. Don't worry, I'll be bringing all you trash flying with me. Come, 1, 2, 3, 4, follow along with my rhythm." Long Chen shouted along with them, gesturing as if he was a conductor. As a result, those people shouting and cursing him went green with rage. Due to how many people were cursing, all their voices clashed, so it was impossible to tell what they were saying. Just like that, Long Chen's act made it seem like they really were cheering for him. Sit down, stop cursing him, just let him stand there alone. Some people tried to control the scene, but there were too many people cursing. They couldn't even hear their own voices. It was complete chaos. Seeing such a sacred place be turned into this state, Luo Bing and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Long Chen really was powerful. Just how had he done this? Suddenly, space shuddered and the Tao discussion stage lit up. At the same time, a voice resounded like a celestial roar, which turned the world dark and then blindingly bright, causing everyone to jump. The shouting was cut off. Long Chen, as a Heaven Master instructor of the High Firmament Academy, you should hurry up and enter the Tao discussion stage. Don't heckle with the crowd, said that voice coldly. Long Chen isn't warned. Luo Bing found it a bit curious. To cause such a ruckus was not a minor affair. Bai Shixi's mother smiled. That's because he hasn't touched any of the rules, so the convention can't do anything to him. They can only advise him to hurry up. No such precedence has appeared before, so I suspect that the next convention will have a few more rules to avoid such a thing from occurring again. After all, a marvel like Long Chen hasn't appeared in hundreds of thousands of years. He's completely out of expectations. Long Chen smiled. Looking at those furious experts, he shrugged innocently and swaggered up the stage. This was an ancient altar that was covered in runes. This Tao discussion stage came from ancient times. In fact, no one knew whether it was the Silver Moon City or the Tao discussion stage that came first. This Tao discussion stage had pillars on it that were several meters high. An elder was sitting on every pillar, and there were hundreds of them. Once Long Chen was on the stage, a screen of light blocked his path. Long Chen then took out a jade tablet. The next moment, the jade tablet merged with the screen of light and vanished. A gate then appeared. After walking through it, he was officially on the Tao discussion stage. Just as he entered, a place lit up on the ground for him. Long Chen walked over to it and sat down lotus-style just like everyone else. A stone pillar slowly raised him into the air, bringing him to the same elevation as everyone else here. Long Chen, I'll return the humiliation you caused me this time. Just as he sat down, a sinister voice rang out behind him. Chapter 3072. Does your face not hurt? Long Chen turned back and saw a familiar face. It was the Nine-Flower Sect's Ji Li. He was representing the Nine-Flower Sect in the Tao discussion. Oh, Heaven Master Ji Li. Does your face not hurt? Asked Long Chen in a concerned tone. As soon as he said this, Ji Li's face twisted and flames almost burst out of his eyes. Long Chen had slapped him in the face back then, and that had cast a shadow on his heart. And just when they met again, Long Chen picked at this scab, infuriating him. In truth, although the Nine-Flower Sect had been the one accepting the High Firmament Academy's invitation to discuss the Tao, they were actually the one that had wanted to come, and not with good intentions either. The Nine-Flower Sect was ranked near the bottom just like the High Firmament Academy. However, while they weren't strong in the Tao discussion, their disciples did have some accomplishments. They were at least stronger than the High Firmament Academy. Some of their disciples had gotten into the top 100. At that time, Ji Li had brought disciples over simply to give them a tempering experience. To put it frankly, they were there to bully others. That was why they hadn't waited at the gates and had simply charged in, not wanting to give the academy a chance to be ready for them. This would allow his disciples to see the High Firmament Academy in chaos, boosting their confidence. A Grand Master of the Tao discussion might appear amongst them in the future. However, he hadn't expected a disciple sweeping the ground would ruin his plans. Ultimately, they left after a miserable defeat. Now when he saw that the High Firmament Academy had sent Long Chen over, he instantly understood that they had given up on the Tao discussion. Their elders cowered like tortoises in their shells, and they sent a disciple to embarrass himself. He was already ready to target Long Chen when Long Chen said one single sentence that almost made him cough up blood. What is it? Your skin is pinched like a trouser crotch. Are you constipated? Asked Long Chen. You, just wait. Ji Li could barely speak. He knew that he would never be able to compete with Long Chen when it came to cursing. After shutting Ji Li up, Long Chen smiled disdainfully. If he wanted to wait, then fine. When had he ever been afraid? At this moment, more instructors arrived. Those people would first greet everyone around to express their own humbleness. The people below the stage waved back to them. However, their welcome clearly wasn't as enthusiastic as when they had welcomed Long Chen. In fact, due to their hatred for Long Chen, many people were simply ignoring everyone else coming onto the stage. Long Chen suddenly noticed that there was someone looking at him hostilely. When he looked over, he laughed inside. He then warmly greeted him. Hey, does your face not hurt? That person was precisely the leader of the Dark Tiger Alliance that he had beat up in front of Silver Moon City. He was also present. That gaze full of killing intent was responded to with Long Chen's cordial greeting. As a result, the Dark Tiger Alliance's leader's expression sank, but he didn't say anything in response. It seemed that he wasn't baited, but Long Chen saw that his calmness was fake. Veins were throbbing on the back of his hands. After a bit, the entire Tao discussion stage suddenly shook and rose a few meters into the air. Its runes flowed, and divine light soared into the sky. It was as if the heavens were lit up. It was a shocking scene. Just at that moment, an ancient voice rang out. All heaven masters of the Tao discussion have arrived. The Tao discussion convention is about to start. However, just before we start, according to custom, we will first give everyone a chance to get used to it. A ball of light appeared. There was something inside that was a few meters long. Due to the divine light, it was impossible to see what was inside. This is an ancient stele. There are duly immortal characters carved into it, and whoever can completely translate it will win 30 meters for their divine pillar, said that ancient voice. This referred to the pillars that everyone was sitting on. Whoever translated it would rise 30 meters into the air. This Tao discussion stage was an ancient and mysterious divine item with its own rules. It could distinguish the laws and principles of the heavenly Taos, and it was what would judge whether a person's words were correct or not. It could be considered the instructor overseeing an exam. When someone answered a question or said something that received its approval, their divine pillar would rise to show their placement. If they answered wrongly or said something that didn't receive the Tao discussion stage's approval, they would fall. The starting point was only 3 meters, and every mistake would cost them a foot. Once they were wrong 10 times, the divine pillar would recede back into the Tao discussion stage, and they would be out of the Tao discussion. Such a scene was very rare. Most people were eliminated not due to answering incorrectly. Instead, As time passed, once the divine pillars had risen to a certain level, people would start being eliminated based on who was lowest. Hence, this first question was actually quite important. Whoever could answer correctly would obtain a reward that brought them to a better starting point. Hence, everyone's gaze concentrated on the divine light. The divine light scattered, revealing a tablet with duly immortal characters carved into it. For a moment, everyone was simply dumbfounded. Third generation? No, are they second generation duly immortal characters? Just at this moment, a strange voice rang through the air, stunning everyone. That was the sound of a button being pressed. Someone had actually fully translated it so quickly. How was that possible? Everyone looked around, and their eyes finally landed on one person's pillar whose runes had lit up. It was as conspicuous as a full moon in the night sky. When they saw the person on the pillar, they grew even more shocked. It was a black-robed man with a lifeless expression. Long Chen was also staring in shock. His posture was very odd. He then slowly lowered his head and saw that at some point, a button had appeared beneath his hand. Long Chen hadn't even been paying attention to the tablet. He found that his sitting posture wasn't too comfortable, so he was changing position when his hand pressed the button that came out of the pillar just at that moment. That fool! Bai Shishi and the others all knew what had happened when they saw his stiff expression. Bai Shishi cursed him. This shouldn't count, right? Said Long Chen, feeling lost. Since you've pressed the button to answer, you must answer or you will be eliminated, the ancient voice responded. Fuck, wasn't that a con? That was clearly not intentional. Long Chen was speechless. He could only look at the tablet. He found that the duly immortal characters on the tablet were a mix. Upon close examination, he could see third-generation duly immortal characters mixed in with second-generation duly immortal characters. Long Chen could recognize third-generation duly immortal characters. As for second-generation characters, he could tell what they were but not what they meant. How was he supposed to translate them? Seeing his expression, everyone knew that he had accidentally pressed the button. Hence, sneers and scoffing sounds rang out from the crowd. Ji Li and the leader of the Dark Tiger Alliance both had delighted smiles. In the worst-case scenario, he would simply give the wrong answer. Hence, after close examination, Long Chen suddenly exclaimed in shock. Lord Brahma, Chapter 3073 The Heavens, Number 1 Dipper User. What Long Chen hadn't expected was to recognize Lord Brahma's name in this tablet. This was actually a tablet recording something about Lord Brahma. Although he couldn't read second-generation immortal characters, there were some third-generation characters on it as well. Just the third-generation characters alone weren't enough for him to tell the entire contents, but he could tell that this was a virtue tablet for Lord Brahma. Fuck, a traitor who caused the death of his master also gets virtue tablets created for him. Try to have some shame. Raged Long Chen. Heaven Master Long Chen, do your best to answer quickly, or you will be eliminated. The ancient voice rang out again. Long Chen took a deep breath. Seeing all the looks of delight on his countless enemies, he smiled indifferently. This is a virtue tablet related to Lord Brahma. It records some past achievements of Lord Brahma's youth. When he said this, in the distance, an elder covered in wrinkles made a shocked sound. But just as Long Chen looked at him, he covered up his shock as if nothing had happened. Very good, continue. The ancient voice rang out once more, shocking everyone. Long Chen could actually read second-generation duly immortal characters. How was that possible? Long Chen cursed inside. How could he continue? He couldn't tell anything further. His translation would definitely be wrong. Thickening his skin, he confidently said, the heavens were enlightened over 7 years, and in the 50th year of the 60-year cycle, divinity descended, a youth ascended to the 9 heavens. You must use plain words to translate, warned the voice. Long Chen nodded. In the era of legends when the heavens were formed, an especially piss-like person appeared. He enjoyed success in his youth, like dancing on the edge of a blade, showing off so much that his light soared through the 9 heavens, disturbing everyone. When he set out to achieve his Tao, he possessed innate divine energy, and in his hands he held 2 dads. Oh, sorry, I misread that, it says 2 hatchets. His first line was correct, as that was written with third-generation characters. Then the rest were second-generation characters that he didn't recognize, and he directly pretended to read off of it, his expression solemn. Wherever his hatchets passed, no man could stop them. He then had an encounter of fate, finding a violet gold gourd, and became even more amazing, beating his enemies until they were terrified just hearing of him, their underpants flying in the wind. Later, he achieved his Tao, and with new enlightenment, he split his gourd in two, burying half in the ground to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, while he carried the other half throughout the heavens. The half gourd was called a dipper, and he was famous for becoming the heavens' #1 dipper user. Henceforth, the dipper went east, south, west, north, passing through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 1. Long Chen was in the midst of spouting absolute nonsense when the divine pillar he was sitting on sank. The divine pillar was only 1 foot from the ground. Long Chen was almost eliminated. Your nonsense has infuriated the Tao discussion stage. You directly descend 9 levels. You now only have 1 more chance. Shape up, said that ancient voice. Normally, when people answered wrongly, they only fell a single foot. But Long Chen's deliberate nonsense was a disregard for the dignity of the Tao discussion stage, and so he was directly kicked down 9 levels, only 1 step from being eliminated. The Tao discussion stage had its own item spirit. This nonsense Long Chen was spouting had infuriated it, and so it gave him a strict punishment. This was not done by someone else but by the Tao discussion stage itself. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Excellent. Just as I said, he's a brat that still smells of his mother's milk. How could he possibly recognize second-generation immortal characters? Ah, this is so refreshing. It would be best if someone immediately eliminated him. Countless people smiled brightly. Long Chen's punishment made them want to dance in celebration. Luo Bing and the others looked at each other. They had thought that he really knew what he was saying with his serious expression. But it was all nonsense. How capable. Bai Shishi spat out 2 indifferent words. It was unknown if it was mocking or praise. Most likely, it was the former. As soon as Long Chen was punished, someone else answered. It was that elder that had let out the small exclamation of shock before. The elder calmly translated the tablet. This was a tablet recording how Lord Brahma had fallen into the flame domain in his youth and was besieged by evil dragons. He then comprehended the Tao in the flame domain and slew those flame dragons. There was nothing about hatchets, gourds, or dippers. After the elder smoothly and fluently translated it, a round of applause came from the crowd. Some people also cursed Long Chen. Do you see? This is a true instructor, someone wise and experienced, a paragon of virtue and learning. But then look at yourself. A newborn baby also dares to call himself an instructor. You've lost the face of the High Firmament Academy. If I were you, I'd just kill myself on the stage. What face do you have to keep living? No, if he died here, it would be a blasphemy to the divine stage. Find a dung pit to drown yourself in. Trash should die in trash. Just at this moment, the elder's divine pillar slowly rose. He smiled and looked at Long Chen kindly. Youngster, you should be more low-key. You should be aware of yourself and aware of what you are lacking. Hitting your own face to make it bigger is meaningless. After all, you're not a fatty. Hold it, I suspect this elder of cheating, shouted Long Chen suddenly. As soon as he said this, countless people below the stage cursed him, but he ignored them, continuing, Tao discussion senior, I know you are present. I apologize for my previous conduct. This junior was not respectful enough to senior. However, I have to report that this shameless fellow is cheating. Please light up the 3rd section's 5th line and have him translate it. Long Chen's words shocked everyone. He was actually talking to the Tao discussion stage. Was he mad? It never conversed with the outside world. Even more shockingly, just then, a line of character lit up on the divine tablet. It was the line that Long Chen had indicated. Senior Tao discussion, you. Just at this moment, the expert managing the entire convention that hadn't revealed himself yet cried out in shock. At that moment, an order appeared on the stage. Translate it. The Tao discussion stage was actually agreeing with Long Chen. Ignoring everyone, it demanded this elder to translate this line that he had previously translated. That elder's expression instantly changed. He began to sweat. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. Everyone could tell that something was wrong. Could it be that he actually cheated? Luo Bing stared in shock. Old fellow, go ahead. If you're a real fatty, please start your performance, said Long Chen with a sinister smile. 1 Dipper user, sounds like prostitute. Chapter 3074 triggering everyone's rage. Everyone was silent as they stared at the elder. The Tao discussion stage had its own will. They had never heard of such a thing. In their memory, the Tao discussion stage was nothing more than a tool used for this exam. It never communicated with others like this, so it was absolutely shocking. Just how was Long Chen able to summon its spirit? Long Chen had found it a bit curious that this elder was so shocked when he started to translate the tablet. He even seemed anxious, but that wasn't enough for Long Chen to suspect him. The real problem came when he translated the tablet's characters so shockingly smoothly. When Long Chen was kicked down, he could sense the Dao discussion stage's anger. He hadn't known that the Dao discussion stage didn't interact with the outside world. It was only when he saw everyone's shocked gazes that he realized this. That elder was sweating and panicking. But putting on a calm expression, he said, "The flame domain's evil dragon's sharp claws and teeth tore through the void." Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed. As expected, you can't read second-generation immortal characters. You probably can't even read third-generation characters. This line that you translated should be translated as the evil dragon's eyes were like a curse from hell. Only when they're linked to the next line would they be translated differently, as you said. You don't know how to translate these characters, and you simply memorized the translated text that someone gave you beforehand. If you had translated it without such an act, I wouldn't have noticed. But you used your finger to point at the characters you were translating. Although I don't recognize all these characters, I recognize third-generation characters. The way that you were pointing and the speed that you were translating were completely off. An uproar exploded, whether it was from the experts watching or the other instructors on the stage. They stared in fury at the elder. However, they were scared by his status and didn't say anything yet. Absolute nonsense. I just misread it and translated both lines together, said the elder. Idiot, you really are guilty. Why don't you look at the line that the Dao discussion stage senior has asked you to translate? Was it that line I mentioned? Said Long Chen. People turned and looked at the tablet again. They found that it wasn't the third section's fifth line that was illuminated. Second-generation Julie immortal characters were so complex that they wouldn't have even noticed that they were different. However, when they compared the lines closely, they quickly found that these weren't the same line at all. Fool, you can't translate. Based on what you memorized, you simply picked out the part most likely to be the third section, fifth line. You wanted to test your luck and see if you could guess right. But you didn't even look at the immortal characters right in front of you. Well, even if you looked, it would have been useless. Idiot, do you confess now? Sneered Long Chen. Without waiting for a response, Long Chen announced, "Everyone, do you see? This so-called 9 prefecture convention is a huge joke. Some people are choosing their own athletes and referees, treating all the heroes of the 9 prefectures as dancing monkeys. They dare to openly cheat in the Dao discussion convention. They are giving your money to the people that they've picked. Don't you think the 9 prefecture convention should give everyone an explanation?" Countless people were enraged. Although they disliked Long Chen, this flagrant cheating was far more insulting. The elder in charge of the Dao discussion convention hastily said, "My Silver Moon City will definitely give everyone an explanation for this matter. Everyone, please." However, before he finished speaking, the stage quivered. That cheating elder on the divine pillar suddenly exploded. Everyone was stunned. The elder had actually been killed by the Dao discussion stage. The Dao discussion senior may have executed the cheater, but that doesn't mean that this matter is over. I heard that the martial Dao convention is just as bad. Although it looks as if you're drawing lots, they've actually rigged it behind the scenes, making sure to block everyone who can threaten them outside of the top 100, so that some people can't obtain any rewards. They keep those rewards for their own people. A group of pigs are sharing the spoils of the hard workers of the 9 prefectures. HMPH, the 9 prefecture convention is truly rotten to the core. Friends, let's all just leave. Don't let others treat you as fools, said Long Chen. He actually stood up on the pillar. The 9 prefecture convention must give us a satisfactory explanation. Silver Moon City, you've betrayed our trust. This is completely intolerable. Boss Long San, I'll support you this time. What kind of garbage convention is this? Treating us like stepping stones. Fuck off. Long Chen's words caused an uproar. After all, 99% of the people present were victims. Before this, they had simply thought that their power was inferior, and since they had gambled, they had to be willing to pay up. Only a very small number of powers managed to consistently get the rewards. As for the dirty tricks of the 9 prefecture convention, if the tricks were beneficial to them, they naturally wouldn't say anything. Also, some powers clearly knew that there were dark secrets, but they didn't dare to say it and could only thicken their face and come. However, even then, it was only the higher-ups that were aware of this, not the disciples. They had come here with hopes of gaining fame and obtaining a reward that they didn't even dare to dream of obtaining. But now they found that it was all a con. The higher-ups were treating them like monkeys. How could this be acceptable? The crowd was even more enraged than when they had been cursing Long Chen. Calm down. Calm down. We will definitely give everyone a satisfactory response. I guarantee it. The elder overseeing things stood in the sky and shouted, also panicking. He had never seen such a thing. This was too big of a ruckus. An explanation? What kind of explanation? Killing a few meaningless scapegoats to tell everyone that the chief offenders are now gone. Appeasing everyone with some meaningless compensation. After obtaining everyone's trust, you'll discuss how to cheat next time without getting caught. Sneered Long Chen. The elder's expression sank. He glared at Long Chen, who then said, "What, are you trying to scare me? Boss Long San isn't afraid of heaven or earth, let alone you. I'm not ashamed to say that I stopped playing such games years ago. You might be able to cut off my head, but you can't make me lower my head." Seeing Long Chen going directly against the overseeing elder, quite a few people actually cheered for him. They were standing on his side. At this time, they no longer felt him to be so offensively arrogant. "Then what do you want?" demanded the elder coldly, a trace of killing intent leaking out of his eyes. Chapter 3075 Attacked on all sides. It's simple. Leave everything regarding the 9 Prefecture Convention to the Wuxian Trading Company. I trust in the Wuxian Trading Company's reputation. If left to them, I believe that no one present will oppose it. Am I right? Long Chen called out to the experts below the stage. Agreed. Those disciples cheered loudly. The golden reputation of the Wuxian Trading Company was something that they could trust. If they really did this as Long Chen said, they would rejoice. If they don't accept, we will refuse to attend this con. We're all going home. That's right, we're not going to stay idiots forever. That's not enough. You have to hand over all the money you conned out of us first. The seniors present didn't say anything due to their misgivings, but the junior generation weren't so shrewd. They roared furiously, unleashing their anger. The elder's expression was ugly, but he didn't say anything. It seemed that he was waiting for orders. After a moment, he finally said, "The city lord has said that Silver Moon City is definitely innocent. We did not participate in such a shameless affair. Silver Moon City will definitely investigate this matter to the end and give everyone an explanation that proves our innocence. As for young friend's suggestion, the city lord has said that this is no problem. We will immediately discuss handing over things to the Wuxian Trading Company." The disciples cheered. Only a very small percentage of people glared at Long Chen darkly, as if wanting to tear him apart. Bai Shishi's mother sighed and shook her head. I really underestimated this fellow's ability to cause trouble. Originally, she had hoped for Long Chen and the others to get some of the rewards and show everyone that the High Firmament Academy wasn't so weak. It was time to reveal some fangs. However, Long Chen had completely flipped the 9 Prefecture Convention. Under that pressure, Silver Moon City was forced to hand the authority over the 9 Prefecture Convention to the Wuxian Trading Company. It wasn't just Silver Moon City that was offended now. All the people who had been benefiting from this cheating were now filled with hatred toward him and the High Firmament Academy. Cutting off their profits was like killing their parents, so their hatred was overflowing. Just thinking about the consequences gave her a chill. I must report this to the dean. Things have gone completely out of control. Bai Shishi's mother felt immense pressure now. The Dao Discussion Convention can continue. Seeing that everyone had calmed down enough, the elder shouted and vanished. The Dao discussion stage quivered, and a screen of light appeared above it. It was crystalline and beautiful, with mountains, plains, rivers, birds, fish, stars, and countless other scenes appearing within it. Translating the tablet was not the true Dao discussion. It was nothing more than a little desert before the meal that Silver Moon City had arranged, giving certain people an advantage. Now was the true Dao discussion, and everything was under the control of the Dao discussion stage. Although this was Long Chen's first time attending, Heaven Master Yun Yong had explained the basic rules to him. This Dao discussion was a kind of challenge. People challenged each other with questions, and if the other side was unable to answer, or their answer did not obtain the Dao discussion stage's approval, their divine pillar would drop. The Dao discussion stage was the examiner, while everyone participating was a student. The examiner was to decide who was right or wrong, and who deserved to be rewarded or punished. The Dao discussion stage was truly a mysterious existence, and no one knew its origins. Silver Moon City's people were nothing more than its protectors. Legend was that it was a spiritual object from ancient times and that it was constantly manifesting all 10,000 Taos. The other legend was that it was a part of the heavenly Taos. In any case, it definitely had the authority to judge everyone's answers. Once it started, Long Chen's divine pillar rapidly lit up. Clicking sounds rang out. When someone was challenged, their pillar would light up. If challenged by 2 people, it would light up twice. Right now, Long Chen's pillar was rapidly blinking, meaning that many people were challenging him. He was being attacked from all sides. Isn't this unfair? So many people are challenging Boss Long San at once, demanded some people in the crowd. Although Long Chen had offended everyone with his entrance, the way that Long Chen didn't submit to authority and directly accused the 9 Prefecture Convention of cheating, evening the playing field for everyone, had caused many people to also feel admiration for him. Moreover, with the way that he was being challenged, it was far too obvious that he was being targeted. Long Chen's words had already benefited them, so they didn't want him to be kicked out. Due to Long Chen's previous nonsense, the Dao discussion stage had dropped him 9 levels. Hence, one wrong answer and he would be eliminated. Long Chen said things that other people didn't dare to say, and he did things that other people didn't dare to do. The majority of people felt enraged for him. Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed disdainfully. A group of donkey and horse balls also dared to challenge Boss Long San. Then Boss Long San will give you a lesson today. Come. Long Chen patted his pillar. The flashing stopped and another pillar behind Long Chen lit up. This indicated that Long Chen had accepted the challenge. As for the challenger, he was the one who reacted the fastest. Or perhaps it should be said that he hadn't reacted at all. He had simply been sitting on the button, ready to challenge Long Chen as soon as it started. Long Chen saw that it was the 9-flower sect's Ji Li, so he sneered, "Does your face not hurt? If you have something to say, hurry up." Ji Li looked at him and also sneered. What is the Tao? The expert's expressions changed. This was truly a sharp question. They were starting off with such difficult questions. They clearly weren't going to give Long Chen any chance to turn things around. Everyone looked at Long Chen. With a disdainful smile, he indifferently answered, "All things within heaven and earth are the Tao." After he said that, his pillar slowly rose until it was the same height as before. As for Ji Li's pillar, it sank 1 foot. This showed that Long Chen's answer had obtained the Tao discussion stage's approval. As a reward, his pillar was restored to its original height. Seeing him recover from the border of death, Bai Shala cheered. Even Luo Bing and the others were excited. They had been so nervous just now that they almost stopped breathing. In this world, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The second person directly asked an even more difficult question. Chapter 3076. Master. This was a question perplexing the world for countless years. From ancient times to now, no one could answer it because it touched upon the origin of life. Right at the start, all these people were targeting Long Chen not in order to discuss the Tao but to eliminate him first. Their questions came one after another, each sharper than the last. Hence, everyone's gaze concentrated on Long Chen. Luo Ning and the others were nervous for him. In the face of this question, Long Chen indifferently said, "First came the egg." Just like that, Long Chen's pillar once more rose. His answer had received the approval of the Tao discussion stage. Seeing his casual answer be accepted so easily and him rise so calmly, everyone was shocked. After a moment of shock, Bai Shala led the cheering, and Luo Bing and the others followed. Long Chen truly was amazing. He even answered this correctly. How do you know? The third person asked his question. The Tao discussion stage was going in order of who had challenged Long Chen. Every time he answered correctly, he went up 1 level, while the challenger went down a level. I guessed. Long Chen shrugged. That person was dumbfounded. How was that acceptable? Was he part of the Tao discussion stage's family? Were the 2 of them related? Suddenly, that person's pillar lit up, and he vanished from the stage, appearing outside. He had been eliminated. The newcomers were dumbfounded, but someone laughed. On the Tao discussion stage, you must answer questions pertaining to the Tao. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. It was forbidden to ask nonsensical questions. That was to prevent cheating. Otherwise, someone could simply send someone points. Just like that, even after that person was eliminated, Long Chen's pillar didn't move. His response was accepted but not rewarded or punished. Then the next pillar lit up. An old crone sat on this one, and she looked at Long Chen with killing intent. Her voice was so sharp it raised goosebumps. Sir said that the egg came first. What is the reasoning and principle behind this? It was still the same question, but now it was asked properly. Hence, Long Chen had to answer properly as well. If he once more said that he had just guessed, he would be punished. The origin of life came from nothing. The foundation was primal chaos. In the great desolate scripture, it is recorded that yin and yang came first, then spirituality was born within the heavenly Taos. Then laws gradually appeared in this lawless world. Tracing back to the source, I feel that this is correct. Heaven and earth gave rise to spirituality, and spirituality gave birth to all living creatures. Those creatures created laws, and as those laws move along their course, they form this world. As a result, I feel that the egg came first, because compared to a chicken, the egg is the embryo, the foundation, while the chicken is already a complete life form. Without the first, there cannot be the second. All things came from nothingness, so they must have progressed gradually in proper sequence. However, this is ultimately just an opinion. The Tao is formless. Cultivators are nothing more than tiny boats on a raging sea. You can look at a mountain and see just a mountain. Later on, you look at the same mountain and see it is not just a mountain. After that, you might look again and find that the mountain is truly just a mountain. When cultivating the Tao, most of the time you only see the what and not the why. As a result, no one would dare to say that they are absolutely correct, said Long Chen. This response moved everyone. No one had expected Long Chen to be able to say such words at such a young age. Considering how Long Chen had entered so arrogantly, how was it possible for him to answer so humbly and even say that he himself might not be correct in order to not mislead people? This wisdom did not match his age at all. Long Chen's pillar once more rose. He was now above everyone, looking down on his opponents. This time, it wasn't just by Shaola and the others cheering. Quite a few spectators cheered for him as well. His words were eloquent and profound. That kind of deep comprehension of the heavenly Taos caused quite a few young disciples to feel some worship for him. After all, they were all youngsters, while Long Chen was competing against these old fellows. Just like that, it was easy for them to start counting Long Chen as amongst their own ranks. He was winning face for them, youngsters. Those cheers lit Long Chen's blood on fire. He actually stood on the pillar and took out a chair, sitting down cross-legged. He then took out some wine and looked down on those elders. I've broken your shady tricks. Now you can't scam us out of money. Hee hee, don't like it. Come and challenge me. I really like seeing you look so constipated with anger but being unable to touch me. Master Boss Long San is an erudite full of wisdom of both the past and present. Do you think I'm afraid of you novices? Come. Long Chen's arrogant display didn't draw curses this time, only more cheers. Long Chen played it quite smartly. By aiming his words at those cheaters, he ended up turning himself into the representative of the victims, which was 99% of the people here. Those people naturally supported him. The spectators cheered, not at all afraid of causing a ruckus. In any case, they weren't the ones offending the other side. As long as they cheered together, these people couldn't punish all of them. They could also vent some of their resentment. Behind him, Ji Li's expression was extremely ugly, looking as if Long Chen had killed his dad. Long Chen turned to look at him. It was young Master Chengchuan who killed your split body, so why do you hate me so much? Do you think that I'm a soft persimmon? If he could kill your split body, then I can kill your real body. The first time Long Chen had seen Ji Li, he had sensed that the latter's spiritual fluctuations were a bit off and thus knew that he was a clone. Because of that, Long Chen wasn't surprised to see him again after hearing that he was killed. Furthermore, he trusted that this was his true body. Long Chen's words startled everyone. It seemed that Ji Li had had his clone killed. However, before Ji Li could answer, another pillar lit up. It was time for that elder to ask his question. The elder snorted coldly. Youngster, don't be too arrogant. Tell me, what is most important for someone who cultivates the Tao? Everyone quieted down. This was also a very difficult question. To cultivate the Tao meant to cultivate the heart, the body, the soul, fate, luck, law, etc. Not even one could be lacking. But as for what was most important, who could possibly say? Seeing Long Chen fall silent, that elder smiled, very pleased with himself. What? You can't answer. What happened to your arrogance? He was intentionally trying to provoke Long Chen, distracting him with anger. That would lead to him failing to answer properly. Long Chen solemnly said, I feel that ultimately, the most important thing for someone who cultivates the Tao is to live. Hearing that, everyone almost coughed up blood. How was such an answer acceptable? But shockingly, Long Chen once more rose. As for the person who asked the question, he was eliminated. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Was Long Chen really related to the Dao discussion stage? How could this be? Chapter 3077 Carrying on the Con. For a moment, everyone on and off the stage could only stare, feeling dumbfounded. If his pillar rose, it meant that this question had to have something to do with the Dao, so it wasn't against the rules. But then why was that person kicked out? Idiot, are you intentionally trying to give me points? You should have asked what someone who cultivates the Dao must focus on cultivating, not that idiotic question you just asked. But thank you for the help, sneered Long Chen to the elder. Only then did everyone understand. That elder's question was flawed, and Long Chen's answer was a cheap trick but had been judged as correct. Moreover, there was suspicion that the elder was simply giving points away, so he was eliminated. Long Chen had now answered 5 questions. 1 was invalid, and 4 were approved. His pillar was already far above everyone. Quite a few people's expressions changed on the stage. If Long Chen's pillar rose to 30 meters, he would win. And the competition would end. The reward for first place was some very generous natural resources and mineral veins, and whoever won would obtain the mining rights to those places. This authority would only end when the next winner of the Dao discussion convention was declared. Long Chen was already so high that it was making others uneasy. This youngster was far more difficult to deal with than most old foxes. In the past, questions were always asked mutually. It looked a bit messy, but in truth, everything was in a certain sequence. They had their own ways of controlling the discussion and choosing someone to be first place. The only hard part was making it appear to others that the champion was declared after a fierce struggle. Just at this moment, the next person's pillar lit up. Seeing that it was his turn, he instantly grew cautious. As for Long Chen, he crossed his legs and looked at him with an indifferent smile. He seemed full of confidence yet also completely indifferent to the championship. He seemed incredibly relaxed. After a long thought, the elder asked, "Cultivation has no limit. How can one reach the other shore?" Without thinking, Long Chen casually said, "The soul is the sail, the spirit is the oar, the body is the raft, the Tao is the sea, and the law is the wind. To struggle across the raging waves, if you use the law to control the Tao, you will forget the Tao, forgetting yourself. Instead, you should use the Tao. But if you achieve the Tao, you will have arrived at a supreme realm, and looking through the cosmos, you will still see no shore. So where does this concept of reaching the other shore come from?" Long Chen's divine pillar once more rose as he obtained the Tao discussion stage's approval. This time, everyone was truly moved, including the other elders on the stage as well as the heavenly geniuses of the 9 prefectures. His words truly contained supreme principles, but they were unable to fully comprehend because their own cultivation wasn't enough. Even Bai Shishi's mother stared at him in shock. For such words to come out of Long Chen's mouth was completely unbelievable. This was clearly something that could only be said by a master of the Tao. As for Long Chen, he didn't appear to be any grand master. He was sitting there arrogantly as if he felt himself to be number 1 beneath the heavens. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like someone capable of saying such a thing. Furthermore, his response was said casually and without any hesitation. If he hadn't been the one to expose the cheating, people might even suspect that he was the one cheating and that he had simply memorized this response. This time, there was no cheering. Instead, many people fell into deep thought, and they carefully examined his words. But the harder they pondered over them, the more unfathomable they became. The first part was still understandable, but the last part was truly inexplicable. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the power to be arrogant. If I also had such ability, I'd also be arrogant, someone sighed with a complicated expression. A fiery-clothed woman looked at Long Chen and muttered, "Arrogance requires the means, or you'd be beaten to death. I think I'm starting to like him. Didn't you just say that you like that fellow from the Life Forbidden area? Didn't you say that you just had to marry him?" said one of her friends beside her. I just find that this black-robed fellow has more of a man's flavor. Look, his robes make him look like a beggar. My mom taught me that we should help the less fortunate. A person should be kind and compassionate," said that woman a bit shyly. The surrounding people eyed her speechlessly. On the stage, Long Chen felt incredibly refreshed by the elders' shocked expressions. This was truly satisfying. Seeing their anger and unease, he was even more delighted. He said, "What, Are you angry? Did you pay quite a bit of money to come here? After using up all those favors and paying so much, you find that there's nothing to reap. Well, you can only blame your own bad luck. Wherever Boss Long San goes, the earth roars, the heavens howl, birds fly, and dogs jump. Little sanctimonious rats, I've torn off your masks, letting everyone see your true faces. Boss Long San. It was unknown who started it, but people suddenly started to chant his name. Cheating was the most hateful thing, and Long Chen managed to make these people resonate with him. They knew that the bigger the ruckus they made, the more likely they would be able to expose the one behind the scenes. They all wanted to know just who was controlling the 9 prefecture convention. Although there were some senior experts secretly warning their disciples not to stand out, cheering amongst the crowd was no problem. Hence, these elders were infuriated. All the people challenging Long Chen were unable to escape the suspicion of being one of those cheaters. They all wanted to kill him, but they couldn't do anything. HMPH, you made it sound so complicated. I don't know where you read those words before that coincidentally met the Tao discussion stage's approval, but I don't believe you could understand such a thing. My question is, if you see the entire cosmos and don't see the shore, doesn't that mean that you are still in the midst of struggling within the sea? If you haven't reached the other shore, how would you know what realm you have reached? The next challenger asked his question. Long Chen's previous answer was difficult to understand but had still been approved by the Tao discussion stage. But this competitor didn't approve, so he pressed the question. Clearly, even with his thousands of years of cultivation, he was unable to comprehend Long Chen's words, so he refused to believe that Long Chen could comprehend them. With this question, everyone's gazes once more concentrated on Long Chen. Chapter 3078 Tao Discussion Reward. Long Chen said, "Are you trying to send me points? Or is your head really so worthless? The heavenly Taos are endless, so where does the other shore come from? Cultivators cultivate themselves and not the so-called Tao. The heavenly Taos already exist in and of themselves. Why would they need you to cultivate them?" A frog at the bottom of the well jumps out, thinking that they have seen the heavens, when in reality, they are only in a larger well. When you see a mountain, you climb to the peak and only then do you see even higher mountains. The struggle is endless, so there is no other shore. If a cultivator can understand, then with every step, they reach the other shore. If they can't understand, then the sea of bitterness is endless, and they will never extricate themselves from it. To cultivate is to cultivate your mountain climbing techniques, your sea crossing abilities. To cultivate is to control the law, to swim through the Tao, like a coon soaring out of the sea and transforming into a pung spreading its wings. In the sea, you can swim. In the sky, you can control the wind. Even as you are subjected to the Tao, you control the Tao for yourself. The Tao has you, and you have the Tao. If you are the Tao and the Tao is you, how can the other shore exist? Long Chen's pillar rose once more as he obtained the Tao discussion stage's approval. Again, there was no thunderous applause, only profound shock and reflection. Long Chen's words shook everyone. His arguments were very novel. No one had expressed such an opinion before. Hence, his words were opening up new skies for them, letting them see a new world. Most shocking of all, considering his age, how could he have such a deep comprehension of the heavenly Taos? As everyone was shocked, the people who had challenged Long Chen began to panic. If Long Chen answered 10 times with the Tao discussion stage's approval, he would win. No one else would have any chance. However, all of them had already challenged Long Chen, and it had been recorded by the Tao discussion stage. They had to follow according to the sequence. They wanted to directly eliminate this hateful fellow, but since things had taken a turn, they tensed up. It was the next person's turn to ask a question. Perhaps it was because he was too nervous or he felt that Long Chen was too difficult to deal with. The question he posed appeared complicated on the surface but was actually very simple. Long Chen then answered without hesitation, sending himself even higher. For a moment, the crowd's cheers drowned out everything else. Just one more question answered correctly and Long Chen would win the Tao discussion competition. In the past, this competition would last around 3 days and nights. But this time, Long Chen had risen straight to the top in a flash. Such a scene had never occurred before. Luo Bing and the others practically prostrated themselves toward Long Chen. This fellow that normally wasn't the slightest bit serious actually had such an understanding of the Tao. Even the icy Bai Shishi was clenching her fists. Everyone from the academy was nervous for Long Chen. Overlooking all his competitors from high above, Long Chen's arrogant expression showed that he truly was a youngster. His opponents were all gloomy. There was only one last question. If he answered correctly, they would be doomed. However, if he answered wrongly, he would instantly drop down amongst their ranks. This was one of the curious rules of the Dao discussion stage. Those near the top would drop far more. If you were one step from winning, then one misstep would cause you to lose everything. This was a mental pressure test. There were always several times where people reached this level and fell back down. That made the competition look incredibly nerve-wracking and marvelous. However, past conventions were also mutual questions posed to each other. There had never been a situation like someone rising to the top just as it started. This was practically cheating. The next divine pillar lit up. The elder on it was sweating as his question was crucial. One mistake, and he would send Long Chen to the top. Hence, his head was a mess. He was doing his best to think of what kind of question could make things difficult for Long Chen, but it also had to do with discussing the Tao. The others were also anxious, but they couldn't do anything. It was forbidden to communicate spiritually, and anyone who was noticed would be eliminated. Hence, such a thing couldn't be controlled by others. Since it was such a critical moment, the Tao discussion stage's rules allowed for a person to take some time to consider their question and answer. Time slowly passed. The elder was soaked in sweat, but even after an incense stick's worth of time, the elder still hadn't asked. After waiting all this time, Long Chen yawned and indifferently said, "Is there a problem? Asking a question doesn't require much effort, right? Let me put it to you this way. You petty-hearted, sanctimonious fellows that only care about profits can spend an entire day thinking, but your intelligence is still at the bottom level. So whatever question you ask, they are nothing. The result is already set in stone. Struggling is useless." The elder suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell from the pillar. Before he reached the ground, he was transported out. An uproar exploded. That elder's forehead was split open and blood was dripping out. He seemed to have instantly aged a great deal. His anxiousness caused his soul to go into chaos, and a heart devil instantly erupted. If it weren't for the Tao discussion stage suppressing it, he would already be dead, explained an elder. This shocked everyone. Such a thing could actually occur. Just at this moment, Long Chen's divine pillar rose once more, and he reached the top. After that, some light sent everyone else out, and the Tao discussion stage's light gathered on Long Chen. Boss won. Bai Shaola shouted in delight, and Luo Bing and the others also cheered. Even Bai Shishi's mother was moved. Who would have thought that Long Chen would take the championship spot for the Tao discussion convention? Looking at the elder that was on his last breaths, Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Why bother? Your wicked thoughts couldn't even be suppressed. You were unable to think of a question that I couldn't answer, but why did you have to nourish those thoughts until they consumed you? While trying to harm others, the only one you really harm is yourself. Just at this moment, all the other divine pillars other than Long Chen's returned to the ground. Following that, light condensed into 3 balls in front of Long Chen. Is this the legendary divine reward? Seeing those 3 balls of light, countless people's eyes reddened. Chapter 3079 World Extermination Lightning Radiance. Legend was that when a person obtained the Tao discussion stage's recognition, after becoming the winner, the Tao discussion stage would give them a reward. Of course, such a thing was nothing more than a legend. That was because it had not occurred throughout all of known history. After so long, people had almost forgotten about this legend, viewing the Tao discussion stage as nothing more than a tool. However, the 3 balls of light in front of Long Chen were that legendary reward. This ancient divine item was giving him a reward, which had to be a supreme treasure. Long Chen was also surprised. There was such a good thing. Eyeing the 3 balls of light, he understood that he had to pick one. Without hesitation, Long Chen thrust his hand into the middle ball. He trusted that he would definitely pick the worst one. When his hand entered, he didn't find anything. But suddenly, a prick of pain struck his palm, and he instinctively retracted his hand. As the 3 balls of lightning vanished, Long Chen noticed a lightning rune on his palm. The rune flashed a few times and then vanished. After that, a name appeared in Long Chen's mind. World Extermination Lightning Radiance. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. The Tao discussion stage hadn't given him a physical treasure but an ancient lightning art. This was a lightning art that he had never come into contact with before. To be called World Extermination, was it like his World Extermination Flame Lotus? Seeing his delighted expressions, Countless people were jealous, especially the other elders that had been part of the Tao discussion. They wanted to tear him apart. The Tao discussion competition had ended, but the divine light of the stage didn't fade. It continued to flow around Long Chen, making him appear like a celestial god. Boss San, I wish to ask, as a cultivator, how can you make sure that you don't lose right at the starting line? Asked an expert below the stage with a bow. The competition had ended but the convention hadn't. This was now the time for the champion to expound on the Tao to everyone. Anyone could answer questions at this time, but of course, there was no reward or punishment to speak of. Long Chen put away his chair and sat lotus style. His expression gradually grew solemn. He said, "In this world, there is no such starting line. That's just what a group with ulterior motives uses to con others. In life, it doesn't matter who runs the fastest or who looks the best running. What matters is who can run the furthest. Some people walk with their own 2 legs. Some people use horses. Some people use flying boats. Because their direction, speed, and viewpoint are all different, every person sees different scenery. I have said that there is no such thing as the other shore, so even if walking is slow, you will still see sceneries that have slipped past other people. You will have more time to calm your heart and comprehend the Tao. As your mental realm rises, the immortal path's mist grows clearer. You will gain a pair of wise eyes that can see further. On the other hand, a flying boat might be fast, but many people are blind to their speed. It is unknown just how many people end up crashing into cliffs and killing themselves like this. What nonsense. People start running as soon as they are born. If you run too slow, you will be trampled by others. The cultivation world is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. If you are weak, I can kill you and take your riches. Who has time to look at sceneries? How laughable, sneered one of the elders that had been eliminated. His words made the other experts nod. This was truly the case. If they didn't run with all they had, they wouldn't be able to even protect their own lives, let alone comprehend anything. You are the one spouting nonsense. Your realm might be higher than mine, but do you believe me when I say that I can cut off your head in just 3 exchanges? Sneered Long Chen. As soon as he said this, an uproar exploded. As expected of Boss Long San, his tone was truly arrogant. This elder was a divine lord expert. Your heart is far too narrow and wild to be an instructor. Raged the elder. Long Chen sneered, your cultivation base is completely empty, and you lack any real power. A powerless chicken also dares to say big words. Then why don't you tell me what the starting line is? Who drew the starting line? Is everyone on the same line? Who referees? How can it be fair? Are you going to bring a monkey, elephant, tiger, fish, and tortoise together, draw a line in front of a tree, and say, to be fair, whoever climbs up this tree first is the champion? What absolute nonsense. Everyone has their own specialties. Isn't that why there are countless styles of cultivation? How can there be the same starting line for everyone? In the same vein, some seeds bloom first, and some bear fruit first. Some also never bloom or bear fruit. Are those plants all trash? Have they all lost right at the starting line? If it doesn't bear fruit or flower, who can say whether or not it will one day become a towering tree? It might fall behind others in a short time, but that doesn't mean that it won't overtake them later. Who dares to guarantee that someone whose cultivation base lags behind or whose talent is inferior to others won't one day obtain soaring success thanks to building a solid foundation? It seems that there are quite a few cases of such a thing throughout history, right? For example, the 9 Revolution Heavenly King Han Yingli, the Hell Ghost Slayer Lu Qingkong, the 100 Flower Valleys Patriarch, Wan Li. Long Chen listed off over 30 names before continuing. Those people all started off mediocre and were looked down upon by others. However, they later became towering figures that shook their times, and their names continue to be passed down through history. Let me say it again, running fast isn't the goal, it's running further. You don't even understand this, yet you have the face to be an instructor. You are completely misleading all your disciples. Long Chen directly retorted to that elder's mocking, not being the slightest bit cautious. Absolute nonsense. Cultivators must maintain their sharpness and fearless determination to advance through thorns. The path of cultivation is like pushing a boat upstream. If you aren't advancing, you are regressing. You are simply giving yourself an excuse to be lazy. You will cripple countless people's cultivation with your words. You are not fit to be an instructor. A new person spoke up. It was the 9-Flower Sect's Ji Li. How laughable. Sharpness and determination to pierce through thorns. You have the face to discuss sharpness and determination with me. You created a clone to wander throughout the world precisely because you are a coward afraid of death. All the instructors on the Tao discussion stage other than me have done the same thing, scoffed Long Chen. How can a novice in the Divine Flame realm even speak of clones? Sneered Ji Li. Only Divine Lord experts were capable of condensing a clone. In the immortal world, the majority of Divine Lord experts chose to create such a clone because that was equivalent to another life. Long Chen sneered, idiot, do you not know that creating a clone will be a barrier blocking you from ascending into an immortal king? Chapter 3080 Preparing for the Martial Tao Convention. Long Chen's words startled everyone present. What absolute nonsense. Even if you have a clone, you can ascend to the immortal king realm. There are countless examples throughout history. How is it a barrier? You are making up things to scare people, sneered Ji Li. Long Chen disdainfully said, there are two kinds of divine clones. One shares your life, while the other is a primary and secondary. The benefit of one that shares your life is that your senses are shared. You are essentially viewing the world from two viewpoints, making it easier to comprehend the Tao. The drawback is that if the clone dies, the true body also dies. Only an expert with utmost confidence would dare to make such a clone. As for you, you have a secondary clone where the true body controls everything, and the clone is nothing more than a reflection. The good news is, if it dies, it has almost no effect on the true body. The bad news is that because one is a slave, the clone sees things just as the master sees things. Furthermore, its power, reactions, and everything are all inferior to the true body. Let alone comprehending anything, when becoming an immortal, rather than helping your cultivation, the merger will cause your true body's comprehension power to drop, creating a roadblock in your way. How laughable. Who said that they had to be merged to become an immortal king? Sneered Ji Li. Of course, you cannot merge and kill your clone. Such a thing is called Tao severing, severing another version of yourself. You sever the past to welcome the future, sever the dark to welcome the light. But without the past, how can you have a future? Without the darkness, how can there be light? That Tao severing is an enormous wrong fork that brings people astray in the cultivation world, said Long Chen, his words powerful and resonating. Both the seniors and the juniors were stunned by his words. He was actually tossing away countless years of cultivation practices. People were a bit uneasy with such a thing. Nonsense, the more you talk, the more heretical and unreasonable you get. Are you saying all of us have cultivated wrongly? Raged someone. It is not wrong per se. I suppose you've just put a shackle on. Many people might have an 80% chance of becoming an immortal king, but this shackle makes it only 10%, said Long Chen lightly. What proof do you have? Demanded that person. Proof? I can't say. Long Chen shook his head. In this world, some things are taboo and can only be thought of, not transmitted. However, don't be disappointed, because when Boss Long San ascends to the Divine Lord realm, I will open a new cultivation path. You can treat my words as a joke and laugh at me. That's fine. Time will prove everything. As expected, quite a few people laughed derisively at him, thinking that he was simply saying this because he wasn't able to answer. But some people were silent. Long Chen's confidence shook them. It was as if Long Chen really did know some things. Boss Long San, grassroots cultivators like myself can't compete with those rich second generations. What should we do? The next question was asked. Then work hard to become a first generation. Don't envy others who can gain things without doing anything, someone who was born with everything. They don't have to pay anything because everything they have came from their first generation that paid for everything. You shouldn't feel envy, jealousy, or resentment. Instead, you should consider how to make others envy your descendants as well, said Long Chen. Boss Long San, how do I become someone that everyone respects? No matter what you do, you can't win everyone's respect. Be yourself. As for other people's praise or scorn, don't pay too much attention to it. Boss Long San, how can you maintain a heart untouched by dust on the path of cultivation? Boss Long San, will having a few more female companions affect one's cultivation speed? Boss Long San, how many dual cultivation partners do you have? Boss Long San, countless disciples flooded over Long Chen who didn't reject even a single one. However, sometimes his answers were serious, while some were jokes that made people laugh. Of course, there were some improper questions that didn't obtain proper answers. At this time, quite a few people left, not approving of him and not wanting to listen to him expound on the Tao. Mostly, It was juniors who stayed here, and many of the young women stayed as well. Those women all liked to ask a few personal questions. Some of them were truly brazen, catching even Long Chen off guard. Luo Bing and the others laughed amongst themselves. Boss Long San's name has truly spread this time. The High Firmament Academy's next disciple recruitment is probably going to be packed. Time passed bit by bit. After a while, the Tao discussion stage's divine light finally faded, and Long Chen was sent out. He then left with his people. As the crowd of disciples chased, Long Chen had already vanished. After returning to their residence, Long Chen sighed with relief. Bai Shishi's mother carried out a simple celebration for him, and she even brought back the dean's praise. This time, Long Chen had truly won face for the High Firmament Academy. The academy had already sent people to discuss taking over the mining rights. That was a huge sum. Long Chen had contributed greatly to the academy with this. After the celebration, Bai Shishi's mother turned solemn. This time, Long Chen may have won in the Tao discussion convention, but he has also offended many sects and powers. During the martial Tao convention, many experts will be aiming to kill you. Be careful. Long Chen had cut off the ill-gotten profits of who knew how many people. Hence, those people would definitely cast their anger on the High Firmament Academy. Long Chen and the others would face a fierce, bloody battle during the martial Tao convention. Long Chen nodded. If you encounter someone you can't beat, directly admit defeat. This isn't shameful. After all, your life is more important. Also, don't feel any pressure. You only came here for fun and to accumulate some experience. As for the championship, I don't want to make you feel bad, but it has little to do with you, so don't feel any pressure. Just leave the championship to the four of us. The four of us that he was referring to were Bai Shishi, young Master Chengchuan, Bai Shaola, and himself. Bai Shaola was very moved when he heard Long Chen include him in the fight for the championship. After their celebration was over, Long Chen went to his room and began studying the world extermination lightning radiance that the Tao discussion stage had given him. He was shocked to find that this was a technique used to draw lightning, a bit similar to how the Nirvana scripture drew flame energy. It could draw out the lightning energy of heaven and earth, compressing it into a world extermination lightning ball. Long Chen was in the midst of studying it when someone knocked on his door, startling him. Just who would disturb him at such a time? As he opened the door, a sharp claw reached toward Long Chen's chest as quick as lightning. That sharpness seemed intent on piercing straight through his body. Chapter 3081 Dirty Race. Startled, Long Chen almost didn't have time to react. He twisted his body back and sent a fist forward. His attacker was as quick as lightning, but Long Chen's reactions were also fast. The power of his fist was heavy and concentrated. Once it struck, all that power would erupt. However, his fist ended up hitting nothing. He didn't touch his attacker's body, startling him once more. Wow, what fast reactions. It seems that you're not just bragging. Long Chen suddenly saw his attacker. There was a beautiful girl giggling at him, but she was a stranger to him. Behind her was Bai Shishi. Long Chen couldn't help frowning, but before he could say anything, the newcomer said, "Don't turn hostile. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Mingshuan, Bai Shishi's older cousin. You won't get angry with me because of this joke, right?" He hadn't expected this girl to be Bai Shishi's cousin, so he was left a bit speechless. This cousin of hers really knew how to joke. Be careful, she's from the dirty race, warned Bai Shishi. Dirty race? Aiya, don't listen to her nonsense. Let me tell you, I'm one of your loyal worshippers. I saw your display on the Tao discussion stage and I'm truly amazed. You're definitely the man with the greatest charisma that I've seen. Lu Mingshuan patted her chest, seemingly not noticing the huge waves occurring. Long Chen was left flabbergasted. This woman was quite relaxed to be so straightforward. In place of my little cousin, shall I ask if you want this big sister to come wait on you at night? Teased Lu Mingshuan. Cousin. Bai Shishi was unable to bear it and rebuked her. Haha, it was just a joke, a joke. Do you have to take it so seriously? I disturbed you not just to see my idol, but because there are people outside who want to see you. Everyone's time is precious, so they can't wait too long, said Lu Mingshuan. There are more. Long Chen followed them to the living room. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and Mu Qingyun were talking with two women. When Long Chen arrived, those women immediately stood and bowed toward him. Luo Bing hastily made the introductions. Long Chen, these two are my Luo family's experts. This is senior apprentice sister Luo Shui, and this is senior apprentice sister Luo Qing. Long Chen was shocked. Despite these two deliberately concealing their auras, the sharp light within their eyes and the vague runes flowing within made it seem as if they were one with heaven and earth. These two were actually powerful primals. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Luo Shui and Luo Qing greeted Long Chen together. Both of them possessed a noble, refined bearing. Senior apprentice sisters are too courteous. Witnessing the experts of the Luo family and their grace, junior brother's heart is relaxed and at ease. Long Chen cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Senior apprentice brother is a dragon amongst men. On the Dao discussion stage, you completely swept through your competition. The two of us have always greatly admired brother Long, said Luo Shui with a humble smile. Wow, if you like him so much, why don't you directly marry him and have his children? You could research the Tao of creating people. Seeing them acting so formal, Lu Mingxuan interjected herself. Cousin, Bai Shishi could not handle this older cousin of hers. Long Chen was also speechless. This girl was really unrestrained. Now he knew why Bai Shishi would say that she was from the dirty race. Luo Shui and Luo Qing were quite magnanimous, knowing that she was joking and continuing to smile. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we came to disturb you to inform you of the Chu family's matter. This time, the Chu family has sent out 4 powerful experts, all of them primals. They have made it known that they intend to kill you on the martial stage. Although brother Long's bravery surpasses everyone, the Chu family's people are all sinister and treacherous. They are capable of doing anything for their goals. There's no choice but to be on guard, said Luo Shui. Long Chen nodded. Don't worry, the reason that I could live to this day is because I never underestimated any opponent. Long Chen knew that he had gone over the top during the Dao discussion convention. Since Long Chen had won the championship, Luo Shui was worried that the victory would go to his head. Long Chen's guess was correct. His display was too arrogant, to the point that he looked down on everyone, that he didn't view them as even ants in his eyes. Thus, these two couldn't help warning him not to take his enemies lightly. However, after meeting Long Chen, their impression was completely different. He was acting very humble without that previous arrogance, nor did he have the sharp arrogance of someone who had just won the Dao discussion convention. He was like a different person. Is there any information about those 4 people? Asked Long Chen. Luo Shui shook her head. My apologies. Those 4 are kept quiet, and we were unable to get information on them. They are probably the Chu family's secret weapons. Since we know nothing about them, we feel like something is queer about them. The Chu family seems to have hidden more than we expected. Right now, within the information we know of, we only know that their names are Chu Ren, Chu Shuang, Chu Zhen, and Chu Gan. We're ashamed to say that there's no other information that we could gather. Long Chen nodded. I didn't expect the Chu family to have some ability. I hope to be able to run into them. However, with the Martial Dao convention being left to the Wyan Trading Company to oversee, they can no longer cheat, so we can only see if enemies really do cross paths often. Ah, that's right, do the 2 of you have a place to stay? If you don't mind, you can stay here. It will be more convenient for us all to be in one play. Then we'll trouble you. Luo Shui directly agreed. They were all cultivators, so there was nothing inconvenient about it. After finishing their discussion on the important matters, the atmosphere grew relaxed. Luo Shui and Luo Qing grew familiar with everyone, and they no longer needed to have so many misgivings. Luo Shui was calm and steady, while Bai Shishi's cousin was someone who made others speechless. She often said some things that made others blush. Long Chen, for someone as outstanding as you, do you believe in love at first sight or in familiarity breeds fondness? Asked Lu Mingxuan. Long Chen hesitated, feeling like this question was actually a trap, but not finding one, he said, I feel like familiarity breeds fondness. Then it seems that your love requires a great deal of physical effort. Lu Mingxuan wore a smile that was not a smile. Isn't that too dirty? For a moment, everyone was speechless. With the addition of Lu Mingxuan, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing, this place became a bit livelier. After 3 days, everyone gathered, trembling with excitement. Today was the first day of the Martial Dao Convention. Upon thinking of how they would be competing against the heavenly geniuses of the 9 prefectures, everyone's blood heated up. Chapter 3082 Young Master Wuji. Long Chen and the others walked through a huge spatial gate using their status tablets. Once they were through, Long Chen saw that they were on a giant island. They were surrounded by clear blue water that was the same color as the sun. The island had a giant formation over it that gave off a majestic feeling. After that, Long Chen and the others saw a plaza in front of them, and there were balls of light in it. Every ball of light had a small martial stage in it that looked like a toy. However, these balls of light possessed spatial energy, so those martial stages were definitely not as small as they appeared. There looked to be hundreds of thousands of those balls of light. They floated in the air like pretty bubbles. Today is the pre-selection. Out of over 10 million experts, only 10,000 will remain to participate in the martial Dao competition. In other words, right at the start, 99% of all experts will be eliminated. Don't be careless, said Bai Shishi. Luo Shui nodded. Big sister is correct. Even now, you might encounter a supreme expert. If you lose, you'll lose your qualifications and will become nothing more than a spectator. In the worst case, you'll lose your life. There was only one chance here. Only once you got into the top 128 would you still have a chance to compete after a defeat. Here, one defeat was elimination. Long Chen looked around. This place was packed with competitors, and most of these people would be forced to become spectators watching others fight for the rewards. Long Chen then looked at the academy's disciples. Again, don't take needless risks. If the difference between you and your enemies is too great, directly admit defeat. Those disciples of the Battle God Palace nodded. They also knew that they were mostly here to gain experience. Long Chen, Bai Shishi, young Master Chengchuan, and Bai Shala were their main force. Long Chen looked through the crowd, wanting to see if he could find anyone familiar. But there were too many people. Furthermore, the formation blocked divine sense, preventing spiritual probing. More people appeared behind them. At this moment, Long Chen sensed countless gazes glaring at him like sharp blades. A cold smile appeared on his face. Hee, there's quite a few people jealous of you. Lu Mingxuan saw countless angry glares at Long Chen and chortled. Only mediocrity doesn't draw jealousy. For Boss Long San's name to spread, walking over their heads is normal, said Long Chen indifferently, ignoring those hostile gazes. The cultivation path was just like that. Someone trying to charge forward would be viewed as a competitor by others, and those people would block their path. If you didn't charge forward, people would think that you were weak and bully you, controlling everything about you. Long Chen might be skilled at discussing the Tao, but he also knew that many times, these principles were just bragging words. To rely on talking reason to survive was a complete fantasy. On the Tao discussion stage, he could use his wit to talk reason. But at the martial Tao convention, he could only use his fists to beat reason into others. Suddenly, Long Chen smelled a burst of fragrance. He saw Lu Mingxuan frown and stare irritably at a group of people walking over. What bad luck, how did I encounter that fellow? Muttered Lu Mingxuan. Long Chen looked at that group. There was an extremely white-faced man with a fan in his hand, and over 10 women with heavy makeup surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. They were chattering amongst themselves, seemingly treating the surrounding people as nothing more than empty space, as if they were blessing others simply by existing. They're so arrogant. Just who is that fellow? Asked Long Chen. This was his first time seeing people being so high profile. His name is Zhang Wuji, and he calls himself Young Master Wuji, the meaning being someone who can go on a rampage without any scruples, as no one can touch him. He is the grandson of the Flower Butterfly School's leader, and he will be the one to inherit that position in the future. He is already very talented, but adding on the full resources of the Flower Butterfly School, he is truly powerful. We encountered him on our way to the 9 Prefecture Convention. His mouth is really dirty. He provoked us and we ended up fighting, but his techniques were extremely insidious. I didn't dare to fight him directly, and so I had to run. That fellow will probably come over because of me. Long Chen, you have to stand up for me, said Lu Mingxuan. Why would I need to stand up for you? You have such a strong cousin. Why not ask her to stand up for you? Long Chen shook his head. This Lu Mingxuan was truly a little sprite, and he didn't want to suffer from a moment of carelessness. Just at this moment, that young Master Wuji came over with his escort of women. Fanning himself, he didn't even look at Long Chen. Instead, his gaze swept over Bai Shishi, Luo Bing, and the others before finally resting on Lu Mingxuan. Haha, Lady Lu, we meet again. Last time I felt that we had destiny, but now you even brought me so many other beauties. It seems that I have good luck with women. That smile of his was truly lecherous, and he didn't cover it up in the slightest. It was as if everyone else present didn't enter his eyes. Idiot, I have no destiny with you. Do you see? This is the champion of the Tao discussion convention. He's my current man. If you have guts, go challenge him. Lu Mingxuan grabbed Long Chen's arm, intentionally acting very intimate. Long Chen sighed speechlessly. This was precisely what he had been expecting. She was using him as a shield. Young Master Wuji's gaze finally turned to Long Chen. Eyeing him up and down, he sneered, "What's so great about a man who relies on a glib tongue?" "Who said that? It's not just his mouth that's amazing, even his tongue is agile. He has plenty of good areas, so just try and challenge him," exclaimed Lu Mingxuan. Long Chen was speechless. This Lu Mingxuan truly dared to say anything. Even he, as a man, was unable to endure it. "An amazing tongue, I don't believe it. In this world, no one is greater than my young master," said one of the women around young Master Wuji, coiling around him. "That's right, he dares to compete with the young master. Does he know he's humiliating himself? A beggar like this is disgusting." The pretty women around young Master Wuji started to insult Long Chen. Seeing their incredibly fawning act over young Master Wuji, Bai Shishi finally couldn't bear it any longer, and killing intent exploded out of her. She had an urge to kill all of them. Her prideful nature made her look down on women who lived off of men, so these women were particularly disgusting to her. If it wasn't forbidden to fight here, she'd have long since attacked. "You want me to scram? Are you qualified?" Young Master Wuji sneered, his eyes shamelessly examining Bai Shishi's face. Bai Shishi's gaze instantly turned ice cold. Her hand slowly reached for the sword hilt on her waist. One Wuji equals no scruples, no fears. Chapter 3083 Stopping Pain. Stop. Why argue with a dog? Long Chen grabbed Bai Shishi. If they fought here, they would be immediately expelled. Right now, the entire convention was being managed by the Wyan Trading Company. They would strictly enforce the rules to be fair. This young Master Wuji had clearly come just to cause trouble. Who knew whether he was intentionally trying to bait Bai Shishi into attacking to expel her? "Who are you calling a dog?" demanded one of the women beside young Master Wuji. "A dog surrounded by bitches in heat. Are you going to do the deed right here for everyone to see?" sneered Lu Mingxuan. Those women were all infuriated, but on the other hand, young Master Wuji simply smiled and indifferently said, "A hairless boy and little girls don't know anything about the joy between people. You're simply envious of this young master, haha." "Young master, my elbow hurts," said one of his women fawningly. Young Master Wuji kissed her elbow. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Aiya, my neck hurts." Young Master kissed her again. "Does it still hurt?" The woman smiled, her voice so limp that it caused other people's goosebumps to rise. As she said this, she looked at Bai Shishi and the others. Seeing Bai Shishi's furious gaze made her even more pleased with herself. Clearly, they had come knowing Bai Shishi's character and were intent on infuriating her. If she did lose control, she would lose her qualifications to attend the competition. Long Chen stared in shock at young Master Wuji. "Brother, you really are a god. You can stop pain with just a kiss. Can I ask, does this work with hemorrhoids?" Bai Shishi's rising fury popped with a laugh. Luo Bing and the others also laughed. Only Long Chen didn't laugh, instead maintaining his expression of shock and awe. He seemed intent on seeking medical treatment. Young Master Wuji's expression finally sank. Clearly, he was not completely impervious to provocation. The main point was whether or not you could find a place to strike where it hurt. "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak to this young master?" sneered young Master Wuji. "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak to this champion?" demanded Long Chen disdainfully. "Ha ha ha." Lu Mingxuan laughed, intentionally loud just for Long Chen's act. Bai Shaola interjected, "Exactly, some dogshit young master that crawled out of some hole dares to challenge the champion of the Tao discussion convention. I don't know who gave you that courage." Bai Shaola had been angered the entire time but had never found a chance to counterattack. But as soon as Long Chen mentioned that he was the champion, he found a chance to retaliate. Long Chen was the champion of the Tao discussion convention. That glory couldn't be forgotten. "Exactly. Other than pissing yourself, how are you better than senior apprentice brother Long Chen?" sneered one of the Battle God Palace's disciples. "You can't put it like that. Young Master Wuji has his own specialties. At the very least, in terms of healing hemorrhoids, no one else can beat him." Even the ever-silent young Master Chengchuan joined in. This surprised everyone. They hadn't expected him to be able to say such words, so they laughed. Young Master Wuji was infuriated. However, it was clear that he felt some fear when it came to young Master Chengchuan. He hesitated, but in the end, he forcibly swallowed his words. While he didn't dare to say anything, the women beside him cursed them like vixens on the street. However, their cursing was clearly a sign of weakness, and it didn't draw anyone's anger. Long Chen and the others looked at them like kings watching a performance. Young Master Wuji then looked at Long Chen. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but he couldn't find any good words. In the end, all he said was, "Long Chen, there are many people who want your life here. I pray that you don't die too soon, because I want to personally kill you. No need to be courteous. I don't need other people to pray for me. But as for you, it seems that you've drawn in too much yin qi. I pray that you live a long life of 100 years, said Long Chen indifferently. Outside the cultivation world, in the mortal world, such a saying was a blessing. But in the cultivation world, it was clearly cursing someone to die soon because 100 years was nothing to a cultivator. In the immortal world, if they weren't killed or didn't meet some calamity, people would live thousands of years as long as their cultivation base was high enough. Thus, in the immortal world, there was no such thing as a long life of 100 years. If they only lived to 100, how could it count as a long life? So this novel phrase drew out Lu Mingxuan and the others' laughter. We'll see. Hopefully, your abilities with your hands can match the power of your mouth, sneered young Master Wuji. He didn't bother to conceal his killing intent. Hee, Long Chen doesn't like men, so you won't get to experience it. Lu Mingxuan wrapped her arms around Long Chen and giggled. Long Chen almost throttled her. This seemingly pretty girl was so dirty that it had reached the realm of making ghosts cry and gods weep. No wonder Bai Shishi said that she was from the dirty race. She had reached the pinnacle of this realm. Even Luo Bing and the others didn't understand at first and only realized what she meant when they saw her smile. Young Master Wuji's expression sank. He pointed at Long Chen, wanting to say something but unable to think of anything to say. He then left with his people, quickly being drowned out in the crowd. Watching him leave, everyone laughed as if they had won. As for Long Chen, he irritably shook off Lu Mingxuan's arms. Lu Mingxuan laughed. A man should be magnanimous. I heard that anger isn't very good for certain parts of a man. You should be careful of this. Seeing his disdainful gaze, Lu Mingxuan laughed and said, I heard that the 7 emotions are connected to the 5 organs. Anger hurts the liver. Were you thinking of something else? How dirty-minded. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had clearly been the one to wink and intentionally make people think of that dirty thing, yet now she acted innocent and pure. It's Chu Ren, exclaimed Luo Shui suddenly. Luo Shui looked into the crowd. Just now, I was keeping an eye on young Master Wuji, but I still lost track of him. But I did see a woman by his side talking to Chu Ren. I'm sure of it. Long Chen looked in the same direction. The crowd was too packed, so he wasn't able to see who was who at all. Clearly, Luo Shui had her own special abilities to see further. Even through this formation, she was able to see some things that other people were unable to see. Young Master Wuji is one of the Chu family's henchmen, asked Bai Shishi, a bit astonished. Chapter 3084. The preliminaries commence. It's unlikely. The flower butterfly school's cultivation techniques are rather shameful. Although they have quite a bit of fame, not many sects like to interact with them. There's nothing in our information that indicates that the flower butterfly school is part of the Chu family's subordinates. Most likely, young Master Wuji was simply baited into coming to provoke us by Chu Ren. Considering Big Sister, Mingxuan and his past encounter, as well as Long Chen becoming the most famous figure at the 9 Prefecture Convention, with just a few words, Chu Ren could easily bait young Master Wuji into coming over, said Luo Shui. Long Chen nodded inside. The Luo family was the Chu family's mortal enemy. Both sides had information on the other. Collecting intel was a priority, so there shouldn't be a mistake. Just looking at young Master Wuji, it was clear that he was a brainless, spoiled brat. It was easy for someone to bait him into one of their schemes. Hence, Luo Shui's deduction was most likely correct. Just at this moment, the plaza quivered and an elder appeared at the center. The elder introduced himself. This martial Dao convention was now being carried out by the Huayan Trading Company due to Long Chen. Normally, the Huayan Trading Company was only in charge of storing the convention's prizes and resources, so this elder humbly introduced himself, saying that he had no experience in this regard. He hoped for everyone to forgive him if he made any mistakes. When that elder appeared, he caused countless cheers to ring out. They didn't need this elder to talk about being the champion or stirring them up with talk about the prizes. What they wanted was a fair martial competition with no cheaters. For this elder from the Wyan Trading Company to appear meant that there would be no cheating from now on. The Wyan Trading Company's golden reputation was something that no one doubted. The elder also hadn't expected such an ardent reception. Hence, he once more bowed and thanked everyone. Rather than trying to impress everyone with talk of prizes or fame, he directly announced the start of the drawing of lots for battles. However, this drawing of lots wasn't done by the disciples themselves. Everyone had been placed into a draw when they registered. Everyone's names were written on jade tablets, and they now spun in a giant ball. As the ball spun, those tens of millions of jade tablets swirled around. Suddenly, all of them stuck together in pairs. At the same time, everyone's tablets lit up. Ji Shangguang. 1. Long Chen looked at his tablet. A name had appeared there, and that was his opponent. His own name would have appeared on the opponent's tablet as well. Long Chen then vanished, appearing on a martial stage. This martial stage was 3,000 square meters, and there was a barrier of light blocking their sight outside. This place was its own world. Now, the competition had started. A bald man with 2 large hatchets on his back appeared in front of Long Chen. That was his opponent. His head really is bright. Long Chen thought to himself that his opponent's name really suited him. Long Chen, is it? Taste my hatchet, the bald man roared, his blood chi erupting. He then charged at Long Chen like a wild bull. His aura was powerful, as he was at the 9th heaven stage of the divine flame realm. Thank you, but I don't eat those things. Long Chen unleashed a single punch. As a result, that large man's arms shuddered. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood flowed out. He was sent flying. His hatchets fell to the ground in front of him. After that, he was shocked to find that their heads had been broken. With one punch, Long Chen had broken his weapons. The large man hastily cried out, knowing that the power difference was too great. He admitted defeat to save his life. Long Chen returned to his original location. Bai Shishi, Lu Mingxuan, Luo Bing, and all the others had also returned. They also had an easy time. Ha ha ha, my opponent was way too weak. He couldn't even see me, so I just knocked him out, said Bai Shala, very pleased with himself. Don't be too pleased. Even if it's just the preliminaries, you can still encounter a supreme expert. Not every fight will be so easy, said Bai Shishi coldly. On the other hand, Long Chen patted Bai Shala on the shoulder. Don't listen to her. If you're happy, then smile. If you're pleased, then show it. Even if you hold everything in, spending all day with such a bitter expression, no one will give you a single immortal crystal. Bai Shala's expression, which had just fallen due to Bai Shishi's words, once more lit up. Haha, brother-in-law is correct. Are you getting itchy for a beating? Raged Bai Shishi. I'm talking about Sister Mingxuan. What does it have to do with you? Boss already said that he won't let you obtain him in this lifetime. Don't get any wild dreams, said Bai Shala, hiding behind Long Chen fearlessly. Hearing that, Lu Mingxuan laughed without saying anything. But Bai Shishi was incensed. Just at this moment, the giant ball once more spun, and their names flowed randomly again. Long Chen was startled. The first round is over already. It had only been less than half an incense stick's worth of time, but everyone was already done fighting. It's according to the rules. If people can't beat their opponent within a set time, they'll both be eliminated. In the past, some people with hidden goals sent people to stall their opponents. They used water, earth, and wood cultivators with strong defensive and control abilities to stall them, and then they both got eliminated. It's truly difficult to deal with. Without senior apprentice brother Long Chen here, such a thing would have continued to happen. 99% of the 9 prefecture convention's competitors have to thank you, said Luo Shui. What a sinister scheme. If those powers behind the scenes sensed someone that could threaten them, they would send experts specialized in stalling just so that they could both be eliminated. In the end, the rewards would be obtained by their own people. Although Long Chen had known that the 9 prefecture convention would be controlled by people, it was his first time hearing of such a thing. So that's the case. Does that mean that the lots were also controlled by them? Asked one of the Battle God Palace's disciples. Of course, they wouldn't let one of their own people encounter their allies. They just slowly had their enemies wiped out, said Luo Shui. How sinister, sighed that person. At the very least, now we're all enjoying a fair competition. Being able to use your own abilities and luck to compete with other heavenly geniuses is its own pleasure, said Luo Shui with a smile. Just at this moment, the second round started. Before getting to look at the name of his opponent, Long Chen arrived on the martial stage. 1. Ji Shangguang. Shangguang equals mountain light. Presumably, he means that his bald head is like a bright mountain. Chapter 3085 Infuriating Provocation. As soon as Long Chen entered, he heard a startled cry from the other side. Following that, the earth lit up with runes. Giant walls soared out and enveloped Long Chen. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you will go no further in this competition. That person laughed, and the earth walls began to fold in, forming layers and layers. Suddenly, that person spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands turned scarlet, and he slammed them on the earth. Dense blood runes covered the earthen walls. The entire martial stage was sealed shut. Who cares about the champion of the Tao Discussion Convention? You cut us off from our profits. You'll be able to leave today, but tomorrow your corpse will appear in the wilderness. That person smiled sinisterly. His bloodline power was gushing out, strengthening the earthen walls. This person's talent was decent, but he could only count as above average amongst the competitors. Even so, he had used self-damaging secret arts, sacrificing his own essence blood to use a forbidden technique. Even a top expert wouldn't be able to break free in a short time. He was one of those chess pieces that Luo Shui had mentioned who specialized in delaying people until they were eliminated. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he thought of how to delay Long Chen until the time was up. These people were specially raised chess pieces. If he could delay Long Chen until he was eliminated, he would have contributed huge merit and be given a shocking reward. It had to be known that Long Chen was a thorn in the side of certain people. Whoever could kick him out would gain both fame and fortune. So that person immediately sacrificed his own essence blood just to stall Long Chen. Ha ha ha, that person seemed to already be able to see immense fortune falling into his hands and he laughed, feeling extremely pleased. What's so funny? Why don't you tell me so that I can share in your delight? A hand patted him on the shoulder. Shocked, that person turned around to see Long Chen smiling at him. At some point, Long Chen had escaped from his prison, and he hadn't noticed at all. He was only able to spit out a single word. His body suddenly exploded, transforming into blood mist. Long Chen seemed to have long since expected this to happen and had already dodged to the side. Foolish child, you didn't realize just how dangerous forbidden arts were. You can't get distracted, or if you lose control, your body can explode. Long Chen was sent out. At that time, everyone else was back as well. Seeing him return, Luo Bing and the others sighed with relief. They had thought that he had encountered some terrifying opponent. Was your opponent very strong? Asked Bai Shishi curiously. No, it was one of those troublemakers that Miss Luo Shui mentioned. It was a rare chance, so I wanted to see what he would do before killing him, said Long Chen. So that was what had happened. They were also curious as to that person's abilities, so Long Chen gave a simple explanation. How vicious. Sacrificing such a huge amount of essence blood would take at least 3 years to recover from. Their talent isn't that great. They're like death warriors that their sects raised. If they do manage to do their job, their sects will set them up to live comfortably for the rest of their life. They can simply entrust their hopes to their children, said Lu Mingxuan. She seemed to have a greater understanding of these people. Let me warn you, if you can beat your opponent in one move, don't use a second move. It would be alright if you could kill your opponent, but if you couldn't, your moves would be transmitted to everyone. Some people will immediately send out reports about the people that defeated them, including their attributes, fighting style, strengths, and weaknesses. They'll sell it for a high price. In such a high-paced knockout competition, does that information have any use? Asked one of the experts from the Battle God Palace. Of course it does. They won't do it right now. They'll wait until the preliminaries are over to sell the information on those that make it through. If you do get through, there will definitely be someone selling information on you, especially for experts like Long Chen, Shishi, and young Master Chengchuan. Just think, if every one of your opponents survives and sells a bit of information on your fighting style, when the real challenge comes, won't you be seen through by your opponent? Said Lu Mingxuan. That person stared at her for a moment before bitterly smiling. It seems that I was worried about nothing. I actually thought that other people would record things about me. That person drew out quite a bit of laughter from the Battle God Palace's experts. People like them weren't worth other people recording. Just now, I exchanged over 30 blows with my opponent before narrowly beating him. As the knockout stage continues, the experts will only get stronger. The chances of managing to eke out a victory through luck will drop, said another expert of the Battle God Palace. That's right, my first opponent wasn't very powerful, but the second one was already difficult. I don't know how many more rounds I'll last, sighed another. Those who could come here were all experts. But only after arriving here did they find just how small they were. Don't worry, we have Long Chen. When he gets hard, he can lift up the heavens, comforted Lu Mingxuan. But this comforting sounded extremely odd in other people's ears. Can you talk a bit more cleanly? Asked Long Chen. Perhaps these words might not sound bad in other people's mouths, but when they came out of Lu Mingxuan's mouth, they always sounded off. I was once very pure, said Lu Mingxuan. You were once pure? Asked Long Chen in disbelief. Yes, a long time ago, I still thought that the chrysanthemum was just a flower, sighed Lu Mingxuan. 1. Long Chen rolled his eyes, while Luo Bing and the others clearly didn't understand what she was saying. But they all knew that nothing good came from this dirty girl's mouth. The next lots were drawn, and the third knockout round soon started. Long Chen's opponent was a woman this time. Not waiting for her to make a move, he directly used lightning steps to appear behind her and knocked her out, once more winning. This time, he returned first. Then it was Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, young Master Chengchuan, and the others. Bai Shaola's spatial energy made it so that his opponent didn't even see him before he knocked them out. It was practically cheating. Lu Mingxuan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, Luo Qing, Mu Qingyan, and the others all returned one after another. Then it was the experts of the Battle God Palace. Just then, one of them returned and collapsed to the ground. He was already dead, and a dagger was stuck in his head with the immortal character of Chu carved into it. Chu family. Everyone was enraged. 1. Chrysanthemum is a slang for anus. Chapter 3086 Vicious. Long Chen's expression turned cold. The Chu family really was skilled. They actually knew that this person was from the High Firmament Academy. It went without saying that the host had given them their registration list, and now anyone that was enemies with the High Firmament Academy knew the names of their disciples. When they saw the names, they would immediately launch a killing blow without giving Long Chen and the others a chance to concede. This dagger was a war challenge to them and also to Long Chen. Although he had been prepared from the start, seeing this dagger still caused his anger to soar. He had an urge to find the Chu family's people within the crowd and kill them all. Seeing Long Chen's furious state, even Lu Mingxuan was so scared that she didn't dare to say anything. As for the Battle God Palace's people, as they returned one by one, seeing their slain comrade infuriated them. If they were killed, they could only say that their power was inferior to the other side. But to stab a dagger into a person's forehead like this, it was clear that the other side wanted to humiliate them. Sorry, we implicated you. Luo Shui apologized, sighing. It has nothing to do with the Luo family. The Chu family tried to sneak into the academy and observe us. This is the enmity between us, said Bai Shishi. Although on the surface it appeared as if the Chu family was targeting the academy because of the Luo family, the reality wasn't so simple. You should all retreat now. After a moment of silence, Bai Shishi turned to those Battle God Palace disciples. Those disciples were shocked and angered. If they retreated now, it would be an even greater disgrace to them. They weren't afraid of death. Don't say anything. Fairy Shishi is the leader, and we have to listen to her, said a dark-faced disciple amongst them. This disciple rarely spoke. Big Brother Zhao. Those disciples couldn't help being aggrieved. This Big Brother Zhao was the strongest amongst them, as well as the one with the greatest prestige. They had no choice but to listen to him. These are the orders. Don't distract senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Because of us, Big Brother Zhao looked at Long Chen. Only then did they pay attention. Long Chen's expression was shockingly dark. The chilling killing intent made the people closest to him shiver. They hadn't expected Long Chen's reaction to be even greater than theirs. They didn't know what to say, so they fell silent. Long Chen, calm down. The Chu family is doing this on purpose to anger us, said Luo Shui. They've succeeded. Long Chen nodded. He understood that it was intentional and that getting angry was falling for their trap. But he couldn't stop himself. Now the Battle God Palace's disciples understood why Bai Shishi wanted them to leave. Long Chen was unable to tolerate this kind of provocation. If this continued, all of them would be used to repeatedly provoke Long Chen. In comparison, They were far too weak. It would be all too easy for their opponents to instantly kill them without giving them a chance to concede. Although it was a blow to their confidence, they had no choice but to admit that they were lacking compared to those top experts. Giving up was the wisest choice for Long Chen and the others. The Battle God Palace's tablets turned dark, their runes shattering. This indicated that they had given up. "Don't worry, the glory of the High Firmament Academy will be upheld by us in your place," said Bai Shaola. He felt bad seeing these people give up, so he patted his chest. "Long Chen, you have to calm down. With your blood qi circulating so quickly, your judgment will be affected if you encounter an expert," said Lu Mingxuan. It had just been an ordinary disciple who had died. She didn't know why he was so incredibly angry. After all, that person was not his friend or family. Long Chen shook his head. "It's fine. Anger will only cause my power to increase. I also don't know why I'm so angry. Perhaps I raised my realm too quickly. Don't worry, I think it might get better after killing a few people." Just at this moment, the next round started. Long Chen once more appeared on a martial stage. As soon as he arrived, he shot forward, transforming into a phantom. He then grabbed his opponent's throat. That person had just appeared, and before he even saw Long Chen, he was caught. He didn't even have a chance to concede. Long Chen eyed that person. After a moment, he slowly let go. That person was absolutely terrified, thinking that he was definitely dead. But Long Chen let him off. Only then did he see Long Chen's face, and he hastily kowtowed. "Many thanks Instructor Long Chen for not killing me." This person admitted defeat and left. He didn't even realize that in that instant, his soul was already captured by Long Chen's gaze. Long Chen returned. Lu Mingxuan, Bai Shishi, and the others also returned. They exchanged a look and shook their heads. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and no one said anything. The Battle God Palace's disciples had given up, but they could still stay here and observe the rest of the battles. Half an incense stick's worth of time later, the next round started. Long Chen once more appeared on the martial stage and attacked in an instant, subduing his opponent immediately. Runes revolved in Long Chen's eyes. He forcibly searched through this person's memories. "I've found it." Long Chen snorted and his spiritual strength erupted. A spiritual sword then stabbed through that person's mind, causing his head to explode. A large number of memories entered Long Chen's mind. Long Chen returned and finally smiled. Seeing him smile, Bai Shishi and the others also smiled. "I've obtained some names. I'll share them with you," said Long Chen. "I've also found some people targeting us. I'll share them with everyone," said Luo Shui. This time, 3 people amongst their opponents were part of the group targeting the High Firmament Academy. They all had the list of names of the High Firmament Academy's disciples. Through forceful soul searches, Long Chen and the others could rip out the list of their people. That way they could kill each other. This kind of soul search was simple and crude. Since these memories were not sect secrets, there were no spiritual seals protecting them, and that made them easy to find. At this time, the only ones participating in the competition were Long Chen, Bai Shishi, Young Master Chengchuan, Bai Shaola, Lu Mingxuan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, Luo Qing, and Mu Qingyan. They were all experts. Although Luo Bing and Luo Ning were a bit weaker in comparison, as long as they didn't encounter any supreme experts, they should have no problem. Even if they did encounter a supreme expert, they at least had the power to admit defeat first. Following this, they began killing their opponents. Long Chen would always check his opponent's memories. As long as it was an enemy, he would do a berserk soul search to grab the list of his opponent's allies. "Long Chen, we seem to have been targeted," Lu Mingxuan stealthily whispered to Long Chen. He looked around and sensed countless gazes full of killing intent. Long Chen smiled and raised his fist, the middle finger raised high. "Kids, come and fight." Chapter 3087 passed the qualifiers. All of those people were glaring at Long Chen with killing intent. They had definitely sensed something. Long Chen had killed 7 experts targeting the High Firmament Academy. As for Bai Shishi and the others, they had done the same. For so many of their people to have died, the other side must have sensed something. They quickly realized that it was done by Long Chen. Long Chen's middle finger was clearly telling them that it was precisely done by him. However, this place was huge. With the formation blocking spiritual probing, they could only see the closest people, and the people in the distance couldn't see them. But even just these close-by people had quite a few hostile powers amongst them. Since that was the case, it was unknown just how many powers were targeting them throughout the entire plaza. I really didn't expect that the High Firmament Academy would be targeted by so many people. We already know the names of over 100 powers and 20,000 people. There are still many more that we haven't encountered. Hee, for some reason, I'm starting to get excited, laughed Lu Mingxuan. It seemed that making a ruckus was very delightful to her. Long Chen, your mood seems to have improved. That killing intent in your eyes has also faded, said Luo Shui with a smile. Long Chen nodded, but he quickly had a startling thought. He recalled the dragon expert's words. His purgatory eyes were nourished by negative thoughts. They had already awakened. Although they had been sealed, the dragon expert had said that its energy was constantly growing. It couldn't be sealed forever. The purgatory eyes were also called the eyes of slaughter. Only through killing could their energy be released, and only then could he expel his negative emotions and remain clear-headed. When that disciple of the Battle God Palace was slain, he also didn't know why his anger would erupt so crazily. But after killing a few enemies, his anger faded, and his mood could even be said to be good. This current state was a warning. His purgatory eyes had been sealed for a long time, and even some minor things were starting to provoke his desire to kill. In the High Firmament Academy, he had immersed himself in cultivation, and although he had felt some minor changes in his temper, it hadn't been this obvious. Due to Chu Yang's repeated provocations, his anger had soared. But then he had killed all the experts of the various powers in the Jalan Immortal Land, slaughtering all their disciples and even destroying the Golden Bell Gate. According to reason, his purgatory eyes should have been satisfied. Here in the 9 Prefecture Convention, he felt that something was a bit off. He seemed even easier to anger. Several times, he had forcibly put on a smile and taunted his enemies with words in reply to their provocations, but in reality, he had wanted to kill them all. Today, Luo Shui's random words made him feel that his purgatory eyes might be related to his cultivation base. After returning from the Jalan Immortal Land, his cultivation base had grown crazily. Perhaps this was related. Long Chen, what are you thinking? Are you afraid? Teased Lu Mingxuan. Other than you, when have I ever been afraid of anyone else? Said Long Chen. What are you afraid of me for? Asked Lu Mingxuan with a wink. Long Chen looked at her, and in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. This seemingly pretty girl might once more drag him through the dirt with her next words. Just at this moment, the next round started. But this time, his opponent managed to dodge his instantaneous attack. However, he had just dodged when Long Chen's fist struck him. The immense power shook the martial stage, and both that person's arms broke. He coughed up blood. Long Chen grabbed his neck. However, after a moment, he let that person go. This wasn't someone targeting the High Firmament Academy. Many thanks for your mercy, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Having narrowly escaped death, that person hastily thanked Long Chen and admitted defeat. That person was truly powerful. His aura hadn't even been fully unleashed, and just with his physical body, he managed to survive Long Chen's punch. He was definitely an expert. But unfortunately, he had encountered Long Chen. This was one of the rules of the Martial Dao Convention. They had to be in an ordinary state when they entered. If they were already in battle state, they wouldn't be brought in. If they had to then suppress their aura before entering, then their enemy would already be in and have already entered combat state. Then they might be instantly defeated. However, by relying on his powerful physical body, Long Chen didn't need to accumulate power like that. He could directly attack, and so he had a small advantage over his opponents. Bai Shishi and the others all returned. All of them looked at each other curiously. This time, they didn't encounter any experts. The next round started and they defeated some opponents, but they didn't encounter any of their enemies. According to reason, with people being knocked out, they should have higher chances of encountering their enemies. That was because those sects that had often dominated the competition were all very powerful. It seems that just like us, they made their weaker members give up, said Luo Shui. Everyone nodded. Her deduction was accurate, but she also gave some face to the Battle God Palace's disciples, calling them weaker members and not cannon fodder. After all, they weren't fools. Their disciples came from powerful backgrounds, and as long as they said where they were from, their opponents wouldn't dare to kill them. For so many of them to have still died and so violently with their heads exploding, it was a clear sign of a forceful soul search. Hence, it was definitely done by Long Chen and the others. However, Long Chen was a bit surprised. Not every sect targeting them should have sensed it. There should still be more that they hadn't encountered. But even after 2 rounds, they hadn't encountered any of them. Hence, Long Chen started to suspect that these people had secret communication means. Although everything was now left to the Wyan Trading Company to oversee, they were in charge of only the convention. There were definitely other means for those people to communicate secretly. After another round, Long Chen and the others returned safe and sound, except for Luo Ning, who returned injured. She was covered in blood. She had clearly encountered a tough opponent. Furthermore, based on her state, it was most likely one of their enemies. Luo Ning managed to trade an injury for a chance to kill her opponent, but she didn't manage to do a soul search. Luo Ning, very good. The remaining enemies are no longer cannon fodder. They all possess the power to aim for the top 100. For you to kill him proves that you're powerful, praised Long Chen. Luo Ning's mood, which had been a bit down due to her injury, improved. Just at this moment, a bell rang. Luo Ning smiled. Although it's within expectations, congratulations everyone. We've all managed to get into the top 10,000 of the Martial Dao competition. Chapter 3088 Martial Heaven Old Friend. The sound of that bell signified that the knockout stage was over. Of over 90 million people, only 10,000 remained. There were people cheering, but some of them were also silent. A lot of people had been eliminated, so they were unable to be happy. Every person had their own dreams. Before coming, they had all been looking forward to their future accomplishments, striving for glory for their sects, their families. But the reality was cruel. Glory belonged only to the very few. Some people were unable to accept failure and wept on the ground. Perhaps those people were just a little bit away from passing but had ultimately still failed. How shameful. Bai Shala couldn't help mumbling to himself when he saw those people crying. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. We aren't qualified to laugh at people who did everything they could but still failed. Reality is cruel. Crying is just a way to release their emotions, not that they've given up. Just as he said this, the closest person crying stood up in front of countless disdainful gazes and walked away. After getting hurt, after enduring pain, after crying, it's time to wipe away the tears and continue onward. True men all carry their own burdens. They don't resent fate for being unfair. They don't blame others for being uncaring toward them. Even if this world hurts them 99 times, they will still dare to embrace this world for the 100th time, still believing that this world is beautiful and loving it. Such men are real warriors. Long Chen looked at that person's back. Long Chen seemed to see himself on the Martial Heaven continent. At that time, he had also been hurt and cried. He had been all alone within the darkness, growing up surrounded by insults and mocking. At that moment, he had also been unable to see any light but still believed that this world was full of sunlight. The darkness in front of him was due to others blocking the sunlight. As long as he passed through the enemies before him, the dark clouds would part and he would feel the world's warmth. The precondition was that everything would require his own work. Long Chen's words moved Bai Shishi and the others. His words enlightened them to another way to view the world. Hence, they looked at him more closely. The look in his eyes was like that of a transcendent sage. Even his broken-down clothes didn't cover up that grand air. The current Long Chen was like a completely different existence. Just before this, he had looked like a devil king that descended upon the world. The visual contrast between the two sides of the coin shook their hearts. It was both a dangerous and novel feeling that made people unable to resist being curious. After all their time with him, they knew him to be a fearless expert who didn't bully the weak. Sometimes he was humble and polite, sometimes he was incredibly arrogant. When he was humble, he was like a modest scholar. But when he was arrogant, he was like a local rogue. They were unable to figure out which one was his real self. Wow, as expected of the champion of the Dao discussion convention. All your words have length, praised Lu Mingxuan. It's depth, corrected Bai Shishi. He's a man, how can he have depth? Said Lu Mingxuan. Bai Shishi turned red with anger and bashfulness. She just knew that this dirty girl would have dirt in her words somewhere. Long Chen was speechless. As expected, her words always had traps. They couldn't be jumped into without care. He had also almost corrected her but had managed to endure. In the end, it was Bai Shishi who inadvertently jumped in. Just as Bai Shishi reached out to grab this cousin of hers, Lu Mingxuan laughed and hid behind Long Chen. She then stuck her tongue out at Bai Shishi, who immediately stopped chasing. Everyone's moods were good as they left. Although this was just the first step, it was still worth celebrating. After all, 99% of people had been eliminated. They squeezed through the crowds and entered the transportation gate, once more returning to their residence. On the way, quite a few experts glared at them hostilely and intentionally gestured insultingly at them. Today, Long Chen ignored them. Some people want to die. You can't stop them no matter what you do. Boss San, there's quite a bit of information here on those who passed. I'll give you a copy. Thank you for your Dao discussion. You fought for us youngsters to give us a fair competition. Just at this moment, a man suddenly ran over and held out several jade tablets to Long Chen. Bai Shishi and the others were stunned. He was directly sending these things to Long Chen for free. It had to be known that tomorrow would be the day that they fought for the top 500. Anyone who had gotten into the top 10,000 would have information on them that would sell for quite a bit of money. That man looked at Long Chen worshipfully. But Long Chen didn't take his jade tablets. He patted him on the shoulder. Brother, thank you, but I don't need these things. True experts need absolute confidence in themselves. They must rely on martial power when it comes to real fights. Relying on schemes will lead you down the wrong path. That man stared at Long Chen for a moment before nodding. Boss San, you are truly a hero, peerless amongst these heavenly geniuses. You disdain gathering information on others. Long Chen smiled slightly. He disdained being some hero, but he really was unable to bother gathering information on his enemies. After all, this wasn't some grand war where both sides were equally matched and that the decisive difference would be their strategy. In a one-against-one, he didn't fear any of his competitors. Although he didn't accept this information, Long Chen was still grateful to that person, so he gave him a medicinal pill. That person was delighted and repeatedly thanked Long Chen before leaving. They then returned to their residence and began meditating, entering their peak condition. The Battle God Palace's disciples stood guard for them. After all, tomorrow would be even more difficult. Everyone had to be in top condition. Luo Ning in particular had been injured and only had one night to recover. However, she actually fully recovered in just 2 hours with Long Chen's medicinal pill. All that was left was preserving their top condition. Long Chen returned to his room and continued studying the World Extermination Lightning Radiance. But here in Silver Moon City, he didn't dare to unleash his lightning. He could only study it in his heart and make calculations. Just at that moment, someone knocked on his door. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, there's someone outside asking to see you. He says he is an old friend from the Martial Heaven continent. Upon hearing that, Long Chen's heart pounded and he immediately rushed out. He saw a man with a saber on his back. When that man saw Long Chen, tears overflowed from his eyes. Boss, it really is you. Chapter 3089 Dragonblood Warrior Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Long Chen's eyes also reddened. He immediately embraced this person. He was a Dragonblood warrior from the First Corps, led by Ji Yuyong. There were over 10,000 Dragonblood warriors, but Long Chen knew every single one of their names. They were all his brothers. To meet again in the immortal world, everything came back to him in a flash. At that time, the light of extermination had fallen upon the Martial Heaven continent. Everyone had thought that they were dead. Qin Feng was the same. When he woke up, his intuition told him that everyone else was the same and hadn't died. They had to have ascended to the immortal world. Reuniting today, both these hot-blooded men wept. This disturbance drew out Bai Shishi, Luo Bing, and the others, and they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Good brother, don't cry. In the future, all the Dragonblood Legion will be together again. We'll flip the immortal world on its head. After calming down, Long Chen patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng also calmed himself down and nodded. I miss our brothers. The Dragonblood warriors had fought through life and death for many years. Now, they were all separated, and it was unknown if they were alive or dead. Hence, Long Chen felt just the same as Qin Feng. They believed that the others felt the same as well. Let's go talk inside. Long Chen invited Qin Feng in and introduced him to Bai Shishi and the others. When they learned that Qin Feng had also passed through the knockout stage, they were shocked. It had to be known that Qin Feng's current cultivation base was only at the 6th heaven stage of the Divine Flame realm. Most people participating in the competition had reached the 9th heaven stage. Furthermore, while Qin Feng's blood qi was powerful, there was no aura of merging with heaven and earth. In other words, he was not a primal. For him to manage to get into the top 10,000 was quite shocking. Through his narration, they learned that he had managed to get a spot to participate in the 9 Prefecture Convention by buying one from a sect. When he ascended to the immortal world, he didn't have any resources. He could only risk his life in a small mercenary squad. Through hunting and risking his life searching for treasures, he managed to pay for cultivation expenses. By relying on his power, he had muddled his way through mercenary squads and adventuring parties, managing to accumulate enough resources so that his cultivation base didn't stagnate. Just a few months ago, he had led a group of adventurers on a hunt and inadvertently gained a precious medicinal plant that they exchanged for quite a few immortal crystals. That was no small sum for him. He was originally planning on buying some medicinal pills so that he could reach the 9th heaven stage, but then he heard of the 9 prefecture convention. Just like Long Chen, he had thought that if there were other Dragonblood warriors in the area, they would definitely attend. So he had relied on his connections to buy a spot from a local sect. Every sect had to pay quite a price to attend the 9 prefecture convention. Some sects couldn't afford to just be eliminated, so they sold some of their spots to reduce their losses. Thus, Qin Feng had come here. However, the sect that Qin Feng had bought his spot from was truly unlucky. On the way here, they met some enemies, and their disciples had no choice but to run over with their legs. As a result, they encountered a ferocious beast. Of a group of over 20 people, only 3 managed to get away. Even the elder protecting them was eaten by the beast. By the time he arrived at Silver Moon City, he was almost rejected at the gates. The registration for the Martial Dao convention had ended, but when they heard their circumstances, they truly felt them to be pitiful, and so they made an exception and let the 3 of them in. By that time, the Dao discussion convention was already over, and having rushed over so quickly, Qin Feng was exhausted. He then found a random corner and rested. He barely got a chance to rest before the Martial Dao convention started. Thus, he rushed over, and in his rush, he didn't hear any of the rumors about Long Chen. It was only through today's competition that he saw Long Chen's name on the list of the top 10,000. When he saw his name, his heart almost stopped beating. After asking around, he almost wept from emotion. He was sure that the arrogant boss Long San was his boss. He then asked around for Long Chen's residence and finally arrived. "Brother, it's been hard on you." Long Chen didn't expect Qin Feng to have faced such predicaments. Qin Feng almost didn't have a chance to come over. "It wasn't hard. Seeing boss, everything was worth it," said Qin Feng. Long Chen checked Qin Feng's body and sighed. "The medicinal pills that you've consumed during this time were too low grade. Too many pill toxins have accumulated in your body. Furthermore, focusing on breaking through has caused your meridians to narrow and reduced your combat potential." There was no way around it. For Qin Feng, just surviving was already a problem. Hence, he had no choice but to try to increase his power as much as possible. Only then could he gain more wealth and buy better medicinal pills. In his poor state, he couldn't even afford to consume good medicinal pills. Luo Bing and the others were startled by Long Chen's words. He was saying that Qin Feng's combat potential was reduced, but he still managed to get into the top 10,000. This seemingly ordinary fellow was so powerful. "First, eat this medicinal pill. It will expel the toxins. Once they're gone, I'll help you expand your meridians. Then once your meridians are recovered, you can continue breaking through." Long Chen handed Qin Feng a medicinal pill, and the latter directly consumed it without even looking. After finding Long Chen, it was as if he had found his pillar. He would no longer need to worry about medicinal pills. That blessed feeling couldn't even be described with words. It was as if a starving beggar no longer needed to worry about food or clothing. What Bai Shishi and the others found curious was that Qin Feng's expression was extremely calm when Long Chen introduced them to him. It had to be known that whether it was Luo Bing and Luo Ning, or Lu Mingxuan and Mu Qingyan, all of them were rare beauties. This was not including the peerless Bai Shishi. Most people would feel ill at ease with them present, afraid that saying a single wrong word would offend these beauties. But Qin Feng seemed indifferent. "Hey, can I ask you, did your boss have many women around him before? Were they pretty?" Once Long Chen left the room to refine pills to widen Qin Feng's meridians, leaving him alone with them, Lu Mingxuan immediately probed Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. "A bit more than all of you, and they were all as beautiful as heavenly fairies." "I don't believe you. Can you give me a spiritual imprint so I can see them?" asked Lu Mingxuan. "What is there to look at? They're not as dirty as you," said Long Chen. Everyone jumped in shock. Lu Mingxuan asked, "Didn't you say that you were going to refine pills?" "The refinement is done," said Long Chen irritably. So quickly, everyone was dumbfounded. With all the effort of letting out a fart, he finished refining a furnace of pills. Long Chen ignored them and then gave a case to Qin Feng. Eat one after midnight and one in the morning. Leave the rest for after tomorrow's competition. To prevent Lu Mingxuan from continuing to interrogate Qin Feng, Long Chen then let Qin Feng rest in his room. The night passed silently. The next day, everyone gathered once more. Today, Qin Feng seemed invigorated. Let's go. There are going to be unending battles today as well. Hopefully, I can encounter a few tougher opponents, said Long Chen while walking toward the rising sun. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.